Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 57 to Chapter 113. 50 meters in front of them was a crossroad. The accident happened right in the middle of the crossroad. A black car had rammed into the right side of a white car. Ling Yan did not know much about cars. If he did, he would be able to tell that the black car was an Audi Q7 and the white car was a BMW X5. Soon, the drivers in front of them got out of their cars and rushed forward. Many passers-by stopped and gathered at the crossroad. Ling Yan knocked on the window and said, "Get out, there's a car accident ahead. We can't leave anytime soon." "Oh, there's a car accident." "What? A car accident?" Shui Mining's eyes widened as she got out of the car. She looked forward and realized that the scene of the accident was already crowded with people. She could not see what was going on. "Let's go and take a look." Ling Yan frowned slightly but did not move. He asked calmly, "Look at what?" Shui Mining looked at him in shock and said, "Brother, we are doctors after all. Can't you be more professional? Let's go and see if anyone is injured." Ling Yan was speechless. "We are just students, okay? Since when did we become doctors?" Shui Mining rolled her eyes at him angrily when she saw his nonchalant expression. She then walked over and hugged his arm. "Let's go and take a look. We are just waiting here. It's so tragic." The Audi driver ran the red light while drunk, and after hitting 3 pedestrians who were crossing the road, he crashed into this BMW before stopping. Yeah, an old man was sent flying and 2 female students were knocked down. The girl in the BMW is still unconscious. Someone is calling for an ambulance. It's no use. There's no way the ambulance can get in with this traffic jam. Ling Yan realized that the accident was more serious than he thought after Shui Mining pulled him over. The scene of the accident was crowded with people and everyone was talking about all kinds of things. Shui Mining could not squeeze through the crowd. She shook Ling Yan's arm and begged, "Brother Ling Yan, you are tall and strong. Let's squeeze through." Shui Mining had been taught by miracle Dr. Shui since she was young, so she couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. At that moment, she subconsciously thought of herself as a doctor. A doctor should have the heart of a parent, so when she heard that someone was injured, she was extremely anxious. However, Ling Yun didn't think so. He had seen too many deaths in the cultivation world. He had no time to think about the life and death of others. Everyone had their own fate, so he was very calm. Just as he was about to persuade Shui Mining to mind her own business, he suddenly felt someone staring at him from afar. He couldn't help but turn his head to look behind him. 3 or 4 people walked over from behind Ling Yan to watch the show. Ling Yan's gaze swept past them and saw a middle-aged man about 10 meters away. There seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. However, Ling Yan didn't think so. He believed in his intuition. It was an instinct to sense potential danger. This intuition had helped him escape from death countless times. "Is someone watching me?" Ling Yan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, the middle-aged man in the distance didn't act out of the ordinary. He took out his phone and made a call. His eyes didn't even glance over. "Hey, big brother Yun, what are you looking at?" Seeing that Ling Yun was still looking around, Shui Mining couldn't help but urge him. "Let's go in and take a look." Ling Yan stretched out his right hand and easily pushed the crowd in front of him aside. Holding Shui Mining's hand, he walked into the crowd. "Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor among you? This old man isn't going to make it. Please come and give him first aid." A female traffic police officer shouted anxiously at the crowd. 2 traffic police officers, 1 male and 1 female, were maintaining order inside. The male was interrogating the driver while the female was squatting in front of the old man who had been hit. She didn't know what to do. "Oh my God." Shui Mining covered her mouth as she looked at the tragic scene. The old man's head was bleeding. His mouth and nose were also bleeding. It was obvious that his external and internal injuries were very serious. He was already unconscious and lying in a pool of his own blood. Among the 2 female students, one of them had her leg broken. Her face was pale and twisted from the pain. She couldn't even cry anymore. The other female student's condition was slightly better. It seemed that only her arm was scratched. However, she was so shocked by the sudden accident that she couldn't do anything other than sit there and cry. As for the owner of the BMW, the window on the driver's side was rolled down. She had already fainted and her head was resting on the steering wheel. Her long burgundy hair was like a waterfall that covered her face. "Quick, save him!" Without thinking, Xianxia rushed to the old man's side and squatted down to check his pulse. Checking the pulse was a Chinese doctor's habit. It seemed that no matter what illness it was, they would check the pulse first. Ling Yan frowned as he watched. "If you're not a doctor, why are you trying to show off?" The old man's chest was still moving up and down. It was obvious that he wasn't dead yet. Indeed, the female traffic police officer raised her hand and stopped Xianxia. "Hey, what are you doing? This old man's injuries are very serious. Don't move recklessly." At this moment, she only trusted the doctor. Xianxia said anxiously, I know. However, after thinking for a long time, she realized that other than identifying various medicinal herbs, checking pulses, and acupuncture, she didn't know anything else. She was dumbfounded. "You're a student too, right? Little girl, it's right to help others. However, you're not a doctor, so don't act recklessly. If something happens to him, no one can bear the responsibility." The female traffic police officer continued, "Please help me take care of those two female students. One of them broke her leg and the other injured her arm. They're both scared out of their wits. Is there a doctor? The ambulance hasn't arrived yet. Those who know how to take care of this old man, please come over and check on him. Give him emergency treatment and stop the bleeding." The female traffic police officer shouted at the crowd. She was panicking but not panicking. It was obvious that she had undergone training in this area. "I'm a surgeon." A middle-aged man in his 40s finally walked out from the crowd. It was obvious that he was not working on a Saturday. He was only wearing his usual clothes. He looked very clean and calm. He went straight to the female traffic police officer and squatted down. He pried open the old man's eyelids and took a closer look. Then, he placed his ear on the old man's chest and listened for a while. His face suddenly became very solemn. "Comrade, this old man has injured his brain. His pupils are dilating and his breathing and heartbeat are very weak. His external and internal injuries are very serious. What we need now is to stop the bleeding. When will the ambulance be here?" The female traffic police officer asked anxiously. "We've already called 120. It's been 5 to 6 minutes. It's a Saturday today and we're very close to the pedestrian street. I don't know how long it'll take." The male doctor wanted to say something but stopped himself. He sighed softly and shook his head. He had already determined that the old man could die at any time if he didn't save him. However, as a modern surgeon, he had no medical equipment and no emergency tools. He could only watch helplessly as the old man died. Xianxia suddenly raised her head and shouted at Ling Yan, "Big brother Ling Yan, this old man is dying. Come and save him." Xianxia knew that if there was anyone who could save this old man's life, it would be Ling Yan. The male doctor and the female traffic police officer followed Xianxia's gaze and saw a fat man standing there with a pensive look on his face. His gaze was very unfocused. It was as if he wasn't paying attention to the unconscious and struggling injured people. Although Ling Yan's gaze seemed unfocused, he was actually feeling attentively. He believed that his intuition was correct. It was the feeling of being stared at. The reason why he changed his mind and brought Xianxia into the crowd was to see if that person would follow them in. Unfortunately, after that brief glimpse, everything had returned to normal. That uncomfortable feeling of danger had completely disappeared. Maybe I'm being too careful? This world is not as dangerous as the cultivation world where people fight and kill for no reason. Big brother Ling Yan, what are you thinking about? Come and save him. Xianxia's anxious voice was finally heard by Ling Yan. Ling Yan looked over and saw the change in the expressions of the male doctor and female traffic police officer. It was a change from anticipation to disappointment. He didn't care about that and his gaze fell directly on the old man. This old man has injured his head and at least 2 of his ribs are broken. He has severe internal bleeding and lost a lot of blood. However, he won't die within 20 minutes. Ling Yan quickly made an accurate judgment in his heart. Forget it, I'll just save him. Who asked me to be here in time? Although Ling Yan knew that he would definitely get into trouble if he did something good, he still took a step forward helplessly. However, he didn't go in the direction of the old man. He first went to the side of the two girls and asked the crying female student, "Do you have a handkerchief?" Boo-hoo. The female student was still crying when she suddenly realized that a fat man had come to her. Yes. She took out a handkerchief as she spoke. Ling Yan grabbed her injured arm with his left hand and used his right index finger to lightly press a few acupoints on the girl's arm. Then, he used the handkerchief to wrap her wound. Don't cry, you're fine now. Ling Yan smiled lightly and gave the little girl an encouraging smile. Then, he turned around and said to the crowd, "Two people come over and hold this girl down. I'm going to fix her leg bones." No one came out. Ling Yan's heart instantly sank to the freezing point. He no longer looked forward to these people. He raised his hand and pointed at the male traffic police officer and shouted, "Why aren't you here to take care of her? Why are you asking that piece of trash? Come and help." At this time, the male traffic police officer was being scolded by the Audi Q7 driver. He was about to lose his mind from the scolding. He only reacted when Ling Yan's voice rang in his ears. The driver was in his mid-20s and was obviously drunk. However, he didn't drink much and was very clear-headed. One could tell from his scolding. F***ck your mother, how dare you interrogate me? Didn't you just hit a few people? I have money. Even if I hit them all to death, would 10 million be enough? If you F***king continue to talk nonsense, I'll get someone to strip you of your uniform. Ling Yan had listened for a long time. This driver was simply a scumbag. That was why he called him trash. This was probably also the reason why almost no one in the crowd dared to step forward to help. Shui Mining panicked when she saw that Ling Yan did not save the dying old man. Don't worry, the old man won't die so soon. Come over and help me hold this little girl down. Don't let her move. Ling Yan shouted angrily at the male traffic policeman who was scolded by the driver. Then, he turned to Shui Mining. External injuries? Ling Yan was the master of external injuries. In the cultivation world, there had been countless wars. There had been thousands of life and death battles. How could Ling Yan be lacking in injuries, if Ling Yun did not know how to treat external injuries? He would have died 1,000 times over. Therefore, treating external injuries such as bleeding and broken bones was easier than eating with chopsticks to Ling Yun. Ling Yun could tell that it was not a good time to treat the old man immediately. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Shui Mining immediately ran over. She firmly believed that if Ling Yan said that the old man would not die, then he would definitely not die. The traffic officer did not want to stand there and be scolded by the rich second generation anymore. He gave up on questioning Ling Yan and walked over. Hold her shoulders and thighs. Don't let her move. Ling Yan said as he gently lifted the little girl's injured leg with his left hand. He smiled brightly at the little girl and said warmly, "Big brother is going to treat your injury. Are you afraid?" Shui Mining, who was pressing down on the little girl's shoulder, saw Ling Yan's bright smile and was stunned. That kind of intimacy, that kind of warmth, that kind of gaze that could make anyone feel completely at ease, directly pierced into Shui Mining's heart. He was not as cold as he said. Also, that smile of his just now was so handsome. The little girl suddenly stopped crying. She endured the pain and looked at Ling Yun with her eyes wide open. "Thank you, big brother. I'm not afraid." Ling Yun smiled and nodded. People say that girls who have broken their legs will grow exceptionally tall. Do you believe it? This was pure nonsense. The purpose was to divert the girl's attention and let her relax. Indeed, the little girl's teary eyes revealed a smile. "Big brother, you're lying." "I won't." Before the little girl could say the word believe, she heard a gotcha sound and immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Catch it." Ling Yan smiled faintly. His left hand was still supporting the little girl's calf as he took out the set of silver needles that Miracle Dr. Shui gave him from his pocket with his right hand. He opened the needle pouch with one hand. Then, he pinched out 7 or 8 silver needles and quickly inserted them into several major acupuncture points on the little girl's leg. His movements were as skillful as acrobatics. Shui Mining was completely dumbfounded by the speed of his attacks and the accuracy of his acupoints. A Chinese medicine expert. Not far away, the surgeon's eyes, which were originally filled with disappointment, suddenly became excited. Fixing the bone, inserting the needles, and piercing the acupoints were all done within a minute. How amazing was his medical skill! Ling Yan smiled and asked the little girl, "Does it still hurt?" The little girl immediately felt that the pain was no longer unbearable. However, what followed was a wave of drowsiness. Her eyelids were so heavy that she could not open them. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, big brother." Then, she tilted her head and fell asleep. Ling Yan stood up and said to Shui Mining and the male officer, "All right, her leg is fine now. Lay her down and let her sleep for a while." Then, he picked up the needle pouch and went to the side of the BMW. Ling Yan sighed as he looked at the female driver's wine-red hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. He could tell that the woman had only been shaken a little. After being hit, he didn't know where her head had hit. Due to the shock, she had fainted. Ling Yan inserted a few silver needles into her shoulder and neck. Then, he turned to Shui Mining and said, "Lift her head and press on her philtrum for a while. She will wake up soon." With that, Ling Yan finally walked to the side of the old man who was the most seriously injured. Without even looking at the female officer, he directly said to the surgeon, "Take off his shirt." "All right." The middle-aged doctor was completely at ease as he saw the student-looking fatty treat 3 people in a row. Moreover, his expression was calm and his technique was skillful. "Wait. You can't touch this old man. Who will be responsible if anything happens? The ambulance will be here soon. Let's wait for the ambulance first." Even though the female officer had received emergency training, she was still restricted by the content of her training. She only knew that she couldn't touch a seriously injured old man. Now, she placed all her hopes on the ambulance. Ling Yan frowned slightly. "I can wait for the ambulance. But if the old man dies before the ambulance arrives, will you be responsible?" The female officer was tongue-tied. She couldn't make a decision now and could only look at the male doctor. "I believe he can handle it well." The male doctor's expression was firm. The female officer looked at the male doctor and then at Ling Yan. Then, she raised her head and looked at her male colleague for his opinion. The male officer nodded his head as well. "All right, but if there's a problem, I won't be responsible." The female officer finally relented. However, she was still trying to deny her responsibility. Ling Yan looked at her coldly. "Move aside." He then signaled for the male doctor to take off the old man's shirt. It was troublesome to take off the shirt of a completely unconscious person because his head and arms were naturally drooping. The male officer also squatted down to help. After a long time, the 3 of them finally managed to take off the old man's shirt. Ling Yan casually spread the old man's coat on the road. Then, he used the shirt that he had taken off to wipe off the blood stains on the old man's head and face. Then, he carried the old man to another place and laid on top of the coat. Since he couldn't use his spiritual energy, he could only rely on acupuncture. Just as Ling Yan was about to start, Shui Mining exclaimed, "She's awake." "Eh? What are you doing?" The 4 of them turned around at the same time. After 3 minutes, the woman in the BMW finally regained consciousness. Just as Shui Mining was about to tell Ling Yan, she saw the arrogant perpetrator walking over. He pushed the defenseless Shui Mining away. Then, he laughed coldly at the woman who had just woken up. "Zhuang Meifeng, did you feel good just now? Don't think that I, Sun Xing, won't dare to touch you just because you're hiding in Xianxia City. You dare to cancel my engagement? Let me tell you, our engagement was arranged by your family. You want to go back on your word? Not a chance. I haven't even touched your hand and you King ran away. If I don't teach you a lesson, how am I going to survive in Beijing?" Sun Xing cursed as he reached out to grab Zhuang Meifeng's hair. However, he was stopped by Shui Mining. "She just woke up from her coma, you can't touch her." "Oh, people say that there are beauties in Xianxia City. This is indeed true. Little girl, you're quite attractive. How about it? Let me pamper you tonight?" Sun Xing's soul was already stolen by Shui Mining's beautiful legs. Now that he had seen her beautiful face, he couldn't help but stare at her. It was as if the three people lying on the ground were not knocked down by him. Shui Mining's face turned red. She glared at Sun Xing and scolded, "Shameless. Perverted." Sun Xing narrowed his triangular eyes and laughed coldly. "Hee, you're right. When I played with women in Beijing, they all scolded me like that." "Then, has anyone hit you before?" Ling Yan had already appeared behind Sun Xing. His voice was cold, colder than 10,000 years of ice. This time, he was really angry and had the intention to kill. Sun Xing turned around. "Who dares to hit me? Why don't you find out who I am? I don't care who you are, I guarantee that you'll become a pig's head in no time." Ling Yan sneered as the crowd gasped. He used almost all of his strength in his first punch. His fist whistled as it landed on Sun Xing's wretched face. Ling Yan was rarely angry. However, when he was really angry, it would be terrifying. That punch almost smashed Sun Xing's face into pieces. However, this was not enough to vent his anger. He rushed over and kicked Sun Xing to the ground. Then, he kicked Sun Xing's body violently. "So, he knows that girl." "That's right, he must have knocked her on purpose. How can he be so ruthless? He would even knock down an innocent pedestrian just to save face. Beat him up. Beat him to death. That's so satisfying." The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. They could not wait for Ling Yan to beat Sun Xing to death. Seeing Ling Yan punching and kicking Sun Xing, the onlookers felt that their anger had been vented. However, they were only cheering. No one dared to step forward to help. The female traffic police officer wanted to stop Ling Yan when she saw him beating up Sun Xing like a torrential storm. Sun Xing was screaming for his parents and rolling on the ground like a pig being slaughtered. Even though she was also angry at this scumbag, she could tell that Sun Xing had a powerful background. That was because his Audi Q7 had a military license plate. Ling Yan had beaten Sun Xing up in front of him. If anything were to happen to him, Sun Xing's backer would pursue the matter. She and her male colleagues would be in deep trouble. Shui Mining did not care about this. She was so angry at Sun Xing that she almost flipped out. Now that she saw Ling Yan beating Sun Xing to death, she felt extremely satisfied. She also rushed up and kicked Sun Xing a dozen times. Finally, she did not forget to spit on him a few times. "Pamper me? I'll pamper you first." This was the first time Shui Mining had stepped on someone. She was so excited that she started to speak without thinking. Ling Yan sweated. He did not expect Shui Mining to be so tough. This is good. I like it. Stop. Stop beating him up. If you continue, you'll beat him to death." Seeing Ling Yan beating Sun Xing to death, the female traffic police officer could no longer sit still. She rushed over to stop him. Unfortunately, Ling Yan was already done. He stood still and pulled his leg back. Sun Xing was lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog. Ling Yan's beating would probably put him in the hospital for at least half a year. The woman in the car, Zhuang Meifeng, was stunned. She had just woken up from her coma and was still in a daze. Now that she was slightly awake, she saw the person she hated the most being beaten up. Her heart was filled with joy and fear. Something big is going to happen. Ling Yan did not know what was going on and Shui Mining did not care. These two demons did not care at all and started beating Sun Xing up. However, Zhuang Meifeng was very clear about Sun Xing's identity. Zhuang Meifeng was both grateful and worried at the same time. She did not know how to express her gratitude. Ling Yan was having a good time. He turned to look at Shui Mining beside him and chuckled. "How was it? Was it fun? That was awesome. It would be too easy for someone like him to die. I never thought that there would be someone worse than you." Shui Mining's heart was still thumping with excitement. She could not wait to jump into Ling Yan's arms and kiss him. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten up like a dead dog by the two of them. Ling Yan and Shui Meifeng looked at each other and smiled. They walked past the traffic police officer and went straight for the dying old man. Zhuang Meifeng had already gotten out of the BMW. There were a few silver needles in her neck and shoulders. Even though it was a little inconvenient, it did not hinder her movements. Sun Xing could not be blamed for chasing her all the way from Beijing to Qingshui City. Zhuang Meifeng was indeed beautiful. She was about 169 meters tall and had a head of burgundy hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Coupled with her mature and sexy body, she immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Zhuang Meifeng looked to be in her 20s. She had snow-white skin and a delicate face. Her red lips were alluring. Not only did she have a pair of rare and attractive phoenix eyes, the most attractive part of her was her chest and waist. Her chest was the perfect shape of a peach, very full and attractive. Her waist, however, was like a water snake. She didn't even need to take a step. She just stood there quietly, like a willow swaying in the wind, naturally emitting a mature and charming temperament. With her snow-white skin, mesmerizing phoenix eyes, perfect breasts that were as plump as honey peaches, and an eye-catching waist, it had to be said that Zhuang Meifeng had indeed received the greatest favor from the Creator. However, her arrogant and cold gaze could easily repel the gazes of those men who had their souls hooked by her and couldn't help but have designs on her. Beautiful and charming. Cold and gorgeous. A stunner, she first looked at Sun Xing, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Her cold gaze was filled with disgust and fear. When she turned her head to look at Ling Yun, her eyes were filled with gratitude and worry. Her expression was complicated. The onlookers were talking about all kinds of things. Why are the students nowadays so fierce? Fight as soon as you say you want to, without even saying a word. This was because he was shocked by the power of Ling Yun's attack. That bastard deserves to be beaten. He said it himself that the girl did not like him at all. Just because of that, he drove his car and hit someone. He even injured 3 innocent people. In my opinion, beating him to death is a light punishment. Sun Xing had gone too far and was expressing his support for Ling Yun to beat him up. That's right. I've never seen such an arrogant person. Isn't he just rich and powerful? You don't say, just look at his car. His dad is definitely better than Li Gang, he knew the ins and outs of the "my father is Li Gang" incident. Humph, look at that woman. She looks like a fox. She's definitely a vixen. He's driving a BMW. He's probably a rich man's mistress. Of course, this was the opinion of women who were jealous of Zhuang Meifeng's beauty. Zhuang Meifeng turned a deaf ear to these discussions. Her expression was indifferent as she stared at Ling Yun's back. Ling Yun squatted in front of the old man and once again opened the leather bag that contained the silver needles. He calmly stared at the changes in the old man's expression and gently rubbed his palms together. I might need 7 to 8 minutes this time. During this time, don't let anyone disturb me. Ling Yun instructed Zhuang Meifeng seriously. Since he could not use his spiritual energy, he could only rely on the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to save the old man's life. Ling Yun did not dare to be careless. Don't worry, brother Ling Yun. I won't let anyone disturb you. Shui Mining knew that the old man's life was in danger and that his heart could stop at any moment. Thus, she hurriedly nodded her head. When his hands started to heat up, Ling Yun used both of his hands to pinch 7 to 8 silver needles at the same time. With lightning speed, he started to insert the needles into the acupoints of the old man's body. The middle-aged surgeon and the traffic policeman who were standing beside the old man were stunned by what they saw. Was this fatty treating a patient or performing acrobatics? Ling Yun's technique was too fast, pinching, inserting, and removing the needles. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Ling Yun's hands were much fatter than the average person's. Logically speaking, he should be clumsy when it came to using needles. However, his movements were even more skillful than an experienced embroidery worker. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Yun had already inserted 27 needles into the old man's body. Shui Mining watched in fascination. Her mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit inside. She did not even dare to blink, afraid that she would miss a single detail. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show while the expert appreciates the artistry. Even though Shui Mining did not know the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, she could still use acupuncture skillfully. Moreover, her ability to identify and locate acupoints was definitely top-notch in the field of Chinese medicine. Therefore, she could roughly tell that Ling Yun had used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot 3 times. The first time was to completely stop the old man's bleeding. The second time was to strengthen the old man's heart. The third time was to help the old man regulate his breathing. Ling Yun let out a long sigh of relief. The old man's life was saved. However, this was not the main point. Ling Yun knew that the old man's internal injuries and broken ribs were not a problem. The real problem was that the old man had injured his brain. If the old man's life was saved, what use would it be if he became a vegetable or a paralyzed person? Ling Yun raised his elbow to wipe the sweat off his forehead. With a solemn expression, he took out 9 silver needles from his needle pouch. Shuigo acupoint, Yingxiang acupoint, Sibai acupoint, Qingqi acupoint, Qingming acupoint, Xuanzhu acupoint, Yintang acupoint, Tuwei acupoint. 8 silver needles were inserted into the old man's body slowly. All the needles are on the head. This kid is so daring. Ignoring the exclamations and praises of the people around him, Ling Yun calmed himself down and slowly inserted a 4-inch needle into the old man's Baihui acupoint. The last needle of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot was also the most crucial one. Half of it. Oh my God, what is he trying to do? Even a good person would die from this. Another round of exclamations. Don't shout. Be quiet, don't disturb him. Shui Mining was shocked, but she did not forget to yell at the people around her. The Baihui acupoint, as the name suggested, was where the 100 meridians converged. The meeting of the 100 meridians was the source of all diseases. How important was this place? Even her own grandfather had to think twice before inserting needles into this acupoint. However, Ling Yun did it without hesitation. How much confidence and boldness did he need? Just by looking at Ling Yun's serious expression, Shui Mining knew that he was at the most crucial moment. Of course, she did not want him to be disturbed. Actually, she was thinking too much. Ling Yun would not be affected by his surroundings at all. Moreover, he had already completed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Phew. It's a success. The old man is awake now. He will be fine as long as he recovers. Ling Yun sat on the ground. After performing the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot 4 times consecutively, he was completely exhausted. Brother Ling Yun, are you all right? Shui Mining asked with concern as she wiped the sweat off Ling Yun's forehead with her sleeves. I'm fine. Ling Yun glanced at Shui Mining and stood up. Young man, please wait. The middle-aged doctor saw Ling Yun stand up and thought that he was going to leave after saving the old man. He quickly called out to him. What's the matter? Ling Yun had a good impression of this doctor who stood up to save the old man. I'm a surgeon from Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. My name is Zhong Qingshan. This is my name card. Zhong Qingshan walked in front of Ling Yun and introduced himself. He took the initiative to hand over his name card. Ling Yun took it and looked down at the words Jiangnan Provincial Hospital Attending Surgeon, Doctor. On the name card. He nodded and asked, Oh, it's Dr. Zhong. What can I do for you? Young man, you should be studying traditional Chinese medicine, right? I see that your medical skills are superb. I would like to get to know you. Can you give me your contact number? Zhong Qingshan said bluntly. Even though Zhong Qingshan was a modern Western doctor, he was not completely clueless about traditional Chinese medicine. Ling Yun had bandaged the wounds of the 2 ladies, straightened and connected their broken bones. He had also used a few silver needles to wake Shuang Meifeng up from her coma. He had even pulled the dying old man back from the jaws of death. In just 10 minutes, he had treated 4 patients with different injuries. His medical skills were too godly, not to mention Zhong Qingshan. Even if Zhong Qingshan searched through all the famous doctors he knew, he would not be able to find one who could do this. That was why he wanted to get to know Ling Yun. Contact number? Ling Yun was put in a difficult position. He did not have a phone. How could he give Zhong Qingshan his contact number? Dr. Zhong, I don't have a phone. Ling Yun said honestly. Zhong Qingshan thought that Ling Yun was trying to hide his good deeds. He refused to give up and said, Young man, I heard from this lady that your name is Ling Yun. It's okay if you don't have a phone. Just leave me your address. I'll definitely pay you a visit. Seeing that the 2 of them were in a deadlock, Shui Mining, who was holding on to Ling Yan's arm, suddenly had an idea. She smiled at Zhong Qingshan and said, "Uncle Zhong, this name card of yours is enough. We will definitely contact you." Hearing that Shui Mining would contact him, Zhong Qingshan knew that she was just trying to fool him. He could only smile bitterly and nod his head. At this moment, the ambulance siren rang from afar. "The ambulance is here." At this moment, traffic police from other intersections had already come to direct the traffic. 3 directions of the intersection were now open for traffic. The cars and the crowd gave way as 2 ambulances arrived. Many medical personnel got out of the ambulance. "Hey, isn't this Director Zhong? What are you doing here?" A young attending doctor had just gotten out of the ambulance when he saw Zhong Qingshan standing opposite Ling Yun. He hurried over to greet him. Actually, when the ambulance arrived, Zhong Qingshan knew that it was an ambulance from Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. "Oh, it's Xiao Wang? Are you on duty today?" Zhong Qingshan immediately went up to greet him. "Look, the old man is moving. I didn't expect that kid to be so good. I was so scared when he pierced his head just now. This old man is really lucky. I didn't expect him to survive just now." Everyone who saw Ling Yun's acupuncture treatment was amazed by his medical skills. Seeing that the old man was the most seriously injured, the medical staff rushed over. Shui Mining gave Ling Yun an undisguised smile of admiration before running over with Ling Yun's arm. "Tell them not to touch the old man for the next half an hour," Ling Yun said from behind Shui Mining. He then walked slowly to the girl with the broken leg. A few medical staff came over and were about to carry the girl to the ambulance. However, they did not know what to do when they saw the silver needles in her body. Ling Yun had inserted the silver needles to relieve the girl's pain and make her sleep. It had nothing to do with her broken leg. After Ling Yun came over, he immediately removed the silver needles from her body. "Carry her to the ambulance. Be careful not to touch her injured leg. Also, this girl's arm is injured. She needs to go to the hospital too." Ling Yun stood up and patted the head of the other girl. "Thank you, big brother Ling Yun." The girl with the injured arm said to Ling Yun with her eyes wide open before entering the ambulance. Ling Yun smiled and nodded without saying anything. He then went to Zhuang Meifeng and was stunned. Zhuang Meifeng's beauty was almost seductive. It was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Ling Yun could not help but look at Sun Xing, who looked like a dead dog. He thought to himself, no wonder this bastard came all the way here to hit someone. She was a stunning beauty, however, why did she look so familiar? "Thank you for saving me." Zhuang Meifeng quickly expressed her gratitude when she saw Ling Yun in front of her. Even though her voice was cold, her gratitude was written all over her face. She was only unconscious. Even if Ling Yun did not use the silver needles, she would still wake up naturally. It would just take a little more time. However, Ling Yun did not just save her. If it was not for Ling Yun, she would have been humiliated by Sun Xing. She was grateful to Ling Yun mainly because of this. "You're welcome. Your injury was not that serious. I was just helping you." Ling Yun smiled faintly, his expression calm. "My name is Zhuang Meifeng, I'm..." Zhuang Meifeng had wanted to say that she was from the Zhuang medical group, but she knew that she would not be accepted by her family after rejecting the arranged marriage. Thus, she immediately shut her mouth. Who was Zhuang Meifeng? She was the daughter of the Zhuang medical group, the elder sister of Zhuang Meina. Ling Yun didn't care who she was. He acted according to his heart. If he saved her, then he saved her. If he beat her, then he beat her. As for what others thought, he didn't care at all. Of course, this did not stop him from carefully examining Zhuang Meifeng. Of course, he had to feast his eyes on this devilishly beautiful woman. As for the reward, he naturally put it on Shui Mining's head. Who asked her to ask him to save her? He looked at Zhuang Meifeng to his heart's content, and Zhuang Meifeng was also sizing him up with her phoenix eyes that were filled with doubt. She was, after all, the absolute campus belle of Beijing University of Finance and Economics. As long as a man saw her, which man wouldn't immediately turn into a perverted look and salivate? However, this fatty who looked like he was 18 years old was not one of them. Although he was slightly stunned when he first saw his own face, it was only for a moment. Then, the expression on his face immediately returned to its original calmness and composure. Even though he was examining her now, there was no lust in his eyes. It was as if she was just a flower or a bonsai in his eyes. Good legs. Good waist. Good breasts. Ling Yan's gaze moved up and finally stopped on Zhuang Meifeng's face. He smiled and said, "If you feel that your body is fine, I'll pull out the silver needles?" Zhuang Meifeng felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. She thought about the scene when she was unconscious and this fatty stuck the silver needles into her neck. "I'm fine, you, go ahead." Ling Yan nodded his head and moved like lightning. Before Zhuang Meifeng could feel anything wrong, all the silver needles were already in his hands. That old man seems to have woken up. I'll go take a look. Please help yourself, Ling Yan was here to pull out the silver needles. How could he just stick it into someone else's body and not care? Wait. Zhuang Meifeng saw that Ling Yan was about to leave after pulling out the needles. In a moment of desperation, she reached out and grabbed his arm. Is there anything else? Ling Yan turned around in confusion. Your name is Ling Yan, right? Since you saved me, you should at least leave me your contact number. In the future, I'll be able to repay you. Ling Yan could not help but frown. Not having a phone was really bad. When he went shopping later, he had to get Shui Mining to buy him a phone no matter what. However, he definitely had to leave his contact number. The two girls had already left in the ambulance. Even though he had saved the old man's life, he was obviously not awake enough to repay his kindness. Now that there was only this beautiful lady who wanted to repay him, if he were to reject her, wouldn't he become a lay feng who did good without leaving his name? Even though Ling Yan had placed all the blame on Shui Mining, one more person meant one more benefit, right? Even though this beautiful lady's car was not as flashy as Shui Mining's Ferrari, since she could afford to drive a car, she was definitely not a poor person. Thinking about this, Ling Yan chuckled. Qingshui City's first high school, grade 12 class 6. You can look for Ling Yan. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned pale as she covered her sexy little mouth. You're from number 1 high school? Ling Yan could not help but laugh at Zhuang Meifeng's actions. So what if he was from number 1 high school? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Yes, what's wrong? Nothing much, I just saw that your medical skills are so good, I didn't expect you to be a high school student. Zhuang Meifeng did not want to talk about her sister and tried to cover it up. Wait for me. She rushed back to her car and found a piece of paper to write down her name and phone number. Then, she passed it to Ling Yan and said, "This is my phone number, you can call me anytime." Ling Yan took the phone and his fingers accidentally touched Zhuang Meifeng's small hand. That smooth and tender feeling actually gave him an electric shock. Zhuang Meifeng did not notice it at all. She suddenly said with a face full of worry, "You must call me. Sun Xing's family is from a big family in Beijing and they are very powerful. Now that you have beaten him up to this state, they will definitely not let you off. I will give up everything to protect you." Zhuang Meifeng did not know where her determination came from, but her last sentence was unexpectedly resolute. Ling Yan knew that there would be trouble, but he did not expect it to be so big. However, he only smiled faintly and did not say anything. Since he dared to cause trouble, when has Ling Yan ever been afraid of trouble? Moreover, he was not the only one who beat up Sun Xing, there was also Shui Mining, right? Big brother Yun, come over quickly. This old man has woken up and vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. Shui Mining suddenly turned around and shouted at Ling Yan. Ling Yan waved his hand at Zhuang Meifeng, indicating that there was no need for her to worry. Then, he walked towards the group of helpless medical staff. Vomited blood? That's good, then I can remove the needles without worry. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot was working. After using the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot 4 times consecutively, he was extremely tired. At least his energy was not wasted. After delaying for so long, it was time for him to leave. After shopping with Shui Mining, he still had to bring Ling Yu home. Seeing Ling Yan walking over, Zhong Qingshan hurriedly smiled at him warmly and said, "Ling Yan, this old man has actually opened his eyes. He is still conscious, but because 2 of his ribs are broken, he cannot speak. Just now, he vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. What do you think we should do next?" Afraid that Ling Yun did not know, he explained the old man's situation in detail. Ling Yun nodded his head and walked straight to the old man's side. Then, he squatted down and used 3 fingers of his right hand to lightly touch the old man's left wrist. About half a minute later, Ling Yun lifted his hand to remove the needles. Just now, it was not that the old man could not move, but Ling Yun was afraid that he would have to follow the old man to the hospital if he was taken away by the ambulance. This was because only he could remove the needles of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. If someone else were to remove the needles carelessly, it would cause a huge mess. One mistake and the old man would lose his life again. Alright, just carry the old man to the ambulance and send him to the hospital. Now, other than his ribs, there are no other problems. As Ling Yun spoke, he placed all the silver needles back into the leather bag and carefully stored them away. Suddenly, the old man struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was fixed on Ling Yun as his lips moved non-stop. It seemed like he wanted to speak. "What are you called?" The old man seemed to have exhausted all his strength before he finally asked the question he wanted to ask. Although his voice was low, every word was clear. "My name is Ling Yun." "Old man, don't think too much. You have taken good care of your body. Otherwise, even the gods would not be able to save you today. As long as your ribs are healed, everything will be back to normal." Of course, Ling Yun understood what the old man meant. It was rare that he did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he smiled faintly and comforted the old man. Seeing Ling Yun like this, Shui Mining looked at him strangely. She did not know what this little demon girl was thinking about. At this moment, Zhong Qingshan had become the highest leader of all the rescuers in Jiangnan Provincial Hospital. He directed everyone to carry the old man onto the ambulance. Seeing the ambulance speeding away, he turned around and grabbed Ling Yun's hand tightly. "Ling Yun, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, a life would have been lost here." Ling Yun chuckled. His expression was calm as if he had not done anything. "Little Ning, now that we have saved the old man, can we go shopping?" Shui Mining's face was full of smiles as she nodded. "Of course, we have to buy a lot of things." Although she was not the one who saved a life, she was extremely happy at this moment. That was a human life, after all. "Let's go then?" Ling Yun suggested cheerfully. "Neither of you are allowed to leave." A traffic police officer was still a police officer. Ling Yun had beaten someone up right under her nose. She was stunned for a moment, but then she was furious. Being on duty on a Saturday was already troublesome enough. Now that there was such a serious traffic accident, and it was clearly a criminal case of malicious wounding, she felt troubled. If it were an ordinary person, it would not be so complicated. She could just leave it to the criminal police. However, the traffic police officer looked at the Audi Q7 that had dented the white BMW by more than 20 centimeters. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she would be implicated. This car was worth more than 1,000,000 yuan. And it had a military plate on it. This Sun Xing was not just the son of a rich family, or even a government official. He must have a military background. In this day and age, not everyone dared to call for the police officer's uniform to be stripped off after injuring someone on purpose. The most infuriating thing was that this fatty had beaten Sun Xing until he was half disabled. Wasn't he just making trouble for himself? That was why Ling Yun had gone to treat the old man after beating Sun Xing up like a dead dog. While everyone was busy, she did not stay idle. Not only did she secretly check on Sun Xing's injuries, but she also made 2 phone calls. One of them was to 120, and the other was to the criminal police. As long as both sides arrived, she only needed to hand over Sun Xing, the perpetrator, and Ling Yun, the assailant, to the criminal police. Naturally, she would have nothing to do. That way, she would not be breaking the rules and could protect herself. It could be said that this female traffic police officer was quite quick-witted. She handled such an urgent and complicated situation in an orderly and flawless manner. However, Ling Yun wanted to leave as if nothing had happened before the criminal police arrived. Of course, she was anxious and tried to stop him. Ling Yun frowned slightly as he looked at the female traffic police officer with a cold smile. "No one is allowed to leave?" "Why?" Ling Yun thought to himself. Not only did I not get any benefits from saving him, I even got myself into trouble. The two of you beat him up so badly. You can only leave after the police arrive. The female traffic police officer said confidently as she pointed at Sun Xing, who was trembling violently like a dead dog on the ground. There were still a lot of onlookers who did not leave. When they heard how the female traffic police officer handled the situation, they were unhappy. What? Do we still need the police to handle this? Exactly. It was such an obvious thing. This piece of trash had personally admitted that he intentionally bumped into someone. How could he not be beaten? Were they trying to harvest human lives as if they were harvesting chives? In my opinion, beating him to death is a light punishment. Yeah. He was basically a criminal. It was good to have one less person like him killed. This is to prevent him from running out and harming people again. This young man just saved 4 people in a row. He saved the dying and helped the injured. He should be praised. Why did you hand him over to the police? That's right. When Sun Xing was scolding that male officer, why didn't they even dare to fart? The male traffic policeman's face alternated between red and white as he listened to the crowd's discussion. He was very embarrassed. He also felt that his female colleague had gone a little too far. He had incurred public anger. He awkwardly walked to the female traffic police officer who was still standing there and said, *******, actually, I've taken a look. This Sun Xing only suffered some external injuries. Let's just let Ling Yan go and hand Sun Xing over to the police.'' So this female traffic police officer was called ****************. Seeing that she had incurred public anger and was being criticized in front of everyone, her face turned pale. However, she still stubbornly said, *Li Yang, we are doing things according to the law. We have to wait for the police to come and handle this.'' Could not help but look down on Li Yang. She thought to herself, you really are a coward and an idiot. After being scolded by Sun Xing for so long, you still can't think straight. If the family of the perpetrator with such a powerful background were to pursue this matter, both of us would not have a good life. Shui Mining was the first to lose her temper. She directly rushed forward and yelled at *******. I say, what kind of legal procedure are you following? You clearly knew that this Sun Xing intentionally injured someone. Why didn't you call the police to handle this? Zhuang Meifeng was knocked unconscious. Just as Brother Yun woke her up, Sun Xing came over to grab her hair and beat her up. Why didn't you stop him? Not only did we save her, but we also helped you punish the criminal. Instead, you asked the police to arrest us. Is this what you mean by following the law? Ling Yun, who was watching from the side, thought to himself, Shui Mining's eloquence is not bad. Every word she said was reasonable. Good, very good. Shui Mining's words made ***** speechless. He was stunned on the spot with an awkward expression on his face. Zhong Qingshan also came over. He first looked at Sun Xing, who was lying on the ground, and then said to ***** with a slightly angry expression, Comrade, Ling Yan beat someone up in a fit of rage. This is wrong, but he also saved 4 people. You should know how dangerous that old man is. It can be said that if it wasn't for Ling Yun, the old man would have died before the ambulance arrived. Then, this Sun Xing would have become a murderer. In other words, Ling Yun indirectly saved him, so what's wrong with beating him up? Although Zhong Qingshan was angry, his words were not as forceful as Shui Mining's. Instead, he argued on behalf of Ling Yun. This made Ling Yun nod his head slightly. Comrade, please let Ling Yun go. I will clarify this matter at the police station. Zhuang Meifeng also walked in front of ******. Although she sounded like she was negotiating, her expression was cold. Ling Yan beat up Sun Xing too. Protect her, this car accident was obviously targeted at her. He did not even care about her life. Zhuang Meifeng knew that if Ling Yan did not stop him just now, she would definitely be humiliated by Sun Xing based on her understanding of Sun Xing. He might even drag her into the car and rape her while she was unconscious. As for her own family, the entire Zhuang medical group could not wait for that to happen. All her resistance in the past would be for naught. Therefore, she was naturally grateful to Ling Yun from the bottom of her heart. No. Absolutely not. He was the one who beat up people, none of you can replace him. I know that he did it for a just cause, but everything has to be handled according to procedure. Asterisk 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 saw that he was standing on the opposite side of everyone and felt even more guilty. His tone became even more unyielding. Ling Yan smiled calmly and looked at asterisk 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 as if he was looking at a comical clown. He still did not say anything. Shui Mining saw that asterisk 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 was acting like a lunatic and refused to let them go. She was instantly enraged and completely flipped out. I say, don't think that you can bully us just because we are young. Let me tell you, we are leaving now. If you dare to stop us, I will rip your police uniform off right now. Big brother Yun, let's go. Shui Mining then grabbed onto Ling Yan's arm and took off. Her precious Ferrari was still parked on the road. She was too anxious to save people just now. Now that they were done, she started to worry about her car. That was a limited edition Ferrari. Even a slight scratch from another car would cause her heart to ache for a few days. Asterisk 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 did not see Shui Mining's car. If she had known that the two of them were driving a Ferrari, she would not have interfered. Hearing Shui Mining's words, asterisk 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 was stunned. She thought to herself, what's wrong with today? Why does a random person say that they can rip off their police uniform? However, she was now riding on a tiger. Seeing that the two of them were leaving, she did not think much and extended her arm to block them. Ling Yan shook his head helplessly as he continued walking with Shui Mining. When he got close to asterisk asterisk asterisk, he raised his hand and pointed at her. His movement was as fast as lightning and the position of his attack was very well hidden. Even asterisk 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 did not notice it. Seeing that Ling Yan was barging in, asterisk 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 wanted to stop him. However, she suddenly felt half of her body go numb and she could not even speak. The right side of her body felt like it had been electrocuted. Her right hand drooped down and her body swayed as she fell to the ground. He could only look on helplessly as Ling Yan and Shui Mining left. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what happened to you? Are you all right? Li Yang asked in confusion as he saw the stubborn asterisk 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 suddenly fall to the ground. Asterisk 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 did not know what was wrong with her. She could only speak after a minute or two. No, nothing. Asterisk 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 asterisk's face was pale as she stuttered. Was there really such a thing as retribution? Zhuang Meifeng was shocked. Zhuang Meifeng watched as Ling Yan left. She wanted to chase after him, but after hesitating for a long time, she shook her head and returned to her car. Everything had happened because of her. Of course she couldn't leave before the police arrived. Ling Yan and Shui Mining returned to the car quickly. Shui Mining was relieved to see that the Ferrari was safe. That female officer was so infuriating. We were just doing what was right. Big brother Yun, are you angry? Shui Mining started the car and stepped hard on the accelerator as if the accelerator was Sun Xing's face. Ling Yan laughed. Why would I be angry? We saved someone and beat up that B** starred. I'm in a good mood. Big brother Yun, is that old man really okay? Did he hurt his brain? I saw that you put so many needles on his head. They were all major acupuncture points. Right now, Shui Mining was full of admiration for Ling Yun. She kept calling him brother Ling Yun, which made Ling Yun's bones melt. Yes, as long as his ribs are reconnected in the hospital and he recovers, he will be back to normal in 100 days. To be honest, Ling Yan thought of the two girls, Zhuang Meifeng, and the old man who wanted to open his eyes to look at him. It felt good to be able to save someone's life. Big brother Yun, you are amazing. Shui Mining was not stingy with her praise and admiration. 7 minutes later, Shui Mining stopped the car in front of a luxurious shopping mall. Even so, when Shui Mining parked the car in front of the mall, the limited edition Ferrari still attracted everyone's attention. It couldn't be helped, this car was just too eye-catching. At the same time, Shui Mining's beautiful face and her long, white legs were simply too dazzling. Ling Yan could feel the envious gazes of the people around him. No matter how eye-catching it was, it couldn't be as eye-catching as flying on a sword. Ling Yan imagined himself riding on a sword and looking down at the world from the sky. He ignored the gazes of the people around him and swaggered behind Shui Mining into the mall's main hall. It couldn't be helped, everyone looked at him as if he was a beautiful flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. The main hall of the mall was a place where all kinds of jewelry and branded phones were sold. Shui Mining was obviously very familiar with this place. She turned around and grabbed Ling Yun's arm with both of her hands and dragged him straight to the destination. "Brother Ling Yun, how can you not have a phone? Look at how people ask for your contact details but you don't even have one. Let's go buy a phone first." It seemed like the little beauty had remembered the scene of Zhong Qingshan asking for Ling Yun's contact information. Of course, this was exactly what Ling Yun wanted. She was indeed worth teaching. He had a total of 20,000 yuan and spent 9,000 yuan yesterday. Now, he only had a little more than half of it left. Of course, he couldn't bear to buy a phone for himself. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't want a phone if it was given to him. This was because he realized that in this technologically advanced world, it was really inconvenient to not have a phone as a means of communication. Not to mention, if someone around him was in danger or trouble, he would be able to contact him immediately. After all, the uncomfortable feeling at the scene of the car accident was very clear to Ling Yun. He didn't know if the other party was after him or his family. "Brother Ling Yun, let's buy an iPhone 5. We can use the same phone." Hee. Shui Mining dragged Ling Yun directly to the apple counter and pointed at the different colors of apples under the transparent glass. "What color do you like?" "Black." Shui Mining nodded and said to the salesperson, "Please take a black iPhone 5. The salesperson seemed to have rarely seen such a straightforward customer. They were very enthusiastic and thoughtful. One of the girls with a ponytail asked politely, "Do you want to pay by cash or card?" Shui Mining smiled and said, "By card." "This way please." The ponytailed girl gestured for Shui Mining to follow her. Then, she brought Shui Mining to swipe her card. "Sir, would you like me to help you test the machine?" Another salesperson asked with a smile. Ling Yun shook his head. No need. He already knew how to use the phone when he and the little gambling god bought it for Ling Yu yesterday. Hence, he asked the salesperson to wrap it up for him. In less than 3 minutes, Shui Mining was back. Looking at the new phone in front of Ling Yun, she giggled. "Big brother Yun, I know a friend. He has a very good number. I'll give him a call later and ask him to reserve a good number for you. Do you want numbers ending with 6 8s or 6 9s? Ling Yun thought to himself that this little beauty was really thoughtful. Not only did she give him a phone, but she also gave him a beautiful number. He chuckled and said, "How can I accept that? I like 6 9s, but can you get him to give me another 6 8s? I have a use for it too." Yesterday, when they were buying a mobile phone, Tang Meng grumbled that his phone number was only 4 8s and he felt that it was not cool enough. Now that Ling Yun heard that Shui Mining had such good connections, it would be strange if he did not ask for more. Moreover, Ling Yu's phone number was just an ordinary number. It was time to give her a new one. Ling Yun could not help but feel proud as he thought about the expression on Tang Meng's face when he gave such a good phone number to him. Shui Mining could not help but twitch her mouth. Big brother Yun was really daring. Did he think that such a good number was a cabbage that could be found by the roadside? If he did not know the head of Qingshui City, he would not have given it to us. Looking at Shui Mining's expression, Ling Yun knew that she was in a difficult position. Thus, he tried to provoke her. "It's okay. If you can't get it, then you can't get it. You can just use an ordinary number." Shui Mining fell for his trick. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "Who said I can't get it? But I can only ask for 4 at most. I can't ask for more." Ling Yun was waiting for her to say this. Thinking that 4 was enough, he quickly smiled and nodded. "That's enough. Why do I need so many beautiful numbers? It's not like I can eat them." Their conversation was seen by the Apple Store staff, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The number ending with 6 8s? 6 9s? And he even asked for 4 at once. The relationship between these two students must be out of this world. After buying the phone, Shui Mining dragged Ling Yun to the 4th floor of the shopping mall. This floor mainly sold high-end men's clothing. "Big brother Yun, what clothes are you planning to buy? Sportswear? Casual wear? Or a suit shirt?" Shui Mining asked impatiently as soon as they reached the fourth floor. 2 sets of sportswear should be enough. I need to lose weight for the next 2 months. I won't be able to wear anything else. Ling Yan did not want to buy anything else. After all, he was confident that he could lose 60 to 70 kilograms in 2 months. If he bought it now, he would not be able to wear it after 2 months. How can you do that? You can't keep on losing weight, right? Besides, you have to wear formal clothes when you meet people and do things. Shui Mining did not give Ling Yan a chance to explain himself. She dragged him to buy all the famous brand clothing counters. Soon, they had bought 2 sets of Nike sportswear and 2 pairs of Nike sports shoes. Shui Mining then dragged him to buy a shirt and a suit. Ling Yan could not help but be speechless. In the blink of an eye, she had already spent more than $20,000. This Shui Mining really did not care about money, he was right. Shui Mining had never cared about money when she was shopping. Sportswear was easy to buy, but suits were not. Who asked Ling Yan to be so fat? After trying on a few suits, Shui Mining could not help but feel discouraged. Big brother Yun, you are at least 1.8 meters tall, right? Why are you so fat? It's such a waste of such a good rack. Shui Mining complained with a frown. That's why I'm trying so hard to lose weight. Forget it, let's come back in 2 months. I promise, I will only lose at most 50 kilograms in 2 months. Ling Yan was helpless. He thought to himself that it would be better if he was the one eating. Wasn't he trying so hard to lose weight? What? You are at least 100 kilograms now, right? 150 kilograms in 2 months? With the way you were eating this afternoon? Stop bragging. Shui Mining snorted at Ling Yan's confidence that he would reduce his weight to 150 kilograms, a height of 1.8 meters and a weight of 150 kilograms was almost the standard for a perfect body. Shui Mining would never believe that he could lose at least 60 kilograms in 2 months. Ling Yan smiled calmly and did not explain himself. Facts speak louder than words. In 2 months, or even a month, he would surprise everyone. But it's going to be my birthday in 10 days. You have to come then. My parents will be coming from Beijing, you. Shui Mining counted with her fingers as she did her own calculations. Ling Yan smiled without saying a word. So this was what Shui Mining was planning. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but pat Shui Mining's head. His lips curled into a confident smile as he said gently, "Don't worry, I'll definitely go. It doesn't matter what I wear, right?" Shui Mining was shocked. Once again, she saw Ling Yan's bright and friendly smile. It was a smile that could pierce through anyone's heart. She could not help but be in a daze. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in her heart as her face turned red. The weather is getting warmer. I can't wear a suit anymore. Let's buy a shirt. Ling Yan suggested as he looked at Shui Mining with interest. It was rare to see Shui Mining shy. It could be said that the two of them had fought, laughed, and cried in the past few hours. However, this did not hinder Ling Yan's gradual recognition of Shui Mining. The little demon girl was as passionate as fire. She dared to think and act. It was rare that she knew how to be filial and had a kind heart. As for her stubbornness and coquettishness, Ling Yan did not take it to heart. The two of them bought so many things. Shui Mining was the one paying with her credit card. It was inevitable that the shop assistants in the mall would look at Ling Yan strangely. However, Ling Yan did not care. He had saved Miracle Dr. Shui's life. Ling Yan knew that in the future, he would definitely give Shui Mining more than what he had received from her. This was Ling Yan. If someone gave him a drop of water, he would give them an ocean. Alright, then let's not buy a suit. Let's go buy a shirt. You should eat less and lose weight. You're too fat. Shui Mining said softly. She seemed to have thought of something. It was rare for her to be shy and gentle. Next, Shui Mining bought 2 Versace shirts, 2 pairs of men's pants, and a pair of Levi's jeans for Ling Yan. At this point, Ling Yan's hands were filled with bags of all sizes. He could not carry any more. Little Ning, is this enough? I can't even carry this much. As much as Ling Yan liked to take advantage of others, he felt a little embarrassed. Shui Mining's shopping style was really domineering. She bought whatever she liked without looking at the price. Ling Yan calculated silently. In less than half an hour, they had already spent 40,000 yuan. Shui Mining finally stopped. Looking at the shopping bags in Ling Yan's hands, she smiled in satisfaction. I think it's enough. Let's go back to the car and put these things down. Then, we can buy mine. Ling Yan staggered. You're still buying? Shui Mining pouted. Of course. Are you saying that I'm only buying for you and not me? Ling Yan looked at Shui Mining. He finally understood how scary it was to accompany a girl shopping. Ling Yan threw all the things he bought into the back seat of the Ferrari, stretched his arms, and said with a frown. It's only been a while, and they're all for you. Really? It was rare for Shui Mining to see Ling Yan frowning. She thought to herself, so this is what you're most afraid of. I'll know how to torture you in the future. I'm an invincible shopaholic. Suddenly, Shui Mining's phone rang. She frowned, took out her phone and looked at the caller ID. Her face darkened even further. This Li Qingchuan is so annoying. Shui Mining stomped her feet in annoyance and snorted. However, she still picked up the phone in front of Ling Yan. Before the other party could speak, she scolded, "Didn't I tell you not to call me casually? Why are you calling again?" Ling Yan could hear a clear but lazy voice coming from the other end of the phone. Little Ning Er, I didn't call you casually, it's been 2 days since I last called you. Li Qingchuan. Stop wasting time with me. If you have something to say, spit it out. Little Ning Er, guess where I am and what I'm doing now. I don't have time to waste with you. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. Little Ning, I'm at Wangfujing now. I'm here to buy you a birthday present. I'm interested in a necklace, a watch and a piece of jade. Tell me, what do you like? I don't like anything, I won't like you either. Don't waste your time. Ling Yan thought that it was very interesting. So, it turned out that the guy on the phone, Li Qingchuan, had fallen in love with Shui Mining. Taking advantage of the fact that it was almost her birthday, he bought her a birthday present to please her. Little Ning, it doesn't matter if you don't like me, the important thing is that I like you. Why don't I buy them all for you? Speaking of which, this lazy Li Qingchuan was really patient and thick-skinned. He seemed to be used to being rejected by Shui Mining. Li Qingchuan, I'm begging you. Don't like me anymore. What do you like about me? I'll change, alright? Shui Mining could not stand Li Qingchuan's pestering anymore. She stomped her feet and said bitterly. Ling Yan was amused by Shui Mining's famous saying and couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other end of the phone, the extremely handsome Li Qingchuan heard Ling Yan's laughter and his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in shock, Little Ning, who are you with? Why do I hear a man laughing beside you? Shui Mining replied in disdain, What's wrong? What's wrong with having a guy by my side? Do I have to report to you who I hang out with? Of course not. Tell me who that brat is, and see how I'll deal with him when I get back. On the other end of the phone, Li Qingchuan almost jumped 3 feet into the air. His handsome eyebrows shot up and his tone changed from lazy to cold and heartless. Are you kidding me? I've been chasing her for 2 years. My future wife, whom I've already reserved for a long time, actually has a man by her side. Ling Yan did not mind at all. However, Shui Mining got even angrier when she heard that Li Qingchuan wanted to deal with someone. She yelled into the phone, Li Qingchuan, I'm telling you, don't spend all day dealing with this and that. If you piss me off, I'll call Uncle Li and see how he's going to deal with you. Li Qingchuan could not take it anymore when Shui Mining flew into a rage. He immediately became listless and begged in a soft voice, Little Ning, my good sister, why did you tell my father about us? Alright, I won't deal with that person anymore. You have to at least tell me who he is, right? What's his relationship with you? Shui Mining suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Yan. Her intelligent big eyes darted around and she suddenly had an idea. She giggled and said, he accompanied me for lunch at Qingshui restaurant and went shopping with me for the entire afternoon. What do you think is his relationship with me? Little Ning, please don't scare me like that. You know that my heart isn't that good. He. He. He can't be your boyfriend, right? Li Qingchuan's face was ashen as he asked cautiously, hoping that Shui Mining would give him a different answer. Congratulations. You're right. Shui Mining's evil plan had succeeded. She was overjoyed and immediately ended the call. In Beijing's Wangfujing, Li Qingchuan stared blankly at his phone. His face was filled with disbelief. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to burn the entire Wangfujing down to vent the anger in his heart. This guy was really super handsome. Standing at 1.78 meters tall, he had a slender body with an ape's back and a wasp's waist. His eyebrows were straight and his mouth was square. The branded suit that he was wearing looked like it was tailor-made for him. However, Li Qingchuan's mood and expression were not very good. Not only was it not good, it was very ugly. The little Ning heir that I've been chasing after for more than 2 years actually has a boyfriend? Impossible. Little Ning heir is weird, she must be lying to me, yes, she must be lying to me. I've asked Tang Meng to help me keep an eye on her. Who would dare to get close to her? Li Qingchuan believed that no matter who wanted to get close to Shui Mining, they would have to go through Tang Meng first. Now that Tang Meng did not call him, he must be fine. Thinking of this, Li Qingchuan's expression became slightly better. However, today was Saturday, so little Ning heir should be shopping. So who could be accompanying her now? No matter who that guy is, since he dares to get close to my little Ning heir, I'll make him die a horrible death. No way. I must get Tang Meng to investigate. Who knows, this guy might be so addicted to gambling that he has forgotten all about what I've told him. Li Qingchuan did not care if Tang Meng was in class or not. Of course, Tang Meng was not in class. He was watching a movie with Zhao Lei in the male dormitory. Yes, that's right, the movie playing on his laptop was a romance film from Japan. However, it was obvious that this guy had watched too many of these films. He was not panting or flushing as Li Qingchuan had imagined. At this moment, Tang Meng's phone suddenly rang. F*CK, who's calling me at this time? Don't they know that I'm in class? Tang Meng arrogantly swung his long hair and picked up the phone. Io, it's Brother Chuan. Zhao Lei, stop the movie. Seeing that it was Li Qingchuan, Tang Meng hurriedly asked Zhao Lei to stop the movie before answering the call. Brother Chuan, why are you calling now? Aren't you coming back a week later? Li Qingchuan was the #1 hedonist in Xianxia City. He was the son of Xianxia City's top dog, Li Yifeng, in Xianxia City, who could compete with him in terms of family background. Furthermore, Li Qingchuan was a dazzling figure in Xianxia High. He was the most famous person in Xianxia City. Therefore, no matter how arrogant Tang Meng was, he had to be polite to his idol and big brother. Hey, what are you busy with all day long? Didn't I ask you to help me keep an eye on little Ning? What did you do to me? Tang Meng rolled his eyes in confusion. Shui Mining? Shui Mining is fine. I've already said it. Who would dare to provoke her? Brother Chuan, little Ning is fine. At least no one dares to provoke her. It's been 2 years since anyone dared to provoke her. What's wrong? Don't brag. When I called little Ning just now, she was shopping with a guy. I'm telling you, no matter what you do, you have to find out who that guy is. Who dares to steal my wife? I'll skin him alive when I get back. Tang Meng panicked. What? Brother Chuan? You're saying there's a guy shopping with little Ning? Is he tired of living? Alright, don't worry. I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. If I find out who it is, you don't have to do anything. I'll beat him until he can't take care of himself. Tang Meng thumped his chest and said resolutely. Wasn't this bullshit? He, Tang Meng, had been spreading the word in school for 2 years. In between, there were a few people who tried to get close to Shui Mining. All of them were beaten to a pulp by him and no longer dared to have any thoughts about Shui Mining. Zhao Lei looked at Tang Meng on the phone and could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Looks like there's going to be another fight. Xianxia City's pedestrian street. After Shui Mining hung up the phone with Li Qingchuan, she was in a daze for a while. Suddenly, she blurted out, Brother Yun, be my boyfriend. Ling Yan thought that Shui Mining would go straight to the shopping mall after hanging up the phone. He was doing his warm-up exercises. When he heard this out of the blue, he almost fell to the ground. WH. What? Shui Mining's face turned even redder than a ripe tomato. She then smiled sweetly and said, "Why are you overreacting? I said I want you to be my boyfriend." Ling Yun was stunned. Me? Your boyfriend? What the hell was going on? Looking at Ling Yun's dumbfounded expression, Shui Mining quickly added, "Not a real boyfriend, just a fake one. When the time comes, you just have to lie to Li Qingchuan. He's annoying me to death." No way. Ling Yun had heard it clearly just now. The guy on the other end of the phone had not given up on Shui Mining. Just by looking at Shui Mining's identity, Ling Yun knew that Li Qingchuan's identity was definitely not ordinary for him to be able to chase after Shui Mining for 2 years, using him as a shield. Wasn't that digging a hole for himself to jump into? Therefore, Ling Yun's rejection was resolute and resolute. "Brother Yun, I bought so many things for you. Can't you do me such a small favor?" Shui Mining displayed her successful coquettish skills again. She pouted her sexy lips and looked at Ling Yun pitifully with her big watery eyes. She wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's arm and shook it for a while. As the saying goes, those who eat from others have a short tongue and those who take from others have a soft spot. Furthermore, Ling Yun really could not stand Shui Mining's pitiful expression. He furrowed his brows and thought for a while before saying reluctantly, then, "Alright, but you have to give me a deadline. Brother Yun, you're the best. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Just make that Li Qingchuan give up completely. I would like to ask for a few numbers with numbers ending with 6 8s or 6 9s. Do you still have them? Really? That's great. I don't need a lot, just 4 will do. You're giving me 5? Really? Thank you so much, Uncle Wang. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Is it the business hall on the pedestrian street? I'm at the shopping mall right now. I'll go and get them at 5:30 p.m. Ling Yun's plump body leaned against the red Ferrari as he looked at Shui Mining, who was on the phone not far away with a mysterious smile on his face. It seemed like it was the same no matter which world it was. With power, connections, one would be able to take advantage of the situation and obtain resources that others could only look up to. Tang Meng was pretty awesome in school, right? However, the cell phone numbers only ended with 4 8s. Shui Mining, this little girl, was able to get so many cell phone numbers with just a simple phone call. Her background was definitely not ordinary, so, what kind of person was old Shui? Ling Yun's interest in old Shui's background was piqued. After ending the call, Shui Mining happily strode over to Ling Yun with her beautiful legs. Her right arm naturally hooked onto Ling Yun's arm as she pulled him into the shopping mall, ignoring the fact that her breasts were being squeezed by Ling Yun. "It's done. Now it's time to go shopping." Yay! Shui Mining was in a good mood today. Not only was her grandfather's illness temporarily cured, she even saved the life of an old man in the afternoon. Now, she even came up with such a brilliant idea to get rid of Li Qingchuan. Shui Mining was so happy that she even started humming a tune. Once they entered the shopping mall, Shui Mining was like a fish back in the sea. She weaved in and out of all kinds of branded clothing stores like a butterfly, choosing the brands that she liked. "Brother Yun, what do you think of this red dress? Does it look good? Isn't it too revealing? If it's too deep, would you dare to wear it?" Ling Yun looked at Shui Mining in the red dress and the deep cleavage that was squeezed out by her snow-white flesh. He could not help but tremble. "Brother Yun, how about this white dress? It feels so good." It's too transparent, I can see that your underwear is pink." The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched. Looking at the blurry pink under the white skirt, his eyes twitched. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. "Big Brother Yun, aren't these hot pants sexy?" "It's sexy enough, but it's even shorter than the one you're wearing. It can't even cover your boobs." A quarter of her perky buttocks were squeezed out of her pants. That was way too short, wasn't it? However, very quickly, Ling Yun realized the mistake of speaking out of turn, so much so that when Shui Mining put on another piece of clothing for him to review, he would repeat the same sentence 3 times. "Beautiful. You look so beautiful in this dress. Sexy. So sexy. It makes Ning Er's figure even more perfect. Aya, this purple dress is practically tailor-made for you. Look at this low cut, this waist, it's really fitting. If he didn't say that, Shui Mining would continue shopping here until the mall closed for the day. If that was the case, how could he bring Ling Yu home? Dream on, Ling Yan swore to himself that he would rather carry his sandbag and run tens of kilometers than go shopping with Shui Mining. While Ling Yan and Shui Mining were shopping in the mall, Qingshui First High School's third period had just ended. The school bell, Xianxia, had turned her head back countless times. She stared at Ling Yan's empty seat with a complicated expression on her face. From anticipation to disappointment, from anxiety to anger, Xianxia's mood was getting worse and worse. Her face was filled with disappointment. I just gave you some revision materials in the morning and you're playing truant in the afternoon? Could it be that you're really useless? It's only been a day and you're already showing your true colors? Zhang Ling noticed that Xianxia's face was getting darker and darker. She knew that she was angry at Ling Yan for skipping class. She sighed and said, Xianxia, don't keep turning your head back. Ling Yan definitely won't be back this afternoon. Furthermore, even if he makes it back, he would have entered from the classroom entrance. What's the point of looking at his seat? Xianxia snorted angrily and said, I'm really pissed off by him. I thought he had turned over a new leaf after just a day, but he's skipping class for the entire afternoon. Zhang Ling rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, maybe Ling Yan has something he can't avoid in the afternoon. I don't think he's skipping class on purpose. Otherwise what? Otherwise, he's afraid that you'll look for him after school, so he went out early in the afternoon to hide. Him? He's afraid of me? Look at how arrogant he was yesterday, there's no way he's afraid of me. Xianxia said angrily. Xianxia, you have to think about it this way. Ling Yan was very arrogant yesterday, but didn't he only hit guys? There were many girls who mocked and ridiculed him in the past. Why didn't he hit them? In my opinion, he didn't come to class in the afternoon because he didn't want to face you. I asked Zhang Dong during the first period and he said that he went out to buy things in the afternoon. Xianxia was even more furious. Buy things? What kind of things would take an entire afternoon to buy? Who would believe that? I think he went out to surf the internet again. Zhang Ling was speechless. She looked thoughtfully at Xianxia, who was on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, she laughed and asked, Xianxia, what's the rush? Tomorrow is a holiday and Ling Yan will be back in class by next Monday at the latest. Did you forget that he told Ling Yu yesterday that from next week onwards, he won't be skipping class anymore? Back then, when they left the Savant's restaurant, Ling Yan said that he wanted to buy some stuff. Ling Yu was afraid that he would be late for class, so she didn't want him to go. Ling Yan promised Ling Yu at that time. But there's only 2 months left. How can he not focus on his studies and still want to get into Yanjing University? Dream on. Zhang Ling giggled. Xianxia, you seem to really want Ling Yan to get into Yanjing University? She then continued, Sigh, if Ling Yan really comes back later, are you really going to ask him out to teach him a lesson? Xianxia said angrily, it'll be a miracle if he comes back. If he dares to come back, of course I'll teach him a good lesson. In any case, I'm the class monitor of our class, okay? Xianxia had a belly full of anger and was waiting for Ling Yan to come back so that she could vent her anger like a volcano. Qingshui City's First People's Hospital, Surgical Intensive Care Ward. Sir, you can't smoke in the ward. Scram. Don't give me that, do you believe that I won't find someone to gang rape you? The young nurse was insulted, and her face turned red. But when she looked at the several flamboyant boys in the room who were obviously full of hormones, she did not refute in the end. She swallowed her anger and left. Humph, how dare a mere nurse barge into my ward and make a scene? Damn it. Go Junfa was insufferably arrogant. He was currently in a very bad mood. Everyone was an eyesore to him, and he wanted to curse at everyone he saw. His left cheek was swollen like a big bun and there were still 3 teeth in his mouth that had just been replaced. He sucked in a mouthful of smoke and grimaced in pain. How could he be in a good mood? Brother Fa, have you thought about how to deal with Ling Yan? Lu Qingtian asked as he sat on the sofa in the intensive care ward with a cigarette in his mouth. He wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh at Go Junfa's pitiful appearance. Not only did Go Junfa lose 3 teeth, but he was also cheated of $9,000. There was no way he would let go of this grudge. Money was a small matter, but face was a big deal. If they did not get back at Ling Yun, the reputation that they had built in Qingshui High for the past 3 years would be ruined. Brother Liu, I think you should look for your father and ask him to talk to the school leaders to expel Ling Yun. One of Go Junfa's blonde-haired followers suggested. Idiot, with Ling Yan's attitude, what's the difference if he is expelled or not? He won't even be able to get into any university. How are we going to take revenge on him after he is expelled? Go Junfa glared at the blonde who came up with the idea and scolded him. He then turned to Lu Qingtian and smiled evilly. I've thought of 3 ways. Ling Yun will definitely get someone to beat him up and let him know that I'm not someone to be trifled with. Also, find someone to find out where he lives. We'll think of a way to cause some trouble for his family. I want his family to never have a day of peace. Also, we'll start with Ning Lingyu. So what if she's the campus belle? The right side of Go Junfa's mouth that was not swollen curled into a sinister smile. Lu Qingtian frowned. Brother Fa, Ning Lingyu is Xia Zhenyan's food. If we touch her, I'm afraid Xia Zhenyan will find trouble with us. His father is the deputy mayor. Go Junfa looked at Lu Qingtian with disdain. Are you stupid? If we can't do it in the open, can't we do it in the dark? At that time, if we refuse to admit it, what can Xia Zhenyan do to us? Furthermore, do you think Ning Lingyu will ask Xia Zhenyan to stand up for her? If we really can't do it, we'll go straight to Xia Zhenyan and let him take advantage of us. I don't believe that he won't eat the meat that's already in his hands. Lu Qingtian was still frowning. But there's still Tang Meng. The whole school knows that Tang Meng is interested in Ning Lingyu. If Tang Meng causes trouble, it won't be easy for us to deal with him. Lu Qingtian was indeed the son of the director of education. He was very meticulous in his thinking. Even though Tang Meng's father was the deputy director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, he was still at the same rank as Lu Qingtian's father. However, he was the leader of the Public Security Bureau. Lu Qingtian had no choice but to consider this. If Tang Meng were to get angry, he would ask his father to arrest them and get to the bottom of the matter. Both of them would be in deep trouble. Go Junfa was not stupid. His father, Go Lianqing, was in the real estate and entertainment industry. He was well connected with both the legal and illegal sides. Of course, he understood Lu Qingtian's intention. After thinking for a while, Go Junfa laughed sinisterly. Then let's delay the matter of targeting Ning Lingyu. Let's bring some people to beat up Ling Yun and make him stay in the hospital until the end of the year. Ling Yun seems to be very good at fighting. This time, we'll bring 30 people. Let's see how many people he can beat up. What did it mean to spend money like water? Just look at Shui Mining. This one, and that pink one. They're the same size. I want them all. Shui Mining was so busy shopping that she forgot about the time and started shopping at all the famous stores. Ling Yun had already become a human shelf. His hands were filled with shopping bags. Not only that, his arms were also filled with shopping bags of various brands. If Shui Mining were to buy more, the shopping bags would probably be hanging around his neck. Ling Yan's expression was as bitter as it could be. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the soul of a tribulation cultivator, he would have burst into tears in the shopping mall. Shui Mining bought the same black, white, and pink short skirt and stuffed it into Ling Yan's arms. She was about to run to the next shoe store. Ahem. Little Ning, it's 5:20 p.m. now. Ling Yan reminded her with a bitter face. Only 5:20 p.m.? It's still a long time before the mall closes. They don't close until 10 p.m. Shui Mining asked with a puzzled look on her face. Ling Yan forced a smile that was uglier than crying and reminded Shui Mining, I mean, the time you agreed with Uncle Wang. What Uncle Wang? Oh no. Let's go, let's not buy any more. After hearing Ling Yan's reminder, Shui Mining suddenly remembered that she had to get her phone number at 5:30 p.m. Seeing that the shopper finally remembered this matter, Ling Yan was relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. He was truly grateful to Uncle Wang whom he had never met before. Shui Mining wasn't hesitant at all. She left the mall without hesitation and arrived at the parking lot. Ling Yan threw all the things into the car and felt a lot lighter. There were 2 sandbags tied to his legs. Big brother Ling Yan, let's go. It's at the crossroad in front. Ling Yan had no objections. As long as he did not have to accompany Shui Mining shopping anymore, he would not object. The 2 of them walked very quickly. It only took them a few minutes to cover a distance of a few hundred meters. As Ling Yan was in a rush to get back to school before school ended, she did not enter the service hall. Shui Mining went in to get the number herself and completed all the procedures in less than 10 minutes. It was obvious that Uncle Wang had already prepared everything. Here. You can have these 4 cards. I'm going to use this one myself. I've spent another 50,000. Shui Mining stuffed the 4 numbers into Ling Yan's hand and kept one for herself. Ling Yan scratched his head in confusion. Why did he spend another 50,000? Didn't you want this pretty account? Why are you still spending money? Ling Yan asked in confusion. Shui Mining rolled her eyes. Are you out of your mind? It's impossible for ordinary people to get a good number like this. No matter who uses it, they have to pay the phone bill in advance. It's already good enough that they gave us such a good number. Are they going to pay the phone bill for us? Ling Yan thought that it made sense. Favors were favors, systems were systems, and money was money. They were all clearly differentiated. Of course, to be able to use such a pretty account, they are definitely rich and respectable. No one would care about paying tens of thousands in advance. Uncle Wang only let me pay 10,000 for each number. That's already a huge favor. Shui Mining explained to Ling Yan as they walked. Ling Yan nodded his head in approval. He was glad that Shui Mining told him about this. Otherwise, Tang Meng would have profited a lot. Hee, when I give Tang Meng a pretty account, I'll definitely take advantage of him. Big brother Yun, this shopping mall is not bad. There are a few international brands. Let's go in and take a look. Ling Yan was just thinking about how to take advantage of Tang Meng when he heard Shui Mining's words. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Ahem. Little Ning, I've already skipped class for the entire afternoon. I'm such a hard-working student. I shouldn't have done that. Today is Saturday, and I still have to go home after school. Let's go shopping next time. Ling Yan criticized himself seriously and said. Pfft. Shui Mining stared blankly at Ling Yan. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, she doubled over in laughter. She was laughing so hard that she was convulsing back and forth. You? Hardworking? Motivated? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Shui Mining laughed until her stomach hurt. The only person who could be so shameless, so righteous, and make such a deep self-criticism was probably Big Brother Yun, who was right in front of her. Shui Mining finally stopped laughing. She wiped her tears and said, Big Brother Yun, don't lie to me. Who in Qingshui Hai doesn't know your name? Alright, I've had you for so long. It's time to send you back. Ling Yan was afraid that Shui Mining would go back on her words. He put his arm around Shui Mining's shoulder and went straight to the parking lot. At 6:20 p.m., Shui Mining stopped the car at a secluded spot about 200 meters away from the school gate. Big Brother Yun, I don't want to be talked about by the other students. I won't send you to the school gate, okay? Don't forget about the sandalwood box in the trunk. You have to use that. 2099999 number. Remember, I'll call you tomorrow. Shui Mining did not know why she said that. She blushed after saying it. The phone number she had left for him was 2199999. Ling Yan was busy packing his things. It didn't matter which number it was. However, he still agreed to it. Big Brother Yun, I still have something to ask you. It was rare for Shui Mining to stutter, obviously hesitating. What is it? At the scene of the car accident, why did you come over and beat up Sun Xing before giving the old man acupuncture treatment? Shui Mining's face was as red as charcoal, but she pretended to be calm. She looked at Ling Yan with a pair of intelligent eyes and asked expectantly. Ling Yan did not think much of it. He smiled and said, I don't care what he did to Zhuang Mei Feng, but he shouldn't have pushed you. Shui Mining's beautiful face flashed with a trace of unconcealable joy as her heart trembled. School had already ended and Shui Mining did not want to attract the attention of her classmates. After Ling Yan got off the car with his things, she smiled at him and waved. The Ferrari sped away. Ling Yan stood at the same spot, looking at the flashy Ferrari that roared into the distance. His gaze changed, and his expression was complicated. Is this what it means to be on top of the world? She lived in a big villa with such a beautiful view, drove a flashy limited edition sports car, could casually take off someone else's police uniform, and could get such a flashy account just by saying hello. She spent more than 100,000 in 2 hours shopping. She didn't even blink when she spent money like water. Only after Shui Mining's car had completely disappeared from view did Ling Yan regain his senses. With a confident smile on his face, he strode towards the school gate with a determined look in his eyes. Look. That's Ling Yan. Oh my god, why is he carrying so many things? Versace. Boss. Nike. iPhone 5. Oh my god, they're all branded. F***ck, did Ling Yan rob a bank? Where did he get so much money? That's at least $40,000 to $50,000. What's that thing he's carrying in his hands? It looks like a wooden box. F***ck, Ling Yan's design is really unique. The students who had just left school were all grade 12 students. Seeing Ling Yan's hands full of shopping bags and carrying an antique wooden box, they all stopped in their tracks to take a closer look. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ling Yan did not care about their gazes and comments. He walked with his head held high and arrogant. If you know my phone number, you'll be scared to death. In this era where information was the most important, the most eye-catching thing was not the branded items but the phone number. In the hallway outside the grade 12 classroom. Look, isn't that Ling Yan? Wow, he's carrying so many shopping bags. It's really him. That's Versace. A sharp-eyed girl recognized the shopping bag that Ling Yan was carrying from afar. As he strode forward with his head held high, she exclaimed in surprise. Soon, regardless of whether it was grade 12 class 1 or grade 12 class 6, all the students who had not left the classroom rushed out of the classroom. In this day and age, it was not a big deal for a student to occasionally buy branded items. However, if it was Ling Yan, then it was a different story. The entire grade 12 corridor was in an uproar. Ning Lingyu was in the classroom waiting for her brother to call her home. When she heard the screams outside the classroom, she immediately ran out. Xianxia, come out. Ling Yan is really back. Zhang Ling rushed into the classroom and waved at Xianxia. Xianxia thought that Ling Yan was going to avoid her today. She was just about to pack her bag and go home when she heard that Ling Yan was back. She ran out of the classroom immediately. Where is he? He's almost at their dormitory. Wow, he's carrying so many things. They're all branded items. Zhang Ling raised her hand and pointed. Xianxia looked in the direction that Zhang Ling was pointing and was about to explode. Her eyesight was very good. Therefore, she could clearly see that Ling Yan was carrying branded items. They were the best of the best. Didn't you say that we're from two different worlds? I've thrown away my low-key luxurious clothes and changed into the most ordinary of clothes and handbags. I've been meticulously groomed so that I can be close to your life, also that you won't look at me like that, but you, not only did you skip class for the entire afternoon, you actually went out and bought a bunch of branded items, just to show off? Or, is it to be close to my life? Xianxia's brows furrowed and her eyes glazed over. Her expression kept changing as she watched the fat figure enter the dormitory. Let's go. We'll wait for him at his dormitory entrance. Young Master Tang, Ling Yan has returned from school and Ning Lingyu has left the classroom. Zhao. Lei retracted his gaze from the window and turned his head to report to Tang Meng, who was lying on the bed with his legs crossed and smoking. Ever since Tang Meng received the call from Li Qingchuan, he was no longer in the mood to watch any action movies. He was wondering who had the guts to provoke the tiger's whiskers. Isn't he trying to give me a hard time? If I can't find this daring brat before Brotherly returns to Qingshui City, I'll have wasted my time here. Of course, he did not forget to ask Zhao Lei to keep an eye on grade 12 class 1's Ning Lingyu after school. When he heard Ling Yun say he was going to bring Ning Lingyu home yesterday, Tang Meng was tempted. This was a great opportunity to be her escort. In the past, it was not that he did not want to send Ning Lingyu home, but after a few attempts, Ning Lingyu rejected him coldly. However, things were different now. With Ling Yun around to take advantage of others, Tang Meng did not believe that Ling Yun would reject him harshly when he drove his beloved Hummer to Ling Yun and offered to send him home. Then, he would take the bus with Ling Yu to squeeze into the bus. Thinking of Ling Yun, Tang Meng suddenly realized that after spending a day with him yesterday, he felt uncomfortable without seeing him today. Mother ***, when did this young master start to be interested in this shameless damn fatty? Tang Meng could not help but curse himself for being a wretch. Perhaps, this was the charisma of a strong person. He naturally emitted a sense of humanity that made people want to get close to him or follow him, even pledging their loyalty to him. Without a doubt, Ling Yun possessed this kind of charisma. Hearing Zhao Lei's report, Tang Meng sat up from his bed. What? That fatty is back? Did he go to class or back to the dormitory? Back to the dormitory. Zhao Lei replied honestly. Hearing that Ling Yun had returned to the dormitory, Tang Meng quickly put on his shoes and got out of bed. Keep your laptop safe and download more videos when you're free. I'm going to look for that fatty. With that, Tang Meng left room 203 and went straight to room 305. As long as they could stick to Ling Yun, they would not have to worry about not being able to see Ling Yu. When he returned to the dormitory, he realized that the door was locked. He had no choice but to take out the key to open the door and put everything on the bed. He took off Li Ning's sportswear. It was stained with blood, and he could not go home in it. Just as Ling Yun took off his jacket, he heard Tang Meng's unique rough voice. Hey fatty, where have you been all day? What took you so long? Without even knocking on the door, Tang Meng barged into the room. What greeted him was a flying kick from Ling Yun, landing solidly on his buttocks. I've said it before, if you forget to call me brother, I'll make your butt blossom. Tang Meng was almost kicked to the ground by Ling Yun. He rubbed his butt that was almost broken into two halves and said pitifully, Big brother, I've forgotten about it, alright? What kind of greeting gift is this? I'll teach you a lesson. Ling Yun chided with a smile. Tang Meng wanted to argue, but his gaze landed on Ling Yun's bed. His eyes immediately lit up and he pounced on it excitedly. Wow, big brother, where did these come from? ****, this is Nike. You didn't buy it yesterday, but you bought it today. Versace, how could you be willing to buy this? And iPhone 5. You even bought a mobile phone? Eh? This is a wooden box, what's this? Tang Meng exclaimed in shock as he rummaged through the shopping bags on the bed. Don't touch the wooden box. Ling Yun did not want Tang Meng to see the jade box and golden needles in the wooden box. Tang Meng turned around and scratched his head. Hey, big brother, did you rob a bank? Where did you get the money to buy these things? Other than the mobile phone, the Nike set, and the wooden box, put the rest in the closet. Ling Yun did not answer Tang Meng. He took off Li Ning's sportswear and prepared to change into his new Nike sportswear before heading home. What's the matter? Ling Yun asked as he changed. Hee, didn't you say you wanted to go home yesterday? I have a car, so I wanted to send you home. Tang Meng said flatteringly as he worked. Sure. There was no reason for Ling Yun to reject a free service that was delivered to his doorstep, so he agreed immediately. Of course, Ling Yun knew what Tang Meng was thinking, but he did not point it out. As Ling Yun took off his sportswear, Tang Meng saw the two sandbags tied to his legs. Big brother, are you going to wear these two sandbags for the whole day? Tang Meng was dumbfounded and asked in disbelief. The sandbags were bought together with Ling Yun. Tang Meng knew that each sandbag weighed a few kilograms. If Ling Yun had tied them to his legs for the whole day, how strong would his legs be? Ling Yun frowned and said, Of course I have to use them. Why else would I buy them? Hurry up, I still need to bring Ling Yu out to buy some stuff. Hearing Ling Yu's name, Tang Meng's face lit up. He threw all his problems to the back of his mind and finished packing in no time. Ling Yun had also changed into a brand new set of Nike sports shoes. He stomped his feet forcefully. Very comfortable indeed. Help me carry the wooden box and mobile phone. Let's go. Ling Yan locked the closet and the dormitory door before bringing Tang Meng downstairs. At the entrance of the male dormitory, due to the presence of the two prettiest girls, Xianxia and Ning Lingyu, as well as the fact that the male dormitory was a sensitive area, the area was instantly flooded with students from all directions. Ning Lingyu and Xianxia arrived at the same time. When Ning Lingyu saw Xianxia's gloomy face, she felt that something was wrong. In the past 3 years, when had Xianxia ever stood at the entrance of the male dormitory, Ning Lingyu recalled her brother's attitude towards Xianxia the day before. She then recalled Xianxia telling her brother, "If you have the guts, come out alone with her." She knew that Xianxia was definitely here for her brother. Moreover, she did not come with good intentions. However, Ning Lingyu still smiled brightly at Xianxia and Zhongling. "Xianxia, are you waiting for my brother?" She greeted Xianxia and Zhongling. Ning Lingyu believed that with her around, Xianxia and Ling Yun would definitely not fight. "Lingyu, your brother Ling Yun skipped class this afternoon. Xianxia is furious," Zhongling said quickly. After yesterday's conversation, she had a good impression of Ning Lingyu. She felt that it was necessary to tell Ning Lingyu about Ling Yun skipping class. According to Zhongling's opinion of Ling Yun, if there was one person who could control Ling Yun, it would definitely be Ning Lingyu. What? That's impossible. How could he skip class for the entire afternoon? Sure enough, Ning Lingyu's face changed. She pouted her lips and stomped her feet. How could Ling Yun do this? She was so anxious. Xianxia finally opened her mouth. She looked at Ning Lingyu helplessly and said softly, "Didn't you see that he just came back from outside the school?" "Lingyu, I would like to speak to Ling Yun alone later, is that alright?" Ning Lingyu nodded her head without hesitation. As long as Xianxia was not here to cause trouble for Ling Yun, it was fine. Perhaps she was worried about her brother skipping class. At this moment, Ling Yun and Tang Meng walked out of the dormitory one after the other. "Why are there so many people here?" "Oh, Ling Yu is here too? That saves me the trouble of calling you. Come, let's go home." Ling Yun did not care about the number of people around him. Seeing Ling Yu standing at the door, he thought to himself, "That's great, saves me the trouble of calling her. Wow, a whole set of Nikes. You're wearing it so quickly. Clothes make a man and a horse make a saddle. Ling Yun looks quite handsome in this set of clothes." The surrounding students exclaimed when they saw Ling Yun wearing a brand new set of Nikes. Xianxia saw that she was standing right beside Ning Lingyu, but Ling Yun did not even look at her after coming out, treating her as if she was invisible. Needless to say, she felt terrible. How could he be like this? "Ling Yun, come with me for a while, I have something to say to you." Xianxia tried her best to suppress her anger and tried her best to calm herself down. Using a negotiating tone, she spoke to Ling Yun. If it was not for the meal yesterday, Xianxia was sure that she would have taught him a lesson in front of so many people. "Oh? Xianxia is here too? What can't be said here?" Ling Yan looked at Xianxia's gloomy face and was puzzled. "Did I offend you again?" Ning Lingyu saw that Xianxia had already squeezed through the crowd and was walking towards the basketball court. She hurriedly pouted her lips at her brother, hinting him to go over and give her some face. Ling Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could only follow Xianxia. Some of the more nosy students also wanted to go over and listen to what the two of them had to say. However, they were stopped by Tang Meng's loud voice. "If anyone dares to go over, it means that they are going against me, Tang Meng. Don't blame me for being rude," Tang Meng said coldly as he stood on the steps of the hostel entrance. Who didn't know that the little gambling god, Tang Meng, was one of the big four bullies? Ling Yan's domineering words immediately stunned all the students. No one dared to get close to him. However, everyone's attention was focused on Ling Yun and Xianxia. They wanted to see what kind of sparks would fly between the two. Xianxia walked slowly, and after walking for more than 30 meters, she stopped and turned around. She looked at Ling Yun with a complicated expression. Ling Yun was confused. He looked down at himself and thought to himself, "These are new clothes. There's nothing wrong with them. Why are you looking at me like that?" Ling Yun thought to himself, Chao Xianxian is going to settle the score with me today. Ling Yan really did not know who Chao Xianxian was yesterday. He only realized that he had made a huge blunder when he found out that both of them were in the same class. But what else could he do? Was he expecting Ling Yan to tell the truth and reveal all his secrets? That was impossible, therefore, Ling Yan chose not to explain and acted like a rascal, avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. Yes, he was very good at this. Ling Yan was good at fighting and was decisive in killing, but that depended on who he was dealing with. Yesterday afternoon, when Chao Xianxian was eating in the school cafeteria, even though he was being unreasonable, he was the one who made the blunder. Ling Yan did not feel the huge change in Chao Xianxian this morning. However, the thick stack of English revision materials that Chao Xianxian asked Zhang Ling to give him gave him a new understanding of Chao Xianxian. From what he could see, this super beautiful school belle was not as unreasonable as she appeared to be. Perhaps, Ling Yan had some history with her in the past. Thus, Ling Yan felt that Chao Xianxian must have some misunderstanding about him. It would be weird if she did not. He was a completely different person and Chao Xianxian did not know about it. How could she not misunderstand? Just like what Zhang Ling had said, the people that Ling Yan had fought were all men from the beginning. Even though he had said some harsh words to Zhuang Meina at the entrance of grade 12 class 1, he still held back and did not hit her. Could it be that if he really decided to hit someone, Ming Lingyu would be able to stop him? No way. The main reason why Ling Yun didn't make a move at that time was because Zhuang Meina was a girl. As a cultivator, it was really difficult for him to overcome the psychological barrier of attacking an ordinary girl over a trivial matter like jealousy. Furthermore, Ling Yan had always been helpless when girls acted coquettishly. Otherwise, with Xue Mining's unruly personality, Ling Yan would have been annoyed long ago. Why would he patiently accompany her shopping for the whole afternoon? Was Ling Yan's time really that easy to waste? If Ling Yan was not willing, no one could make him do anything, not even if it was to buy things for him. Seeing that he did not dare to answer her question directly, Chao Xianxian thought that he was at a loss for words. Ling Yan was no longer the Ling Yan of the past. He definitely had to care about his pride and face. Biting her lower lip, she looked straight into Ling Yan's eyes and said with hidden bitterness, "Well, since you don't dare to answer, let's put this question aside for now. Let me ask you again, why did you take away my $1,000 yesterday?" In Chao Xianxian's eyes, the reason why Ling Yan took the $1,000 that she slammed on the table was to attract her attention and anger, so that he could take the opportunity to humiliate her and regain his pride as a man. This question was very simple for Ling Yan. He chuckled and said what was on his mind. "Hey, please watch your words. I didn't snatch it, I took it. Besides, I'm taking Tang Meng's money, and it's money that I deserve. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with you, right? You." Seeing that Ling Yan's answer was not what she expected, Chao Xianxian was a little disappointed and a little angry. Now, in her heart, she no longer cared about what Ling Yan had done. For a boy who had become stronger, it was understandable and acceptable for him to do something out of line to show off his self-esteem. All she wanted was for Ling Yan to give her an explanation so that she could get out of this embarrassing situation. After all, she was the campus belle of number 1 middle school. She had to protect her face and reputation. However, Ling Yan's brain seemed to be a block of wood. He did not even think about it. Chao Xianxian gritted her teeth and nodded her head. Good. 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 After saying good 3 times in a row, she said angrily, "Then what did you mean when you said big, 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 big?" No matter how modern and open-minded Chao Xianxian was, she was still a young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. She was like a delicate flower, she was too shy to say the word big. This. Ling Yan cursed in his heart. He did not expect Chao Xianxian's hearing to be so good. "Say it, why didn't you say it? If you have the guts, say it again for me to hear." Every time she thought of this sentence, Chao Xianxian could not suppress her anger. She was on the verge of exploding. As she panted angrily, Chao Xianxian's perky chest heaved up and down. It was a very attractive sight. Ling Yan was not afraid of people provoking him. He raised his eyes and looked at Chao Xianxian's perky and round breasts. He nodded his head in approval and praised, "Indeed, it's big and perky. What's there to be afraid of? Shameless pervert. I'll kick you to death." Xianxia was about to go crazy from Ling Yun's perverted behavior. She forgot that they were in public and kicked Ling Yun's chest fiercely. She kicked out in a fit of rage. Naturally, her kick was swift and violent. It was twice as fast and overbearing as when two gangs smashed the wine bottle at Ling Yun yesterday. They're fighting. At the entrance of the male dormitory, all the students who were watching the show witnessed this exciting scene. Xianxia's kick is so fast and high. She even kicked Ling Yun's chest. So fierce. It's over, Ling Yun is definitely going to take this kick. At such a close distance and so sudden. Looks like our school belle is still the overbearing one. Do you believe me? Xianxia's dancing skills are definitely solid. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to kick so high. This flexibility, tsk, it's really. At this moment, no one cared about whether Ling Yun would take this kick or not. Instead, they were all praising Xianxia's overbearing yet graceful kick. Brother! Ning Lingyu exclaimed. Being 30 meters away, she could not hear what the two of them were talking about. However, she saw Xianxia suddenly kick Ling Yun's chest, giving her a shock. In a moment of panic, Ning Lingyu wanted to run towards the two of them. Don't worry, Ling Yun will definitely be able to dodge it. Tang Meng gently pulled Ning Lingyu's sleeves and shook his head at her with a smile, telling her not to panic. What a joke, Ling Yun was able to dodge two gangs' powerful and overbearing wine bottle yesterday. It would be a miracle if Xianxia's kick landed on him, therefore, Tang Meng was not worried at all. Tang Meng had seen the complicated and tangled conflict between Xianxia and Ling Yun yesterday. He knew that based on their personalities, this would definitely happen. It was only a matter of time. It was better to let the two of them solve their own problems. At this moment, there were already people who wanted to rush forward to watch the show. After Tang Meng pulled Ning Lingyu back, he immediately shouted, "Who dares to go forward now? Do you believe me when I say that I will make him lie on the ground immediately?" Tang Meng's reputation was not just for show. Hearing his voice, the crowd that had already loosened up stopped moving again. It wasn't worth it to be beaten up by Tang Meng just to watch the show. No one would go looking for trouble. Even Zhang Ling, who had run a few meters away, stopped. She turned around and glared at Tang Meng before immediately turning back to look at Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's right leg was already at Ling Yun's chest. "Yo, you're really kicking me?" Ling Yun laughed, thinking to himself that her leg was indeed fast. If I had not broken through to physique tempering stage level 1, I would not have been able to dodge it so easily. It's a pity that I broke through to physique tempering stage level 1 last night. Ling Yun did not even move his feet. He only raised his body slightly and waited for Xianxia's leg to reach his chest. At the speed of lightning, his left hand grabbed onto Xianxia's ankle and gently lifted it up. Xianxia's right leg was placed on Ling Yun's left shoulder. Then, Ling Yun's left leg took a huge step forward. In an instant, his body was pressed against Xianxia's body. It was solid and intimate. Xianxia was completely screwed. This was because this action was too eye-catching, too ambiguous, and too easy for one's imagination to run wild. Xianxia's right leg was placed on Ling Yun's left shoulder. With Ling Yun taking a huge step forward, both her legs were in a straight line, tightly pressed against Ling Yun's body. Her tight-fitting jeans were stretched tight by this action, showing off her straight and slender legs. Ling Yun was even weirder. Afraid that Xianxia would lose balance on one leg, he kindly extended his right arm and gently wrapped it around Xianxia's slender waist. Xianxia was originally shorter than Ling Yun by about 5 to 6 centimeters. Now that Ling Yun was holding her right leg and lifting her up, she could only use the tip of her left foot to touch the ground. Both of their private parts were pressed together seamlessly. It was so embarrassing. This action of the two fell into the eyes of everyone who was watching. It was really explosive, hot, and incomparably ambiguous. Was this F*King intimate or fighting? Even a pair of figure skaters would not be able to achieve such a harmonious and intimate action. At this moment, almost all the guys could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Their goddess! Just like that, she was actually in Ling Yun's arms. Xianxia was caught off guard and was unexpectedly pulled into Ling Yun's arms. All she could feel was a unique, rich, and domineering masculine scent rushing towards her, causing her to feel a surge of emotions. almost instantly, she was in a trance, lost and intoxicated. She almost forgot that she was in a school, in front of a large crowd. After a long time, she finally regained her senses. Immediately, she was inconsolable. Using her empty hands, she clenched her fists and punched Ling Yan's body like raindrops. You! Let go of me! Chao Shanshan struggled with all her might. Ling Yan's plump hand grabbed onto Chao Shanshan's ankle. Looking at her calf that was as smooth as jade, he could not help but tilt his head and lightly sniff it. Oh, I was right, it smells so good. Then, he nodded his head in a serious manner. The expression on Ling Yan's face was one of intoxication. Intoxication. Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled violently from Ling Yan's profane action. Her face was burning hot and her face was completely red. Ever since she was young, there had never been a guy who was so intimate with her body, not even her brother, Chao Tianlong. They did not spend much time together. Even when they met once, it was just a normal hug. Ling Yan did not care about Chao Shanshan's soft and tender fists. Lowering his head, he admired Chao Shanshan's perky breasts that were completely deformed by his supple thighs. Smiling, he teased, "Yes, it's really big, round, tall and perky, and it's also very fragrant and white." In the distance, Zhang Ling's mouth formed a big O shape. She stood there in shock as she watched the scene unfold. Oh! Oh my God! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't this a little too hot? But very quickly, Zhang Ling's shock turned to joy. Using a voice that no one could hear, she muttered to herself, "Shanshan, maybe this is what you've been waiting for. Actually, you've already fallen for him. You just don't know it, or maybe you don't want to admit it, right?" Ning Lingyu looked at her brother's daring actions towards Chao Shanshan and her face turned red. Her brother was really bad. How was Chao Shanshan going to face others in the future? However, as Ning Lingyu looked at the intimate and ambiguous pose of the two of them, she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. She did not know why, but it was a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if she had been lightly pricked by a needle. Tang Meng's mouth was so wide that a duck's egg could be stuffed inside. He stared blankly at the stunning posture of the two people in the distance and muttered to himself, "Boss is boss. He's really domineering, unconstrained and unexpected." Chao Shanshan had never thought that her kick in a fit of rage would cause the whole situation to turn out like this. That kick had rippled the spring water in the pond. At that moment, it was as if the whole school was rippling. It wasn't just the group of people at the entrance of the male dormitory who saw this scene. The students in the corridors outside the classroom, the school field, the basketball court, and even the girls' dormitory who had yet to return home all saw this extremely exciting scene. At that moment, Chao Shanshan felt as if all the students in the school had their eyes on the two of them. Luckily, it was already 7 p.m. and the sun had already set. The sky was already dark and anyone who was slightly further away would not be able to see her blushing cheeks. However, this kind of dusk undoubtedly added to the mystery of the scene, making it easier for one's imagination to run wild. If she could turn back time, Chao Shanshan swore that she would never kick him like that. Originally, she had a lot of questions for Ling Yun. For example, she wanted to ask him what he did for the entire afternoon, why he skipped classes so casually, why he bought so many branded goods, but now, it seemed like everything had been completely ruined by her kick. This shameless fatty was too overbearing, too bold, and did not know how to take care of women. However, even though Chao Shanshan was embarrassed and angry, she could not resist the true feelings in her heart. Ling Yan's left hand was holding her ankle and his right hand was holding her slender waist. Her entire body was in his embrace. Chao Shanshan had to admit that she felt an irresistible sense of security. A kind of ecstasy that she had never felt before started to rise in her heart and spread until it became a flood. She started to raise her head and look into Ling Yan's eyes. Chao Shanshan's heart suddenly trembled. Because she realized that Ling Yan's eyes were very clear and very clean, like the sunlight in September, bright but not dazzling. Also like two deep pools, calm without ripples, deep and distant. There was only pure admiration and praise in his eyes and a very clean smile on his face. Anyone who looked at him would be deeply attracted to him, unable to extricate themselves and unable to feel the slightest bit of disgust. This was Chao Shanshan's first time looking at a man at such a close distance. Their bodies were tightly pressed together and their eyes were inches apart. Indeed, he was not ugly. Not only was he not ugly, if the fat on his face could be removed, he would probably be very handsome. Xianxia could even see the small dimple on his left cheek. It was a very cute dimple. Unknowingly, her punches toward Ling Yun had become less frequent, and her strength had become pitifully small. When Xianxia saw that her fist had landed on Ling Yun's body and his nonchalant look, she was instantly disheartened. However, when she retracted her hand, she did not know where to put it. I didn't expect your body to be so flexible. Ling Yun's actions didn't change as he smiled and praised. Xianxia snorted coldly, but she couldn't help but feel proud of herself. Not only did she know martial arts, but her dancing skills were also top-notch. Even without Ling Yun's support, it would be a piece of cake for Xianxia to split her legs into a straight line. I'm tired. Xianxia suddenly looked straight into his eyes and said in a coquettish tone. Don't worry, I'm hugging you. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Are you going to let go? No. You really won't let go? Suddenly, Xianxia's face turned red as she smiled. Her smile was as bright as the flowers blooming in spring, causing Ling Yun to be stunned. I'm a man, I won't let go if I say I won't let go. Let's maintain this classic pose for a while longer. Xianxia's gaze fell on Ling Yun's left hand that was grabbing onto her ankle. A mischievous smile flashed across her beautiful eyes as she lowered her head and bit down. At #yen%, are you born in the year of the dog? How dare you bite me? Ling Yun was shocked and quickly retreated. At the same time, he released his left hand at lightning speed. Xianxia's right leg finally landed on the ground, but she did not attack Ling Yun again as she understood that she was no match for Ling Yun at all. Leaning over, Xianxia gently massaged her sore right leg with both hands. Then, she stood up straight and glared at Ling Yun. I'll remember what you did today. If you dare to skip class again, I'll bite you. Ling Yun snorted. After saying that, she gave Ling Yun a warning look and walked straight towards the school building. This Xianxia is quite domineering. She said that she would bite, and yet she said it so confidently. Ling Yun muttered to himself as he looked at Xianxia's perfect back view helplessly. That's it? Since when did Xianxia become so good-tempered? Yeah, look at her face just now. She was humiliated by Ling Yun in front of so many people. How could she let it go just like that? I haven't seen enough. Why didn't Ling Yun take the opportunity to kiss her just now? That would have been a feast for our eyes. You want to kiss her? You can go ahead and try. I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. Hehe, Ling Yun's grudge with Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian is huge. If this matter were to reach their ears, I'm afraid they would go crazy. Hey, is yesterday's grudge still small? Ling Yun even sent Go Junfa to the hospital. Let's wait and see. Today's incident will definitely cause a tsunami in Qingshui High. Zhang Ling did not listen to the discussions around her. Seeing that Xianxia had returned to her classroom, she immediately ran towards it. When she passed by Ling Yun, she stopped in her tracks. She winked at Ling Yun and giggled, not bad, handsome. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. She even gave Ling Yun a thumbs up as she spoke. Why is she looking for me? Ling Yun was still confused. You can ask Xianxia yourself. She will definitely tell you. Hehe, I'm leaving. Don't forget that you still owe me a feast. Zhang Ling winked at Ling Yun as she finished speaking. She turned around and chased after Xianxia. Ling Yun gave Zhang Ling a look of disdain. All you know how to do is eat. A faint wave of spiritual energy approached from afar. Brother, it's already 7 p.m. Let's go home? Ning Lingyu came to Ling Yun's side and said softly. Ling Yun turned around and absorbed the spiritual energy emitted from Ning Lingyu's body. He smiled at Ning Lingyu and said, let's go home. Ever since Ling Yun was able to cultivate the stellar condensation technique, he had been using this technique to train his physique. It was already extremely taxing on his spiritual energy. Today, in order to suppress the parasite in Elder Shue's body, Ling Yun had also used up a large amount of his spiritual energy. Even though he had absorbed the spiritual energy from the jade box when he was treating Elder Shue, it was still insufficient. Therefore, he urgently needed to replenish his spiritual energy. Ling Yun could vaguely feel that after absorbing the spiritual energy from the psychic jade, the meridians in his body had expanded significantly. If he was lucky tonight, he might have a chance to break through to physique tempering stage 2. Boss, my car is parked at the school gate. Let's go over? Tang Meng, of course, followed and started shouting from afar. Ling Yun nodded his head and asked Ling Yu, have you packed everything you wanted to bring home? I packed everything last night. Ling Yu's face was filled with happiness at the thought of being able to see her mother soon. Ling Yun and Tang Meng accompanied Ling Yu to pack up, and the three of them went straight to the school gate. Hummer was an off-road vehicle manufactured by General Motors in the United States. In the industry, it was known as the king of off-road vehicles. Ling Yun looked at the Hummer's rugged model, huge body, and the domineering aura it exuded. He could not help but secretly compare it to Shui Mining's limited edition Ferrari. What is this car? Ling Yun asked Tang Meng, who was beaming with pride. I say, big brother, don't tell me you don't even know what a Hummer is? Tang Meng originally wanted to show off how awesome his Hummer was, but he was defeated by Ling Yun and became dejected. Ling Yun did not even know what kind of car it was. What was there to show off? It was like playing the lute to a cow. Even though Tang Meng was dejected, he still acted like a gentleman and invited Ling Yu into the car first before getting in himself. Biroom. 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 Tang Meng started the Hummer and stepped on the accelerator. What a loud sound. Ling Yun could not help but feel excited when he heard the Hummer's engine roar like a lion. Tang Meng rolled his eyes helplessly. He was not in the mood to answer this car illiterate. Where are we going? Ling Yun turned around and asked Ling Yu, let's go buy something for mother. Where do you think we should go? Let's go to Hualien supermarket and help mother buy some groceries. Ling Yu said hesitantly. She could not help but hesitate. Even though Hualien supermarket was a supermarket, the items sold there were not cheap. Ling Yu was the child of a poor family and knew the importance of frugality from a young age. However, now that her brother had found his courage and self-respect, it was definitely something worth celebrating for Ling Yu. Of course, she had to celebrate for her brother. Thinking of her mother, her brother, and her family sitting in the familiar room, happy and harmonious, Ling Yu's beautiful face revealed a warm expression. She was eager to return home. When they arrived at Hualien supermarket, the three of them began their shopping spree. Tang Meng undoubtedly played the role of Ling Yun in the afternoon. Most of the purchases were household items such as oil, salt, vinegar, vegetables, and fruits. Every time Ling Yu returned home, she would help her mother with the daily chores. Therefore, she was very clear about what they needed to buy at home. Ling Yun silently watched as Ling Yu picked out the items, repeatedly comparing them, biting her lower lip as she carefully looked at the prices of the items. His heart tightened. Even if it was just a bag of salt, a bottle of soy sauce, or a bundle of dried noodles, Ling Yu would repeatedly compare and choose the best and cheapest items. Ling Yun looked at Ling Yu, who was meticulously calculating, and could not help but be reminded of Shui Mining, who went on a shopping spree in the high-end shopping malls in the afternoon. They were in the same country, the same city, and the same young girls of 17 or 18 years of age. Comparing them, the difference was like heaven and earth. When Shui Mining went shopping, she never looked at the price. She would buy whatever she liked without hesitation. She would even buy the same brand of the same design in different colors without batting an eyelid, but Ling Yu, for the sake of a bag of salt or a bundle of noodles, had to carefully calculate and compare over and over again. Ling Yun was furious. Was this the difference between the rich and the poor? Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly laughed coldly. He snatched the bottle of soy sauce that Ling Yu had just chosen and placed it back on the shelf. Tang Meng looked up at the ceiling, then down at the clean floor. He looked around at the crowd of shoppers and pretended that he did not see anything. This kid was not stupid, he was smart. Ling Yu knew that she had embarrassed Ling Yun in front of the good-for-nothing Tang Meng. She did not know that Ling Yun's anger had nothing to do with Tang Meng. But, her mother was supporting the family by running a small clinic. She also had to pay for their tuition and living expenses in No. 1 middle school. How could they not be frugal? Brother. Ling Yu stared at Ling Yun, wanting to say something but hesitating. She knew that Ling Yun had earned a total of $20,000. Even though Ling Yun had always taken the money confidently, Ning Lingyu still believed that if it was not earned through hard work, it was not hers. She had her own bottom line and principles. Even though Ling Yun had taken other people's money and she could not stop him as his sister, it did not mean that she could spend it with a clear conscience. Ning Lingyu had even made up her mind to work hard after the college entrance exams and secretly return the money to Tang Meng. Ning Lingyu did not care about the money that she had won from gambling, let alone using it. Because she did not feel safe using it. But Ling Yun didn't discuss it with her at all. He spent all the money in no time. She couldn't blame her brother for it. She was satisfied that her brother had regained his confidence and self-esteem. Other than hoping that Ling Yun could get into a better university, she had no other requests from him. This was Ning Lingyu's mentality. She was poor, but she had ambition. Lingyu, don't say any more and don't think too much. Tell me what to buy and I'll buy it for you. I'll buy it for you. Let's not buy rubbish, we'll buy the best. Ling Yun waved his hand to stop Ning Lingyu from speaking. In a very gentle and affectionate tone, he said, have you forgotten? I still have more than $10,000 with me. Tang Meng, who had been pretending not to hear anything, was shocked and puzzled at the same time. Ling Yun had earned a total of $20,000. He had spent more than $9,000 yesterday and bought so many branded goods today. How could he not have touched a single cent? With Tang Meng's family background, he knew the prices of branded goods like the back of his hand. The things that Ling Yun had brought back to the dormitory today were definitely worth more than $30,000. Did he really rob a bank? Or was it stolen? Ning Lingyu was also stunned. She clearly saw the huge amount of name tags that Ling Yun was carrying. She didn't know much about other things, but at least she knew the price of the iPhone 5 and Nike. Her brother should have spent all 20,000 yuan already, right? Brother, didn't you? Ling Yun smiled faintly. That's enough. Hurry up and go home. Don't let Mom worry. Ning Lingyu nodded her head obediently and brought Ling Yun to the supermarket. This time, Ling Yun only looked at the price. However, he only bought the most expensive and the best: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, fruits and vegetables, pork trotters, beef, whatever was expensive. He even bought 2 big yellow flowers and a dozen hairy crabs. This big lobster is so King arrogant, I'll buy it. Ling Yun wandered around the seafood section. Looking at the huge lobster in the water tank that was more than a foot long, he wasn't happy. Without hesitation, he decided to buy it. Mighty and domineering, Tang Meng's eyelids twitched. He thought to himself, what happened to Ling Yun? Has he gone crazy? Not only did Ling Yun buy a lot of things this time, but he also bought the most expensive and the best. He filled 3 shopping carts. In the end, he spent a total of 7,200 yuan. Ling Yun took out 8,000 yuan for Ning Lingyu to settle the bill. Thinking that he still had more than 3,000 yuan left, he calculated that it should be enough to rent a house outside the school for 2 months. He would focus on physical training. His classmates in the dormitory would be doing their best for the college entrance examinations. If he returned home late every night, it would definitely affect their rest. Therefore, Ling Yun decided to rent a house outside. This way, he would be able to arrange his training and study time reasonably. Similarly, he would not be disturbed by others. It would also save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Even if he did not have enough money, he had a way. After all, he had 4 good cell phone numbers. Moreover, he planned to take some time to sell the sandalwood box and the jade box. In the short term, he did not have to worry about this small sum of money. As for the big sum of money, Ling Yun had the peerless medical skills to save lives, so he did not care about it. After paying the bill, the 3 of them loaded all the things into the car and went straight home. With the rapid development of China's economy, every big city had its own so-called wealthy district. Corresponding to this, there were naturally slums. As the capital city of Jiangnan province, Xianxia city was no exception. After exiting the outer ring of Xianxia city, the Hummer jolted along the way to the northeasternmost corner of Xianxia city. It was a slum near the outskirts of the town. This was where Ling Yun's house was. Since it was a slum, the roads were naturally narrow and uneven. Electric poles stood by the side of the road. The houses were dilapidated and small. Most of them were built in the 70s or 80s. Most of the people living there were migrant workers. This slum was very far from Xianxia High. If they were to take the bus, it would take at least 2 hours. Because of this, Ning Lingyu's mother, Xianxia, gritted her teeth and paid for the siblings to live in the school. She did not want them to waste time on the way to and from school every day. Every house has the word demolition sprayed on the walls. Looks like this area is going to be demolished soon? Along the way, Tang Meng did not pester Ling Yun with questions. Instead, he was focused on driving. Only now did he speak. Ning Lingyu nodded. The demolition started last September. However, the developer offered too low a demolition fee. None of the residents were willing to accept it. Both sides could not come to an agreement. Do you know which developer it is? Tang Meng chuckled. It would be weird if they could come to an agreement. Which large-scale demolition project didn't involve threats and promises, and a few stubborn holdouts were killed or injured? I don't know. Mom only told me to focus on my studies. She didn't want me to care about these things. Ning Lingyu shook her head lightly. After another 3 to 4 minutes, Ning Lingyu asked Tang Meng to stop the car by the roadside. She then pointed to a house on the south side of the road. This is my house. Brother, let's alight. Ling Yan turned his head and saw a row of dilapidated 2-story houses under the dim street lights. They were all small shops and small restaurants. Every house was lit up. Is this the place? Looking at this place, Ling Yan thought about the place where old man Shui and Shui Mining lived. He snorted in his heart. Then, he smiled indifferently and got out of the car together with Ning Lingyu. After getting out of the car, Ning Lingyu ran straight to a small clinic on the south side of the road. Before she even entered the clinic, she shouted happily, "Mom, brother and I are back. Yo, our top scholar is back?" Qin Chuyua's clinic had a very ordinary name. It was called the People's Clinic. To the west of the clinic was a small shop that sold daily necessities. To the east of the clinic was a small restaurant that sold home-cooked dishes. The person who took the initiative to greet Ning Lingyu was the owner of the small shop, Li Hongmei. She was about 45 years old and had a medium build. Her figure was a little out of shape, but she looked very familiar. They were old neighbors who had lived together for many years. Naturally, Li Hongmei and Ning Lingyu's mother were very close. Usually, if anyone in the family had a headache or fever, they would go to Qin Chuyua's house. If Qin Chuyua needed some daily necessities, she would also go to Li Hongmei's house to buy them. Both families took care of each other. Therefore, their relationship was very close. Li Hongmei was a warm-hearted person. When she heard Ning Lingyu's voice, she walked out of the small shop and greeted Ning Lingyu. "Hello, Auntie Li." Ning Lingyu nodded obediently to Li Hongmei and ran straight into the People's Clinic. Tang Meng's Hummer was parked by the side of the road. The sudden appearance of such a good car in the slums immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. "Hey, isn't this Ling Yun? What kind of wind is blowing today? He hasn't been back since he went to school after the New Year, but he's back today." Li Hongmei saw Ling Yun, but her eyes were not as warm as when she looked at Ning Lingyu. Her tone was also a little cold and indifferent. In this area, almost everyone who lived here all year round knew Ling Yun. They also knew that Ling Yun was the child that Qin Chuyua picked up. However, Li Hongmei's coldness towards Ling Yun was not because of his identity, but because of the way Ling Yun was in the past. Other than eating, all he did was get beaten and bullied. He was also a man of few words and would not greet anyone he met. He also did not know how to come home to help his mother with the chores. His grades were terrible too. Such a person would definitely not be respected by others. Ling Yun and Tang Meng were moving things down from the car. He did not take Li Hongmei's cold tone to heart. He turned his head and said, "Yes, we're back." Li Hongmei looked at Ling Yun's indifferent attitude and suddenly felt a little angry. She snorted and turned around to enter her own shop. However, she was curious. This brother and sister pair always came back by bus. Why did they have such a good car this time? Therefore, she could not help but look at the two busy people beside the car. Hey, not only did this car send them back, it also sent so many things. Could it be that they are rich relatives of Qiuyue's? But that kid is only about the same age as Ling Yun. Li Hongmei mumbled to herself in her own shop. Tucking the sandalwood box under his armpit, Ling Yun held his newly bought iPhone 5 in his left hand and the big lobster that was still alive and kicking in his right hand. I'll go in first, you can take your time to move it. Ling Yun said to Tang Meng with a smile. Tang Meng looked at the pile of things on the floor and was speechless. He said with a bitter face, "Boss, can you help me? How am I going to move so many things by myself? Do you know how to move ants? You'll get a super reward when you're done. Hurry up and move." Ling Yan turned around and winked at Tang Meng. Then, he strode towards the people's clinic. No one knew whether or not Qin Qiuyue was a widow, but ever since she appeared in Qingshui City with Ning Lingyu 18 years ago, no one had seen her husband. Therefore, she was at least a single woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. As for how beautiful Qin Qiuyue was, one only needed to look at Qingshui City's #1 campus belle, Ning Lingyu, to know. A single and extremely beautiful woman always had a lot of troubles. Especially the trouble that came from men. Now, troubles from men were playing out in the people's clinic. Tian Buetao, male, 42 years old, Qingshui City High-Tech Development Zone, Linjiang Road Street Office Deputy Director, Section Chief. At this moment, he was sitting in the people's clinic, talking to Qin Qiuyue, who was wearing a white coat. He was showing off his eloquence as he guided her. Tian Buetao had already been sitting here for more than 3 hours. He was about 1.7 meters tall, slightly plump, and had a fair complexion. His hair was combed neatly, and he wore a pair of spectacles on his nose. He looked scholarly and had the demeanor of a section chief. However, it would be bad for anyone who was bewitched by his scholarly demeanor. Everyone on Linjiang Road knew that Tian Buetao was lecherous, vicious, and merciless. He was the king of hell in this area. Not only did Tian Buetao have his way with both the legal and illegal forces, but he also had a powerful background and many tricks up his sleeves. In this area, if he brought someone to a restaurant for a meal, the restaurant owner would have to greet them with a bow, and send them out with 1,000 thanks. As for the bill, well, not to mention the bill, they wouldn't even bother to write an IOU. Tian Buetao also had an amazing record. He had visited all of the beauty salons in the area. Every single woman who came here to make a living would have to serve him to buy his way in. Tian Buetao was the first one who came here to make a living. Of course, wherever there was oppression, there would be resistance. It wasn't that no one had resisted before, but the result was that the industrial and commercial department, the tax department, the health department, and even the fire department would come to investigate. In less than 3 days, they would be forced to close their doors and leave. If it was an individual who resisted, it would be even easier. The hooligans would first find trouble with you and beat you up. Then, the police station would send you in under the name of fighting. You would have to reflect on your actions. Don't even think about getting out without spending tens of thousands of yuan. It could be said that in the entire Linjiang Road, there was no one who didn't know who Tian Buetao was, and there was no one who wasn't afraid of him. Of course, there was no one who didn't hate Tian Buetao. He dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. He could cover the sky with one hand, so what did an ordinary person count for in his eyes? Before Ling Yun and the rest had returned, Tian Buetao was already in the people's clinic with a smile on his face. Or rather, it could be said that he was lecherously working on Qin Qiuyue. "Little Qin, the hygiene of our clinic isn't very good. We should strictly follow the rules and regulations and disinfect the clinic in the morning and evening. Little Qin, I heard that the District Health Bureau is going to inspect your private clinics in the next few days. Do you want me to tell them about it for you? So that I can take care of your side. Little Qin, please don't let your medical equipment and medicines fall below standard or expire. If there's a problem during the inspection, it won't look good for everyone. Our street office won't be able to protect you, Little Qin. The demolition of our area will start in at most a month. It's a high-tech development zone, so it should look like a high-tech zone. I'm good friends with the person in charge of the project. When the time comes, I'll tell them and help you get more compensation for the demolition." Whether he was trying to persuade Qin Qiuyue or coerce her, Tian Buetao's spittle was flying everywhere. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to force Qin Qiuyue to submit. This beast in human form had been eyeing Qin Qiuyue for a long time. However, he didn't want to force himself on her. He hoped to use all sorts of methods to make Qin Qiuyue take the initiative to come to him. Only then would he feel the thrill of conquering her. However, Tian Buetao was simply wasting his time. Not only was Qin Qiuyue an extremely beautiful woman, she was also a very opinionated, very capable, very stubborn, very persistent, and very intelligent woman. 18 years ago, she suddenly appeared in Qingshui City and gave birth to Ning Lingyu. After that, she picked up Ling Yun. Relying on her own 2 hands, she raised the 2 children and sent them to Qingshui High to study. In the past 18 years, she had opened a food stall, sold clothes, sold fruits and vegetables, and even worked as a laborer at a construction site. Not only did she raise Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, she also worked hard to send them to the best school and education. She even saved up a small sum of money to buy this house 6 years ago and opened this small clinic, which she had been doing until today. As a single mother of 2 children, Qin Qiuyue had definitely endured hardships. This wasn't something that could be described with just the word hardships. Qin Qiuyue had done everything a mother could do. Not only did it require ability and wisdom, but it also required faith and perseverance. She also had to endure all kinds of rumors and deal with all kinds of unexpected events. If this family was compared to a small boat in the vast ocean, then Qin Qiuyue would be the one rowing the boat with all her might, fighting against the sea and the sky, allowing the boat to brave the waves and move forward with determination. Tian Buetao was talking to himself while Qin Qiuyue was busy with her own matters. If there were patients, she would treat them. If there were no patients, she would clean up the house or sit there quietly reading a book. She completely ignored Tian Buetao. Of course, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask him to leave and offend someone who wasn't easy to deal with. It was at this time that Ning Lingyu ran into the people's clinic excitedly. "Mummy, Big Brother is back." Ning Lingyu didn't even look at Tian Buetao as she ran straight to Qin Qiuyue's side and shouted excitedly. "Look at you, didn't we talk about it on the phone last night? Why are you still so excited like a child?" "Mummy, Big Brother is different now." Ning Lingyu shook Qin Qiuyue's arm and pouted her sexy little mouth. Ning Lingyu would only show this side of a little girl in front of Qin Qiuyue. "Oh, so this is your daughter, Lingyu? What a beautiful girl." Tian Buetao's gaze behind his glasses turned into that of a hungry wolf the moment he saw Ning Lingyu. Even his breathing quickened. His gaze moved back and forth between Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. How is this a mother and daughter pair? They're practically a pair of sisters. "Mummy, who is he? Is he here to see a doctor?" Ning Lingyu could feel Tian Buetao's greedy gaze. She instinctively hated him and thus didn't address him respectfully. Instead, she used he instead. Of course, Ning Lingyu had seen Tian Buetao before. However, she pretended not to know him in order to find a chance to chase him away. "Oh, he's the deputy director of our street office. He's off on Saturday, so he came over to have a chat." Qin Qiuyue didn't even look at Tian Buetao as she casually introduced him. Qin Qiuyue naturally noticed the way Tian Buetao was looking at her daughter. She knew that he was up to no good. Thus, she frowned slightly. Of course, she wouldn't blame her daughter for being rude. Tian Buetao noticed that Qin Qiuyue didn't even address him as Director Tian. Just as he was about to introduce himself to Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun entered the house with an iPhone 5 in his left hand and a huge lobster in his right. "Lingyu, put this lobster in the pond. We'll eat it tonight while it's fresh." Of course, Ling Yun wasn't one to be shy when he returned to his own home. He walked over to Lingyu's side and handed the bag of lobsters to her. He then placed the sandalwood box and iPhone 5 on the bed that was used for transfusion before walking over to Qin Qiuyue and whispering to her, "Qin Qiuyue. Mummy, I'm back." Ever since Ling Yun entered the house, Qin Qiuyue had been looking at Ling Yun lovingly. Now that Ling Yun came over to greet her, she smiled and nodded. "Good, it's good that you're back. Ling Yun, where did your glasses go? Why aren't you wearing them?" Qin Qiuyue immediately noticed the change in Ling Yun and asked with concern. Ling Yun was caught off guard and was momentarily stunned. He had long forgotten about his glasses. for the past 2 days, no one, not even his roommates, classmates, or even his sister, Ning Lingyu, had asked him about it. However, Qin Qiuyue did. She didn't ask Ling Yun where he got the sandalwood box, nor did she ask him about his iPhone 5. She didn't even ask him where he bought his Nike gear. Instead, she asked him why he wasn't wearing his glasses. Qin Qiuyue's concern for Ling Yun was evident. Yes, it's true. Big brother, aren't your eyes short-sighted? Where are your glasses? Only after hearing her mother's words did Ning Lingyu realize that her brother's glasses were gone. She was surprised and could not help but blame herself. She thought to herself that she was too careless to not notice such a big change in her brother. Mother, is this the love of a mother? Ling Yun deeply felt Qin Qiuyue's deep concern for him. As an orphan in the cultivation world, he suddenly felt touched. Ling Yun looked at Qin Qiuyue's beautiful face, which was 70% similar to Ning Lingyu's. Looking at her concerned eyes, Ling Yun's mind raced. After a while, he finally came up with an excuse. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and replied, "Hee, mother, I haven't studied much these few years. My eyesight has almost recovered. I can see clearly without glasses." Ling Yun's answer was flawless. Qin Qiuyue nodded her head in relief. Smiling, she said, "Oh, I see. It's a good thing that your eyesight has recovered. It saves you the trouble of wearing glasses. Big brother, has your eyesight really recovered? It seems like not studying has its benefits." Hee. Ning Lingyu giggled as she waved her little hand in front of Ling Yun's eyes in an exaggerated manner. She acted like a little girl, extremely innocent. Nonsense, who would make up their own brother like that? Put down the lobster and get to work, Tang Meng is alone outside. Ling Yun put on a stern face and displayed his authority as an elder brother. Then, he turned his head and said coldly to Tian Buetao, "Hey, are you sick? There's nothing wrong with your body. It's just that you've been drinking too much, causing your body to be a little weak. In the future, just drink less and don't touch women. Hurry up and leave, our clinic is closing." Tian Buetao was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the fatty in front of him, whose every word was more vicious and poisonous than the last. He was flabbergasted. This was the rumored good-for-nothing son that Qin Qiuyue had picked up. Why did he speak so carelessly? Also, how did this brat know that I'm weak due to excessive alcohol consumption? Or, does he know who I am and is purposely using these words to humiliate me? No. He's just a poor student, only 17 or 18 years old. How could he know medicine? He's definitely trying to humiliate me. He must have eaten the guts of a leopard. Thinking up to this point, Tian Buetao's eyes narrowed behind his shiny spectacles. His expression changed from excitement to malevolence, and malevolence to malevolence. He was indeed excited just now. It wasn't only because of Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu's beauty, but also because of the huge lobster that Ling Yun had brought back. Tian Buetao's original intention was to coerce Qin Qiuyue to accompany him out for a meal. As long as Qin Qiuyue went out with him, Tian Buetao was confident that he had 99 ways to make Qin Qiuyue submit to him. Now that he saw Ling Yun bring back that huge lobster, his eyes lit up. He decided not to leave tonight. He would eat this huge lobster first, thinking about admiring the beauty of the mother and daughter while eating the delicious lobster. It would be weird if he wasn't excited, but who knew that after Ling Yun greeted Qin Qiuyue, he would turn around and chase him away. Not only did he chase him away, he even humiliated him. Who knew who Tian Buetao was? He was the deputy director of the Linjiang Road Subdistrict Office. In Linjiang Road, he could do whatever he wanted. How could he allow Ling Yun to humiliate him like that? Young man, watch your words. Be careful of your words. Tian Buetao couldn't be bothered with Qin Qiuyue anymore. His eyes were like a cobra as he stared at Ling Yun. His tone was cold and calm, but it didn't hide the threat and warning. Qin Qiuyue wasn't shocked or afraid. She maintained her composure as she looked at Ling Yun with a smile. She had an attitude of letting him do whatever he wanted. What did you say? Trouble comes from the mouth? You're not here to see a doctor? I think you're here to cause trouble, right? The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled up slightly as he furrowed his brows. Damn it, aren't you just making things difficult for me? Ling Yun rarely frowned. Be it when he was beating up Go Junfa, Tu Gang, or Li Lei, he would always smile and not get angry. They were just students, after all. Ling Yan was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Ling Yan was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Therefore, he knew when to stop and when to stop. This afternoon, he had gotten angry and beaten Sun Xing half to death. However, for someone as decisive as Ling Yan, that was already showing mercy. However, Ling Yan had a reverse scale, and if it was touched, he would be killed. Ling Yan's family was his biggest weakness. If Ling Yan confirmed that Tian Buetao came to his house to cause trouble, Tian Buetao would be sentenced to death. Kid, I'm afraid you still don't know who I am? Ignorance is not a crime. As long as you apologize to me, I'll let you off this time on account of little Qin. The pitiful Tian Buetao did not know that he was already on the brink of death. He was still putting on airs and pretending to be magnanimous. Before he could finish his sentence, he was shocked to see a palm coming towards his left cheek. Pa! The palm landed squarely on his left cheek. He could not even dodge it. Tian Buetao's glasses were sent flying. After flying for more than a meter, they hit the wall and shattered into pieces on the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Tian Buetao's mouth as 5 red handprints appeared on his face. His face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little Qin? Who gave you the right to call him Little Qin? The moment Tian Buetao uttered those 2 words, Ling Yan did not say anything else. Instead, he directly slapped Tian Buetao's face. That was a clean and direct slap. F***ck. Tang Meng had just entered the house with some stuff. The moment he entered the house, he saw the scene of Ling Yan slapping Tian Buetao. This guy was even more ferocious. Without any hesitation, he threw the stuff on the ground and rushed towards Tang Meng. Tang Meng grabbed Tian Buetao's hair and pulled him into his arms. He dragged Tian Buetao away from his seat and threw him out of the door. Get out. What a joke. Tang Meng was the one who encouraged Ling Yan to beat up Xia Zhenyan last night. Today, when he sent Ling Yu home, he saw Ling Yan fighting with someone before he even entered the house. How could he just stand by and watch? If he performed well, Ling Yu's mother might take a liking to him as her future son-in-law. Wouldn't that be a huge win for him? Therefore, Tang Meng's principle was to not let anyone lose out. He didn't care about what was going on and acted decisively. With his immense strength, coupled with his excitement, Tang Meng threw Tian Buetao to the door in an instant. However, Tang Meng was still not satisfied. He dashed forward and aimed a kick at Tian Buetao's chest. Bang! Tang Meng's kick landed on the dumbfounded Tian Buetao's chest, sending him flying out of the door. He landed 2 meters away from the door. Li Hongmei was at the door packing up her stuff when she saw someone flying out of the people's clinic. She was so shocked that she screamed. They're fighting! When she saw who was lying on the ground, Li Hongmei shuddered violently. There was a reason why Li Hongmei didn't follow Ling Yu into the house to chat about family matters when she saw Ling Yu return. She knew that the deputy director of the street administration, Tian Buetao, was sitting in the clinic. To disturb Tian Buetao's happy occasion? Even if Li Hongmei was given 100 guts, she would not dare to do so. However, Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun did not even enter the clinic for 5 minutes before Tian Buetao was beaten out of the house. What was going on? In Linjiang Road, who would dare to say no to Tian Buetao, let alone fight him? Li Hongmei was so scared that her face turned pale. After screaming, she stood there helplessly, not knowing what to do. However, seeing Tian Buetao being beaten up so badly, she was indeed delighted. Evil indeed had its retribution. He deserved it. If he was beaten to death, there would be one less of him. Her shrill voice traveled far into the night. Almost all the people nearby heard it. They all rushed out to see what was going on. As soon as they saw that there was a fight, the crowd immediately rushed over. Soon, the entrance of the people's clinic was completely surrounded. Aya, isn't this Deputy Director Tian? How did he get beaten up like this? What's going on? Looks like he was beaten up quite badly. Even his face is swollen. The shop owners on both sides of the road naturally recognized Tian Buetao. Seeing the living Hades King Tian Buetao beaten up like this, even though they were happy in their hearts, they still pretended to be concerned. At this time, Ling Yun and Tang Meng also rushed out of the clinic. Boss, what's going on? Tang Meng suddenly remembered to ask Ling Yun what happened. He's here to cause trouble. How dare he humiliate my mother? Beat him to death. Ling Yan's expression and tone were as cold as ice. Narrowing his eyes, he directly walked towards Tian Buetao. Ling Yan was already angry from the time he brought Ling Yu shopping. On the way back, he saw that the road was getting narrower and narrower. The buildings on both sides of the road were getting shorter and more dilapidated. His calm and emotionless eyes were burning with anger. Thinking about how Miracle Dr. Shui and his granddaughter lived in such a huge villa and how Shui Mining spent money like water, Ling Yan frowned. Of course, he was not envious of Shui Mining's life. He just felt that it was unfair. Yes, it was unfair. Wine and meat went to waste, and there were frozen bones on the road. What right did he have? Thus, Ling Yan suppressed the anger in his heart. On the way back, he had already started thinking about how to make money to turn this situation around. He wanted to let his mother and sister live a happy and comfortable life without having to worry about money. However, when he reached home, Tian Buetao, who was obviously not a good person, refused to leave. Ling Yan even tried to chase him away. If this wasn't looking for trouble, then what was? Furthermore, Tian Buetao shouldn't have gotten himself in the crosshairs of a gun. Not only did he act like a big boss in front of the angry Ling Yun, he even dared to call Qin Chuyu a little Qin. Ling Yun was only a little late. If he had come in with Ling Yu, he would not have waited until now to see Tian Buetao staring at his mother and sister with such lustful and greedy eyes. You guys dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Tian Buetao's face, chest, and back were in excruciating pain as he struggled to sit up. His face was contorted into a grimace as he saw the two of them approaching him at the same time. Tang Meng was amused by Tian Buetao's question. He walked leisurely to Tian Buetao's side, squatted down, and smiled at Tian Buetao. Who are you? We don't know, and there's no need for us to know. We just hit you. So what? Hearing this, the surrounding crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Isn't this long-haired kid a little too arrogant? He doesn't even care about who the other party is. This is the nature of humans. They are used to enduring humiliation. They are numb to being bullied, and they have lost the courage to resist. This will, of course, boost the prestige of those with power, making them more arrogant and unscrupulous. It was precisely because of this that people like Go Junfa, Sun Xing, and scum like Tian Buetao came into existence. Because they had money, power, and influence, they knew that you wouldn't dare to resist or fight against them. Ling Yun chuckled and shook his head. He squatted down and raised his hand to slap Tian Buetao 7 to 8 times. This is a clinic, you are not here to see a doctor. You came to my house at night to cause trouble and even threatened me. Don't you think you deserve to be slapped? This round of slaps made Tian Buetao dizzy and see stars. His originally fat face was now swollen like a pig's head. After a long time, he finally regained some consciousness. However, he was still unconvinced. Relying on his long-accumulated power, he said with a venomous gaze, "Let me tell you, I am the deputy director of the Linjiang Road Subdistrict Office. How dare you hit me like this? I will teach you a lesson." It was a pity that he was flying backwards. At this point, there was a huge crowd behind him, forming a semicircle around the entrance of the People's Clinic. Even if there was no one behind him, Tian Buetao wouldn't have bothered to look around. Right now, he had been slapped by Ling Yun to the point that he was seeing stars. His head was spinning, and he was no longer clear-headed. So you're the deputy director of the district office. What a high position. You scared me to death. Tell me, what rank are you? Section chief or deputy director? Tang Meng squatted there with his right hand supporting his cheek. He looked at Tian Buetao's pig-like face with interest as he laughed coldly. Power was a good thing. It had a fatal attraction ever since it appeared, causing people to fight for it endlessly. However, power was naturally afraid of two things. One was power that was greater than it, and the other was power that could resist or even destroy it. Unfortunately, with Tian Buetao's current tiny amount of power, he had to deal with these two things at the same time. Wasn't it a joke for a deputy director of the district office to reveal his identity to scare the son of the deputy director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau? Section chief. Tian Buetao was really stunned. When was the last time he was hit? 15 years ago? 20 years ago? he had long forgotten what it felt like to be hit. Therefore, he answered Tang Meng's question without thinking. The crowd instantly burst into laughter. Section Chief? Oh no, I accidentally hit you just now. How are you going to deal with me? Tang Meng was such a bad boy. He even put on a shocked and regretful expression, cooperating with Tian Buetao to embarrass him. Humph. Now you know what fear is? Let me tell you, it's too late. I'll call the police now. You can all wait to go to jail. Tian Buetao thought that Tang Meng was really afraid. He was overjoyed, and his tone regained its usual arrogance. He even tried to puff out his chest to show off his authority. If I report you, you're cursing the neighbors. Tian Buetao fumbled for his phone, but it was snatched away by Tang Meng. Without even looking at it, Tang Meng threw it on the ground and stomped on the ground. Slap. 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 Tang Meng's expression changed from one of fear to one of cold laughter as he grabbed Tian Buetao's collar and slapped him 7 to 8 times. The crowd was silent. The crisp sound of the slap traveled far into the night sky. This time, Deputy Director Tian was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yan had attacked without warning. It was too sudden. He had never had the chance to reveal his identity. Now that he finally had the chance, he actually dared to hit him? Were they not afraid of his revenge? His brain was working a little better now, and he finally began to think in this direction. Li Hongmei had witnessed the entire process from the moment Tian Buetao was kicked out of the door. While she was shocked by Ling Yan's sudden change in behavior and the fact that he actually dared to slap Tian Buetao, she also started to worry for Qin Qiuyue. Li Hongmei was quite observant. She could tell that the big guy who drove the car was about the same age as Ling Yan. To be able to drive such a good car, his family must be rich and powerful. Furthermore, he did not know Tian Buetao. Taking advantage of his young and strong physique, it was not surprising that he and Ling Yan would beat up Tian Buetao. Children nowadays were all pampered and had bad tempers. When they fought, they did not even consider the consequences. Li Hongmei herself had a son, so she was very clear about this. What happened in the house just now? Why did these two kids beat up Tian Buetao so badly the moment they got home? The strange thing was that Qin Qiuyue did not come out to do anything even after such a long time had passed. Qin Qiuyue was not someone who did things without considering the consequences. If these two kids did not do anything, was Qin Qiuyue not afraid of Tian Buetao's revenge? Could it be that Qin Qiuyue had really been? Otherwise, based on Ling Yan's usual cowardly behavior, he would not have been so angry. This change was too drastic. Thinking about this, Li Hongmei sucked in a breath of cold air. No, she had to go and take a look. Something big must have happened. While no one was paying attention, she stealthily left the crowd and ran into Qin Qiuyue's clinic. The people's clinic was only a few dozen square meters in size. There was a back door to the clinic, which led to a small courtyard. This was where Qin Qiuyue's family lived. That big lobster was simply too big. Although its 2 pincers were tied up, it was still unwilling to be tied up and was very fierce. Following Ling Yan's instructions, Ning Lingyu went to the backyard and poured the lobster into the pond under the tap. However, before she could leave, the lobster crawled out of the pond and started crawling all over the place, showing off its strength. The lobster's body was more than a foot long. Including its pincers, it was 2 feet long. Its entire body was bright red and colorful. Looking at the huge lobster that was not acclimatized to the environment, Ning Lingyu was very frustrated. She did not dare to use her hands to catch it, so she found a wooden stick and started to push it into the pond. Just as she was trying her best to deal with the lobster, she suddenly heard the crisp sound of a face slapping in the clinic. Her expression changed, and she couldn't care less about the lobster anymore. She turned around and ran out. When Ning Lingyu reached Qin Qiuyue's side, she saw Tang Meng kicking Tian Buetao arrogantly. "Mom, what happened? Why did they fight? Are you okay?" Looking at Tian Buetao's broken glasses, Ning Lingyu's first concern was for her mother's safety. He deserved it. "I'm fine." Qin Qiuyue watched as Ling Yan's slap landed on Tian Buetao's face, but she didn't stop him. Instead, she remained as calm as ever, just like before the return of the 2 children, when Tian Buetao tried to coerce and bribe her in every possible way. However, when Qin Chunyue saw Ling Yan's shocking palm strike without any warning, a trace of excitement flashed across her beautiful eyes. Who's that kid? Qin Chunyue sat motionlessly as she looked at Tang Meng's silhouette outside the clinic. Hearing that her mother was fine, Ning Lingyu's nervousness dissipated and her pale face regained some color. His name is Tang Meng, he's our classmate from grade 12, class 2. He was the one who drove us back. Qin Chunyue nodded her head slightly and stood up with a relaxed expression. Her movements were elegant and dignified. She looked to be 1 or 2 centimeters taller than Ning Lingyu. Her body was mature and graceful, even the loose white coat could not hide her perfect figure. Let's go, Mom will steam the lobster for you. Qin Chunyue took off her white coat and said to Ning Lingyu. Ah? Mom, brother, and Tang Meng are beating up Tian Buetao outside. Aren't you going to do anything? Seeing that her mother was still in the mood to cook at this time, Ning Lingyu's clever little brain was unable to process the situation. That was a fight, Qin Chunyue smiled faintly. Let's fight then. Didn't Mom say that he deserves to be beaten up? Your brother won't be at a disadvantage, what's there to worry about? Ning Lingyu stretched out her slender fingers and scratched her little head. But they're beating up Tian Buetao. Ning Lingyu was able to get first place in Qingshui High because of her hard work, but more importantly, because of her high IQ. She immediately thought about the consequences of the matter and wanted to remind her mother about what would happen if Tian Buetao took revenge in the future. Of course, Qin Chunyue understood her daughter's thoughts. Suddenly, her expression turned serious as she looked at her daughter and said, Lingyu, remember, no matter who bullies you in the future, you have to be like your brother. Use your best ability and use the most correct method to fight back. Do you understand? Ning Lingyu thought about it seriously and seemed to understand a little. Then, she tilted her head and asked, Then, brother has been bullied all these years, why didn't you tell him about this? This was indeed a big question. If Qin Chunyue was able to educate her daughter like this, why did she let Ling Yun be a coward for so many years? Seeing that her daughter had asked this question, Qin Chunyue turned her head to look at Ling Yun who was standing at the entrance of the clinic. Then, she laughed and said, Lingyu, your brother is a boy. There are some things that he needs to understand on his own and walk out of his predicament on his own. Look, isn't he doing well now? Actually, your brother has been a very smart child since he was young. It's just that he became sensible at a young age and thought too much about some things. Moreover, Qin Chunyue suddenly paused and frowned. She did not continue her sentence and suddenly hugged her daughter's shoulder. Smiling, she said, Let's go, Mom will make you a big lobster tonight. But, Ning Lingyu was worried about Ling Yun and kept looking back. No buts, your brother will definitely be able to handle it. Come with me to help him. Mom, brother bought such a big lobster, why don't you ask where he got the money from? It was not just a big lobster. Ling Yun even brought back a strange sandalwood box and an iPhone 5. He even wore a full set of Nikes. How could Qin Chunyue's monthly allowance of $500 be enough for him? However, Qin Chunyue acted as if she did not see any of this. She did not even ask about it. As long as it's not stolen or snatched, it's fine. Aya, why is this lobster here? The moment the mother and daughter entered the backyard, they saw the big lobster. It was almost at the back door of the clinic. Bending down, Qin Chunyue grabbed the body of the lobster and lifted it up. I didn't expect your brother to be so good at buying. This lobster is quite fat. Qin Chunyue praised, her beautiful eyes filled with memories. Ever since Ning Tianya disappeared, it had been 18 years since she had eaten such a big lobster. How could Ling Yan not know how to buy it? Ling Yan bought the biggest and most expensive lobster in the shop. Chunyue. Chunyue. Are you okay? Your son beat up Tian Buetao outside. What's going on? Oh, sister-in-law Hongmei, you're here? You came at the right time. Ling Yan brought back a huge lobster from God knows where. Let's try it together. Qin Chunyue smiled and greeted Li Hongmei warmly. When Li Hongmei saw the huge lobster in Qin Chunyue's hands, she almost jumped out of her skin. She was stunned for a moment before she asked anxiously, Sister Chunyue, what did Hades Tian do to you? Why is Ling Yan so angry? The commoners in the slums all called Tian Buetao Hades Tian in private. Xianxia smiled faintly. What else could he do to me? Don't worry, nothing happened. Ling Yun was annoyed that he refused to leave, and his words were so harsh. The two of them argued for a while, and then they got into a fight. Xianxia spoke very casually, explaining the ins and outs of the matter in just a few words. Li Hongmei was stunned again. Just because of such a small matter? Io, Sister Qiuyu, you're really brave. Go out and take a look. Ling Yun and that kid are about to beat Hades Tian to death. Xianxia looked at Li Hongmei's anxious expression and smiled as she shook her head. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for thousands of years. Don't worry, I know Ling Yun well, nothing will happen to him. When Li Hongmei saw that Xianxia didn't take this matter to heart, she immediately said in astonishment, Sister Qiuyu, you have to think this through. Your son beat up Hades Tian. When he recovers, won't he make your small clinic close down? Furthermore, Hades Tian will not let your Ling Yun off. It was obvious that Li Hongmei was really worried for Xianxia. Xianxia sighed slightly and turned to Ning Lingyu. Lingyu, go and tell your brother to chase Tian Buetao away. It's not good to cause a ruckus in front of the clinic. Ning Lingyu nodded her head obediently and immediately ran out with light footsteps. When she arrived at the clinic's entrance, she was shocked to see so many people in such a short period of time. At this time, more and more people gathered to watch the show. The crowd was no longer a semicircle fan, but 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding the 3 people inside so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. At this moment, the person who was communicating with Tian Buetao was Ling Yun. Out of habit, Ling Yun stepped on Tian Buetao's chest with his left foot. Tell me, did you deliberately come here to cause trouble today? No. Ling Yun exerted some force with his left leg. Yes, I'm here to cause trouble. Tian Buetao was in so much pain that he quickly changed his words. Don't you think you deserve a beating? Ling Yun laughed coldly and continued to ask in front of everyone. Yes. Tian Buetao's phone had been trampled by Tang Meng, so he didn't even have the chance to call for help. Ling Yun and Tang Meng were both more tyrannical and ruthless than the other. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Then, do you think that this beating was unjust? Ling Yun was relentless. Of course, he had to get to the bottom of it because Tang Meng was recording them with his widescreen phone. This was called irrefutable evidence. Tian Buetao had personally admitted that he was here to cause trouble, so there was no need to be afraid of a lawsuit. If Hades Tian wanted to do it secretly, Ling Yun and Tang Meng would have even less to fear. Not unjust. Hades Tian was panting heavily as he gritted his teeth in anger. He had been a tyrant on Linjiang Road for so many years, but now, he was being trampled on by Xianxua's useless son. This was definitely a great humiliation. He swore in his heart that as long as he could leave this place, he would use all his connections to make these 2 arrogant brats beg for death. As for Xianxia, he didn't want to waste any more time. He would think of a way to shut down the people's clinic and force himself on her. Of course, there was also Xianxua's beautiful daughter, Ning Lingyu. Not unjust or not? Ling Yun saw that Tian Buetao's answer was not sincere, so he increased the force on his foot. Not unjust. Tian Buetao cried out in pain. Let me tell you, from today onwards, you are not allowed to step into the people's clinic. Do you hear me? Actually, what Ling Yun meant was that Tian Buetao was not allowed to get close to his mother. However, in front of so many people, he didn't want to dwell on this issue. This kind of thing would only make things worse, so he didn't bring it up. Ling Yun lowered his head and spat on Tian Buetao's face as he warned him. Understood. Tian Buetao was on the verge of tears after being bullied to this extent. Did you record it? Ling Yun asked Tang Meng this time. Boss, do it a few more times. Some of the poses just now weren't handsome enough. Oh right, it's my turn now. Record it for me. Tang Meng, the hedonistic young master, felt his heart itch as he watched Ling Yun's impressive performance. When the crowd saw these 2 fearless fellows treating such a serious matter as a child's play, they rolled their eyes. Did they think they were filming a movie? Do you want to do it a few more times? As for Tian Buetao, he was so angry that he almost fainted. Ling Yun was even more ruthless. He didn't even hesitate to agree to Tang Meng's suggestion. Tang Meng's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to pass the iPhone 5 to Ling Yun, he heard a delicate voice from outside the crowd. "Brother, Mummy wants you to go home for dinner." "Boss, look at this, look at this. I said I should go first, but you insisted on going first." Tang Meng stomped his feet in regret. He was even prepared to record this scene so that he could show his domineering image to his mother. "Alright, there are still so many things to move. Hurry up and get to work." Ling Yun was standing high, so he could see far. He didn't forget about the pile of things that were unloaded from the car just now. He glanced at it every once in a while to prevent others from taking advantage of the crowd. Who would dare? Ling Yun and Tang Meng had already trampled Hades Tian to such a state. Who would dare to think about such things? Tang Meng put away his phone and shouted at the crowd, "I say, everyone, you've seen enough. Hurry up and disperse, we have to prepare for dinner." After saying that, he pushed the crowd aside and continued with his ants moving house. Ling Yan removed his foot from Tian Buotao's chest and snorted. "I'm just teaching you a lesson today. Consider it as letting you off easy. If you dare to take revenge, I'll make you regret ever being born." Scram. After saying that, he didn't even look at Tian Buotao anymore. He waved at Ning Lingyu. "Lingyu, come over and take care of these things. Tang Meng and I will hurry up and finish moving." With so many things, Tang Meng would have to make 5 to 6 trips. Since Ling Yan had nothing else to do, he naturally went over to help. Ling Yan is different from before. He even dares to beat up Hades Tian now. In the past, Dr. Qin really didn't raise this son of his for nothing. He's usually so quiet, but look at him now. Amazing, truly amazing. To be able to beat up Hades Tian like that, how satisfying. Kids nowadays, they dare to beat up anyone. I really can't say anything. After this incident, no one in the slums dared to look down on Ling Yun anymore. As for Tian Buotao, he had already struggled to get up when there were so many people around. He stumbled and stumbled as he ran away. "Just you wait, I'll take care of all of you one by one." Tian Buotao repeated this sentence over and over again. His heart was filled with hatred. He was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Not only was he beaten up, his glasses were smashed, his phone was stomped on, and he even had someone step on it to record the incident. This hatred was irreconcilable. After everyone returned to their homes, the entrance of the people's clinic quickly regained its peace. At this time, Ling Yun and the other two had already moved everything into the backyard of the people's clinic. "Yo, this must be Tang Meng? This kid looks really sturdy." Qin Qiuyue walked out of the kitchen and greeted Tang Meng warmly when she saw him busy with his work. Tang Meng saw Qin Qiuyue and hurriedly greeted her out of habit. He wanted to call her auntie, but the word auntie was already at the tip of his tongue. This is Ning Lingyu's mother? Why does she look so young?" Tang Meng maintained the shape of his mouth as he stared blankly at Qin Qiuyue. He had every reason to believe that if he were to meet Qin Qiuyue on the streets, he would definitely call her sister without hesitation. Even though Qin Qiuyue was 36 this year, she looked at most 27 or 28 years old. Her skin was fair and supple, smooth like a mirror. Her figure was even better, with perfect proportions and a mature and alluring figure. Even Ning Lingyu, who had a slim and exquisite figure, paled in comparison to her mother, Qin Qiuyue. After all, Ning Lingyu was still in her puberty phase. Compared to Qin Qiuyue's plump figure, Ning Lingyu was naturally more immature. What? Are you itching for a beating?" Ling Yan raised her leg and gave Tang Meng's butt a kick. Auntie, you're really young." Tang Meng finally regained his senses and said while scratching his head in embarrassment. Qin Qiuyue's beautiful face did not show the slightest bit of displeasure. She smiled lightly and said to Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, "You two are really immature. How can you let a guest work? Lingyu, quickly invite your classmates into the house for some tea. Ling Yun, tidy up these things." Tang Meng was so touched that he almost cried. He had finally met justice. In the past, Ning Lingyu's attitude towards him was not cold, but it had always been disdainful. These 2 days, because of Ling Yun, even though their interactions had become more normal, she still rarely gave him a smile. As for Ling Yun, cough cough, don't even mention him. Not only did Ling Yun take a huge sum of money from him, he even ordered him around like a lackey. Every now and then, he would kick his butt, no matter what. Young Master Tang was one of the 4 big spoiled brats in Xianxia High. Not only did he give you money and strength to be a free chauffeur, he even helped you fight. Yet, he was treated like an African slave. Tang Meng's tears flowed down his heart. He felt that Xianxia was even more amiable and natural. Ning Lingyu giggled and said to Tang Meng, "Let's go, young Master Tang." After seeing Tang Meng kick Tian Buetao out of the clinic, Ning Lingyu felt that this guy was not as annoying as before. Go my ass. Hurry up and tidy up. Follow me to deal with these 2 yellow croakers. Otherwise, don't even think about having dinner at my house. In Ling Yan's eyes, good things were meant to be used, not looked at. Hence, there was no such thing as a collector's item. Ling Yan then proceeded to charge his new iPhone 5. Yesterday, Tang Meng had mentioned that the first charge had to be sufficient. Ling Yan planned to charge it for the entire night. After he was done, Ling Yan walked out of his bedroom. Looking at Tang Meng, who was squatting by the pond and washing the yellow croaker, he asked, "Are you done?" Tang Meng had never done such chores in his life. The smell of the fish made him frown and curse himself for being a wretch. "Get up and learn from me." Ling Yan squatted down and picked up the yellow croaker with one hand and a pair of scissors with the other. In less than 3 minutes, he had cleaned the 2 yellow croakers with ease. Tang Meng was dumbfounded by Ling Yan's skillful movements. "Isn't this way too fast? Boss, have you ever done chores in a hotel before? Why do you look like you're performing acrobatics?" Ling Yan put down the scissors and turned on the tap to rinse his hands. Ling Yan raised his head slightly and looked straight ahead. His clear eyes were filled with nostalgia. Back in the cultivation world, before he reached the Anidia realm, Ling Yan had spent more time in the mountains than he did in a place where ordinary people lived, whether he was cultivating in seclusion, slaying demons, or being hunted down by his enemies. Naturally, he had learned to cook well because of the principle that he could lose out on anything but himself. He had stewed giant python meat and cooked black bear paws. Not to mention 2 yellow croakers, he had even slaughtered a 7 to 8 meter long demon fish to go with his wine. Thinking back to the days when he could split the mountains and split the seas with a single strike of his sword and destroy the mountains and rivers with a single roar, Ling Yan's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. However, it quickly disappeared as he returned to reality. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He could no longer return to the cultivation world. The only thing he could do now was to become stronger step by step. I should be able to break through to physique tempering stage 2 tonight, right? If I'm lucky, I might even be able to break through to physique tempering stage 3. There were 9 stages to physique tempering stage. Every 3 stages was a huge barrier. From stage 1 to stage 3, it was mainly to strengthen the various aspects of one's body. As long as one had enough spiritual energy, it wouldn't be difficult to break through. This was because once he reached physique tempering stage level 3, he would be able to transfer spiritual energy into the patient's body through the silver needles in his hands. That way, the awkward situation of treating old man Xue would not occur again. Once he reached physique tempering stage 4, he would be able to use the spiritual energy in his body at will. The spiritual energy would also circulate in his body according to a specific route, automatically flushing through his meridians and acupoints. That way, the cultivation of the stellar condensation technique would be twice the result with half the effort. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, the cultivation speed would naturally be doubled. This was the main reason why he was confident that he could reach the pinnacle of physique tempering in 2 months. Ling Yan's lips curled into a confident smile as she turned to look at Tang Meng. "I'm planning to rent a house near our school. Can you help me look for one?" "What? Rent an apartment? Why are you renting a house?" Tang Meng asked curiously. "Just tell me, are you going to help or not?" "If not, I'll find someone else," Ling Yan said with a frown. Tang Meng pondered for a moment before recalling the extremely ambiguous scene between Ling Yun and Xianxia that evening. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Don't tell me that the 2 of them got together so quickly? I don't think Xianxia is that open." Feeling that he had guessed most of the matter, Tang Meng quickly nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. Of course I'll help. How can I not help, boss? What requirements do you have for the house? Ling Yan's purpose of renting an apartment was to train. Shaking his head, he said, it shouldn't be too far from the school. However, it has to be secluded. Slightly secluded. The fewer people, the better. Secluded? The fewer people, the better? Upon hearing this, Tang Meng thought to himself, I'm right. Boss and Xianxia definitely have a JQ, revealing a smile that everyone understood. Tang Meng chuckled. Don't worry, boss, leave it to me. I'll search for it on the internet for you when I get home tonight. However, I won't be paying for it. Tang Meng was really afraid of being cheated by Ling Yan. Waving his hand, Ling Yan smiled. You don't have to pay for it. Just make it quick. Find a house tomorrow. I'll be moving in next Monday night. No problem. Tang Meng patted his chest loudly. Ling Yan nodded his head. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat. Every time he saw Ling Yan smile like that, he knew that someone was going to be in trouble. Now that they were in Ling Yan's house, he was the only one in front of Ling Yan. Who would be the unlucky one? Sure enough, Ling Yan placed his wet hand on Tang Meng's shoulder affectionately. Lowering his voice, he said, since you've helped me, I have something good for you. Do you want it? Tang Meng looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Nervously, he asked, something good? What is it? Tang Meng could not be blamed for his nervousness. After seeing how Ling Yan dealt with Go Junfa and Tu Gang, he was afraid that Ling Yan would use the same tricks on him. Ling Yan winked at Tang Meng, signaling him to relax. Don't be so nervous. Don't worry, it's something good. I have 2 phone numbers. I'm going to give one to you. Do you want it? Ling Yan said nonchalantly. His expression was natural. He did not have any intention of tricking Tang Meng. Ling Yan had 4 phone numbers. He wanted one for himself, one for his mother, and one for his sister. As for the last one, it was naturally for Tang Meng. Tang Meng heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt much more relaxed, and his tensed body relaxed as well. So it was a phone number? His phone number ended with 4 8s. In the whole school, only Go Junfa's number was cooler than his. How could Ling Yan's phone number be any better? Hey! I thought it was some kind of treasure. I can easily get a bunch of good phone numbers. Since you've just bought an iPhone 5, I'll give you 2 for free. Tang Mei refused to believe that Ling Yan could get a phone number that was cooler than his. I don't want yours. I think my phone number is pretty good. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. I think I can sell it for 30 to 50,000. Ling Yan patted Tang Meng's shoulder nonchalantly. His face showed a hint of regret as he shook his head. Tang Meng could no longer sit still. Selling it for 30 to 50,000? He had begged his mother to use her connections to get his 4.8 renminbi phone number. Even so, he had to pay 30,000 yuan in advance. How could he sell a random number for 30,000 yuan? What kind of phone number could be so cool? Hee, boss, it's not that I don't want it. You know that my phone number ends with 4 8s. It's already very cool in our school. Ling Yan raised his head to look at the night sky. The sky is pretty good tonight. The stars are everywhere. How nice. He did not seem to have heard Tang Meng's flattery. Boss, can you tell me what your phone number is? As long as it's not worse than mine, I'll consider it. Ling Yan turned to look at the kitchen on the west side of the courtyard. I wonder how my mother is going to make that lobster. I can't wait. He continued to ignore Tang Meng. Boss. Dear brother. Just tell me. As long as it's a good phone number, I'll buy it. You don't have to sell it to anyone else. I'll buy it with my own money. I promise you won't lose out. Tang Meng's curiosity was piqued by Ling Yan. He could not help but shake Ling Yan's arm. Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng and sighed. Actually, it's not really a good number. It's just that it ends with 6 8s. What? Tang Meng jumped up in shock. 6 8s at the end? Oh my god, You would not be able to get an account like this if you did not have powerful connections. No matter how much money you had, you would not be able to get one. When mobile media distributed the numbers, the normal good numbers would be randomly assigned to the various branches. However, these super good numbers with 6 8s at the end would never be assigned to them. To be able to get such a good number, money was not the only thing that could do it. One had to have a high status and powerful connections. Ling Yan actually had such a good number in his hands? Tang Meng was about to go crazy with excitement. If he had this number with 6 8s, not to mention Go Juntha's number with 5 6s at the end, he would be extremely eye-catching in Xianxia City. Tang Meng could not help but feel excited at the thought of using this number to call someone he knew. Especially Xianxia City's number 1 nouveau riche, Li Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan's jaw would drop. How proud would he be then? Even if he had to pay any price, he had to get Ling Yan's number. His voice startled Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu, who were busy cooking in the small kitchen. Both of them looked over in surprise. Tang Meng could not be bothered to ask Ling Yan where he got such a good number. He placed both of his hands on Ling Yan's shoulders and asked excitedly, "Boss, you're not lying to me, are you? Do you really have a good number with 6 8s at the end?" Ling Yan thought to himself that he had taken the bait. Hee, that's more like it. He furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Isn't it just a phone number? Do you have to be so excited? How useless. Sit down and talk." "This isn't it." Ling Yan put his hand into his pocket and took out another one. "This isn't it either, again. This is weird. This is mine, I can't give it to you." Ling Yan recalled Shui Mining's solemn reminder before they parted ways. Shaking his head, he reached his hand into his pocket again. Life was weird. Looking for something was like trying on a key. Only the last key could unlock the lock. "This is it. 59888888, take a look." Ling Yan took out the last one, glanced at the number and passed it to Tang Meng. It wasn't a big deal to let him take a look since he wasn't going anywhere. Tang Meng was completely dumbfounded. Didn't they say there were only 2? Why were there 4? Wasn't Ling Yan a little too heaven-defying if all these numbers were like this? Not only did he rob a bank, but he also robbed the headquarters of Xianxia City's mobile company? Boss, could it be that these 4 numbers are? Tang Meng stuttered as he stared at Ling Yan in a daze. He forgot to take the SIM card from Ling Yan. Ling Yan saw Tang Meng's rapid breathing and bright eyes. He quickly hid his other hand behind his back. What if this brat really tried to snatch it? He wasn't afraid of Tang Meng snatching the SIM card, but he was afraid of Tang Meng pouncing on him. There were more than 10 hairy crabs in the basin behind him. "I can't give these 3 numbers to you. They are for my mother and Ling Yu. Don't even think about it," Ling Yan warned. Upon hearing this, Tang Meng immediately acted like a hawk hunting a rabbit. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he snatched the SIM card from Ling Yan's hand and held it tightly in his hands as he looked at it fondly. "Boss, can this really be used?" Tang Meng stared at Ling Yan, afraid that Ling Yan was joking with him. If that was the case, he would definitely fall from heaven to hell. Ling Yan almost laughed at his expression. He lifted his chin and said, "Why don't you put the SIM card on your phone and make a call?" Tang Meng slapped his forehead hard, wondering if he had been too excited to think of such a simple thing. With unprecedented speed, he took out his phone, inserted the new card, turned it back on, and was about to make a call when he suddenly hesitated. Who should I call? Tang Meng knew that with such a good phone number, no matter who he called, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. That's right. Call Li Qingchuan and scare him. Tang Meng suddenly thought of Li Qingchuan and chuckled. With trembling fingers, he dialed Li Qingchuan's number. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. At this moment, Li Qingchuan was drinking alone. In his mind, he was pondering over who the F*ck in Xianxia City was. Who the F*ck in Xianxia City was to actually have the opportunity to go shopping with Shui Mining. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. Li Qingchuan's first reaction was to think that it was Tang Meng calling. His heart leaped with joy as he thought to himself that Tang Meng was quite reliable. He had just handed over a task to him and there was already an update on it. Li Qingchuan immediately picked up his phone, but when he saw the caller ID on his phone screen, he was so shocked that he stood up. 59888888. Such a good phone number? Li Qingchuan furrowed his brows. Could it be that he's asking my dad for a favor? That's impossible, someone with such a good phone number wouldn't even need to contact my dad through me. Then why is this person calling me? Li Qingchuan's mind raced as he stared at the ringing phone. Could it be? Could it be that the guy who went shopping with little Ning this afternoon heard from her about me courting her? And is calling to show off? That's the most likely possibility. F*CK, such a good phone number, how F*King arrogant, Li Qingchuan thought to himself, so what if the number is good? Is my title as the number 1 nouveau riche in Qingshui City just for show? Answer, he made up his mind and picked up the phone before it could automatically hang up. Hello? Hello, who's this? Since he did not know the identity of the other party, Li Qingchuan spoke very carefully and politely. Even his usual lazy tone had changed. Tang Meng was overjoyed. Based on his understanding of Li Qingchuan would never answer a call for such a long period of time. Normally, he would either pick up the call immediately or reject it. However, this time, he did not pick up the call immediately or reject it. There could only be one reason, he was hesitating. Looks like the number that boss gave me is definitely a super good one. However, Tang Meng had no choice but to speak when the call was connected. He chuckled and said, hee, big brother, it's me, little Meng. How is it, did I scare you? F*CK. When Li Qingchuan heard Tang Meng's voice, he was so angry that he almost threw his phone out. F*CK, Tang Meng, where the F*CK did you get such an awesome number? Do you know that I almost peed my pants just now? Hee, Tang Meng was so happy that he could only chuckle. Say, how many of these numbers do you have? Leave one for me too, do you hear me? Li Qingchuan did not think much of Tang Meng's good number. The first thing that came to his mind was to ask him to get one for himself. Hee, boss, it wasn't easy for me to get this number, I don't have any more. F*CK off, I don't care. Anyway, if you can't get this number, you can forget about it. Give it to me when I get back. I'll pay for it no matter how much it costs. Li Qingchuan said directly. This was a killer weapon for picking up girls. It was a symbol of status and connections. Tang Meng was so shocked that his expression changed. He thought to himself, *T, I've gotten myself into trouble. Boss, I'll help you ask again. I only have this number now, I definitely won't give it to you, so don't even think about it. After Tang Meng finished speaking, he quickly hung up and switched off his phone. This was a treasure that he had painstakingly gotten his hands on, it was something that could only be found by chance, there was no way he would be willing to give it to Li Qingchuan. When Li Qingchuan saw that Tang Meng had hung up the phone so quickly, he became even angrier. He was so focused on getting the number that he forgot to ask about little Ning. He immediately called back, but the other party's phone was already switched off, so he could only give up. And here I was wondering what it was. So it's just a super awesome account and you're trying to show off to me? Li Qingchuan said angrily as he tried to think of a way to get this number from Tang Meng. While Tang Meng was on the phone, Ling Yan took the opportunity to send 2 yellow croakers and a dozen hairy crabs into the kitchen. When he came out, Tang Meng had already put away his phone. How is it? The number is real, right? Ling Yan asked with a smile. Hee, it's real. Boss, you're so nice to give me such a beautiful account, I love you so much. Tang Meng was intoxicated by his fantasies and spoke without thinking. Ling Yan felt a chill down his spine and asked, who said I gave this number to you? Do you think I'm a selfless saint? Tang Meng understood what Ling Yan was trying to say. He smiled sheepishly and said, Boss, of course I won't take such a good thing from you for free. Tell me, as long as it's within my means, I'll give you anything you want. Ling Yan nodded his head and thought to himself, that's more like it. He pondered for a while and said, I'm not lacking anything right now except money. Just tell me how much money you can give me. Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng was rich just by looking at his car. If he didn't rip him off now, when would he have the chance? Tang Meng scratched his head and asked, 60,000. Looking at Ling Yan's expressionless face, he chuckled and said, of course, that's daylight robbery, why don't we make it an auspicious number, 80,000? Tang Meng tried to increase his offer. Ling Yan remained expressionless, but he was overjoyed deep down. He thought to himself that he could earn 80,000 just by changing hands with this pretty account. This was way too easy to earn. 90,000? Boss, let me tell you, all the money I've saved up adds up to 90,000. If you think it's not enough, I'll have to go rob. Tang Meng was speaking the truth. His father, Tang Tianhao, was a government official, not a businessman. He was only the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Not to mention that Tang Tianhao disdained to abuse his power. Even if he really wanted to earn money, how much could he earn in a year? As for Tang Meng's Hummer, it was indeed made in America. However, Tang Tianhao did not buy it for him. Instead, it was a birthday gift from Tang Meng's uncle, Tang Tianzong, who had a business in America. Therefore, even though Tang Meng was arrogant and unrestrained, he was the poorest among the four nouveau riches in Xianxia. On one hand, the little gambling god loved to gamble. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to earn some money from gambling to make himself look good. 90,000 was all Tang Meng could take out right now. He couldn't take out any more than that. When Tang Meng mentioned the price of 90,000, Ling Yan could see the awkwardness on his face. Ling Yan could still tell if Tang Meng was really in a dilemma. Which nouveau riche didn't want to lose face? Even though Tang Meng's words seemed to be half joking, Ling Yan knew that he was just putting up a front. He was afraid that Ling Yan would look down on him. Ling Yan frowned and came up with a plan. He said lightly, "We're good brothers. If you say 90,000, then 90,000. However, there's 10,000 yuan in this SIM card, so you have to give me a total of 100,000 yuan." Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat. He was about to lower his face to bargain with Ling Yan when Ling Yan waved his hand and continued, "Even though the price is 100,000, I don't need that much money now. You just have to give me 50,000 first. As for the remaining 50,000, we'll discuss it and let you earn a huge sum of money in 2 months. You can give me the money after you earn it. If you can't earn it, I don't want it." What was a scene? This was a scene. Not only did he not let himself suffer losses, but he also did not put his friend in a difficult position. His words were beautiful, and his actions were even better. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached Ling Yan so decisively after noticing the huge change in him. Of course, Ning Lingyu played a part in this, but that factor was really negligible. The main factor was still Ling Yan's unique charisma when interacting with others. Even though Ling Yan was unwilling to budge and offered a price of 100,000 yuan, Tang Meng only asked for 50,000 yuan. Furthermore, the remaining 50,000 yuan might not even be available. What a joke, the two of them could earn a huge sum of money in 2 months. Wasn't that too easy to earn? If there was such a good thing, Tang Meng would be sitting together with Ling Yan every day. 50,000 yuan was 10,000 yuan less than Tang Meng's initial offer of 60,000 yuan. This was the first time Tang Meng had seen Ling Yan make such a losing deal since he started working with him. "Boss." Tang Meng's heart warmed up. Just now, he could pretend to be in a daze and say things like how he loved Ling Yan to death, but those were all nonsense and boastful words. Now, he was truly touched. It was the feeling of being acknowledged, trusted, and protected. Ling Yan did not make a sound, laughing and scolding, as if he did not care about anyone. However, Ling Yan was actually very considerate towards Tang Meng. When he clashed with Tu Gang and his gang, Ling Yan told him to get lost and not get involved. Last night, Tang Meng wanted to blow things up. When he fought with Xia Zhenyan at the entrance of grade 12 class 1, Ling Yan did not intervene. Instead, he instructed him not to provoke Xia Zhenyan alone. Today, Ling Yan had obviously prepared this number for him. Even though he had asked for the money, he saw that Tang Meng was in a difficult position and decided to charge him half of the original price. Tang Meng knew that he had to rely on his connections to get his phone number ending with 48s, and he even had to pay 30,000 yuan in advance to get it. These numbers ending with 68s were not as simple as an additional 10,000 yuan. After all, the two of them had only interacted for 2 days. Who was the one who was losing out when he was with Ling Yan? Therefore, it was no wonder that Tang Meng was touched. Tang Meng suddenly realized that all these trivial things that he had done for Ling Yan were worth it. For Ling Yan, it was worth it even if he had to offend a higher-ranking official, let alone the deputy director of the street office. At this point, he no longer had any grievances or complaints. From today onwards, Tang Meng would follow Ling Yun wholeheartedly. He swore to follow Ling Yun till death. Of course, this brat also obtained huge benefits that he could never even dream of and became a world-shaking and ambitious figure in the secular world of Xianxia. This was the fate of people. When the opportunity came, not only did you have to see it, you also had to seize it. When the nobleman came, not only did you have to keep your eyes on him, you also had to follow him unswervingly. Only then would you have a chance to stand out. Not only did Tang Meng seize the opportunity, but he also followed the right person. It would be hard for him not to prosper. Ling Yun watched as the expression on Tang Meng's face changed. Finally, it turned into one of determination. Ling Yun nodded to himself. This kid, suddenly, he wrinkled his nose and took 2 deep breaths. It smells so good. Ling Yun quickly turned his head and looked into the kitchen. Brother, what are you two whispering about? Come and serve the dishes. Ning Lingyu was helping out her mother in the kitchen. She was being bossed around by her mother, but she was happy to do so. This was the feeling of being together as a family. It was a relaxing and heartwarming feeling. Without waiting for Ling Yun to enter the kitchen, Tang Meng came back to his senses and ran in front of Ling Yun. It smells so good. Let me serve it. Very quickly, Tang Meng calmed down from his hot-blooded emotions and returned to his usual state of God is the boss. However, it seemed that in Ling Yun's family, he was at most the 4th child. For some unknown reason, the fearless Tang Meng did not dare to look directly at Qin Qiuyue's face and eyes. This was especially so for Qin Qiuyue's eyes. Her eyes were not only beautiful, but the gaze that shot out from her eyes seemed to have the power to pierce through one's soul. It was the gaze of a person who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. It was filled with the wisdom and experience of life. It was as if a casual glance from her would make one feel as if they had been seen through and there was nothing they could hide. Coupled with Qin Qiuyue's mature and charming demeanor, her calmness, there was a hint of nobility and pride in her amicable and amiable demeanor. In front of her, Tang Meng felt like Sun Wukong in front of the goddess of mercy. He had to be honest no matter what. In other words, Tang Meng realized that in front of Qin Qiuyue, his favorite and most elegant long hair had become a serious flaw. He could not wait to find a place to cut it off. It smells so good. Hence, when Tang Meng entered the house, he could not help but take a whiff of the aroma. He loudly praised Qin Qiuyue as he picked up the 2 dishes with both hands and left. When he walked out of the kitchen, he felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, he felt a burning sensation on his face. What's wrong with me? Even my grandfather doesn't make me feel so restrained. Tang Meng thought to himself. He felt as if he was not himself anymore. However, Tang Meng's face quickly lit up. Could this be the legendary feeling of a son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law for the first time? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could the arrogant and despotic little gambling god be so restrained? The little gambling god had finally completed the super difficult self-hypnosis. Beaming with joy, he strode towards the main house. The buildings on both sides of Linjiang Road in the slums were similar. Most of them were built in the 70s and 80s. Now, they looked dilapidated. Naturally, the style of the buildings was similar. In order to attract business, the shops along the street in front were often renovated, so they were slightly better. However, the small courtyards at the back were all low-rise houses. Naturally, Ling Yan's house was no exception. Although the courtyard was not big, it had everything, including the main house, the east house, and the west house. The west house was naturally Ling Yan's small kitchen. The east house was a small warehouse, used to store miscellaneous items. There were 4 rooms in the main house. 3 of them were the bedrooms of Ling Yan's family of 3. The rest was the living room that was tens of meters in size. The living room was the dining room for the poor. As a doctor, Qin Qiuyue was very particular about hygiene. Therefore, even though her family wasn't rich and they were living on a tight budget, her house was clean and tidy, without a single speck of dust on it. Just sitting in the house made one feel like they were in a warm home. Tang Meng carried 2 dishes into the house and understood why Ling Yun said that they were short of money. Of course, he knew that Ling Yun's family was poor and that people from poor families were always short of money. However, he had never experienced this before. The rich would never understand the hardships of the poor. Tang Meng felt that he could reach the roof of the low-rise house if he were to jump and raise his hand. Take note, Ling Yan's house was on the south side of the road. Therefore, the main house was the south house. It was always backlit, cold in winter and warm in summer. There was a very ordinary round table and 3 simple wooden chairs. On the east side of the living room was an old-fashioned sofa that could only accommodate 2 people and a plexiglass coffee table. The old sofa was covered by a faded sofa cover. Although it was clean, Tang Meng noticed that the sofa seat was sunken in. Obviously, the sofa's springs had lost their elasticity. It was obvious that the sofa had lost its elasticity, which showed how old it was. 6 to 7 meters away from the sofa was a 21-inch old-fashioned television. After that, there was nothing else. It was that simple. At this moment, Tang Meng suddenly understood why Ning Lingyu was so eager to excel. Why she always wanted to be the first in her year. He also understood why Ling Yun was so self-abased in the past. He also understood why the current Ling Yun was able to rise up and become so shameless and greedy. Shameless? Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat. He placed the 2 dishes on the table and plopped down on the sofa. It was as if he had forgotten that he was in Ning Lingyu's house. He took out a cigarette, lit it up, and started smoking. He suddenly felt that the original Hummer that was parked outside the People's Clinic was so ironic. He thought about how he would receive hundreds of thousands of red packets every year. He felt that he could not sit still. Tang Meng might be arrogant and cunning, but he was a real hot-blooded person. Ling Yan also came into the house with a dish. He looked at Tang Meng sitting on the sofa, his eyes staring straight at the television in front of him. Tang Meng's face was solemn as he smoked. Was it too much to ask for 50,000 from him? Did I really make things difficult for him? Ling Yan knew his future the best. Even though he needed money to change everything around him, it was not enough to force Tang Meng into such a difficult situation. Forget it, let's not torture this kid anymore. Anyway, I didn't spend a single cent on this phone number. Seeing that you're willing to call me Big Brother, I'll suffer a loss and give it to you for free. Ling Yan immediately made his decision. However, he could not help but feel the pain in his heart. At this moment, Tang Meng had finished smoking his cigarette. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. He had also made a decision at this moment. Isn't it just a broken Hummer? I'll change to an Audi and drive it all the same. I'll sell it. How can people like Auntie Qin and Lingyu live in such a broken place? Tang Meng was crying in his heart. This was a gift from his uncle for his 17th birthday. It was his favorite, an original Hummer from America. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other at the same time. Boss, I've decided. This Hummer consumes too much petrol. I want to sell it as soon as possible and get a new car. If you need money urgently, it doesn't matter how much you need. Tang Meng, don't worry. Even though I'm short on money, I won't force you to your death. I'll give you my phone number for free. You don't need a single cent, right? They opened and closed their mouths at the same time. They were afraid that they would go back on their words at any time. Even the number of words they spoke was the same. They really had a tacit understanding, a pair of shameless brothers who were more cunning than anyone else. At the same time, they gritted their teeth and endured the pain of giving up their own interests to help each other. They were both stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief. However, to Ling Yun, who was eager to use money to change his current situation, he was giving up everything he had. Lowering the price from 100,000 to 50,000, then to not even a single cent. One had to know that Ling Yun was never at a disadvantage. Although the value of the object was far different, the 2 brothers' intentions were about the same. They were evenly matched, and neither was willing to give in. This was a misunderstanding, but it was undoubtedly a beautiful misunderstanding that many people would never be able to enjoy in their entire lives. The 2 of them stared at each other. First, they were in a daze, then they were in a daze, and then they smiled. Unconcealable smiles gradually blossomed from the corners of their eyes and quickly spread across their faces until they were grinning at the same time. It was a knowing smile that only a real man would understand. What are you 2 giggling about in the house? Come and serve the dishes. Ning Lingyu shouted from the kitchen. Let's go and serve the dishes. Ling Yun gestured for Tang Meng to follow him. At this point, he had completely acknowledged Tang Meng as his good brother. The two of them walked side by side, whispering to each other. "How much is your Hummer worth?" Ling Yan asked. "It's not expensive in America, but in China, it can be exchanged for more than 10 of your models." "More than $1 million?" Ling Yan asked. "What do you think?" Tang Meng replied. "I don't need to sell it." "How am I going to ride it if I sell it?" "Aren't you in a hurry?" Tang Meng asked. "I'm not in a hurry, I earn money fast." Ling Yan replied. "How fast?" Tang Meng asked. "Before the college entrance exams, I want to buy a big villa in Xianxia Villa District and a sports car that's better than your current one." "Do you want to buy a cow?" Tang Meng asked. "Why do you want to buy a cow?" "The cows in Qingshui City have been boasted to death by you, don't you need to buy one?" Tang Meng asked. *CK off. Ling Yan replied. In the kitchen. Ling Yan and Tang Meng had just brought out 2 hot dishes and 2 cold dishes. Now, it was the yellow croaker. 2 yellow croakers cooked in 2 completely different ways. One was steamed with scallion oil while the other was braised. It looked, smelled, and tasted great. When the 2 of them arrived at the kitchen, there were more than 10 hairy crabs that were tied up and ready to be steamed. The fresh and fragrant crab meat filled the air, causing one's mouth to water. "Auntie, these dishes are already sumptuous enough. You must be tired after a day of work. Don't be so busy. Go back to your room and rest for a while before you eat." Tang Meng saw that there were still prawns, pork trotters, pork ribs, and lobsters that had not been cooked. Qin Shuiyue smiled sweetly and said, "Look, Tang Meng is such a sensible child. It's getting late now, you guys should go eat first. Don't starve yourself. Ling Yu, I don't need you here anymore, you should go eat with your classmates." Ling Yan and Tang Meng took 2 more dishes away. Ling Yu would not let her mother cook alone while she went to eat. She insisted on staying and helping. In the main room, Tang Meng stared blankly at the 6 dishes on the dining table. Among the 6 dishes, some were hot, some were cold, some were meat, and some were vegetarian. They were all well matched and looked and smelled great. Even the plate of braised beef was placed in a well-proportioned manner. Anyone who saw it would have their eyes lit up and couldn't help but praise its exquisiteness. "Boss, did Auntie Qin used to be a chef in a big restaurant?" Tang Meng had been to all kinds of big restaurants since he was young. His foresight was definitely not ordinary. He had a feeling that if Qin Shuiyue had not worked in a big restaurant before, she was definitely not an ordinary person, at least not in the past. Ling Yan remembered his mother's story clearly. He shook his head and smiled. "I've never been a chef in a big restaurant before. However, my mother used to open a food stall when we were young. Her business was really good." Tang Meng frowned and shook his head. "That's not right. A food stall can't be that good. I think Auntie Qin must have stayed in a rich family before." Ling Yan raised his leg to give him a kick. "What are you thinking about? Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Look at the time, even though Tang Meng drove fast, Qingshui High was too far away from here. Furthermore, there was a traffic jam on a Saturday. When they reached home, it was already 8 at night. After being delayed by Tian Buotau's matter, coupled with all the work he had done, it was already 9 o'clock. Ling Yan still had to go to the riverside for a breakthrough, so he was in a hurry. "There are still a few dishes that I have to wait for Auntie and Ling Yu to eat together. This is called etiquette, don't you know? I've washed my hands a long time ago." Tang Meng looked at Ling Yan with dissatisfaction. "Alright, let's use this time to think of a way to earn money." "Do you still want money?" Tang Meng asked bitterly when he saw that Ling Yan's every sentence was about earning money. Of course, he was just putting on an act. "Nonsense. Look at my house. How can I live without money? But don't worry, I promise you that I'll let you earn some money." Ling Yan sat down on the sofa, and the old sofa almost fell apart from his sitting, making creaking sounds. Without a doubt, the deep depression in the middle of the sofa was caused by him sitting on it. Ignoring Tang Meng's smirk, Ling Yan said with a straight face, "If you want to give me the 100,000 yuan from the pretty account, you'll have to do as I say." Tang Meng thought to himself, "Do you really have a way to earn money?" Puzzled, he asked, "Boss, tell me, what should we do?" Ling Yun chuckled, "One word, gamble. Aren't you called the little gambling god? Let's make a big gamble." Tang Meng was immediately excited when he heard about gambling. However, he immediately asked, "But we're about to graduate soon. There's only a spring sports competition next month for the first and second years of high school. There's not much of a gamble, right?" Ling Yan pursed his lips and shook his head. "Who told you to gamble on that? The gamble I'm asking you to make is whether I can get into a university, which university I can get into, and how many points I can score." Hearing this, Tang Meng was secretly delighted. Anyone would know that Ling Yun would not be able to get into a university. Ling Yun could guess what Tang Meng was thinking from his expression. He glared at Tang Meng and said, "Listen up, I'll definitely get into Yanjing University. Even if I'm not the top scorer in Xianxia City, I won't be too far off." Tang Meng almost fell to the ground. He realized that Xianxia City really needed to buy cows. Boss was bragging so much that it floated away. "Boss, you're saying that you want Ling Yu to give up on the college entrance exams and take your place in disguise, right?" Tang Meng's brain worked fast and made a very reasonable guess. "I'm talking about serious matters, don't cause trouble for me." Seeing that Tang Meng did not believe him at all, Ling Yin wanted to beat him up. "Let me ask you, do you believe what I'm saying? If you do, then do as I say. If you don't, then think of your own way to get the money. I can't be bothered with you." Seeing that Ling Yun was really angry, Tang Meng was confused. Could it be that Ling Yun could get into Yanjing University in 2 months? However, Tang Meng was reminded of Ling Yun's terrifying memory. He nodded his head and analyzed the situation seriously. "Boss, if you work hard, I believe that you can get into a normal university without a problem. However, getting into Yanjing University is really too difficult. I know that your memory is terrifying, but what about your English? That's hearing. Also, what about the most difficult one, mathematics?" Ling Yun knew that Tang Meng was going to mention English and mathematics. However, he did not have the time to explain so much to him. Waving his hand, he said, "Don't worry about what I do, just believe that I can get into Yanjing University." What is gambling? Only by doing something that others think is impossible is gambling. Don't you understand the logic of seeking riches and danger? Don't you dare call yourself the little gambling god. Have you forgotten how many laps you bet on yesterday and how you lost? Ling Yun taunted him. However, seeing that Tang Meng did not believe that he could get into Yanjing University, Ling Yun's expectations for this gamble increased a lot. Tang Meng saw how confident Ling Yun was and how he had been provoked by Ling Yun. Suddenly, he was filled with pride. "Let's gamble then. What do you think?" It could be said that Ling Yun had set up this gamble after careful consideration. He would not let go of any opportunity to make money. In the past, everyone thought that Ling Yun would not be able to get into any university. However, Ling Yun displayed his terrifying memory yesterday. This caused Wu Gaolang, Zhang Ling, Zhang Dong, and Chai Hanlin to have some expectations for him. In other words, there was already a portion of people who believed that if Ling Yun studied hard, he might be able to get into a normal university. In this way, the matter of Ling Yun entering Yanjing University became a little more uncertain. However, even Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng didn't believe that Ling Yun would be able to enter Yanjing University. Therefore, there was certainty in the midst of uncertainty. Ling Yun knew that he would definitely be able to get into Yanjing University. Therefore, with the little gambling god Tang Meng around, he would definitely make use of this opportunity to make a killing. Seeing that Tang Meng had finally agreed, Ling Yun smiled and whispered to Tang Meng, "All you have to do is..." The more Tang Meng listened, the more excited he became. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. After Ling Yun finished, he looked at Ling Yun blankly and said, "Boss, isn't this too bad of an idea? Wouldn't that be the death of Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, and the rest?" Ling Yun chuckled. "You have to make a pig fat. If I don't cheat them, how much money can I make?" However, Tang Meng's face turned pale when he thought of himself. "Boss, if you don't get into Yanjing University, I won't be able to compensate you even if I sell this Hummer and myself." Ling Yun patted Tang Meng's shoulder heavily. The huge force almost caused Tang Meng to stumble. He gave Tang Meng a reassuring look. Don't worry, if you don't get into Yanjing University, all the money you lose will be on me. Boss, I didn't mean it that way, I understand. Tang Meng stared at the 9 dishes on the dining table without blinking. He swallowed his saliva as his stomach growled in hunger. Xianxia did not have time to prepare and the dishes were made in a hurry. However, the miraculous thing was that no matter what the dish was, as long as it was made by her, it looked, smelled, and tasted good. Not to mention eating it, just looking at it or smelling it was enough to make one unable to move. Auntie Chin's cooking is really good. Tang Meng fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and smacked his lips. He could not help but let out a sigh of admiration. It was not only him, even Ling Yan's mouth watered after seeing the rosy braised pork trotters and the golden fried prawns. He could not wait to dig in immediately. Compared to the dishes made by his mother, the feast at Qingshui restaurant in the afternoon was not even worth mentioning. Boss, why don't you come home for dinner every day? I promise to pick you up every day and take care of all the money for the groceries. Tang Meng's saliva was almost dripping to the floor as he suggested his plan to freeload. Pft, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. Letting you have this meal today is already letting you off easy. You still want my mother to cook for you every day? Let me tell you, there's no way. Ling Yan rolled his eyes at him and said with disdain. Hee hee. Tang Meng could only laugh awkwardly as he realized that his intentions had been seen through by Ling Yan. After a few more minutes, the most expensive dish of the night, the steamed lobster, was finally ready. Ning Lingyu walked over gracefully with a sweet smile on her face as she personally served the dish. As soon as Ning Lingyu entered the house, Tang Meng was completely stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. White meat with a red shell complemented by green leaves, a white plate in her hand, a smile as beautiful as a flower as she walked gracefully to serve the lobster. Not only was the dish delicious, but the person was even more beautiful. Ning Lingyu seemed to be extremely proud of her mother's meticulous cooking. Ignoring the stunned Tang Meng, she placed the steamed lobster in the middle of the 9 dishes. Tang Meng, you're in luck today. Mom said that this dish was specially made for you. She then giggled and said, Tang Meng, you're in luck today. What? Auntie Chin, specially made it for me? Tang Meng was so excited that he started to stutter. Ling Yu, why are the two of you so rude? You still don't know how to let Tang Meng sit down? Hurry up and eat, the food won't taste good when it's cold. Besides, look at the time, don't starve yourself. Xianxia walked into the house and saw Tang Meng standing there in a daze. She couldn't help but reprimand Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. But in her beautiful autumn eyes, there was no way to conceal the love she had for the two of them. Ling Yun kicked Tang Meng's calf. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Tang Meng finally regained his composure. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he ran to the dining table and pulled out a chair. Respectfully, he said to Xianxia, Auntie Chin, it must have been hard on you to prepare such a large table of dishes. Please take a seat. Ling Yan rolled his eyes at him, thinking to himself that this kid really knew how to curry favor. There were only 3 chairs, so he went to his bedroom and pulled out a stool. Then, he sat beside his mother at the dining table. The 3 of them were very sensible. Only when Xianxia picked up her chopsticks and picked up a mouthful of food did the rest of them start eating. In the beginning, Ling Yun and Tang Meng wanted to speak a few times, but they were stopped by Xianxia with a smile. Let's eat first. If there's anything else, we'll talk after you're full. However, Xianxia took special care of Tang Meng. She repeatedly reminded him not to be shy and to eat as much as he liked. Ning Lingyu also told Tang Meng not to be shy and to eat as much as he liked. This undoubtedly made Tang Meng feel very flattered. This was not a drastic change in Ning Lingyu's personality, but it was the way of treating guests that Xianxia had imparted to Ning Lingyu over the years. After all, this was Tang Meng's first time at home and he was a guest. At first, Tang Meng was a little hesitant. However, after eating a few mouthfuls of food, he felt that every dish was extremely delicious. He could no longer suppress the hunger in his stomach. His appetite was stimulated and he buried his head in the food. He repeatedly hypnotized himself in his heart. Why should I be so polite when I'm eating at my future mother-in-law's house? But even so, this brat was still very conscious. Even though he only took one bite of the lobster and wanted nothing more than to sweep the plate in front of him like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, he forced himself not to touch it again. His pair of chopsticks only moved around the other 9 plates, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Looking at the big picture, Xianxia could not help but nod in approval. She personally scooped 2 spoonfuls of lobster meat for Tang Meng. This made Tang Meng extremely excited. He hurriedly stood up and said in fear, "Auntie, you don't have to worry about me. I can do it myself." Tang Meng, who had always been arrogant and unrestrained, had never imagined that he would one day be in such a small and crude house, eating delicious food that he had never tasted before. Furthermore, he was feeling so uneasy about it. However, his chest was bulging, and he could only feel a warm current surging within. This family was really, because Tang Meng was a guest, Ling Yun seemed to have been neglected. However, he was in his own home, so of course, he would not stand on ceremony. Since his mother had asked him to finish his meal before talking, he would talk after eating. Although Ning Lingyu was more friendly towards Tang Meng, she still only picked food for Ling Yun. Since no one had drunk alcohol, the meal was finished relatively quickly. Ling Yun and Tang Meng could definitely be considered as super rice buckets. The two of them practically wolfed down the food. When they were so full that they were burping, they were shocked to find that 6 out of the 10 dishes had been finished. There were also 2 vegetables that were only left at the bottom of the plate. As for the 2 cold dishes, they were also left with less than half. After the meal, Xianxia let Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu accompany Tang Meng for a chat. She was about to clear the table when she was stopped by the 3 juniors. Ning Lingyu said worriedly, "Mom, you've been busy the whole day. Don't overwork yourself. Let me handle these." Tang Meng also rushed to say, "Auntie, please don't overwork yourself. Leave these to us." Ling Yun and the other 2 carried the bowls and cleared the table. Within a few minutes, everything was cleared. Especially Tang Meng, who did not even help a fallen bottle at home, was even more enthusiastic than the Ling siblings. Xianxia nodded her head as she watched. This child, when the 3 of them were done, Xianxia had already poured them a glass of water and was waiting for them. "Auntie Qin, thank you for making such a sumptuous and delicious meal for me. Sorry for the trouble." Tang Meng's good upbringing was on full display. He sat down obediently and expressed his gratitude to Xianxia first. "Tang Meng, look at what you're saying. Auntie should be thanking you for driving Ling Yun and Ling Yu home." Xianxia smiled sweetly and nodded her head at Tang Meng. Tang Meng's face turned red under Xianxia's gaze. He scratched his head awkwardly and suddenly thought of a question. "Auntie Qin, I just beat up the deputy director of the street office. You won't blame me, right?" Without waiting for Xianxia to reply, Ning Lingyu giggled. "If I blame you, why would I make such a delicious meal for you? You're so stupid." Xianxia gave her daughter a reproachful look before turning to Tang Meng. "Of course I won't blame you. That person deserved to be beaten up. However, it's good for young people to be impulsive and loyal. But don't be so reckless next time." Tang Meng nodded his head seriously. After a short pause, he turned to Xianxia and said, "Auntie Qin, don't worry. Ling Yun and I have already recorded the video of him confessing to being unreasonable. If he dares to cause trouble for us again, I will definitely not let him off." Xianxia smiled and nodded her head. The commotion caused by Tian Buetao was quickly forgotten by the few of them. Everyone started to chat about their daily lives. Tang Meng once again asked about the demolition. Xianxia smiled and explained the situation to the 3 of them. Ling Yun did not have any special memories or knowledge about the magical demolition of this mysterious country. Therefore, he was rather bored and disinterested. His mind was filled with thoughts of how confident he was in breaking through to physique tempering stage level 3 tonight. There was another matter that he was extremely curious about. The changes in his body could be said to be earth-shattering. Not only did he buy so many things, he even brought back a very special wooden box. He was even wearing a full set of Nike clothes. Why did his mother not seem to have seen anything? Not to mention asking about it, there wasn't even a hint of shock in her eyes. Furthermore, he suddenly beat up Tian Buetao in front of his mother. Why didn't his mother say anything about it? It was as if Tian Buetao and this incident had never happened in the first place. Ever since Ling Yun came back and saw his mother, Qin Xiuyue had been calm, composed, and caring for him and Ming Lingyu. But wasn't she a little too calm? She was practically unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Just as Ling Yun was exclaiming about how strange it was, he heard Qin Xiuyue say with a hint of heartache, "Ling Yun, you've lost weight." Ah? Ling Yun raised his head abruptly and saw Qin Xiuyue looking at him with a concerned gaze. Ling Yun had indeed lost weight. After he reached physique tempering stage level 1, he had lost at least 3 kilograms. However, other than himself, no one else could tell. He did not expect Qin Xiuyue to be able to see through it with her keen observation skills. Truly, no one knew his son better than his mother. Mom, didn't Ling Yu tell you that I've been on a diet? I can't stay fat like this." Since everyone thought that he was training so hard to lose weight, Ling Yun would naturally go with the flow. This was a very good cover-up and could save him a lot of trouble. Yes, losing weight is a good thing. However, no matter what, you can't starve yourself, understand? Qin Xiuyue smiled and nodded her head, not forgetting to remind her son. Mom, don't worry. As you can see, I eat how I want to eat. I train, I lose weight through physical training. I still have to go for a jog later. Can I do that, Mom? Ling Yan was just thinking of a reason to go for a breakthrough at night. This was the perfect opportunity for him to bring it up. Ming Lingyu was shocked. Big brother, it's already 10 o'clock at night. You still want to go for a jog? Qin Xiuyue, on the other hand, had a look of admiration in her eyes. She said gently, losing weight is like rowing a boat against the current. You have to persist every day in order to achieve good results. You should go, Mom supports you. As it was getting late, Qin Xiuyue did not ask Tang Ming to stay. She got up and walked Tang Ming to the entrance of the clinic with the Ling siblings. Tang Ming, come here often when you have time. Drive slowly and be careful. Qin Xiuyue reminded him with a smile. Tang Ming stole a glance at Ning Lingyu guiltily before turning to Qin Xiuyue and saying respectfully, Auntie Qin, I'll definitely visit you often. If you're going to the city, you're welcome to visit my house. Ling Yin glared at him and said, Alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and drive back. He then turned to Qin Xiuyue and said, Mum, you guys go back first. I'll send Tang Ming back. Qin Xiuyue nodded and brought Ling Yu back to the courtyard. Ling Yan waved his hand in front of Tang Ming's eyes. Hey, can't you be a little more mature? If you keep looking at Ling Yu like that, I'll really beat you up. Tang Ming then looked at Ling Yan with a face full of grievance. Can't I look at her secretly? Ling Yan rolled his eyes. If you want to look, then do it openly. Why do you keep looking at her secretly? Why didn't you even say a word to Ling Yu just now? Tang Ming smiled bitterly. Auntie Qin was there. How would I dare to talk to Ling Yu? Ling Yan shook his head and pushed him. Forget it, my mum won't eat you up. Hurry up and drive slowly. Don't forget what we discussed. The two of them walked side by side towards the Hummer. Boss, I'm not joking. I think Auntie Qin is not an ordinary person. Of course. My mum is so beautiful. Her cooking is even better than those in big restaurants. Of course she's not an ordinary person. Even though this was the first time Ling Yun met Qin Xiuyue, she was no different from the Qin Xiuyue in his memories. The first time he saw Qin Xiuyue, he recognized her as his loving mother. Naturally, he was extremely proud of her. Boss, that's not what I meant. I mean. Tang Ming wanted to continue. Ling Yan could not stand this brat's nagging. He pushed Tang Ming into the car and said, Alright, stop wasting time. I've already told you my phone number. I'll turn on my phone tomorrow. Just give me a call when you found a place. Let's go. It was already past 10 o'clock and Ling Yun still had to rush to the riverside to break through to the third level of physique tempering. Of course, he had no time to waste with Tang Ming. Tang Ming had no choice but to start the Hummer. He waved at Ling Yun and stepped on the accelerator. The Hummer roared to life and disappeared into the darkness of the night. After driving for a kilometer, Tang Meng took out a Su Yan and lit it up. Her family has 3 surnames. Auntie Qin wears ordinary clothes, but she exudes an air of nobility and grace. Even my mother can't compare to that air of nobility. She's really mysterious. After sending Tang Meng off, Ling Yan returned to the small courtyard. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his mother and sister chatting happily. "Mom, I'm going out to lose weight. I might come back very late tonight. You and my sister don't have to wait for me." Ling Yan went straight to the point. Qin Qiuyue looked at Ling Yan meaningfully and nodded her head. "Go, remember to bring the house key." Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yan with a pair of beautiful eyes. She had a complicated look on her face as if she wanted to say something to Ling Yan. In the end, she said softly, "Big brother, come back early. Don't let Mom and I worry." Ling Yan nodded his head silently. He returned to the bedroom to pack his things and prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He took out 2 smart SIM cards from his pocket and looked at them. Then, he walked to Ning Lingyu and said, "Sister, these 2 SIM cards are not bad. They are already charged. You and Mom can use them." Ning Lingyu took the cards curiously. Just as she was about to ask her brother where he got these SIM cards, Ling Yan had already turned around and left the house. "It's rare for you to come home and all you know is to lose weight. Seriously." Ning Lingyu pouted her lips to express her dissatisfaction with Ling Yan. She casually picked up one of the SIM cards and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, her mouth opened wide in shock. She exclaimed, "Wow, 6 8s, what a good SIM card. This is 6 9s. Mom, look. Big brother gave us such a good SIM card." Qin Qiuyue acted as if she did not hear her daughter's exclamation. Her eyes were as deep as the night sky as she stared out of the house. Her plump lips curled up slightly, forming a mysterious smile. Ling Yan left the house. He first checked the leather needle pouch that he kept close to his body. There were 9 gold needles and 81 silver needles. Not a single needle was missing. They were quietly inserted into the pouch, reflecting the light from the street lamps. "I can't throw these needles away. If I use them to hurt people, it would be too wasteful." Ling Yan was still far from reaching the realm of telekinesis. If he were to use these silver needles in a fight, would he have to go to the injured person and pull them out one by one, especially when he was outnumbered? In a chaotic battle, it was even more impossible. Who would allow him to pull out the needles after he was injured? Therefore, Ling Yan decided that the 2 sets of needles that old man Shui gave him would only be used to save lives. As for fighting, he would go to the department store to buy some normal needles or long nails. That was a big pile of $10. He could fly them however he wanted and shoot them however he wanted. He would not feel the pinch even if he threw them away. He could just buy more after he ran out. He kept the leather needle pouch and tightened the sandbag on his legs. Then, he started running. Ling Yan sprinted towards the direction of the Shikyu herb. Without the weight of the 25-kilogram sandbag, Ling Yan sprinted at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. It was as fast as lightning. Ling Yan and Ling Yu had spent more time together today. He would not waste such a good opportunity. Therefore, before he left the house, he had already replenished the spiritual energy that he had used to suppress the goo insect from Miracle Dr. Shui in the afternoon. Now, Ling Yan's goal was to deplete as much spiritual energy as possible before he reached the location of the Shikyu herb. The more spiritual energy he depleted, the better. The place where the Shikyu herb was found was not far from the school. It was only a 10-minute walk away. However, it took Tang Meng more than 40 minutes to drive from the school to Ling Yan's house. Of course, excluding the time spent waiting for red lights and traffic jams, it was estimated to be about half an hour. However, this distance was not short. It was at least 25 kilometers. Due to the weight of 25 kilograms, Ling Yan sprinted at top speed for more than 10 kilometers. Only then did the spiritual energy in his body begin to circulate. After the huge amount of spiritual energy started to circulate in his body, Ling Yan's speed skyrocketed. He even left some of the slower cars behind him. In just 40 minutes, Ling Yan arrived at the riverside where he found the Shikyu herb. He stopped to catch his breath. Frowning, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The spiritual energy in his body had not been depleted. There was still more than half of it left. Actually, if Ling Yan did not deplete the spiritual energy in his body and directly went to the Shikyu herb, he believed that he would be able to break through to level 2 easily. However, his target tonight was not physique tempering stage 2, but physique tempering stage 3. Physique tempering stage 2 merely enhanced the physical attributes of the body and allowed the body to absorb more spiritual energy. However, at level 3, one could use gold or silver needles to circulate spiritual energy at any time. This was a huge difference to Ling Yan. Ling Yan stood by the riverside and paced a few steps. Looking left and right at the dark surroundings, he gritted his teeth and took off all his clothes, including his shoes and socks. Then, he found a dense bush and hid them. Actually, there was no need to hide them. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Who would be so bored to come here to pick up things? With that done, Ling Yunjing jumped into the icy cold river with his naked body. Damn, it's still so cold. Ling Yun shivered from the cold river water. Then, he started running against the current in the water up to his navel. This was indeed crazy. It was even crazier than running with a 50-kilogram sandbag. How strong was the resistance of the water? When a person swam in the still water, the resistance was the lowest. Swimming for a while would cause one to be exhausted. Not to mention standing in the waist-deep water and sprinting against the current. This kind of physique tempering method was akin to self-torture. However, Ling Yan did not care. In fact, he quickly fell in love with this method of exhausting his energy and fat, because it was too effective. A person could feel a strong sense of resistance just by using his palm to move in the still water. Not to mention Ling Yan's 200-kilogram fat body. Soon, his legs felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. His whole body was sore and numb. He felt that the rushing river was like a heavy wall. If not for his level 1 cultivation and the support of his body's spiritual energy, Ling Yan would not have been able to run 50 meters. However, because of this, the spiritual energy in his body was also being depleted very quickly. Just a distance of 200 to 300 meters was more effective than running for 20 kilometers. Of course, the thick layer of fat on his body was also being depleted rapidly. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and continued to challenge his limits. He only came out of the water when the spiritual energy in his body was completely depleted. His entire person was already completely exhausted. However, he would not immediately sit on the ground to rest. He knew that the more tired he was, the more he could not be defeated by this feeling of exhaustion. Otherwise, how would he be able to defeat himself step by step? Ling Yan gritted his teeth and returned to the place where he placed his clothes. He picked up a piece of underwear and wiped his body clean. After putting on his clothes, he walked to the side of the Shikyu herb. Of course, the Shikyu herb was still there. In fact, it looked much stronger than it was last night. Be it the spiritual jade box or Ningling Yu's innate spiritual body, none of them could compare to the spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb. Ling Yan sat cross-legged and absorbed the spiritual energy of the Shikyu herb with all his might. He could not help but feel his heart ache. This was because even if he used all his strength to absorb the spiritual energy, 80% of the spiritual energy still dissipated into the air. This was such a pity. The amount of spiritual energy required for physique tempering stage 2 was at least double that of physique tempering stage 1. However, the amount of spiritual energy required for physique tempering stage 3 was double that of physique tempering stage 2. If Ling Yan were to reach physique tempering stage 9, he would need at least 256 times the amount of spiritual energy compared to physique tempering stage 1. When I reach physique tempering stage 4 and can freely use the spiritual energy in my body, I will set up a spirit gathering formation or try to inscribe a spirit gathering talisman. I can't let all the spiritual energy go to waste. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and thought to himself. After 12 o'clock, Ling Yan's body was already full of spiritual energy. He could no longer store any more spiritual energy. He started to practice his martial arts and tried his best to break through to physique tempering stage 2. Ling Yan could have easily broken through to physique tempering stage 2. Furthermore, he was well prepared. Hence, breaking through to physique tempering stage 2 was a piece of cake. Boom. Soon, Ling Yan felt an extremely comfortable and refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. He knew that he had broken through. Ling Yan could clearly feel that the meridians in his body were more than twice as strong as they were when he was at physique tempering stage 1. His physique had also improved tremendously, however, he was still not satisfied. He continued to practice his martial arts and absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb. The amount of spiritual energy required to break through to physique tempering stage 3 was 4 times that of physique tempering stage 1. Ling Yan was very patient. He took his time and absorbed all the spiritual energy before starting to break through to physique tempering stage 3. With sufficient spiritual energy, his cultivation was naturally unstoppable. Beginner stage 2, middle stage 2, peak stage 2, Ling Yan absorbed more and more spiritual energy. His cultivation level soared. Now, the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb seemed to be summoned by something. It surged into Ling Yan's body to help him break through. This was Ling Yan's heaven-defying talent. Ling Yan had long forgotten about time. He sat still like an old monk in meditation. After reaching the peak of physique tempering stage 2, he focused on breaking through to physique tempering stage 3. Just as he was about to break through, the top of Ling Yan's head, the middle of his eyebrows, and his energy center suddenly moved. Ling Yan felt the strange changes in these 3 places, and his mind was shaken. That was the immortal spiritual energy that protected and carried his primordial spirit through time and space. After cleansing his meridians and marrow, it completely changed his physique. In his ecstasy, Ling Yan lost control of his mind. He no longer had the mood to break through to physique tempering stage 3. Instead, he slowly stopped and stabilized his cultivation level at the peak of physique tempering stage 2. Ling Yan's face was full of excitement. He jumped up and down excitedly. This was the immortal spiritual energy from the tribulation stage. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would bring great benefits to Ling Yan's future cultivation. This was definitely not something that the Xianxia herb, which was the lowest grade in the cultivation world, could compare to. I thought I had used up all of your spiritual energy. So you're all hidden in these 3 areas. After a long while, Ling Yan gradually calmed down from his state of extreme excitement. His eyes were like lightning, and his mind was working hard to figure out the next step of his path of cultivation. Even though he had failed to break through to physique tempering stage 3, Ling Yan did not regret it at all. God is treating me well after all. When breaking through to the next level, one had to be fully focused and not have any distracting thoughts. Therefore, Ling Yan had no idea how much time had passed. He did not have his phone or watch with him, so he could only judge the time by the color of the sky. The sky was pitch black, and the stars were dazzling. Ling Yan had to cultivate the stellar condensation technique at the same time as he was admiring the starry sky. Things were different now that he had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 2. Ling Yan could feel the power of the stars entering his body and transforming it like ants moving a mountain. It was the end of the month, so there was no moon in the sky. Otherwise, he would have absorbed the power of the moon even faster. The stellar condensation technique was not to be underestimated. In the cultivation world, when Ling Yan cultivated the stellar condensation technique to the highest level, he could casually execute the technique at night, and the power of Yin from the 5 moons in the sky would enter Ling Yan's body like a waterfall, tempering his skin, muscles, bones, meridians, and organs. It was as though there were 5 galaxies between the 5 moons in the sky and Ling Yan's body. In addition, the power of billions of planets formed billions of silver lines that drilled into Ling Yan's body at the same time. Even the naked eye could see it. It was as if Ling Yan was the center of the universe, and all the stars in the universe were worshipping him, offering their core essence to him. It was a miracle, of course, now. Ling Yan could only think to himself, I used to be awesome. Why was Ling Yan confident that he could reduce his weight to 70 kilograms in 2 months? During the process of body training, such as running while carrying a sandbag and running against the current that reached his waist, he naturally consumed a large amount of excess fat at lightning speed. However, Ling Yan still had something to rely on, and that was the stellar condensation technique. The first step in the transformation process of the stellar condensation technique was to burn away all the unwanted impurities in the body. Naturally, the excess fat was the first to be burned. One relied on crazy physical training, while the other relied on constantly using the power of the sun, the power of the moon, and the power of the stars to directly neutralize the burning effect. Wouldn't it be faster to lose weight in this way? Ling Yan was 100% sure that his current weight had dropped below 200 kilograms. After 2 days of crazy exercise, he had lost at least 5 kilograms of fat. Even for a normal person, the effect would be the most obvious at the beginning. It would only get harder later on. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Ling Yun managed to lose 5 kilograms with this method. He didn't even need to try, because he could clearly feel that his body wasn't as bloated as before. The fat on his belly wasn't jiggling anymore, and his chubby face had shrunk by a large margin. He was rapidly advancing towards his goal of being thin or delicate. However, none of this mattered to Ling Yun. What he was most concerned about was the immortal spiritual energy that appeared from his zenith, dantian, and the space between his eyebrows when he was trying to break through to physique tempering stage level 3. Ling Yun knew that the zenith of heaven and earth was connected to the power of heaven and earth. The space between the eyebrows was where the sea of consciousness was, and the energy center was naturally the source of power. However, after Ling Yun stopped his breakthrough, the immortal spiritual energy disappeared without a trace. No matter how Ling Yun mobilized it, it disappeared without a trace. Ling Yun didn't have divine sense now, so he couldn't use his inner vision. Therefore, he had no other choice but to wait. However, since he had found a treasure trove, he would definitely find a way to use it effectively. He wouldn't waste immortal spiritual energy like he did when he was just reborn. Originally, Ling Yun was worried that he wouldn't be able to rely on his cultivation after he reached Qi cultivation stage level 1 or 2 after the Xianxia herb matured. However, after discovering the immortal spiritual energy, he felt much more at ease. Ling Yun's tall figure stood in the night sky not far from the Xianxia herb. He was like a towering mountain, silently activating the stellar condensation technique. Because he had just arrived in this world, Ling Yun hadn't observed the weather yet. Therefore, he couldn't use the constellations in the sky to determine the time. However, Ling Yun could clearly feel that there were 7 stars in the northern sky that were especially powerful. According to his remnant memory, he knew that the Chinese called them the Big Dipper. Since he had lost track of time, he might as well ignore it. Ling Yun thought to himself that even if he went back, he would only disturb his mother and sister's rest. Why did Ling Yun train so hard? It was because he had a bad premonition near the scene of the car accident in the afternoon. Ling Yun had experienced thousands of life and death battles in the cultivation world. He had escaped from the enemy's traps countless times. He didn't rely on luck, but on this mysterious feeling. Every time danger approached, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Therefore, he would prepare all sorts of defenses in advance. Ling Yun only stopped his training when the sun rose from the east. Even though the sky was still dark, he was at the end of his rope. Soon, the sun would rise. After such a long time, not only did Ling Yun absorb the spiritual energy from the peak of physique tempering stage level 2, but his stellar condensation technique had also improved. Of course, he couldn't just stand there and absorb the essence of the sun. If anyone saw him when the sun rose, they would think that he was a fool or a madman. Of course, he didn't care about that. He was worried that someone would discover the Xianxia herb. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. Ling Yun smiled at the Xianxia herb. The corner of his mouth curled into a charming smile. The intoxicating dimple on his left cheek was clearly visible. Baby, I won't look for you when I break through to physique tempering stage level 3. I'll come and get intimate with you after that. Indeed, Ling Yun was now at the peak of physique tempering stage level 2. He was only a thin layer away from physique tempering stage level 3. He didn't need the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb at all. However, after reaching physique tempering stage level 3, the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body would be greatly depleted. Therefore, he still had to come here to absorb the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb. With that, Ling Yun took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark and there were no pedestrians on the streets. He purposely chose a secluded path and sprinted towards the slums on Linjiang Road. When he came, he was as fast as lightning. When he returned, it could only be described as shocking. To put it more accurately, Ling Yun's running speed was equivalent to a car driving at 80 miles per hour. Furthermore, he had 2 sandbags tied to his legs. Otherwise, at 5:45 a.m., Ling Yun returned to Linjiang Road. He ran at a slow pace, just like an ordinary person running in the morning. After running for more than 20 kilometers, his face was not red nor was he out of breath. He didn't even activate the spiritual energy in his body. At this time, the sky was already bright. There were more pedestrians and cars on the road. Ling Yan ran slower and slower. When he was about 2 kilometers away from the people's clinic, he stopped running. Instead, he paced slowly on the road. It looked like a morning jog had turned into an early morning stroll. Ling Yan had successfully reached the peak of physique tempering stage level 2. He was only one step away from physique tempering stage level 3. Furthermore, he discovered that there was still immortal spiritual energy in his body. Hence, he was in a good mood. He paced slowly with his hands behind his back. He looked left and right. On the walls on both sides of the road, there was a large and eye-catching word demolition written every 10 meters. He mumbled to himself, isn't it just demolition? Why did Tang Ming keep mentioning it last night? This genius from the cultivation world was a rookie in terms of the magical demolition of Xianxia. Hence, he was very puzzled. Ling Yan walked for another kilometer. At this time, it was already daytime. In order to make a living, the people in the slums had already woken up very early. At this time, they were already out to work. The road began to become noisy. People on both sides of the road had already set up their stalls. Most of them were selling fried dough sticks, pies, rice noodles, tofu pudding, and other breakfast items. There were also people who had bought vegetables from the vegetable wholesale market and set up stalls on both sides of the road to sell fresh vegetables. Many small shops and small restaurants on both sides of the road had also opened their doors for business. Of course, there were also people selling miscellaneous items or clothing. However, they were extremely rare. Although it's a little chaotic and noisy, between the buying and selling, there seems to be some sort of heavenly order. Not bad, Ling Yan was actually able to link this to the order of the heavenly way from the people who were bargaining and buying breakfast on both sides of the road. His train of thought was really King imaginative. Ling Yan faced the sun that had yet to rise as he walked forward slowly. At the same time, he looked at the breakfast stalls on both sides of the road. He was thinking about what breakfast he should bring back for his mother and Ling Yu. Suddenly, a loud shout came from 30 to 40 meters in front of him. The city enforcement officers are here. Before Ling Yan could react, he saw all the stall owners in front and behind him hurriedly tidying up their stalls. Their faces were filled with panic and anxiety. Let's go, let's go. F***ck, they can't even let people do business in peace on a Sunday morning. This group of bastards is too bad. They can't do other things, but they are very diligent and proactive. Alright, let's go. If we can't afford to offend them, can't we just hide? Look, there are already people in trouble over there. Let's go before they arrive. Ling Yan was puzzled. City enforcement officers? City enforcement officers or bandits? Why are these simple and adorable people so scared? He looked at the stall owners and hawkers who were fleeing in all directions like frightened sheep. Why are the city enforcement officers so scary? This doesn't conform to the heavenly order. Ling Yan continued to walk forward. Then, he saw a white van moving slowly through the panicked crowd. Inside the van, there was someone holding a loudspeaker and shouting in the van. At the same time, not far away from the van, 5 young men in light blue uniforms were surrounding an unlucky female stall owner who could not escape in time. They were loudly reprimanding her. How many times has it been? This is the 4th time we've caught you this month, right? Tell me, how should we deal with this? I'm begging you, my husband was hit in the head by a falling brick. He's still unconscious in the hospital. I can only sell some vegetables in the morning to earn some money. Then, I have to go to the hospital to take care of him. Stop lying. You're always saying this. You're not tired of talking, but we're tired of listening. The few of you, confiscate everything from her, including her electric tricycle. Load it up. Ling Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly walked forward, avoiding the vendors who were scattering like birds and beasts. I'm begging you. I bought these vegetables from the agricultural wholesale market 20 miles away at 4 o'clock in the morning. They're very fresh. If you guys want to try them, you can bring back 3 to 5 caddies of vegetables, the female vendor begged desperately when she heard that her goods and tricycle were going to be confiscated. The uniformed young man, who seemed to be the leader, glanced at the female vendor in disdain and said, 3 to 5 caddies? We're the city's law enforcement team. Why would we care about your broken carrots and cabbages? Do it. Big brother, I'm begging you, please let me off this time on account of my pregnancy. You can take all these vegetables away, just leave me the tricycle. The female peddler was so anxious that she was about to cry. She gave in step by step and begged bitterly. Begging us? You begged us like this the last time. What did I say when I let you off? The leader of the city enforcement officers saw that the female vendor was completely frightened. He waved his hand to stop the people who were about to take action. He took out a cigarette, and a young man beside him quickly took out a lighter and lit it for him. The female vendor's expression changed when she heard that. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with humiliation. Her pregnant chest heaved up and down violently. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. The leader of the city enforcement officers took a deep puff of the cigarette and spat it all out on the female vendor's haggard face. Tell me, what did you promise me back then? Tell me, he said with a lewd smile. The other 3 to 4 uniformed young men laughed out loud with malicious intentions. Their lustful eyes were all staring at the female vendor's huge breasts that were violently rising and falling due to shame and anger. Big brother, I'm begging you. I'm 5 months pregnant, I can't. The female vendor was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. Hey, who said that you can't do it at 5 months of pregnancy? Isn't that the time when your needs are at its peak? Furthermore, even if it's inconvenient there, don't you still have your hands and mouth? At that moment, all the nearby vendors had already fled as far as they could. It was as if they were avoiding the plague. Therefore, the head of the city enforcement officers became more and more unscrupulous. What he said was already very vulgar. The other 3 or 4 uniformed youths burst into laughter. One of them flattered, that's right. Our brother Tian believed you and got a room waiting for you. How dare you stand brother Tian up? Another long-haired urban enforcement officer said, I say, Luli, you really don't know how to appreciate favors. Our brother Tian let you off 3 times in a row because he wanted to see your performance. Moreover, if you knew what's good for you, you wouldn't even need to sell vegetables here every day. You could even help you open a vegetable shop. How dare you make a fool out of brother Tian? Luli was so angry that her face turned red. She bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. She suppressed her anger and said, I really don't have time. I have to go to the hospital to take care of my boyfriend during the day. Can't you take pity on me? The head of the city enforcement officers, brother Tian, did not seem to notice Luli's pain and anger, or perhaps he did not care at all. He laughed coldly and said, Pity you? I want to, but you don't give me the chance to pity you. Not only do you want to keep your body pure, but you also want to earn money here every day. Don't you know who owns this place? Luli was filled with hatred, anger, and anger. She finally exploded. You think you can bully me just because you're an urban enforcement officer? Do you want to let me live? The head of the city enforcement officers, brother Tian, saw that Luli was getting anxious. He laughed coldly and said, Oh, you're finally not going to pretend to be pitiful? Bully you? So what if we bully you to death? He paused for a moment, then said disdainfully, Let me tell you, even if you agree to my request today, I don't want it. Today is business. You broke the rules and occupied the road to do business, affecting the city's image. The law enforcement team will confiscate your goods and tools. Brothers, get to work. Everyone swarmed around the electric tricycle and started confiscating Luli's vegetables. Although they said they were going to confiscate them, these city enforcement officers did not care about the eggplants and peppers. They threw, and smashed the vegetables. In an instant, potatoes, tomatoes, and olives were flying everywhere. Soon, the tricycle was a mess, and the inside was empty. Obviously, they wanted to give Luli a threat and a warning. They wanted to see if Luli would obey their leader, brother Tian, on the spot. Luli, a weak pregnant woman, was naturally unable to stop the 4 to 5 men who were like wolves and tigers. She could only watch as the vegetables that she had painstakingly bought from the wholesale market were all turned into trash. After the city enforcement officers were done smashing, Brother Tian gave one of them a look. That guy understood and walked up to Luli and said, "Get out of the way, according to the rules, we have to take this tricycle away." Luli's body trembled violently, but she still wanted to make one last effort. She struggled a few times to kneel down and beg Brother Tian and the rest to let her go, but because of her big belly, she could not kneel at all. In the end, she could only give up on kneeling. Her lips trembled as she said, "Brothers, you've already confiscated my things, so shouldn't you be angry now? I really can only rely on this tricycle to earn some living expenses and medical fees. Please let me go. When my boyfriend gets better, I'll definitely make him thank you." Seeing that Luli refused to budge no matter what, Brother Tian shook his head angrily and spat out two words coldly, "Enforce the law." Seeing that all her efforts and begging were useless, Luli could only choose to fight back. She suddenly opened her arms and blocked the front of the tricycle. "This tricycle is the life of my boyfriend and the child in my belly. If you want to take it away, you'll have to kill me first." Brother Tian looked at Luli from the corner of his eyes and chuckled. "You're resisting the law? That's great, brothers, do you know what to do?" The city enforcement officers had 3 moves that were unbeatable: choke, arm twisting, and flying kick. Sure enough, Brother Tian brought 2 city enforcement officers and approached Luli. One of them tried to strangle Luli while the other tried to grab Luli's arm. Brother Tian smiled sinisterly as he reached for Luli's chest. The other 2 took the opportunity to push Luli's electric tricycle. Help. The city enforcement officers are going to beat a pregnant woman." Luli closed her eyes in despair. Although she knew that it was useless to scream and that no one would dare to interfere, she still instinctively screamed for help. Bam 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 bam, I-O. F***ckme, Luli originally thought that she was going to be killed. She closed her eyes and waited for a long time but realized that nothing had happened to her. She only heard 5 bangs before she heard the screams and cries of Brother Tian and the others. She suddenly opened her eyes, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she was immediately stunned. The 5 people who were aggressive and ferocious just a moment ago were now rolling on the ground and howling in pain. The one closest to her was at least 4 meters away. Beside her stood a rather tall, rather fat, but seemingly very robust young man. There was a very intoxicating dimple on his left cheek, and he was smiling brightly at her. "Are you all right?" Lingyan asked with concern. I'm fine, you." Luli did not even need to think to know that this man in front of her had saved her. Her face was filled with gratitude. "It's good that you're fine. Sit in the tricycle and rest for a while. I'll teach them a lesson." Lingyan smiled casually as he patted the seat of the tricycle and gestured for Luli to sit. Then, he strode towards Brother Tian. "Brat, how dare you hit the city enforcement officers?" Brother Tian was thrown more than 7 meters away by Lingyan. He held on the ground for a long time before he finally forced himself to sit up. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he gritted his teeth and asked, "City enforcement officers? What are city enforcement officers? Can't I beat them up?" Lingyan chuckled as he walked straight ahead. F***ck off, brat. I think you're tired of living after hitting your master Tian today." Brother Tian's face was ferocious as he scrambled to his feet and shouted before Lingyan could reach him. His hands almost touched Luli's breast just now and he was about to ravage them. However, before he could even see clearly, he was sent flying by a huge force. "Brother Tian, I don't know where this brat came from. How dare he spoil our plans?" The young man who was sucking up to Brother Tian struggled to get up and ran to Brother Tian's side. He was in the same situation as Brother Tian. He did not know what had happened, but he was sent flying. Actually, Lingyan had seen the entire process of the 5 city enforcement officers bullying and humiliating Luli. The reason why he did not make a move was because he wanted to see if these 5 pieces of trash were enforcing the law or using their power to bully the citizens. In the end, he saw a group of righteous hooligans, a group of bullies, a group of robbers who were worse than beasts, and a group of disgusting, shameless scum. So these city enforcement officers are like this. They're worse than Sun Xing who hit people with his car. Lingyan finally understood what the city enforcement officers were for. When he saw 5 young and strong men trying to take advantage of a pregnant woman with a big belly, he appeared beside them in a flash. With a block of his arm, he sent the 3 men who were attacking Luli flying. Then, he raised his legs and kicked the other 2 men away. If hooligans and scum like you are city enforcement officers, then I announce that from now on, there will be no more city enforcement officers on Linjiang Road. Ling Yan looked at the city enforcement officers who got up one after another and smirked. The dimple on his left cheek looked cute and fresh, but his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Look, someone's beating up the city enforcement officers. Most of the breakfast stall owners and vendors were scared away by the city enforcement officers. However, those who came out to eat breakfast, buy groceries, and pedestrians on the road were still there. When they saw that someone had beaten up the city enforcement officers, they immediately surrounded them. Even though Ling Yun did not have much of an impression of the city enforcement officers, everyone who lived in the city knew what they were. When they saw their hated city enforcement officers being beaten up on the streets, they were overjoyed. Of course, they gathered around to watch. Li Kuan was the one who was shouting with a megaphone in the law enforcement vehicle. When he saw Brother Tian and the others confiscating Lu Li's vegetables, he had long forgotten about his pretense. He threw the megaphone into the back of the vehicle and began to enjoy the show with relish. A month ago, when Brother Tian brought Li Kuan and the rest out on a mission, he saw the pretty Lu Li. The lecherous Brother Tian's heart itched and he started to have evil thoughts about her. By right, Lu Li was already 4 months pregnant at that time and her figure was already out of shape. Normal men should not have any thoughts about her. However, Brother Tian was different. He was a pervert. Then, Brother Tian came up with an idea. He went out on a mission for 3 consecutive weeks to find trouble with Lu Li. When he caught Lu Li for the 3rd time, Brother Tian hinted that as long as Lu Li went to meet him alone, he would not find trouble with her anymore. At that time, Lu Li was scared silly and anxious. She thought that Brother Tian only wanted her to give him some cigarettes and alcohol as a token of appreciation. Therefore, she agreed without hesitation. However, when Lu Li mentioned this to her mother-in-law after she returned home, her mother-in-law immediately noticed that something was amiss and reminded Lu Li to be wary of Brother Tian. Lu Li thought about the way Brother Tian looked at her and broke out in a cold sweat. How would she dare to meet Brother Tian alone? Brother Tian saw that Lu Li stood him up. Not only did he not achieve his goal, but he also lost face in front of his men. That was why he planned today's law enforcement. To put it simply, Li Kuan and the rest had come today to help Brother Tian settle Lu Li. Their plan was to force Lu Li to retaliate, then they would use violence as an excuse to take Lu Li away. As long as they could take Lu Li away, wouldn't Brother Tian be able to do whatever he wanted? Hee, Wang Bo, look, Brother Tian is really impatient. He's already touching Lu Li from here. He's touching her. Li Kuan was so excited that his eyes turned red when he saw Brother Tian and the other 2 ganging up on Lu Li. He couldn't help but say to the driver, Wang Bo. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ling Yun appear in front of Lu Li in a flash. Li Kuan did not even see Ling Yun's actions clearly. All he saw was Brother Tian and the rest being sent flying. F***ck, something happened. Get out of the car. Li Kuan's excited expression froze when he saw Brother Tian getting beaten up. Who was Brother Tian? That was the nephew of the deputy director of the street office, Tian Buetao. That fatty actually dared to attack him. Wasn't he tired of living? Wang Bo, hurry up and call for help. I don't think that kid is a pushover. Li Kuan said to Wang Bo immediately after he got out of the car. He then went to the back of the car to get a baton. Originally, it would have been easy for 7 young and strong men to deal with a pregnant woman in the name of law enforcement. Therefore, they did not bring the standard equipment of the city enforcement officers. They only wore their usual uniforms and drove there. They did not bring any equipment like a stab-proof vest, helmet, or gloves. Fortunately, they always kept their batons under the back of the car just in case. Hello, is that a knife? Brother Tian has been beaten up. Hurry up and bring some people over. Yes, it's here. Bring more people over. Wang Bo quickly hung up the phone. He took out 3 or 4 batons from the other side of the van and ran towards Brother Tian and the rest with Li Kuan. At that moment, Ling Yan had just finished comforting Luli and was walking towards Brother Tian and the rest. If scumbags like you are city enforcement officers, then I declare that from now on, there will be no more city enforcement officers on Linjiang Road. Ling Yan's voice wasn't loud, nor was it impassioned or hot-blooded. It was just a simple sentence. However, when the onlookers saw Ling Yan's sharp gaze and determined steps, they all felt that Ling Yan wasn't trying to scare the city enforcement officers. Kid, you're crazy. Do you know that you've broken the law by saying that? Brother Tian was shocked by Ling Yan's move just now. He did not call for the other four to attack Ling Yan immediately. They were all young and strong. Furthermore, they had undergone special police training. Ling Yan was definitely not a pushover to be able to knock them down in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he purposely said those words to stall for time. Li Kuan and Wang Bo were still in the car. As long as he could stall for a while, he would be able to make his move when the two of them arrived. Ling Yan chuckled. Law? What law says that you can smash other people's things and bully a pregnant woman? Of course, Brother Tian had nothing to say. However, he rolled his eyes and said shamelessly, Luli operates without a license, affects the city's image, and violently resists law enforcement. What's wrong with us taking her back to make her reflect? It was said that the city enforcement officers were thicker than the corners of the city walls. This was not a false statement. Seeing that he was still shamelessly distorting the truth, Ling Yan decided that he could not be bothered to waste his breath on this piece of trash. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw Li Kuan and Wang Bo rushing over with 3 to 4 riot control batons each. Ling Yan immediately stopped in his tracks. He thought to himself, this saves me a lot of trouble. I can take care of all of you at once. Ling Yan had already reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 2. Even when he was at physique tempering stage 1, he would have no problem dealing with more than 10 people like Brother Tian. Brother Tian, are you alright? F***ck, how dare this kid resist law enforcement? How dare he? Let's beat him up before taking him back. Li Kuan said as he came to Brother Tian's side. Soon, Wang Bo came over as well. Brother Tian and the other 5 people saw Li Kuan and Wang Bo coming over with weapons. Sinister smiles appeared on their faces as they each took out a riot control baton from their hands. It was 7 against 1. They still had riot control batons in their hands while Ling Yan was unarmed. This undoubtedly made them think that victory was within their grasp. **T, this kid is going to suffer, yeah, sigh, it's good to help people these days, but you have to see who the other party is. This time, he's in trouble. Isn't this Ling Yan, the son of Dr. Qin from the People's Clinic? Last night, Obviously, someone in the crowd had seen how Ling Yan and Tang Meng had dealt with Tian Buetao last night. With the riot control baton in hand, Brother Tian immediately felt more at ease. He held the baton in his right hand and lightly smashed it against his left palm as he looked at Ling Yan with a sinister expression. Kid, do you know who my uncle is? Next time, before you save the damsel in distress, you must consider your own capabilities. Go. After saying that, he raised the riot control baton and swung it towards Ling Yan's head. Then let's see who's more capable than me. Ling Yan did not dodge. Instead, he raised his left fist and met the incoming riot control baton head-on. With his cultivation at the peak of physique tempering stage 2, coupled with the stellar condensation techniques transformation of Ling Yan's body, Ling Yan wanted to test out the extent of his body's capabilities. Therefore, he did not use any tricks this time. Instead, he chose to meet force. With a loud bang, Ling Yan's fist landed squarely on the riot control baton. How much strength did Ling Yan have now? With his full strength, Ling Yan's punch caused Brother Tian's riot control baton to fly out of his hand and bounce it back onto his own head. Bam! Brother Tian's right wrist was fractured and his head was bleeding profusely. In just one round, he was completely crippled by Ling Yan. He no longer had the strength to fight. Ling Yan did not follow up with another punch. Instead, he retracted his fist and looked at it. I'm not injured at all. However, it still hurts a little. Looks like I haven't trained well enough. Ling Yan muttered to himself. However, at this moment, the other 6 people's riot control batons were already smashing down on Ling Yan's head. Whoosh! Whoosh! Looking at the speed and strength of the 6 batons, Ling Yan could not help but squint his eyes. His face darkened. These 6 people did not hold back at all. They were completely intent on beating Ling Yan to death. Most of the onlookers closed their eyes in fear. They could not bear to see Ling Yan's blood splattered all over the place. As for Luli, she had already gotten down from the tricycle. Seeing that Ling Yan was about to be beaten to death, she could not help but cry out in pain. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Lowering his head at lightning speed, he reached out with both his hands and grabbed the screaming brother Tian. Bam 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 bam, Io, these 6 batons were really solid. That was called domineering and mighty, that was called peerless. Fortunately, all 6 batons landed on brother Tian's body. Brother Tian's head, shoulders, chest, and arms all received heavy blows. Ling Yan snorted coldly. Casually tossing the crippled brother Tian aside, he started attacking the 6 dazed city enforcement officers. Ling Yan was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. In less than 30 seconds, Li Kuan and the rest were all knocked down to the ground. Ling Yan was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. In less than 30 seconds, Li Kuan and the rest were all on the ground. This time, it was different from when Ling Yan saved Luli. After all 6 of them fell to the ground, not a single one of them could stand up again. The 6 pieces of trash were beaten up by Ling Yan until they were rolling on the ground. Their screams were continuous. As Ling Yan had just reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 2, he knew that his current strength was very strong. However, he had never tried it out. Therefore, when he saved them just now, he only used a little bit of strength. He was afraid that he would shock them to death. No matter how inexperienced he was, he knew that this was a society governed by law. If he really beat someone to death on the street, even Tang Meng's father would not be able to protect him. However, after the fight just now, he immediately knew how strong he was and knew when to stop. Seeing how Ling Yan beat the 7 wolf-like people to the ground in such a short time, the worry on the onlookers' faces immediately turned into shock and admiration. He's so strong. 1 against 7, it's a piece of cake for him. He's a hero. Finally, someone beat up the city enforcement officers. Serves them right for bullying the commoners. Hero, he's our hero. That was King fun. If I had his skills, wouldn't I be bullying the city enforcement officers every day? That's right, I've had enough of those bastards. Good fight. Awesome. Let's not talk about that for now. The 5 of you used such a despicable method to deal with a pregnant woman, and you still have the cheek to talk about enforcing the law? I'm in a good mood today, so I'm just punishing you a little. If I see you doing something like that again, be careful of your lives. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he tilted his head and continued, let me tell you, Luli's matter is mine. If you want revenge, come at me. My name is Ling Yan, and I'm from the People's Clinic. If you have the ability, come at me. If you dare to touch Luli again, I don't care who you are, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Try me if you don't believe me. With that, Ling Yan lifted his leg and kicked Brother Tian's butt. Scram. Then, he walked towards Luli without looking back. Ling Yan. So he's the useless son of Dr. Qin from the People's Clinic? How can he be called useless? Tian Xiaoguang deserves it. You don't know, but last night when I was eating at home, I saw Ling Yan and a kid driving a Hummer beating up his own uncle. What? Was there really such a thing? I say, he's not even afraid of Hades Tian, let alone him. This kind of scum, it's already a relief that he didn't die. They're practically bandits. Serves them right. Everyone was talking about it. They all felt that Ling Yan had done a good job and were full of praises for him. Ling Yan quickly came to Luli's side. He glanced at Luli's face and couldn't help but frown. This woman's struggle just now had affected the fetus. Big brother, thank you for saving me. I've caused you so much trouble. Luli was so touched that her eyes were brimming with tears. She had seen everything that Ling Yan had done for her. She originally thought that she wouldn't be able to escape from his clutches, but Ling Yan had appeared out of nowhere. It would be strange if she wasn't grateful. Ling Yan shook his head slightly as if what he had just done was not worth mentioning. He stared at Lu Li and said, Lu. Sister Lu, you haven't had enough sleep for a long time. In addition to that, you've been malnourished. I'm afraid that you'll affect the fetus in your womb. What? Lu Li's expression changed and her voice started to tremble. Her husband was still lying unconscious on the bed, and it was unknown if he would ever wake up. The child in her womb was their only flesh and blood. If something happened to the child, Lu Li would not be able to continue living. Don't panic. Since I can see it, I have a way to treat it. You know about the People's Clinic, right? You can go there to find me. Don't worry, I will cure you when the time comes. Ling Yan gave her a reassuring smile. Lu Li could tell that Ling Yan was no ordinary person. An ordinary person would not be able to beat up 7 young and strong men with clubs in the blink of an eye. Big brother, thank you. You are the benefactor of our family. It's a pity that my man is unconscious now. If he knew what you did, he would do anything to repay your kindness. Lu Li knew that not only had she met her benefactor, but she had also met her benefactor. She was extremely grateful to Ling Yan and wanted to kneel down in front of him. Sister Lu, you don't have to thank me. Since something like this happened to me, there's no reason for me to ignore it. Here's $1,000. Use it first. If it's not enough, we'll think of something else together. Ling Yan took out his remaining $3,000 and counted out 10 pieces. He was about to hand them over to Lu Li. As the saying goes, one should be a good person to the end. Since Ling Yan had interfered in this matter, he would naturally help her to the end. As for repayment, Lu Li's grateful eyes were more than enough. Big brother. I can't accept this. I don't know how to repay you for saving me. How can I accept your money? Lu Li did not expect such a kind person to exist in this day and age. She did not know what to say and could only wave her hands at Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled faintly and stuffed the money into Lu Li's hands. Take it. The vegetables that you bought from the wholesale market have been destroyed by this bunch of trash. We'll talk about it after 2 days. Lu Li stared at the money in her hands with her mouth agape. She stared at Ling Yan in a daze and could not say another word. When the big boy in front of her was fighting, he looked like a god descended from the heavens. Now that he was standing quietly in front of her, he did not look like he had just fought. Even though he was slightly chubby, he was tall. His broad shoulders gave people a strong sense of security. His upright face looked fresh and bright. When he smiled, an intoxicating dimple would appear on his left cheek. It was a very eye-catching sight. Especially this boy's eyes. They were clean and clear. His gaze was deep and distant. Occasionally, there would be a flash of determination. However, he would quickly regain his composure. It was as if nothing in this world could affect him. As she looked at him, she suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly turned her head away. However, her face was already red. Ling Yan did not notice the change in Lu Li's expression. Miss Lu, you shouldn't stay here for long. You should go home first. If you need anything, you can look for me at the People's Clinic. Okay. Lu Li's heart trembled. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's as she nodded. She did not even say goodbye. She got on the electric 3-wheeled motorcycle and drove away. Why would I have such a feeling? How embarrassing. It wasn't until they were a kilometer away that Lu Li slowly braked. She touched her burning cheeks and scolded herself with a red face. Damn, when did I become so kind-hearted? Not only did I get myself into trouble to save someone, I even lost $1,000? However, this feeling is really great. Hee hee. It seems like it's not bad to do good deeds once in a while. After sending Lu Li off, Ling Yan left immediately. He had to buy some breakfast and bring it home. It was already past 7 o'clock. He expected his mother and sister to be up by now. As for Brother Tian and the other scumbags, he could not be bothered with them. Last night, Tang Meng had told him that his father was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. As long as no lives were lost, he could settle any matter. 5 minutes after Ling Yan left, 2 cars arrived at the scene of the fight. However, Brother Tian had already been carried into the van by Li Kuan and the rest and sent to the hospital. The crowd had also dispersed. Get Lao San and Lao Si to find out who the one who beat up Brother Tian is. No one got out of the car. In the black BMW in front, a fierce-looking man with a scar on his right cheek looked at the blood on the ground. His eyes flashed with hatred as he spoke coldly. Yes, Brother Dao. A red-haired lackey hurriedly made a phone call. The person who gave the order was naturally Dao Zi, who had rushed over after receiving the call. He was the tyrant of the slums and had close to 200 men under him. He controlled the karaoke halls, tea houses, beauty salons, low-class nightclubs, and many other entertainment venues. He even opened his own underground casino. Tian Buetao had connections with both sides of the law. Of course, the dark side was Dao Zi. Dao Zi's eyes flashed fiercely. After a while, he said calmly, Let's go to the hospital to see Tian Xiaoguang first. It turned out that Dao Zi's underground casino had killed a fat customer last night and made more than $300,000 in one night. In his excitement, he brought more than 20 of his men to a nightclub and played until 2 in the morning. After the party ended, he even brought 2 ladies back to his place. Hugging the ladies in his left and right, he played with them until 4 in the morning. Only then did Dao Zi fall asleep with them in his arms. Who knew that after sleeping for 2 hours, Dao Zi would be woken up by his phone ringing? The moment he heard that Brother Tian had been beaten up, he stepped on a lady's snow-white thigh and jumped off the bed. At the same time, he immediately called for help. When he got dressed and went downstairs, he received a call saying that the person who beat him up had left and that Brother Tian was being sent to the hospital. Ever since Dao Zi had broken the tendons of his opponent, Black Skin, the area around Linjiang Road had been his for the past 2 years. No one had ever dared to cause trouble in his territory. Now that someone had actually beaten up one of his protective shields, Tian Xiaoguang, Tian Buetao's nephew, wasn't that the same as touching his tigers, but Tian Buetao had told him a few days ago that the slums were about to start a large-scale demolition. When that time came, the government and developers would hand over some of the difficult jobs, especially those who refused to budge, to him. Dao Zi didn't even need to think to know how big the profits would be. Dao Zi knew better than anyone that if he didn't handle the matter of Brother Tian being beaten up well, he would suffer a huge loss if Tian Buetao blamed him. That was why he directly said to wipe out the entire family. Xiaoguang has so many problems. If he likes a woman, I'll just get someone to snatch her up for him. Why the F***ck did he have to play the game of conquering her? Sooner or later, you'll still need me to clean up your mess. Dao Zi snorted and gave the order to drive off. The black BMW immediately started up and sped away. Ling Yan bought breakfast for 3 and brought it back to the People's Clinic. At this time, the People's Clinic's shutter door was already up and the door was already open. Ning Lingyu was standing at the entrance with a mop looking around. Ning Lingyu was about to go crazy. Didn't Big Brother say that he was going to lose weight? He said that he came back late, so he waited patiently for him. Who knew that he would wait until 3 in the morning and fall asleep on the sofa, but he still didn't come back. Even if he was in a hurry to lose weight, there was no need for him to train so crazily for an entire night, right? Could it be that something happened to Big Brother? Ning Lingyu woke up at 5:30 in the morning. She was extremely anxious at home. She opened the clinic's door right after 6 a.m. and ran out every 3 minutes to look around. Ling Yan was caught off guard as he stood there with his arms wide open. Lingyu, what's wrong? Ning Lingyu hugged Ling Yan tightly as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. She only let go after a long time and raised her head. Ling Yan saw Ning Lingyu's haggard expression and red eyes. He asked curiously, Lingyu, who bullied you? Why are your eyes so red? I stayed up all night. I was waiting for you. Ning Lingyu would never tell him that she had secretly cried a few times because she was worried about him. Why did you wait for me? Didn't I say that I would be home very late? You don't have to wait for me. Furthermore, I have the house keys. Ning Lingyu pouted and glared at Ling Yan. How did you come home very late? You didn't come home for the whole night. Mom and I were so worried. Didn't I go to exercise? What are you worried about? You can't possibly spend the whole night exercising, right? You didn't even bring your phone with you, so we couldn't contact you at all. I ran for 10 kilometers and was really tired. I didn't expect to fall asleep after a short nap. When I woke up, it was already early in the morning. Ling Yan came up with an excuse that he had prepared beforehand. Ning Lingyu stared into Ling Yan's eyes. Seeing that her brother's eyes were clear and transparent, she could not help but burst into laughter. Her beautiful smile bloomed under the sun like a spring flower. To Ning Lingyu, it was as if her brother's return was the happiest thing in the world. Really, just to lose weight, you actually went to sleep on the streets. Did you have to? No one blamed you for being fat, no one blamed me for being fat. Ling Yan thought to himself. Just the day before yesterday, they were all calling me fat pig. If it wasn't for me killing everyone, Brother, you really seem to have lost weight. Ning Lingyu exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. She could not help but stretch out her fingers to press on Ling Yan's dimple on his left cheek. In this world, Ning Lingyu was probably the only one who dared to touch Ling Yan like that. Lingyu mischievously pinched the dimples on her cheeks. Ling Yan could not help but giggle. Of course, Big Brother is trying so hard to lose weight, there should be some results, right? Ning Lingyu giggled as a strange light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands and hugged Ling Yan's left arm in her embrace. Let's go home. Mom, Brother is back. Ning Lingyu shouted into the house as soon as she entered the backyard. Very quickly, Qin Qiuyue walked out of the house to the door. Her concerned gaze fell on Ling Yan. After a brief glance, a trace of astonishment appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. It's good that you're back. Ling Yan, if you don't come back at night, just tell me directly so that your sister won't worry about you. Ling Yan had wanted to explain further, but Qin Qiuyue did not even give him the chance to. She seemed to have even given him the right to not return home at night. The cleansing was complete. Actually, Ling Yan had already been cleansed by the immortal spiritual energy when he was reborn. He had already been reborn. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 2, his body was flawless and free of impurities. That was how the refreshing, unique, and attractive aura he exuded came about. Otherwise, Luli would not have lost her composure after looking at him for a while. However, Ling Yan held on to the towel that Ning Lingyu obediently handed to him. Looking at the toothpaste and toothbrush that Ning Lingyu had prepared for him, he could not reject her kind intentions. After the family finished breakfast, it was close to 8 o'clock. Ning Lingyu cleared the dining table and Qin Qiuyue smiled gently at Ling Yan. You didn't sleep well last night, go and have a good sleep. You might have lost weight, but don't overwork yourself and cause any problems. Ling Yan nodded his head in embarrassment. When he returned to his bedroom, he found that his phone was already charged. He inserted the SIM card with the number 2099999 into his phone and switched it on. Shui Mining had said that she would give him a call today. Furthermore, Tang Meng would definitely contact him today to inform him of the results of the house search. Then, Ling Yan began to inspect his bedroom. The layout of the bedroom was very simple. There was a bed, a bookshelf, a study table, a chair, and a clothes rack. Although it was simple, everything in the bedroom was neat and tidy. Not a single speck of dust could be seen. The sandalwood box was still in its original position, untouched. Mother sure is calm. Anyone who sees this sandalwood box can tell that it's something good, but she doesn't even care about it. Ling Yan muttered to himself. What he did not know was that it was not only Qin Qiuyue who did not ask about it. Last night, when Ning Lingyu wanted to open the sandalwood box out of curiosity, Qin Qiuyue stopped her from doing so. You are not allowed to touch the things that your brother brought back. These were Qin Qiuyue's exact words. Ling Yan opened the bookshelf again. So many medical books, this kid. The bookshelf was divided into 2 rows. Both were filled with all kinds of medical books. The upper row, where it was easy to reach, was filled with modern Western medicine books. The lower row, however, was filled with Chinese medicine books. Ling Yan was not the least bit interested in Western medicine. He bent down and started checking the Chinese medicine books at the bottom of the bookshelf. Compendium of Materia Medica, Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases, Classic of Medicine, Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica, Classic of Difficulties, Huangdi's Canon of Internal Medicine, Treatise on Acupuncture, Classic of Pulse, so this is Chinese medicine. There are so many of them. Instead of studying, you spend all your time researching this? You must have been tormented by your poor health all these years. Ling Yun muttered to himself. Huangdi's Canon of Internal Medicine? It can't be so coincidental, right? Ling Yun inadvertently saw a thin blue-black book at the edge of the bookshelf. His heart skipped a beat. It was impossible for him not to be shocked. This was because he had entered the cultivation world as a doctor. In the end, he had embarked on the path of cultivation because he had accidentally stumbled upon an unremarkable medical book when he was young. That book was called The Spiritual Pivot. He had learned the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot from The Spiritual Pivot. With the addition of Huangdi's Canon of Internal Medicine, it shouldn't be the same thing, right? However, just the words The Spiritual Pivot alone is worth studying. Huangdi's Canon of Internal Medicine. Is the Yellow Emperor the guy who fought against Qiyu in the Battle of Shuolu and defeated Qiyu with his chariot? Even though Ling Yun had yet to delve too deeply into the ancient myths of Huaxia, the fragmented memories in his mind contained fragments of these memories. Moreover, the history textbooks that he had read also explained this, so he already had a basic understanding of the Yellow Emperor. Ling Yun understood very quickly. These were clearly 2 different worlds. Not to mention the distance between them, it was hard to tell if they were even in the same universe or time and space, let alone a book. Ling Yun casually took The Spiritual Pivot from the bookshelf. Just as he was about to glance at it to see what was going on, Ming Lingyu barged into his bedroom. Big brother, there are only 2 months left before the college entrance examinations. Why aren't you making good use of the time to study? Why are you still holding on to these antiques all day? Ming Lingyu could not help but frown as she saw her brother flipping through the medical books that he had obtained from all over the place. I'm just interested, so I'm just doing some research. Ling Yun laughed casually. Ming Lingyu suddenly looked out of the window and lowered her voice to ask mysteriously, Big brother, what's in the wooden box that you brought back yesterday? Qin Choyue did not allow Ning Lingyu to touch the wooden box, but this undoubtedly aroused Ning Lingyu's curiosity. Ling Yun had changed too much in the past few days. Looking at Ning Lingyu's secretive look, Ling Yun could not help but raise his hand and lightly touch her delicate nose. You want to know? Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Ah? Big brother, you really want me to see it? Ning Lingyu was a little surprised. She thought that this was her brother's secret and that her brother definitely did not want her to know. She did not expect Ling Yun to agree so readily without any hesitation. Ling Yun placed the Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, The Spiritual Pivot, gently on the desk. Turning his head, he stared at Ning Lingyu, who had a face full of disbelief, and said, Big brother's things are also your things. If you like it, I can give it all to you. After saying that, the corner of his mouth curled up into a very relaxed smile. He said it casually and naturally because that was his own sister, but Ning Lingyu's heart trembled when she heard it. Looking at the charming smile on Ling Yun's face, she almost used all her strength to suppress her excitement and a trace of indescribable strangeness. Big brother's things are also your things. If you like it, I can give it all to you. This sentence only took a moment to echo in Ning Lingyu's mind thousands of times, causing her to be momentarily stunned on the spot. Ling Yun bent over the bed and picked up the sandalwood box. Then, he showed the open side to Ning Lingyu and said softly, Open it and see. Lingyu? Lingyu. Open it and see, what are you thinking about? Ah. Oh, then I really want to see it. Ning Lingyu finally came back to her senses. Realizing that she was in a daze, she quickly changed the topic. Ning Lingyu gently lifted the lid of the sandalwood box. Wow. It's beautiful. The sandalwood box was not fully opened yet. She exclaimed as she stared at the exquisite emerald green jade box. At the same time, Ling Yun was also secretly impressed. This was because Ning Lingyu's peerless beauty was illuminated by the green light from the jade box. It made her look even more ethereal and dreamy, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. If one day, little sister wears the dresses of the holy daughters and princesses of the various sects in the cultivation world, how beautiful would she be? I just don't know which bastard my sister, who is like a fairy from the 9 heavens, will fall for. Ning Lingyu nodded her head in delight. She pursed her lips and smiled as she gently placed her hand on it. Something strange happened. Ling Yan felt the spiritual energy in the air fluctuate. Ning Lingyu's innate spiritual body no longer emitted any spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in her body was slowly being absorbed by the spiritual jade box. This was something that only Ling Yan could explain. Ling Yan's physique allowed him to absorb spiritual energy from everything in the world. Ning Lingyu's physique was that of an innate spiritual body. As long as she did not cultivate, no matter where she went, her body would emit a faint spiritual energy. In other words, before Ning Lingyu could cultivate and use her physique, she was a spiritual energy donor. In other words, Ning Lingyu was like a Xianxia herb or a spirit stone that could move and talk. And this spiritual jade box was clearly the perfect vessel for spiritual qi. It could contain spiritual qi, release spiritual qi, and even absorb spiritual qi. When Ling Yan was treating old man Shui yesterday, he had already absorbed every single drop of spiritual energy from the spiritual jade box. Now that the spiritual jade box was in contact with Ning Lingyu, who was a spiritual energy donor, this scene naturally happened. Using a real-life example, the spiritual jade box was a pond that stored water. Ling Yan was a super water pump and Ning Lingyu was the source of water for the pond. Ling Yan was overjoyed. Even though he did not say it out loud, he was still worried about the spiritual energy that was constantly emitted by the Xianxia herb and Ning Lingyu. Before he reached physique tempering stage level 3, the spiritual energy that was emitted by the Xianxia herb was nothing to Ling Yan. However, once Ling Yan reached physique tempering stage level 4 or beyond, the amount of spiritual energy he needed would increase exponentially. It would be strange if he did not feel heartache when he saw the spiritual energy dissipate into the air. Thus, last night, when Ling Yan was cultivating beside the Xianxia herb, he was thinking of ways to store the spiritual energy emitted by the Xianxia herb. Whether it was the spirit gathering talisman or the spirit gathering spell, it was better to store as much as possible. It was better than losing it for nothing. To Ling Yan, spiritual energy was like money to people. Naturally, the more the merrier. Who would complain about having too much money? Thinking about this, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel proud. His lips curled into a mysterious smile. Before reaching physique tempering stage 4, he was still unable to inscribe the spirit gathering talisman. Now that he had a way to store the spiritual energy of the Xianxia herb, he was naturally elated. He had absorbed the spirit qi from the spirit jade box yesterday, so he knew that the storage capacity of the spirit jade box was definitely not a small amount. It could be said that if it wasn't for the spiritual energy from the spiritual jade box yesterday afternoon, Ling Yan definitely wouldn't have dared to rush to physique tempering stage level 3 last night. If he were to reach physique tempering stage 4 and carve a few small spirit gathering formations on the spiritual jade box, the amount of spiritual energy it could store would increase exponentially. This would undoubtedly speed up Ling Yan's cultivation. Brother, what are you laughing at? Ning Lingyu only lightly touched the spiritual jade box a few times before quickly withdrawing her hand. However, when she saw Ling Yan staring at her with a smile, she blushed and pouted. I was just thinking, my Lingyu is so beautiful. I wonder which bastard will end up with her in the future. Ling Yan teased Ning Lingyu. Go to hell. Ning Lingyu's face turned red all the way to her ears as she rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. Ling Yan chuckled as he took out the spiritual jade box. He could already feel that the spiritual jade box contained a trace of spiritual energy. He couldn't help but nod his head. The speed is not bad. He casually placed the sandalwood box on the bed. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, his sister had done this. Otherwise, he would have sold it as a piece of good jade. Although money was important to Ling Yan, it couldn't be compared to the importance of spiritual energy. Up until now, Ling Yan had only discovered the Xianxia herb, his sister's innate spiritual body, and the spiritual jade box that could release spiritual energy. Brother, where did you get this spiritual jade box, such good cell phone numbers, and all the things you bought? Ning Lingyu hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Compared to the spiritual jade box and the cell phone numbers, the branded items that Ling Yan bought were the least valuable items. It would be strange if Ning Lingyu didn't ask. Oh, you're asking about this? When I went shopping yesterday, I saved a rich man's life. He gave it to me as a token of gratitude. Ling Yan didn't hide the truth. However, he made it sound ambiguous. He tried to fool her as much as possible. Ah? Ning Lingyu's clever little brain was unable to process what her brother had just said. She looked at her brother in disbelief and asked, "Big brother, do you know how to save people's lives?" "How did you save them?" Lingyan looked at Ning Lingyu and said, "How else? He was sick and on the verge of death. Brother, with your miraculous hands, you cured him." "Miraculous hands? Since when did you know how to treat illnesses? You can even bring a dying person back to life?" Ning Lingyu felt that her brother's brain was not working as well as he was spouting nonsense. Lingyan glared at Ning Lingyu and said, "Lingyu, can you not underestimate your brother?" He pointed at the medical books on the bookshelf with his thumb and continued, "Do you see these books? Do you think I bought them to be knowledgeable?" Ning Lingyu followed the direction of Ling Yan's finger and said in disbelief, "This. You can really learn without a teacher? Self-study to become a doctor?" It wasn't that Ning Lingyu didn't know that whenever her brother returned home, he would head straight into his bedroom, hugging a thick or thin book on Western or traditional Chinese medicine and reading it. Even if you beat her to death, she would never believe that her brother could learn anything without a teacher. Ling Yan laughed and said proudly, "Hee, sister, you're a genius in studying. You always get first place in your studies. Then, I'm a genius in medicine. Naturally, I can learn medicine without a teacher." Ning Lingyu giggled and raised her hand to stroke her beautiful face. She laughed and said, "You're bragging about yourself. Don't you know shame?" After teasing each other for a while, Ning Lingyu suddenly asked a question. "Brother, I haven't seen you lose any weight over the past 2 days. Why did you suddenly lose weight today?" Ning Lingyu asked in bewilderment. As she asked the question, she couldn't help but stare at the charming dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek. She couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. She wanted to use her index finger to press on the dimple, as if pressing on it would deepen it. Ling Yan's expression turned serious as he gently grabbed Ning Lingyu's snow-white wrist. He said to his sister in a serious tone, "Lingyu, have you ever seen a person grow old or a flower bloom and fade?" Ning Lingyu didn't know why her brother would ask such a question. She couldn't help but feel confused and nodded. Ling Yan laughed and shook his head. "You've never seen a person grow old. You've only seen the elderly. It's the same logic as you've never seen a flower bloom but you've only seen a flower in full bloom. It's like a person suddenly becoming very old. It's also like a flower blooming overnight. These are just the results. However, these things change very little every day. It's very difficult for ordinary people to notice them." Lingyu suddenly understood. Ling Yan was using this metaphor to tell her that there were many things that she would not be able to see or even ignore the slow process of change. It was only at the moment when he completely changed that she would suddenly realize that everything seemed to have changed. That's how it is for a person to grow old, for a flower to bloom, for losing weight, and for life. Everyone feels as if they are the same as they were yesterday. Even this year and last year are the same. But what about 10 years later, looking back and suddenly realizing the huge changes in themselves? Everyone would probably sigh endlessly, right? Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yan's crystal clear eyes and bit her lower lip. She hated herself to death. Perhaps, what her brother really wanted to say was that he had been quietly changing for the past 6 years. It was only in these few days that he completely exploded. It had been more than 6 years. Especially in the past 3 years, she had almost ignored her brother. She did not care for him at all. Even though it was to make her brother more courageous and dignified, but what did she give him? Rolled her eyes. Snorted? Disdain? Ignore him, however, on the first day that Ling Yun regained his dignity as a man, not only did he not blame her or feel any dissatisfaction, he even bought her the best mobile phone, Zhuang Meina's provocation, Xie Zhenyan's pestering, and even the lack of money. All the obstacles and troubles were swept away by her brother. He made her the happiest person in her life. Just like 6 years ago, Ling Yun did not actually think about these things. He only wanted to use some of his own insights to explain Ning Lingyu's questions so that she would not chase after him with questions. This was because every question that Ning Lingyu asked was directed at his biggest and deepest secret. It was really difficult for him to deal with it. He still had to change a lot in the future. He could not possibly explain it to everyone every day, could he? If that was the case, he might as well stop cultivating and become a storyteller. However, he saw Ning Lingyu's face change from sunny to cloudy, then from cloudy to gloomy. Just as it was about to turn into a drizzle, he panicked. Lingyu, what's wrong? I was just giving an example. Actually, I have been working out all this time. It's normal for me to lose weight now. I'll get even thinner in the future. Lingyan did not know that Ning Lingyu was overthinking. He thought that he did not answer Ning Lingyu's questions truthfully and that he had angered her. Brother, don't be angry at me. I was wrong, sob sob sob. The more Ning Lingyu thought about it, the more she felt that she had let Lingyun down. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had gone overboard in the past. She could not help but feel ashamed and guilty. She threw herself into Lingyan's arms and started crying. The sun outside the house began to shine brightly. It was raining heavily inside the house. Lingyan looked at Lingyu's shoulder, which was drenched in tears. He thought to himself, I can't wait to feel sorry for my sister who was born with a spiritual body. Why would I blame you? He patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder and smiled gently. You've been crying too much these 2 days. If I blame you for asking a few questions, wouldn't I be too petty? How could Lingyan understand a girl's thoughts? Ning Lingyu was even more touched when she saw that Lingyan did not know why she was crying. This meant that her brother did not blame her for everything she did all these years. The phone kept ringing. Ning Lingyu wiped her tears and said, Brother, answer the phone. I'm going to help my mother clean up the clinic. She turned and left Lingyan's bedroom. Lingyan knew it was Tang Meng the moment he picked up the call. Tang Meng's rough voice could be heard from the other end of the line. Boss, you're not still sleeping, are you? Why did you take so long to pick up? How is it? Have you found a house? Lingyan went straight to the point. Tang Meng chuckled. Hee, boss, don't worry about me. I found 3 houses. You can choose from them. When are you going to look at the houses? Lingyan, of course, hoped that it would be as soon as possible. He nodded and said, if you have nothing else to do, you can go look at the house now. Tang Meng had nothing better to do. He told Lingyan to wait for him at home and said he would be there in half an hour. He then hung up. Miaoling Mountain Range, Yunnan Guizhou border. Miaojiang Village. At the crossroads south of the Miao village. Miao Xiaomiao and Miao Fenghuang were dressed in the same Miao costume. They stood side by side, the silver ornaments on their clothes reflecting the morning sun. Retrieve the worm. Miao Fenghuang turned to look at Miao Xiaomiao. Her face was pale and haggard. It was obvious that the heart-devouring worm was suppressed by the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Miao Fenghuang was connected to her own worm, so she was not doing well. Miao Xiaomiao nodded her head lightly, her expression solemn and sincere. She squatted down and began to dig with the small silver shovel in her hands. The small silver shovel was incomparably sharp, and Miao Xiaomiao's strength was even more frightening. She swung the shovel as though it was flying, and the silver ornaments on her body clanked as she moved. The seemingly sturdy road surface was quickly dug half a foot deep. A tightly sealed, dark red urn-shaped jar was revealed. Open the altar. Miao Fenghuang lowered her head to look at the seal on the jar. A look of satisfaction flashed across her eyes. The expression on Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful face became even more solemn and solemn. She chanted a long and complicated incantation, taking a long time to finish. Then, she swung the silver shovel in her hand down. The mouth of the jar shattered. Miao Xiaomiao knelt on the ground and leaned forward, looking into the jar. The scene inside the jar was enough to scare an ordinary person half to death. Scorpions, centipedes, toads, poisonous snakes, lizards, there were hundreds of different kinds of poisonous insects. They were colorful and had crisscrossing fangs. Anyone who saw them would know that they were the most poisonous creatures in the world. However, they were all motionless. They were all dead. Only one was alive. It was a golden silkworm. It was about the size of an adult's thumb, and its entire body was bright gold. It had a crown, eyes, and a pair of small wings. This golden silkworm was crawling on the body of a blood-red poisonous snake. When it saw the mouth of the jar open, its small eyes darted around and glanced at Miao Fenghuang and Miao Xiaomiao. When it saw Miao Fenghuang, it actually shrank its fat body in fear. Then, it looked pitifully at Miao Xiao Miao, as though it was seeking protection. This is a top-grade golden silkworm that was raised using your fresh blood and mud for 12 years. It has now gained sentience. When you go out this time, take it with you. Miao Fenghuang said to Miao Xiao Miao. Miao Xiao Miao nodded. She gently stretched out her snow-white hand and muttered a simple incantation. The golden silkworm flapped its wings and flew up. It was as fast as lightning, drawing a golden arc in the air as it landed in Miao Xiao Miao's palm. It even looked at the jar that it had been in with a disdainful look in its small eyes. It's so cute. Miao Xiao Miao could not help but cry out in joy. The golden silkworm is the most poisonous creature in the world. It is already connected to your mind. Whether it is good or evil, it is all up to you. Miao Fenghuang reminded Miao Xiao Miao. You must remember, none of the men out there are good. Do you hear me? Miao Fenghuang's voice became sharp. Granny, I know. It's not like I haven't gone out before. Miao Xiao Miao replied casually as she played with her golden silkworm. Come back immediately after you're done. Don't stay outside for too long. I think you should be at the age to talk about marriage. Miao Fenghuang turned around and walked into the village. You should go. If you see that Shui guy, don't forget what I told you to tell him. Only then did Miao Xiao Miao stand up. With a casual toss of her hand, the golden silkworm flew into the air and flew around Miao Xiao Miao happily. Miao Xiao Miao looked at Miao Fenghuang's lonely figure with a complicated look in her eyes. Finally, she sighed and said to the golden silkworm in Chinese, let's go. Miao Xiao Miao twisted her slender body and moved. Her speed was also incomparably fast, and her graceful figure quickly disappeared from sight, leaving only a series of crisp sounds in the air. It took her 2 hours to climb 14 mountains before she arrived at a bigger Hmong stockade village on the outskirts. This Miao village was obviously more Han Chinese and had a stronger sense of modernity. Not only were there lights and telephones in the village, but there was also a road leading to the outside world. Some people were even wearing clothes from the city. The people here seemed to know Miao Xiao Miao as they greeted her warmly when they saw her. Miao Xiao Miao smiled sweetly in return. She quickly arrived at the house of the Miao village's chief. After greeting the master familiarly, she went straight into a room and changed out of her Miao village's splendid attire. When she came out again, she had changed from a Miao girl dressed in splendid attire to a pure and sweet urban beauty. She even had a travel suitcase in her hand. As for the adorable golden silkworm, she had already kept it somewhere when she entered the Hmong village. Miao Xiao Miao smiled and said a few words to the master. The master nodded and went back to his room to make a phone call. 10 minutes later, a car arrived at the entrance of the house. The driver parked the car and respectfully handed the car keys to Miao Xiao Miao before chatting with the master. Miao Xiao Miao put the suitcase in the trunk and sat in the driver's seat of the car. She rolled down the window and smiled sweetly at the master. She waved and started the car. The car started and drove along the road in the village. Who knew what the Miao girls in Miao Fenghuang's village would think when they saw Miao Xiao Miao's valiant behavior? Qingshui City, in a standard room of a 4-star hotel on Shuafu Road at the entrance of Qingshui High. 2 ordinary-looking men had checked into this standard room at 11 o'clock last night. Both of them looked so ordinary that if they were thrown into a crowd, they would not be easily recognized. However, what they were doing now was not ordinary at all. They were sitting on their own beds. One of them was loading bullets into a gun while the other was playing with a sharp dagger in his right hand and holding a photo in his left. The person in the photo was very fat. It was Ling Yun who was wearing Li Ning's sportswear. Li Yi, do you think the organization would send 2 yellow-ranked assassins to kill a fat student like him? The man playing with the dagger said to the man who was loading bullets in a low voice. His tone was full of disdain. Jiao Fei, you can't be careless. I heard that if this job is done, the higher-ups will receive 8 million. We can get at least 3 million. Li Yi turned to look at Jiao Fei, but his movements were still the same. It was obvious that he had done this countless times and could not be more familiar with it. Tisk, it's just killing a student. We'll bring his head back to collect the money tomorrow night. Jiao Fei's eyes flashed with a cold and bloodthirsty look. The corner of his mouth curled up to express his disdain. Li Yi frowned. Jiao Fei, according to the information, this kid was sent flying more than 10 meters by a stair the day before yesterday. He was bleeding from all his orifices, but the next day, he was running on the field energetically. This person is not easy to deal with. Li Yi was obviously very cautious. Jiao Fei snorted. Humph, sent flying by a stair and he was running on the field the next day? Who saw it? If no one saw it, then the information we received must be wrong. Do you think he's one of those heaven-ranked killers in our organization? Li Yi was a very patient and careful person. However, he was not good with words. Seeing that Jiao Fei did not take Ling Yun seriously, he wanted to continue persuading him. However, in the end, he kept his mouth shut. After reloading the gun, he tried it again and again before wiping it. Jiao Fei looked at the silent Li Yi and sneered. Tomorrow, you don't have to do anything. I only need one knife to take his life. Then, I'll report back to the higher-ups. With that, the blade of the knife fell and Ling Yun in the photo was cut in half. Tang Meng drove to pick up Ling Yun. The two of them first checked out a house in the city. Ling Yun felt that it was not secluded enough and that it was too conspicuous. He did not even enter the house and moved on to the next one. As for the second house, Ling Yun chose it with just one look. Not only was it secluded, there were very few people passing by during the day. Furthermore, it was a private house. Most importantly, it was very close to the place where the Xianxia herb was found. If they were to go from this house to the place where the Xianxia herb was, it would only take Ling Yun 2 to 3 minutes to get there. Boss, they have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. They have electricity and water. They even have an internet connection of 10 megabits per second. Downloading movies is very fast. Look, the landlord has cleaned the house and there's so much furniture. Tang Mei was still showing off to Ling Yun and recommending the house. Not bad. This is the place. There's no need to go to the next house. Let's sign a contract for a season. Ling Yun decided to rent the house on the spot. When the landlord heard that it would only be a 3-month contract, he was a little unhappy. However, after Tang Meng whispered a few words into his ear, the landlord's face changed and he agreed immediately. After signing the contract, they paid the 6,000 yuan rent and got the key to the house. Everything went smoothly. After the landlord left, Tang Meng leaned back on the sofa in the living room and lit a cigarette. I told him that my dad is the director of the Public Security Bureau. He really believed me. Actually, Tang Meng knew that the landlord chose to believe him because he saw his flashy Hummer. The more Ling Yun looked at the house, the more satisfied he was with it. He smiled at Tang Meng. Well done, I didn't give you my phone number for nothing. Come, let's go back to the dormitory to move our stuff. Tang Meng was stunned. Now? In his heart, he wanted to say, boss can't be so impatient, right? Is he going to stay here with Xianxia tonight? Ling Yun frowned. If we don't move today, are we going to move tomorrow when all the classmates are back? Let's go. Having a car was very convenient. Ling Yun and Tang Meng only needed one trip to move everything from the dormitory to the newly rented house. At around 10:30 a.m., everything was neatly packed. Boss, there are still 2 empty rooms over there. Can I stay there when you don't need it? Tang Mei was daydreaming. Don't even think about it. This house is for the sake of my college entrance exams. No one is to disturb me. Ling Yun rejected without hesitation. What a joke. If he wanted to train all the way to physique tempering stage 9, how could he train with Tang Meng disturbing him every day? Tang Meng was immediately depressed. Boss must not be doing this for the college entrance exams. There must be something going on between him and Xianxia. Ling Yun sat on the freshly made bed and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he stood up and said, let's go buy some stuff. Tang Meng looked at the 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills on the coffee table in front of him and sighed in his heart. On Sunday morning, there were more pedestrians and vehicles on the road. People came and went, and the traffic was rolling like a tide. The Hummer moved at a snail's pace in this crowded traffic. It was not considered slow, but to Tang Meng, who liked to drive fast, this speed was like a snail. Boss, do you want one? Tang Meng took out a Su Yen and tried to entice Ling Yun. Boss, do you want one? Ling Yan sat in the front passenger seat with 5 bundles of $100 bills in his left hand. He smashed them into his right palm one by one. His actions were arrogant and unique. He looked very cocky, very cocky. No. Ling Yan shook his head resolutely. This was not what he wanted. What do you think I lack in this house? Ling Yan asked casually. I don't know about the others, but a notebook and 8 to 10 boxes of condoms are definitely a must, right? Tang Meng lit up his cigarette and took a deep puff. I don't know about other things, but a notebook and 8 to 10 boxes of condoms are definitely necessary, right? After saying that, he turned his head and winked at Ling Yan ambiguously, meaning you know. Ling Yan was confused. Notebook? Condoms? What the F***ck is this? What condoms? Ling Yan had an impression of the notebook, so he had a rough idea of what it was. However, he had no idea what a condom was. Tang Meng thought that Ling Yan was asking the obvious. He thought that if he made things too clear and embarrassed Ling Yan, he might get angry and beat him up. That wouldn't be worth it. Therefore, he gave Ling Yan a look that said, "Do you want to buy it or not?" and focused on driving. Ling Yan thought for a while and felt that in this society, a notebook was indeed indispensable. Thus, he said to Tang Meng, "All right, let's buy 3 notebooks first." WH. What? 3? Tang Meng was stunned. The Hummer almost crashed into the car in front. Ling Yan laughed and said, "What's there to be surprised about? 1 for me, 1 for Ling Yu, and 1 for my mother. Don't we need 3? Tang Meng thought about it and agreed. Ling Yan could not possibly use a laptop himself and leave Auntie and Ling Yu with nothing, right? That's right. He should buy 3. What brand are you going to buy? Should we give Ling Yu a call and ask her what brand she likes? Ling Yan replied casually, "It doesn't matter. As long as you think it's cheap and good. My requirements are that it's easy to use and durable. As for the rest, it's up to you." Tang Meng nodded his head and said, "Then let's buy the same as mine. It's $5,000 to $6,000, and the configuration is pretty good too. Let's go." The two of them quickly bought 3 laptops. Tang Meng was acquainted with the shop owner, so he bought 3 laptops at one go. The shop owner even happily gave them a discount, spending a total of $15,000 for the 3 laptops. After buying the computer, Ling Yan saw that the 5 bundles of $100 bills in his hand had become 3 bundles. He thought to himself that the money was really not enough. In just one morning, he had spent another $20,000. "Boss, where are we going next?" Tang Meng asked as he started up the Hummer. Ling Yan originally wanted to buy the nails and needles for self-defense, the weasel bristle brush, cinnabar, and talisman paper in one go. However, he knew that Tang Meng would definitely make a fuss and ask all sorts of questions. Thus, he decided to buy those things himself. After thinking for a while, he asked, "If I want to buy some jade stones or jade artifacts, do you know where to buy them?" Unexpectedly, Tang Meng's eyes lit up the moment he heard this. "Boss, you've asked the right person. Our Xianxia city has a very famous antique trading market. Not just jade artifacts, there are all sorts of antiques, paintings, jewelry, jade, books, stamps, pets, flowers, and birds. Even if you want to buy some consecrated artifacts, you can buy them there." Ling Yan was actually inspired by the fact that the spiritual jade box could store spiritual energy. He wanted to try and see if he could get his hands on jade stones that could store spiritual energy. Thus, he was not the least bit interested in the antiques, paintings, books, and stamps that Tang Meng mentioned. However, when he heard Tang Meng say the words "consecrated artifacts," his calm face turned serious. His dark pupils constricted. "A consecrated magical artifact?" Ling Yan repeated. Tang Meng glanced at Ling Yan as if he was looking at an idiot. "Yes, isn't there a Lingjue temple in our Xianxia city? The old monks there are very famous for their consecration. It is said that any artifacts that have been consecrated by them can be used to pray for longevity and ward off evil spirits." "Oh. I see." Ling Yan nodded his head in realization. "How do you know so much about this place?" Tang Meng smiled proudly. Flipping his long hair, he said, "Boss, don't forget my nickname, Little Gambling God. Our Xianxia city's antique market has exciting stone gambling, cockfighting, and the like every week. Then, he deliberately lowered his voice and said mysteriously, every time, there will be a dealer opening a bet. Whenever I'm free, I'll go and take a look. If I'm right, I'll place 1,000 or 800, also, my grandfather is an antique enthusiast. Now that he's retired, he would go there whenever he's free. 2 years ago, he often brought me there, then why doesn't he bring you anymore? Tang Meng scratched his head awkwardly. On the 15th of January this year, he went to the antique market and spent 30,000 yuan to buy something. At first, he was full of confidence. In the end, after an expert's appraisal, it turned out to be a worthless imitation. Losing money was a small matter, but losing face in front of his old comrades was a big deal. Therefore, he doesn't like to go anymore. Furthermore, I'm going to take my college entrance exams soon. Even if he goes occasionally, he doesn't bring me anymore. At this point, Tang Meng suddenly thought of something. Boss, didn't you watch the treasure appraisal program Walking into Xianxia last September? That program was held in our Xianxia city's antique market. They appraised 2 pieces of Yuan dynasty porcelain. As he finished speaking, he shook his head and clicked his tongue. His face was full of envy and jealousy. After a while, Tang Meng lit up another cigarette and said seriously to Ling Yun, Boss, if you want to buy jade for if you want to buy jade for someone, I suggest you go to an authentic jewelry store. Even though you won't be able to pick up the leftovers there, at least you won't be cheated, right? Tang Meng was now even more convinced that Ling Yun wanted to rent a house and buy jade because he wanted to win Chao Shanshan's heart. Ling Yun had a general understanding of the Xianxia antique market's situation. He couldn't help but be secretly happy. It didn't matter to him whether the jades were expensive or not. However, since there were so many jades and jewels there would definitely be 1 or 2 with spiritual energy, right? Based on his ability to absorb spiritual energy, if he found a treasure with spiritual energy, he would buy it if he could afford it. Even if he couldn't afford it, he could still find a way to absorb the spiritual energy from it. That should be easy, right? Thinking of this, Ling Yun's mouth curled into a shameless smile. He nodded and said, Let's go, bring me there. Seeing that Ling Yun wasn't listening to him, Tang Meng could only smile bitterly. Alright, but boss, you have to control your hands. You can only look and not buy. Out of 100 items, there might not even be one that's real. If we spend $30,000 on it, we'll both be broke. Xianxia City Antique Market was located in the west of Xianxia Lake. It was about 2 kilometers away from Xianxia Lake and a little more than 3 kilometers away from Qingxi Villa district. This antique market was indeed huge. 2 horizontal and 2 vertical streets were spread out in a jing shape. Shops and stalls were lined up one after another. It was said to be one of the 5 biggest antique market in China. Not only was this a gathering place for antique collectors in Xianxia City, but there were also collectors from all over the country who came here to pick up the leftovers and exchange their experiences. Today was Sunday. Before Ling Yun and Tang Meng reached the antique market, the car was already stuck in the crowd. Tang Meng had no choice but to find a place to park the car. The moment Ling Yun got out of the car, he felt that the spiritual energy here was especially abundant. It was at least 10 times denser than the spiritual energy in Qingxi Villa district. Now that he was at the peak of physique tempering stage level 2, his body could already absorb the spiritual energy directly. Furthermore, this was only the periphery of the antique market. As for the inside, the spiritual energy was probably even more abundant. I was right to come. This was indeed the best place for physique tempering. Ling Yun's eyes shone brightly. He took a deep breath and felt the spiritual energy enter his body. All 36,000 pores on his body felt comfortable. Needless to say, there was definitely a treasure here that he needed. Not only was there, it seemed like there was a lot of it. Boss, this is the place. This whole area is filled with it. Look at these people, there are so many of them every day. It's so lively. Tang Meng said as he pointed to the surging crowd after parking the car and standing beside Ling Yun. Boss, should we go in and take a look? Even though Tang Meng tried to dissuade Ling Yun from coming here, he was the first to lose his cool. This was because he knew that every Sunday morning, the top jade experts of Xianxia Antiques would come to the famous Xianxia of the antique market to gamble on stones. The scene was definitely exciting. Ling Yan shook his head slowly. Today, he was only here to see if his idea was feasible. He had no intention of taking action immediately. As long as he knew that there was such a place in Xianxia City, he could come whenever he wanted in the future. There was no rush. Let's go back. Ling Yan stood there quietly for 4 to 5 minutes. After casually looking around, he suggested to leave. Really, boss? Since we're already here, why don't we go in and have some fun? Don't you still want to buy jade for Chow? Chow? Tang Meng saw that Ling Yan wanted to leave just like that. Ling Yan laughed and said, I'm just here to take a look. Who said we're here to buy jade? Ling Yu is still waiting for us at home. This place is not going anywhere. We can come back anytime in the future. Let's go. After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked away without the slightest bit of reluctance. Tang Meng had no choice but to follow Ling Yan back to where he parked the car. Reluctantly, he drove away. Boss, you're really something. It's not easy for you to come here. Why don't you go in and have a look? On the way back, Tang Meng kept complaining. Ling Yan lectured him, when I came out, I promised to go home for lunch. Don't tell me you want my mother and Ling Yu to wait for me at home? Go back to the rented house and put down a computer. Then, go straight home. Even though Ling Yan was lecturing Tang Meng, he was secretly thinking, antique market? Stone gambling? That's interesting. Recommend a book by a friend. Ling Yan and Tang Meng returned to their rented apartment and left a laptop behind before locking the door and returning to the slums. At the entrance of the People's Clinic, Ling Yan wanted to ask Tang Meng to stay for lunch, but Tang Meng said that he had other matters to attend to. After Ling Yan unloaded the 2 laptops from the car, Tang Meng drove away. Ning Lingyu was afraid that Ling Yan would not return for lunch, so she waited in the clinic for the entire morning. Now that Ling Yan had returned, she happily welcomed him. Brother, it's already 12:30 a.m. I thought you weren't coming back. This is, Ning Lingyu's gaze was fixated on Ling Yan. She only noticed the 2 laptops beside Ling Yan after saying a few words. Wow. Brother, you went to buy a laptop? Ever since she was 13 or 14 years old, Ning Lingyu had dreamed of owning a computer of her own, even if it was a second-hand one. Now that Ling Yan had brought back 2 laptops, both of which were notebooks, she was pleasantly surprised and excited. What are you waiting for? Come and help me. Ling Yan laughed as he looked at his sister. Yes. Ning Lingyu's face was flushed with excitement. She pursed her lips and ran towards the clinic with one of the laptops. Ling Yan looked at Ning Lingyu's excited face. As long as he could make his sister happy, the money was not wasted. He followed behind Ning Lingyu and entered the clinic. Mum, brother bought 2 laptops. Ning Lingyu ran all the way to the backyard and shouted before she even entered the house. Qin Qiuyue had just finished preparing lunch and was arranging the bowls and chopsticks. When she saw Ning Lingyu barging into the house, she pursed her lips into a smile and gently said, Let's eat first. You can play on your computer after lunch. At this moment, Ling Yan also entered the house. Mother, I saw that there aren't many patients in the clinic and you don't have much to do, so I bought a laptop for you. Ling Yan placed the laptop on the coffee table and waited quietly for Qin Qiuyue to ask him about it. Yesterday, he came back with a jade box, an iPhone 5, Nike and Lobster. Today, he bought 2 laptops. Ling Yan thought that no matter how calm his mother was, she would at least ask where the money came from. Child, why did you waste all that money? I'm already so old, so I don't need a computer at all. You can keep it for studying and researching. Qin Qiuyue's face was full of smiles and she did not try to hide the happiness in her heart. However, to Ling Yan's surprise, Qin Qiuyue still did not have the slightest intention to ask about it. Mom, I also bought one for myself. I bought a total of 3 notebooks. Ling Yan didn't believe it and continued. Oh, that's good. Then I'll accept this one, good child. Let's eat first. Qin Qiuyue urged. Mom, I rented a house outside the school today. I went to look at the house in the morning. Well. Be careful when you're living alone outside, okay? Mom, I want to move all the medical books in my bedroom over there. Alright, I'll get Ling Yu to help you in the afternoon. Mom, I'm hungry. Ling Yan could only admit defeat and sat down at the dining table. Xianxia smiled sweetly, then let's eat. Ling Yu, come and eat first. You can play with your laptop after lunch. Your brother has already bought it for you, it's not like it can run away. Ling Yu ran out of the bedroom with her beautiful eyes sparkling and a charming smile on her face. Brother, you're the best. Ling Yun finished his lunch with great astonishment, curiosity, and even apprehension. He kept muttering in his heart. His mother was really extraordinary, it was good to be able to develop freely, but this was too much freedom. However, to say that his mother did not care about him was obviously not true. The way Xianxia looked at him was filled with deep love and concern. Ling Yu kept asking him questions, making it difficult for Ling Yun to deal with her. However, his mother was the exact opposite. She did not even ask a single question. It was as if everything that he was doing was normal and normal. Ling Yun had prepared a lot of things to say. He had even prepared what he wanted to say and what he wanted to hide. However, Xianxia did not ask any questions. This made him feel as if he had punched a pile of cotton with all his might. The frustration in his heart was indescribable. Mom, can I help you look after the clinic in the afternoon? I've read so many medical books and can treat illnesses now. Ling Yan asked tentatively. If his mother did not believe that he could treat illnesses, then he could tell her why he suddenly became rich and why he bought so many things. This way, he would feel better. Unexpectedly, Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Alright, look after the clinic in the afternoon. I'll bring Ling Yu to buy 2 sets of clothes for the 2 of you. How could this work? It could be said that Ling Yun had never been convinced by anyone, be it in the cultivation world or here. But now, he was finally convinced. His mother was his mother, he could not help but be convinced. Mom, I have enough clothes. You don't have to buy them for me. Just buy 2 more sets for Ling Yu. Xianxia smiled and shook her head slowly. Silly child, I'm buying clothes for you 2 months later. Ling Yan stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He did not dare to continue Xianxia's words. Ling Yu's heart was still thinking about the laptop. She hurriedly cleaned up the dining table and could not wait to fiddle with her computer. Ling Yan followed suit. With the development of society and technological advancements, humans had become more and more dependent on computers. This was especially true for those living in the city. Therefore, even though Ling Yu and Ling Yan's family could not afford a computer, it did not mean that they were clueless about it. There were internet cafes and the school offered basic computer courses. Even though Ling Yan's predecessor was not a good student, he did have something to be proud of. One was his medical skills and the other was his gaming skills. Both of these were undoubtedly related to his weak body due to the crippling of his Xianxia meridian. One reason was that he wanted to find the root cause of his illness through his own hard work. He wanted to use his medical skills to treat his body. The other reason was naturally because he had suffered too much humiliation in real life. Too much ridicule, too much helplessness and misery. Therefore, online gaming was undoubtedly the best choice for him. In online gaming, he could defeat bosses, defeat opponents, level up, and obtain all kinds of rewards and glory. He could also feel the satisfaction and balance of his soul. Therefore, Ling Yan not only knew about computers, he could be said to be very proficient. However, the memories that our genius cultivator received were incomplete. They were very fragmented and could not be put together in a systematic manner. Of course, he had to come over and watch how Ling Yu fiddled with the computer so that he would not give himself away. With Ling Yan's memory and comprehension ability, he only needed to watch Ling Yu fiddle with the computer once before he was able to understand everything. He was no longer a newbie. Big brother, the specifications of this computer are so high. It installed the system so quickly. Ling Yu's heart was indescribably excited. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. However, he reminded her, I'm buying you a computer for your studies. Don't let it affect your studies. Then, he left the clinic and went to Li Hongmei's shop next door. Auntie Li, do you have needles here? Ling Yun entered the shop and saw that Li Hongmei was the only one in the shop. As for Li Hongmei's disdain and contempt towards him yesterday, Ling Yan did not take it to heart. He believed that Li Hongmei would not look down on him today. Ling Yan had always been like this. If you want others to change their opinion of you, you must first change yourself. When Li Hongmei saw Ling Yan, a smile blossomed on her innocent face. She greeted him enthusiastically. Yo, Ling Yan, you're here. You want to buy needles for your mother? They're all over there. Take a look at what you want and use it directly. Li Hongmei's thoughts were simple. However, it was all written on her face. If she felt that Ling Yan was a good-for-nothing, she would treat him with disdain. If she felt that Ling Yu was capable, she would treat her passionately. If she felt that Xianxia was in danger, she would enter the house to check on her. Ling Yan had been sent back by a Hummer yesterday. He had bought so many things with so many bags and even taught Hades Tian a lesson. If Li Hongmei still thought that Ling Yan was a good-for-nothing, she might as well shut down her shop. Ling Yan did not respond to Li Hongmei's question. He walked over and picked out a large needle that was about 2 inches long. Auntie Li, how much is a box of these? Li Hongmei was a little stunned. A box? Why would a young man like him buy so many needles? He wouldn't even need a box even if he studied embroidery for a year. 8 yuan a box. Li Hongmei replied, dumbfounded. Ling Yan threw $100 on the counter and smiled. I want 10 boxes. Li Hongmei's mouth was wide enough to fit a 60-watt light bulb. She could not figure out why Ling Yan would buy so many needles. Ling Yan was indeed a weirdo. Choosing needles as a weapon was indeed the best tool for a loser's counterattack. The country had banned guns and props. Even kitchen knives had a real name system. She had never heard of a real name embroidery needle. Under Li Hongmei's dumbfounded gaze, Ling Yan took his weapon and walked out the door. Thinking of Li Hongmei's shocked expression, Ling Yan could not help but laugh. Humph, who asked you to look down on me? However, he was still not satisfied. He went to a hardware store and bought 7 caddies of 2-inch steel nails before leisurely returning home. He entered the clinic and found an inconspicuous corner. He threw the things aside and sat on a chair in the clinic. He looked at a human acupuncture point map on the wall and started admiring it as if he was admiring a world-famous painting. Many of the acupuncture points are slightly off. Moreover, many of them are not marked. Ling Yan muttered to himself. After another 20 minutes, Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu came out from the backyard. Ling Yan stood up hurriedly. Ling Yan, Mom and Lingyu have gone to the city. Take care of the house in the afternoon. If there's anything you don't understand, give me a call. Qin Qiuyue smiled as she instructed. Ling Yan took out a bundle of $100 and scratched his head. Mom, it's not easy for you to go out for a walk. Buy more things. If you buy too much and can't carry it, I'll get Tang Meng to pick you up. With that, he passed the $10,000 to Qin Qiuyue. Qin Qiuyue didn't reject the gift as she had expected. Instead, she smiled and accepted it naturally. She passed it to Lingyu for her to keep. Then, she gave a few instructions to Lingyu before leaving with the smiling Lingyu. After the two of them left, Ling Yan took out a box of needles from a corner and randomly grabbed a dozen needles. It's been a long time since I practiced. I don't know how good my accuracy is now. Let's have some fun today. Without raising his head, Ling Yan waved his hand at the human acupuncture point map on the wall. Only then did he turn his head to look. Every needle accurately pierced into an acupoint, half an inch into the wall. Not a single needle missed its mark. The peak of physique tempering stage level 2 is indeed different. It would be perfect if I could telekinesis. Ling Yan's lips curled into a confident smile. However, before the smile could finish, it froze on his face. The strange thing was that they did not clash with each other. They walked their own paths and did not interfere with each other. Hence, Ling Yan was not in danger of going berserk. If Ling Yan could use his divine sense to look inside his body, he would be able to clearly see that the immortal spiritual energy in his body had already started to divide. The most obvious part was the color of the immortal spiritual energy. The immortal spiritual energy that gushed out from the gate of heaven above his head had already started to turn light green. The immortal spiritual energy in between his eyebrows had turned light gold. The immortal spiritual energy in his energy center was now black and white. At this moment, the spiritual energy that Ling Yan had absorbed for the past few days was as still as a dead sea. There were no signs of it swimming out from its hiding place. In the blink of an eye, the immortal spiritual energy had completed 12 cycles in Ling Yan's body. Last night, Ling Yan had already reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 2. He was only a step away from physique tempering stage level 3. Now, with the rush of the immortal spiritual energy, he had broken through to the middle of physique tempering stage level 3. Ling Yan was overjoyed. Just as he was about to make use of this opportunity to break through to physique tempering stage 4, he realized that the immortal spiritual energy in his body had returned to its original place. He could not feel its existence at all. What does this mean? Ling Yan was dumbfounded. It suddenly appeared and disappeared without a trace, like an antelope hanging its horn. Just as he was in a daze, the door of the people's clinic was pushed open and a pregnant woman walked in. It was none other than Luli, whom Ling Yan had saved in the morning. After Luli parted ways with Ling Yan in the morning, the strange feeling in her heart disappeared quickly. She was not the kind of woman who was open and loose. In fact, she was very conservative. If she was that kind of woman, she would not have been forced into such a state by Tian Xiaoguang. Once her man was in trouble, she would have aborted the child and run off with another man. Luli returned home and started to rummage through the cupboards. After half an hour, she finally found a brush in an inconspicuous box. Apart from the fact that the barrel was made of stone and the tip of the brush was sharp, there was nothing special about this brush. Compared to the exquisite brushes sold in the shop, it looked even more shabby. He protected my chastity, saved the child in my womb, and even gave me money. To repay him with such a brush, it's really... Luli muttered to herself with furrowed brows. As she spoke, she wanted to put the brush back, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and placed the brush into her bag. In any case, it's passed down from my ancestors. Although I can't sell it, it's still a token of my appreciation. After a simple breakfast, Luli grabbed her bag and headed to the hospital to replace her mother-in-law. Ever since her son's accident, her mother-in-law had been crying all day. The word she said the most every day was, retribution. Luli's mother-in-law always talked about retribution for a reason. Luli's husband's name was Li Yunxiang, and he was from Huaiyang, Hunan province. This Li Yunxiang was quite ordinary, and he was currently just a construction worker. However, a few generations of his ancestors had been tomb robbers. To put it bluntly, tomb raiding captains were people who dug graves and robbed tombs. According to her mother-in-law, the stone brush that Luli took out was found in a large tomb by Li Yunxiang's grandfather's grandfather. There was no inkstone or brush holder, only the solitary brush. Li Yunxiang's grandfather and father both died at a young age. Now that Luli was pregnant, Li Yunxiang was hit by a falling brick from a construction site. It would be strange if her mother-in-law didn't say that it was retribution. After noon, her mother-in-law came to replace her. Luli handed the 1,000 yuan to her mother-in-law and told her about what happened in the morning. Then, she told her mother-in-law about her intention to use the brush to repay her debt of gratitude. Luli's mother-in-law was originally extremely grateful to Ling Yun, but now that her daughter-in-law wanted to use this brush that no one would buy for money to repay her kindness, she couldn't help but say, "Luli, he saved us, it's only natural for him to repay his kindness." "But you're going to use this? Aren't you making a joke out of yourself, mother? I also know that this thing is useless, but we really don't have anything else to offer." Luli's face was gloomy. Seeing her daughter-in-law's distress, Li Yunxiang's mother could only nod in agreement. "Alright, even though we tried to sell it a few times, it's still something that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Just take it as a token of our appreciation. If they don't like it, don't bring it back. It doesn't matter if it's a good thing or not, we can't afford it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Just throw it away." Luli nodded and left the hospital. After a simple lunch, she went to the people's clinic. Seeing that Luli had really come, Ling Yin could no longer be bothered with the immortal spiritual energy in his body. He hurriedly invited Luli to take a seat. "Miss Lu, you're here?" Luli didn't dare to look Ling Yin in the eye. She nodded lightly and asked, "Why are you alone in the clinic? Where's Dr. Qin?" It could be said that in the slums, there wasn't anyone who didn't know of the People's Clinic. Very few people didn't know who Xianxia was. Ling Yan smiled faintly. My mother brought my sister to the city to buy some things. But don't worry, I'll definitely take care of your body. You don't need to take any medication. Ling Yan was now in the middle of physique tempering stage level 3. Even though he couldn't revive the dead, he didn't even need to use silver needles to treat Lu Li's illness. However, he wanted to help Lu Li recuperate her weak body. Hence, he took out the leather needle pouch and took out 9 silver needles. Miss Lu, I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. This time, I'll be using silver needles to recuperate your body. Don't you worry? Silver needles? Prick, where? Even though Lu Li knew about traditional Chinese medicine, she still felt her scalp tingle when she saw the hundreds of needles in Ling Yan's leather pouch. Ling Yan understood her concerns. After all, Lu Li was different from Miracle Dr. Shui and the old man who was knocked over. One of them was a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine, while the other was unconscious. Ling Yan could do whatever he wanted with both of them. However, Lu Li was different. Ling Yan gave Lu Li a reassuring smile and said softly, "Prick a few acupoints around your stomach." Then, he quietly waited for her choice. Upon hearing that Ling Yan was going to prick her stomach, Lu Li's face turned red. She was a little nervous. However, when she saw Ling Yan's gaze, her heart skipped a beat and she unexpectedly nodded her head. Then, do you want me to take off my top? Lu Li's beautiful face flushed red. Her originally sallow complexion started to turn bright red. Ling Yan was so focused on recuperating Lu Li's body that he didn't notice these minute changes. He directly said, "There's no need. You just need to lift up your top and let down your pants. Come over here." As Ling Yan spoke, he first walked behind a black curtain in the clinic. There was a simple single bed there. Ling Yan didn't think too much about it. However, Lu Li's face was already as red as blood. For the sake of the child in her stomach, she still walked over. Lu Li carefully laid down on the bed and followed Ling Yan's instructions to lift up her top. Her white belly was immediately exposed to the air. She was so embarrassed that she immediately closed her eyes. At this stage, she could only let Ling Yan do as he wished. The waist of your pants needs to be lowered a little more. Ling Yan saw that Lu Li's pants were blocking 2 of the acupuncture points. Hearing this, Lu Li's face turned even redder. She closed her eyes and tried to pull up the waist of her pants. However, she was already lying down and her stomach was so high, how could she reach it? Seeing that she couldn't reach it after trying twice, Ling Yan kindly said, "Big sister Lu, do you want me to help you?" Lu Li could only close her eyes and nod her head shyly. Ling Yan gently pulled down the waist of Lu Li's pants. The waist of a pregnant woman's pants was originally very loose and low. With Ling Yan's pull, he immediately saw a few strands of black hair below Lu Li's lower abdomen. His heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly raised his head. He did not dare to look anymore. Even though the preparation work was ambiguous and troublesome, Ling Yan's acupuncture was incomparably fast. Now that he was in the middle of physique tempering stage level 3, Ling Yan had 9 silver needles in his hands. The silver needles were overflowing with spiritual energy and there was no hindrance at all. In just 3 minutes, Ling Yan had completed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. This time, he was not stingy. With every needle, he would transfer a stream of spiritual energy into Lu Li's body. After the acupuncture was completed, not only would the child in Lu Li's stomach be worry-free, but Lu Li's body would also quickly recover to the level of a healthy person. Furthermore, she would not be affected by diseases in the future. "Big sister Lu, you still need to lie down for a while. After I remove the needles, everything will be fine." With that, Ling Yan immediately walked out of the curtain. Lu Li was initially afraid and embarrassed. However, after Ling Yan inserted the first needle into her body, she immediately felt the changes in her body. After Ling Yan had completed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, a comfortable, stable, and warm feeling spread throughout her body. Her heart was indescribably at ease. Half an hour later, Ling Yan came over to remove the needles and carefully helped Lu Li down the bed. "How do you feel now?" Ling Yan asked with a smile. "The flustered feeling is gone, and my body isn't weak anymore." The child is very calm and at ease now. Luli said happily. The mother and the fetus were connected by blood. She did not even need to check. Just from the difference in the body before and after the treatment, she knew that the child was completely fine. Big Sister Lu, congratulations. It's a boy. The little fellow is very healthy. Ling Yan laughed. It's really a boy? How did you know? Luli forgot about her shyness and was overjoyed. Ling Yan thought to himself, after 9 needles, if I don't know whether the child in your stomach is a boy or a girl, how can I treat any illness? Ling Yan kept the needles and Luli returned to the chair. She took out the brush from her bag. Big brother, I can't thank you enough. Your big sister Lu's family really can't give you anything good now. This brush is a family heirloom. If you don't mind, please accept it. After saying that, she stuffed the brush into Ling Yan's hand without any explanation. Big Sister Lu, you don't have to. Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt the immortal spiritual energy in his body move again. It flowed continuously through his palm and into the brush. Spiritual energy had always been absorbed by Ling Yan from other spiritual objects. Today, it was the first time that his immortal spiritual energy was being forcefully absorbed by this brush. This was no ordinary spiritual energy. This was the immortal spiritual energy that Ling Yan had absorbed during his tribulation transcendence. It had tempered his body and allowed him to transform from immortal into an immortal. Ling Yan had suffered a huge loss this time. It would be weird if he wasn't shocked, feeling the immortal spiritual energy in his body continuously flowing into this inconspicuous brush. Ling Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. His first reaction was to throw the brush away. However, the brush was like a dog skin plaster, firmly glued to Ling Yan's hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it. Ling Yan's heart was filled with shock and hatred. However, at the same time, these two emotions were mixed with ecstasy. Without a doubt, this brush was definitely a treasure. Moreover, it was an incredible treasure. How bad could a treasure that could absorb immortal spiritual energy be? However, he couldn't care less now. This was because this brush had almost sucked all of his immortal spiritual energy dry. Ling Yan used all his might to activate his cultivation technique in an attempt to control the remaining immortal spiritual energy in his body. However, with his current cultivation level of physique tempering stage level 3, he could not even control normal spiritual energy, let alone immortal spiritual energy. Therefore, he could only allow his immortal spiritual energy to drain rapidly. A bitter sense of helplessness arose in his heart. However, Ling Yan was still considered lucky. Just as the immortal spiritual energy in his head, eyebrows, and energy center was about to be completely sucked dry, the brush finally stopped. F***CKU. Ling Yan cursed in his heart. If not for Luli, Ling Yan would definitely have cursed at this brush for 3 days and 3 nights. Luli couldn't help but sigh when she saw the ugly expression on Ling Yan's face ever since she stuffed the brush into his hands. Granny is right. I don't even want this lousy brush. Luli said with an awkward expression. Luli revealed an awkward expression and sincerely said, Big brother, if you don't like what I gave you, then just find a place to throw it away. Big Sister Lu will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Even if I don't have the ability to repay you, when the child in my stomach grows up, I will make him repay your kindness. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan smiled at her. Sister Lu, I really like this brush. I've been wanting to practice writing with it. How could I possibly throw it away? It's like a timely gift of charcoal in a snowy day. Then why did you? Luli asked suspiciously. Ling Yan understood that Luli must have misunderstood his expression just now. He said righteously, Big Sister Lu, my mother taught me that you shouldn't repay kindness. I actually wanted to reject your gift just now, but I really couldn't bear to do it, so I hesitated for a while. Alright, for the sake of such an awesome treasure, I can understand being shameless once in a while. You almost sucked me dry. If I don't accept you, wouldn't I be suffering a double loss? Ling Yan thought to himself. Big brother, please don't think that way. You saved me, treated me, and even gave me money. I'll feel bad if I give you such a worthless thing. Luli stood up in agitation. Big brother, please don't think that way. You saved me, treated me, and even gave me money. I'll feel bad if I give you such a worthless thing. If Ling Yun didn't want it and returned the brush, Luli would definitely find a place to throw it away. Therefore, she felt bad for giving such a bad thing to Ling Yun. Big Sister Lu, I really like this brush that you gave me. I should be the one thanking you. That's why I wanted to ask about your partner's condition and see if you can treat him. Ling Yun replied. Ling Yun thought to himself that good people would be rewarded. Wasn't it true this time? He saved Luli because he couldn't stand it anymore. To him, whether it was beating up the city enforcement officers or giving Luli money, it was a small matter. He never thought of repaying her. But now that she gave him this brush, everything was reversed. Even though she didn't know, and Ling Yun didn't want to clarify things, it wouldn't be right if he didn't help her when her family was in trouble. Luli was stunned when she heard that. She grabbed Ling Yun's hand and said anxiously, "Don't worry. Big brother, are you saying that you have a way to treat my partner's condition?" Ling Yun said sincerely, "Sister Lu, I can't guarantee that I can treat him, but at least it will be better than his current condition." "Can you tell me about his condition first?" Luli quickly explained her husband's current condition to Ling Yun without missing a single word. She then turned to Ling Yun and said eagerly, "Big brother, if you can cure my husband's illness, what will you ask Big Sister Lu to do?" Ling Yun could tell that Luli and her partner had a good relationship. He was touched by the sincerity of this poor couple. Therefore, before Luli could finish, he waved his hand to stop her. "Sister Lu, don't say any more. I have a rough idea of Brother Li's condition. I should be able to wake him up." Hearing this, Luli suddenly stared at Ling Yun in a daze. Her eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes. Her lips trembled a few times, but no words came out. She was about to kneel down in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun hurriedly held her up. "Sister Lu, please don't do this. This is what I should do. How about this? I have to stay at home today. I really can't leave. Moreover, I need to prepare in advance. When I'm ready, I will definitely go to the hospital to check on Brother Li. Is that all right?" Although Luli was extremely anxious and wanted Ling Yun to go immediately, she was not as anxious when she heard that Ling Yun needed to prepare. If Ling Yun was not confident, what was the point of preparing? Since he needed to prepare, it meant that he was confident. However, treating a patient required the right medicine. Therefore, he could not rush. "Sister Lu, my phone number is. You need to be on guard against the revenge of the city enforcement officers for the next 2 days. Don't come here. Just give me a call if anything happens. I will rush over immediately." Hearing Ling Yun's phone number, Luli's heart skipped a beat. She wondered what kind of person this child who saved her was. How could he have such a good phone number? However, she quickly recovered. How could someone who could take down 7 city enforcement officers in 2 to 3 moves and nurse her body to such a state with just a few needles be simple? She must have met a benefactor. Luli also left her phone number and left the people's clinic after thanking him profusely. After sending Luli off, Ling Yun closed the door of the clinic. Then, he quickly pulled out all the needles from the human acupuncture chart on the wall and put them away. Only then did he grab the brush tightly and rush to his bedroom in the backyard. What he meant by preparing was to study the brush. What was the most precious thing on Ling Yun? Immortal spiritual energy. Comparing the spiritual energy from the Shikyu herb to the immortal spiritual energy was like comparing cabbage and radish to the Ganoderma, but now, almost all of his immortal spiritual energy was sucked away by this brush. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this brush was Ling Yun's entire fortune. How could he not value it? The brush was about 1 foot and 3 inches long. The barrel was made of stone. Even the knowledgeable Ling Yun could not tell what material it was made of. It was grayish-white in color, slightly thick and solid. Hence, it was extremely heavy in his hands. However, when Ling Yun held it in the same posture as when writing, it felt extremely comfortable. The surface of the stone barrel had brown runes that looked like scribbles. It was unknown whether they were man-made or natural. It looked extremely natural and unsophisticated. The hair of the brush was pure white. Ling Yun could not tell what kind of animal it was made from. The hair and the stone barrel were naturally connected as one. Whether it was held horizontally or vertically, the hair of the brush would always be in a state of convergence. The tip of the brush was extremely sharp. When Ling Yan held it in his hands, it did not feel like he was holding a brush for writing or drawing. It was more like a weapon for fighting. He could not help but hold the brush with his right hand and gently cut across the palm of his left hand. He actually felt a tingling sensation as if the tip of a needle had cut across his finger. Ling Yan was surprised. How could such a brush be used to write on paper? What kind of paper wouldn't be cut by it? Out of curiosity, he found a basin of water and a few newspapers. He dipped the brush in the water and drew a few random strokes on the newspaper. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. After the tip of the brush was dipped in water, the tip of the brush was perfectly conical. It was not flat nor thin. It was just right. The brush moved smoothly and the newspaper was not damaged at all. What a treasure! Ling Yan laughed happily. He was still wondering where to buy weasel bristles. Now, he had a tool to inscribe talismans. Actually, Ling Yan really wanted to test how hard this brush was. He wanted to see if he could break it in half with his bare hands. However, he gave up on the idea. Even if he wanted to try, he had to think of a way to recover the immortal spiritual energy that the brush had absorbed from him before trying. Ling Yan also wanted to inject the ordinary spiritual energy in his body into the brush. However, he could not activate his spiritual energy now. Thus, he could only give up on the idea. If only I had reached physique tempering stage 4, I would be able to circulate the spiritual energy in my body freely. What a pity, Ling Yan kept the brush close to his body. This was the treasure of all treasures. He would not throw it away even if he was beaten to death. Then, he returned to his bedroom and took the Yellow Emperor's Canon of Internal Medicine, the spiritual pivot to the People's Clinic. He reopened the door of the clinic and prepared to study traditional Chinese medicine. At this time, it was already around 3 in the afternoon. At this time, Ling Yan's phone rang. "Brother Ling Yan, where are you? I'm so bored now. How about I go and play with you?" From the other end of the phone came a coquettish voice. That could melt Ling Yan's bones. It was the voice of Shui Mining. "I'm at home studying. Why aren't you staying at home to accompany your grandpa? Why do you only know how to play all day?" Ling Yan had goosebumps all over his body. He did not give her any good words. "My grandpa is having a good time now. He doesn't need me to accompany him at all. Where is your house? How about I accompany you to study?" Ling Yan thought about it. His sister was going back to school tonight and he had to move his medical books to his new rented house. Coincidentally, his new rented house lacked a cleaner. In a very elegant and quiet private room, the handsome Xia Zhenyan was lying on a wide and comfortable sofa. Zhuang Meina was sitting on Xia Zhenyan's thighs, her slender waist twisting like a snake. Her eyes were hazy and intoxicated. If Zhuang Meina could look back, she would be able to see the disdain and coldness in Xia Zhenyan's eyes, as well as the cold and playful smile on his face. It was the kind of smile that could freeze anyone's heart in an instant. It was a pity that Zhuang Meina couldn't see it. Zhuang Meina forgot where she was after being teased by Xia Zhenyan. Suddenly, her body tensed up, and she instinctively reached out to hold Xia Zhenyan's right hand. She panted and said, "Zhenyan, you can't." Xia Zhenyan didn't expect Zhuang Meina to stop him at this time. A cruel anger flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He put his mouth next to Zhuang Meina's ear and said in a voice so gentle that it could melt Zhuang Meina, "Meina, are you still going to stop me now?" Zhuang Meina's delicate body trembled slightly, but she still firmly held on to Xia Zhenyan's right hand. With a blushing face, she said, "I'm not trying to stop you, but the person you really like in your heart is Ningling you. I don't want you to think about other women," but, when Xia Zhenyan heard this, his handsome eyes flashed with anger. He said in his heart, "Damn it, you're still pretending to be pure in front of me, you bitch." However, his expression immediately changed to that of a handsome man. He still spoke to Zhuang Meina in a gentle voice, "Meina, I understand what you mean. But you're so beautiful now, I can't hold it in anymore. What should I do?" Xia Zhenyan's gentle voice had a hint of pleading in it, but his eyes were full of disdain and mockery. Xia Zhenyan's father, Xia Zhenting, was a high-ranking official in Qingshui City. His mother, Zheng Lan, was the director of Jiangnan Province's provincial hospital. His biological uncle, Xia Zhentong, held an important position in Beijing. His biological aunt, Xianxia, was as beautiful as a flower. She was married to the deputy director of Jiangnan province's health department. Because of her proximity to the city, she established a medical equipment company. What was even more coincidental was that even though the Xia family had 3 warriors and all of them were high-ranking officials, when it came to Xia Zhenyan's generation, his eldest uncle and aunt's children were all girls. Xia Zhenyan was the only male. In addition, Xia Zhenyan was handsome. One could imagine how much the Xia family loved and valued him. Xia Zhenyan had been influenced by the elders of his family since he was young. He was determined to become an official and had an endless desire for power. Therefore, even though he was only 18 years old, he was already well versed in the ways of the bureaucracy. His mind was as deep as a lake, and he did not show it on his face. He loved to scheme and stab people in the back. Even though Xia Zhenyan's family was powerful and had a deep background, he did not do things in a high-profile manner. He did not associate himself with people like Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian. His academic results were excellent, and he treated people politely. Of course, this was all Xia Zhenyan's ingenious disguise. In terms of cunning and ruthlessness, Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian could not even compare to him. It was precisely because of Xia Zhenyan's family background, looks, academic results, and his ability to confuse everyone that Zhuang Meina had fallen deeply in love with him since junior high school. She had always wanted to marry Xia Zhenyan. But what was Xia Zhenyan's taste? Even though Zhuang Meina's looks were top-notch, she was still lacking when compared to Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan. Hence, Xia Zhenyan was only using Zhuang Meina as a substitute for Ning Lingyu. He was just fooling around with her for a bit. He knew very well that Zhuang Meina allowed him to do as he pleased not only because of his charm, but also because of Zhuang Meina's family's Zhuang Medical Group. The Zhuang Medical Group was the richest company in Xianxia City. Even though it was not in the top 500 companies in the country, it was still in the top 1,000. Zhuang Meina's father, Zhuang Tianda, was a person who would not do anything without benefits. In order to expand and strengthen his company, he had racked his brains and used all sorts of methods. In order to maintain the dominance of the Zhuang family's medical group in Xianxia City, Zhuang Tianda not only had a good relationship with the various health departments and major hospitals in the city, but he also had a complicated relationship with many leaders in the province. In order to expand the northern market, Zhuang Tianda did not hesitate to marry his eldest daughter, the flower of Qingshui, Zhuang Meifeng, to the Sun family in Beijing. Now, Zhuang Meina was trying to please him. Xia Zhenyan naturally knew what was going on. Even though Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Meina came from the same mother, Zhuang Meifeng seemed to be favored by the heavens. Whether it was her enchanting figure, exquisite facial features, or snow-white skin, she was impeccable. Zhuang Meina could not be compared to Zhuang Meifeng in terms of height, figure, or looks. Of course, Xia Zhenyan did not take her seriously. Xia Zhenyan, who had seen countless women, felt a little impatient and annoyed when he saw that Zhuang Meina was still guarding her bottom line and not letting him have his way. You want to compete with Ning Lingyu? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? These were Xia Zhenyan's heartfelt words. However, he had a smile on his face. His handsome eyes stared at Zhuang Meina, making her heart beat faster. One was just playing with her, while the other was sincerely following her. The feeling was naturally different. Zhuang Meina calmed herself down and said to Xia Zhenyan, "Zhenyan, don't be angry. My body will be yours sooner or later. As long as you do one thing to show me that you've truly given up on Lingyu, I'll cooperate with you no matter what you want to do to me." Xia Zhenyan thought to himself, give up on Ning Lingyu? Even if I can't get her heart, I will find a way to get her body. I will only throw her away after I'm done playing with her. However, he smiled faintly and said, "Oh? It seems like Meina still doesn't believe that I am sincere. Tell me, what do I need to do?" As he spoke, his hands started to play tricks again. Actually, Xia Zhenyan had long wanted to force himself on Ning Lingyu. It was very simple. He just had to find a few people to bring Ning Lingyu to a hotel. If he was happy, he could drug her. If he was unhappy, he could force himself on her. Then, he would use a video to threaten her. Would Ning Lingyu really dare to sue him? Moreover, even if Ning Lingyu did not care about her reputation and really wanted to sue him, all he had to do was make a phone call. Even his parents did not have to do anything. Now that Zhuang Mena wanted him to express his feelings, Xie Zhenyan was happy to do so. He went with the flow. Although Zhuang Mena was a little uncomfortable with Xie Zhenyan's teasing, as long as he did not take it seriously, she would just let him be. She panted and said, "Zhenyan, have you forgotten how Ling Yun and Tang Ming humiliated us on Saturday night? Don't you want to teach them a lesson? Ling Yun is a vile person and Tang Ming is just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Why do you care so much about them?" Xie Zhenyan tightened his grip. Although his words were light and breezy, a cruel and vicious light flashed in his eyes, and disappeared in a flash. Zhuang Mena said, "Zhenyan, Tang Ming and Ling Yun made a bet with us and cheated us of $7,000. Then, they used our money to buy an iPhone 5 and gave it to Ling Yu in front of our class. Isn't this a slap to our faces? Moreover, Tang Ming scolded me. Also, look at Ning Ling Yu's arrogance these 2 days. I can't take it anymore." Xie Zhenyan said calmly, "Since you can't take it anymore, how do you plan to deal with them?" A vicious expression flashed across Zhuang Mena's face. She gritted her teeth and said, "I want you to bring some people to beat up that arrogant Ling Yun. If Tang Ming doesn't care, we'll let him go. If he dares to interfere, we'll teach him a lesson too. As for Ning Ling Yu, isn't she always #1 in her studies? Doesn't she want to get into Yanjing University? I want you to find a way to shut down her mother's clinic. I want to see if she still has the mood to get into Yanjing University. She was the daughter of the Zhuang medical group. She had money and power. However, she had been trampled on by Ning Ling Yu for almost 3 years in high school, a place where most people only cared about academic results. It was fine if Ning Ling Yu's grades were higher than hers, but Ning Ling Yu's height, figure, face, and temperament were all higher than hers. Not only that, Zhuang Mena had secretly liked Xie Zhenyan for 3 years in middle school. When she was about to pursue him in high school, she was furious to find out that Xie Zhenyan had openly declared his love for Ning Ling Yu and swore to win her heart. This made Zhuang Mena, who had always been arrogant and self-centered, unable to bear it. She was filled with jealousy and hatred. Originally, she still had some sense of balance in her heart. At least Ning Ling Yu's family was poor, and at least Ning Ling Yu's brother, Ling Yun, was a wastrel. This allowed her to find some pride in herself whenever she interacted with Ning Ling Yu. Moreover, Xie Zhenyan's pursuit of Ning Ling Yu had ended in failure and he had accepted her love. Thus, even though Zhuang Mena had suppressed her jealousy, she did not explode. However, Ling Yun's meteoric rise had broken the balance overnight. Not only did he earn Zhuang Mena's money, he even used the money that Zhuang Mena had lost to buy Ning Ling Yu the latest iPhone 5. Furthermore, he had personally delivered the iPhone 5 to the entrance of grade 12 class 1 and humiliated Zhuang Mena. From Zhuang Mena's point of view, Ling Yun's arrogant words, "I don't care if it's a guy or a girl, as long as they make my sister unhappy, I'll make them pay," were clearly meant for her. To the high and mighty Zhuang Mena, Tang Ming's insult and Ling Yun's warning were definitely a declaration of war. Of course, she could not take it. Xie Zhenyan, on the other hand, had always been calm. Even though he had always been on her side, a woman's intuition was the most accurate. Zhuang Mena knew that Xie Zhenyan's heart was still tied to Ning Ling Yu. She hoped that Xie Zhenyan would stand in front of her like a real boyfriend and fight back against Ling Yun and Tang Ming's provocations. She also hoped that Xie Zhenyan would completely give up on Ning Ling Yu and protect her wholeheartedly and only be good to her. A princess who was burning with jealousy, coupled with old and new grudges, caused the petty and vicious Zhuang Mena to go completely crazy. She had completely lost her rationality. Even if Xie Zhenyan could tolerate it, she couldn't. She had to take revenge. She had to see Ning Ling Yu cry. She had to see Ling Yun and Tang Ming being beaten black and blue. Only then would she be able to vent her anger. But this arrogant little princess didn't know how to calm down and think about it. She had brought this upon herself. Ning Ling Yu had always tolerated her and never once provoked her. It was always her who mocked and ridiculed Ning Ling Yu, bullying her step by step. Now that she had failed to bully Ning Ling Yu, she was blaming Ning Ling Yu. What kind of logic was this? Of course, there was another reason why Zhuang Mena's jealousy was so strong. It was because her sister, Zhuang Meifeng, had taken all the glory away from her. At home, her sister stole all the limelight. In school, she was suppressed by Ning Ling Yu. This was the biggest reason for her twisted personality. Xie Zhenyan was caught off guard by Zhuang Mei's flirtatious actions and provocative words. His eyes were spitting fire, and a devilish look flashed across his handsome face. He reached out with both of his hands, then, he used his right hand to grab Zhuang Mei's long black hair and his left hand to slap Zhuang Mei's face. "I'll do it." Zhuang Mei cried out in pain. However, her eyes were filled with satisfaction. No one knew that Xie Zhenyan, who was handsome, elegant, and polite, was actually a complete sadist. At the same time, in the surgical intensive care ward of Xianxia City's First People's Hospital, Go Junfa's left cheek was still swollen like a big bun. He was leaning on the bed and smoking. Lu Qingtian, Pai Heji, and the blonde lackey were sitting opposite him. However, there was one more person in the room. Xianxia Hai had 4 nouveau riches: Xie Zhenyan, Tang Meng, Go Junfa, and Lu Qingtian. There were also 4 young thugs. Other than Xie Zhenyan, 3 of the 4 nouveau riches became the 4 young thugs. The last young thug was Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu came from an ordinary family. His father died when he was young. After his mother remarried, he started doing bad things. He smoked, drank, fought, and surfed the internet. He hung out with the people in the underworld all day and earned the nickname Brother Hu. Unlike the 3 nouveau riches, Tai Xiaohu's notoriety was earned with his own fists. Anyone who knew Tai Xiaohu would know that he fought with no regard for his life. Tai Xiaohu was 192 meters tall. He stood there like an iron tower. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His shoulders were wide and thick, and his body was in a perfect inverted triangle. His arms were unusually long, and his muscles bulged like dragons. His body was as hard as a rock. His legs were like 2 iron pillars that were rooted to the ground. Every step he took, the muscles on his body jiggled nonstop. He had a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a bronze complexion. The lines on his face were strong, and his eyes were like an eagle's. One look and anyone could tell that he was not a straightforward man. A shrewd person who fought with no regard for his life was scary because he would drag you down with him. Therefore, even though Tai Xiaohu was not a nouveau riche, he was the only one who was named one of the 4 young thugs by the students of Xianxia High. The person in Go Junfa's ward was Tai Xiaohu. "Brother Hu, we won't beat around the bush. We invited you here today because we want you to help us teach someone a lesson." Go Junfa's face was more swollen than a pumpkin. It was not convenient for him to speak, so Lu Qingtian spoke for him. "Who?" Tai Xiaohu asked without batting an eyelid. He had not appeared in school for more than a month. Of course, he did not know what had happened in school these few days. Ling Yun. Ling Yun was the one who beat Brother Fa up. "We have to avenge him, no matter the cost," Lu Qingtian said angrily. Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly. "Ling Yun? Aren't the 2 of you a little too lousy? Even Ling Yun, that useless piece of trash, has taken a sh*t on your heads?" He would not care about the 2 nouveau riches in front of him. He said whatever came to his mind. "Go." Junfa's face turned red. He covered his cheek and said, "Brother Hu, I did not expect Ling Yun to have the guts to attack me. He caught me off guard. If he had followed me up to the rooftop." He cared about his reputation the most. Tai Xiaohu waved his hand to stop him from continuing. He stared at Go Junfa with a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's and said, "Wait until you recover and get back at him." "Why did you ask me to do this?" Lu Qingtian hurriedly laughed and said, "Brother Hu, there are 2 reasons for this. First, we don't know what happened to Ling Yun, but he suddenly became so strong that even Li Lei couldn't fight back. Second, if we bring a few dozen people to cause trouble for Ling Yun, we will definitely attract the attention of the school, and it will not be easy to deal with. Even Li Lei could not defeat him? Interesting." Tai Xiaohu's interest was piqued, and his eyes flashed with excitement. "What price will you pay?" Tai Xiaohu asked. 20,000. As long as Ling Yun is unable to fight back, leave the rest to us," Go Junfa said angrily. "Deal. However, if you kill him, I will not go easy on you," Tai Xiaohu said coldly. "Brother Hu, don't worry. We still want to toy with him." "How could we kill him?" "Leather." Go Junfa gave Pai Heji a look. Pai Hiji passed a bundle of $100 bills to Tai Xiaohu. I will give you the remaining 10,000 after this is done. Is that okay, brother Hu? Go Junfa said. This was the rule. Tai Xiaohu did not say anything. He only told Go Junfa to give him a call when the time came and left the ward. Tai Xiaohu hangs out with brother Kuan. He is highly valued by brother Kuan. If he can help us subdue Ling Yun, then we will forget about it. If he is beaten up by Ling Yun, brother Kuan will definitely stand up for him. Ling Yun will still be trampled to death. Lu Qingtian snorted coldly after Tai Xiaohu left. Pai Hiji added, Hee, brother Lu is still the best. You came up with such a good idea. Now we can only wait and watch the show. It's not that simple. I have already asked around. Ling Yan's house is in the slums of Linjiang Road in the high-tech district. That area is going to be demolished soon. Do you know who the developer is? The corner of Go Junfa's mouth curled into a sinister sneer. Brother Fa, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Could it be your father's Lianqing real estate? Lu Qingtian asked in shock. Go Junfa laughed maniacally. This is what they mean by enemies on a narrow road. That's right, it's my father's Lianqing real estate. I can guarantee that Ling Yan's family will not get anything from this demolition. Moreover, his house will be the first to be demolished. Demolition by force. After he finished laughing maniacally, the muscles on his face twitched violently, causing him to grimace in pain. Then, brother Fa, what method are you going to use? Pai Hiji asked. Go Junfa said coldly, that's too simple. I just need to inform the person in charge of the compensation and let him inform the demolition office and the street administration. It's not the first time they have done something like this. They are very familiar with it. Isn't it easy to deal with Ling Yan's family of 3? I guarantee that when the time comes, they will have no one to help them. They can only watch helplessly as their house is demolished. Huang Mao reminded softly, but, brother Fa, can you command the person in charge of the compensation? Go Junfa looked at him with disdain. Idiot. That's my uncle, do you think I can command him? Then what about Ning Lingyu? Lu Qingtian could not forget about Ning Lingyu. Let's beat up Ling Yun until he's crippled, then tear down his house. By then, we'll be able to play with Ning Lingyu however we want. Campus bell? Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Maniacal laughter could be heard coming from the intensive care unit. At the same time, outside of an intensive care ward in the Jiangnan Provincial Hospital, a well-dressed woman, who looked to be in her 50s, was yelling at 2 bodyguards with a ferocious look in her eyes. Investigate. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the person who beat up my son. How dare he beat up my precious son, Sun Xing? I will make him pay in blood and I will make him spend the rest of his life in prison. Also, that B***TCH from the Zhuang group, we must make them hand her over as soon as possible. How dare that B***TCH play with my son? I want her to kneel in front of my son and beg for forgiveness. Dr. Wang, does my grandfather really not need surgery? Also, is my grandfather's head really fine? Dr. Wang resisted his desire to take another look at this stunning city beauty. He smiled politely and replied, Miss Murong, please don't worry. Mr. Murong's 2 ribs are fractured. In our cardiothoracic surgery department, it's a very common condition. Compared to his head injury, this degree of rib fracture doesn't require surgery. You don't have to worry at all. Moreover, the old gentleman's broken ribs have been perfectly reset by the person who saved him. Now, he only needs to be fixed with a chest strap. In the future, as long as the old gentleman's nutrition can keep up and he eats more high-protein and calcium-rich food, the old gentleman will be able to walk in 2 weeks at most. This was the most luxurious ward in the provincial hospital. Those who could afford to stay here were either rich or respectable. Dr. Wang's explanation was very detailed, polite, and patient. Hearing Dr. Wang's confident answer, Murong Feishua's nervousness was slightly relieved. However, she immediately asked, but my grandfather's head injury was so serious. Is there no problem? Dr. Wang's expression was slightly awkward. Miss Murong, I can only say that this is a miracle. Actually, according to the old man's condition yesterday, His head injury and excessive blood loss were the most serious injuries. However, after the old man was sent to the hospital by ambulance, we did a comprehensive examination and found that there was no problem with his head. He only needed to be bandaged. That's why we arranged for him to be transferred to the thoracic surgery department. Morong Feishue felt slightly relieved. She sincerely thanked Dr. Wang. "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Dr. Wang smiled politely and shook his head. "Miss Morong, the person you should be thanking isn't me. You should be thanking the person who rescued the old man at the scene of the accident. If not for him, your grandfather's condition wouldn't be optimistic." Not optimistic was actually a euphemism doctors used to say to family members. In the hospital, this phrase was often equivalent to certain death. Dr. Wang nodded at Morong Feishue and smiled. "I still have to go to the other wards. Miss Morong, feel free to look for me if you have any questions." After sending Dr. Wang off, Morong Feishue turned around and returned to her grandfather's ward. Morong Feishue, only 23 years old, was the most famous jewelry appraiser and stylist in the international jewelry industry. She was currently the general manager and chief designer of Cullinan Jewelry Company under the Morong family. Yesterday afternoon, Morong Feishue was attending a grand jewelry auction in Hong Kong. After receiving news of Morong Wincher's accident, she immediately dropped everything she was doing and flew from Hong Kong to Xianxia City without even changing her clothes. Morong Feishue hadn't slept for a full 33 hours since yesterday morning. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, and her face was haggard due to excessive anxiety and worry. However, all of this was unable to conceal her astonishing beauty. She had fair skin, slender eyebrows, and a high nose bridge. Her long black hair was tied up high on her head, making her neck look even more slender, adding a touch of nobility and elegance. She was at least 1.7 meters tall, and the black office lady attire she wore showed off her perfect figure. If she changed into an evening gown, people would definitely have the illusion that they were not in the hospital, but at a grand banquet for the rich. "Grandpa? Are you awake? I'll call the doctor." Morong Feishue was shocked to see Morong Wincher's eyes open the moment she entered the room. She was overjoyed and wanted to rush out of the door. "Feishue, come back," Morong Wincher called out weakly. "Grandpa." Morong Feishue turned around and rushed to Morong Wincher's bedside, tears of worry and lingering fear drenching the bedside. "Feishue, Grandpa is fine now. Why are you crying? Why are you here alone? Where are the others?" Morong Wincher's ribs were fractured, and he endured the pain as he spoke. Every word he spoke was painful because of the vibrations in his chest. Morong Feishue lifted her head and wiped the tears off her face. "Grandpa, I was worried about them taking care of you, so I sent them back last night." "Silly child, we're all family. What's there to worry about?" Morong Wincher looked at his precious granddaughter's bloodshot eyes and scolded her. "Grandpa, I've already sent them to the Public Security Bureau to investigate. The person who injured you is called Sun Xing, the young master of the Sun family in Beijing. I'll settle this score with him sooner or later." Morong Feishue finally believed Dr. Wang's words after seeing that her grandpa was clear-headed and coherent. She was finally relieved. "The person who injured me isn't important. What's important is the person who saved me, Ling Yun. Have you sent people to look for him?" Morong Wincher had been saved by Ling Yun before he was carried into the ambulance. He had used all his strength to ask for Ling Yun's name, naturally to repay him. Therefore, even though the doctor had given him a tranquilizer to relieve his pain and made him sleep for more than 20 hours, he still remembered the name Ling Yun. Morong Feishue was indeed the general manager of Tianqi Jewelry. Ever since she came to Xianxia City, she had handled every matter in an orderly manner. Now that her grandfather asked her about it, she nodded. "Grandpa, I've sent people to look for him, but both the Public Security Bureau and Dr. Zhong only know his name. They haven't found him yet." Morong Wincher nodded slowly and said, "He saved Grandpa's life. Without him, even if Grandpa could keep his life, he would still be a vegetable. Therefore, we must find this person and thank him heavily. Do you understand, Feishue?" Shui Mining had never driven her beloved Ferrari on such a bumpy road before. She frowned and pouted. The bumpy road was bumpy, and her face was full of heartache. Why would he live in a place like this? How can he drive on such a lousy road? However, it was too late for her to turn back now. She could only grit her teeth and endure the pain. After much effort, Shui Mining finally followed Ling Yan's instructions and parked her car in front of the people's clinic. Ling Yan was already waiting by the roadside. Ever since he agreed to let Shui Mining come over, she had been calling him every 2 minutes to ask for directions. He didn't have time to read it all and came out to wait for her. Why do you live in a place like this? It's so tiring to drive here. Shui Mining complained the moment she got out of the car. Ling Yan chuckled and glanced at Shui Mining. Oh, you've just bought a pair of jeans and you're already wearing them? You're finally willing to wrap up your legs? It's not easy. The clothes that Shui Mining was wearing today were all bought yesterday afternoon. She wore a snow-white shirt that was tucked into a pair of light blue skinny jeans that accentuated the bulge in front of her chest. Her butt was round and perky, and even though her fair and beautiful legs could not be seen, they looked even more alluring when paired with the skinny jeans. The biggest change in Shui Mining was that the 2 thick braids on her head were gone. Instead, her jet black hair cascaded down to her elbows and fluttered in the wind. She looked tranquil and carefree. Shui Mining noticed that her brother's eyes were fixated on her breasts. She felt a burst of pride in her heart as she raised her delicate chin and puffed out her already bouncing breasts. Ahem. Why are you showing off on the street? Let's go inside. Ling Yan blushed when he saw that Shui Mining didn't care about his gaze. Shui Mining let out a triumphant laugh as she took a step forward and wrapped her arms around Ling Yan's arm. She allowed Ling Yan's elbow to rub against her right chest as she walked towards the people's clinic with her long hair swaying behind her back. Hey, can you be more mindful? My mom is coming back soon, it's not good if she sees this. Ling Yan felt the soft fullness on his arm. He thought to himself, how dare this little demon girl tease a handsome guy in broad daylight? Li Hongmei, who was next door, was shocked once again. She stood behind the counter at the entrance of her little shop and saw everything clearly. What kind of luck does this Ling Yan have? The car today is even better than the one yesterday. This girl is so pretty, why is she so intimate with Ling Yan? In the people's clinic, Shui Mining let go of Ling Yan's arm the moment she stepped into the clinic. Big brother Yun, so your family runs a clinic? Traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? A combination of Chinese and Western. Hee, so our families are in the same industry. This is going to be fun. What's so fun about this? I can come here to help out when I have time. Even though I don't know your 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, my medical skills are still very good. Shui Mining seemed to have a use for the medical skills she learned from her grandfather. Her face was filled with excitement and eagerness. That would require my mom's approval. Furthermore, we will be moving away from here soon. Of course Auntie will agree. You little girl, how can you be so sure? Hee, it's because I'm your girlfriend, have you forgotten? Ling Yan, you said it's just a temporary shield, okay? It's not like it's real. Even if you want to pretend, Li Qingchuan won't believe you. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Alright then, come over here and let me hug you and give you 2 kisses. With that, Ling Yan pretended to pounce on Shui Mining viciously. Shui Mining screamed and dodged, giggling as she ran away. After fooling around for a while, Shui Mining suddenly stopped in her tracks and stared at Ling Yan with her big, round eyes. Sigh. Isn't it because I'm shopping with you? You see, my family is so poor and I can't keep up with my nutrition. Naturally, I'm skinny. Ling Yan's explanation to Shui Mining was different from his explanation to Ning Lingyu. Ling Yan was just spouting nonsense and running his mouth off. Who knew that Shui Mining would not fall for his lies? She did not even listen to him as she stared unblinkingly at the left side of Ling Yan's face. As the little demon girl stared at Ling Yan, she suddenly stretched out her fair and slender index finger and pressed it against Ling Yan's dimple. At the same time, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "What a cute dimple. Why is there only one?" Seeing that Shui Mining's finger was about to poke her delicate face, Ling Yan leaned back in an exaggerated manner and shouted, "You can only look but not touch, understand?" Shui Mining's eyes widened as she said pitifully, "Brother Yun, can I just touch it? Just once. Not again." Ling Yan bit his lips and chuckled, "Do you want to touch it?" If you really want to, you can touch it for $100. As long as you pay enough, you can touch it however you like. Luckily, there was no one in the house. If there was someone present, they would definitely scold Ling Yun for being shameless. Such a beautiful lady wants to touch your dimple and you want to pay for it? $100 for one try? He must have gone crazy from thinking about money. Who knew that Ling Yun was a weirdo, but Shui Mining was even weirder. She bent down to pick up her handbag and took out a bundle of $100 bills. She then slapped it on Ling Yun's chest and said arrogantly, "Give me $10,000 first." Pfft. Ling Yun was shocked by Shui Mining's actions and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still kept the money in his pocket and thought to himself, "Touch it all you want, I'm selling my skills, not my body." Seeing that Ling Yun was no longer hiding after paying the money, Shui Mining pounced on him with a face full of joy. Using her index finger, thumb, and little finger, she measured the size of Ling Yun's dimples and tested the depth of them. Pinching, and squeezing, she was having a great time. Even though the left side of Ling Yun's face was being used as a test subject by Shui Mining, he was having a great time playing with it. As it turned out, Shui Mining was so engrossed in playing that she unknowingly pressed her entire body against Ling Yun's. Almost her entire body was buried in Ling Yun's embrace. Her breasts were rubbing against Ling Yun's chest, but she was completely unaware of it. Without a doubt, the little demon girl was dressed conservatively today. The buttons on her white shirt were also tightly buttoned up. Even though Ling Yun could not see the deep cleavage on her body, it did not affect his admiring gaze at all. Just as the two were studying each other, Ling Yun's phone suddenly rang. Ling Yun glared at Shui Mining's breasts one last time before taking a step back. "Alright, that's enough. I'll be making a loss if you touch me any more." Shui Mining had not had enough fun. She muttered in a dissatisfied voice, "What? It's only 50 times at most. He paid for it." Ling Yun was too lazy to argue with her and picked up the phone directly. It was Ning Yu. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. When her brother picked up the phone, Ning Yu immediately shouted, "Big brother, Mom and I bought a lot of things, we can't bring them back." Hearing this sentence, Ling Yun suddenly understood a truth. It turned out that all the women in the world were the same when they went shopping. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. At noon, he almost volunteered to go shopping with his mother and Ning Yu. Ling Yun asked them where they were and told them to wait. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Tang Meng. "I'll give you a cushy job. Do you want it?" Ling Yun said as soon as the call was connected. "Boss, what kind of cushy job?" Tang Meng replied lazily as if he had just woken up. "Hee, Ling Yu and my mother went to the city to buy things this afternoon. They seem to have bought a lot of things and couldn't bring them back. Why don't you fetch them?" A cushy job. It was definitely a wonderful job. There was nothing in the world more beautiful than this. Tang Meng jumped up from his bed and asked for the address before decisively hanging up the phone. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and combed his hair. He found the clothes that he thought looked the most handsome and stylish. After saying goodbye to his grandfather who was playing with the parrot at home, he grabbed his car keys and sped off. Tang Meng's house was located in the bustling area of the city center. It was not far from where Ning Yu and Xianxia were. With Tang Meng's driving speed, he arrived in 4 to 5 minutes. Tang Meng parked the Hummer beside Ning Yu and Xianxia and got out of the car as fast as he could. He said to Xianxia, "Auntie Qin, why didn't you let Ling Yun know that you and Ling Yu came to the city to buy things?" Xianxia looked at Tang Meng's uneasy and regretful expression. She smiled and said, "I just brought Ling Yu out for a walk and wanted to buy a few things. I didn't expect to buy so much. Look at this pile, I'll have to trouble you again." "It's no trouble at all. Auntie Qin, are you and Ling Yu tired? Hurry up and get in the car. Leave these things to me," Tang Meng said without hesitation as he moved the things into the car. Ning Yu looked at the busy Tang Meng and said softly, "Tang Meng, thank you." She did not wait for Tang Meng to reply and got into the car. Tang Meng's body trembled as his bent body stopped for a moment. His heart was filled with excitement and happiness. This was the youth of a teenager. Regardless of personality or character, for the person you love, no matter what you do, it was all done willingly. A simple thank you from the other party was enough to make you inexplicably excited. After packing everything into the car, Tang Meng got into the car. He turned to Qin Qiuyue and said respectfully, "Auntie Qin, since you're already in the city and we have a car, why don't I book a room at a restaurant and pick Ling Yun up? We can go back after we're full?" Qin Qiuyue smiled and shook her head gently. "Tang Meng, I'm already very grateful that you drove us back. How could I let you spend more money? Let's go home directly. I'll cook for you tonight." Ning Lingyu followed suit. "Yeah, I still have to go back to school with my brother after dinner." This was the habit of Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun. Their house was too far from school. If they were to go back to school on Monday morning, they would be stuck in a traffic jam. Hence, they would only go back to school on Sunday night. Tang Meng did not make any further requests. Instead, he drove carefully. Because there were different people in the car this time, Tang Meng drove more steadily. After about 30 minutes, they arrived at Linjiang Road. As they got closer to the People's Clinic, Tang Meng's gaze suddenly landed on a red car parked by the side of the road. As they got closer, Tang Meng's eyes suddenly widened. There was a Ferrari parked in front of him. Tang Meng loved cars. His eyes were sharp and he could immediately tell that it was a limited edition Ferrari. He was so shocked that he almost jumped out of the driver's seat. Originally, he wanted to shout F***ck, but he suddenly remembered who was sitting in the back seat of the car, so he swallowed the word F***ck back down his throat. Tang Meng recognized that the car was a limited edition Ferrari. However, he did not know that it belonged to Xue Mining. Xue Mining had just turned 17 this year. She had only owned this Ferrari for a few months. Although Tang Meng followed Li Qingchuan's instructions to secretly protect Xue Mining, he rarely had any direct contact with her. This was because Xue Mining had never taken him seriously. Naturally, Tang Meng did not want to get into trouble with her. "What's wrong?" Qin Qiuyue noticed Tang Meng's unusual behavior and asked softly. Nothing. Auntie Qin, I think there's a limited edition Ferrari parked in front of the People's Clinic. Ah? Qin Qiuyue did not say anything. However, Ning Lingyu suddenly left her seat and looked up from the passenger seat. "What a beautiful car!" Ning Lingyu could not help but exclaim. At this time, Tang Meng had already parked his car behind the Ferrari. Due to his love for luxury cars, he did not call out to Ling Yun after getting out of the car. Instead, he walked around the car and pondered. "There's another limited edition Ferrari in Qingshui City? Who bought it? Why didn't I know about it?" After Ling Yun reached physique tempering stage level 3, his 5 senses were heightened and his hearing was extraordinary. Before Tang Meng's car even reached the entrance, Ling Yun stood up and said to Xue Mining, "My mother and sister are back. Come, let's go and move some stuff." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Mining suddenly transformed from a naughty and unruly girl into a shy and charming beauty. Xue Mining, who had been fiercely arguing with Ling Yun just a while ago, was no longer her usual self. Now that Ling Yun's mother had returned home, she started to blush and squirm in embarrassment. Her face was as red as a big, ripe apple. She bit her tender red lips and twirled a strand of her long hair with her fingers. She looked very bashful. Ling Yun looked at the bashful Xue Mining in disbelief and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? This doesn't seem like you." Xue Mining glared at Ling Yun and said, "What do you know? This is the first time I've seen your mother." Ling Yun laughed and said, "What's the big deal? Yesterday was the first time I met you and your grandfather. What's the big deal? Let's go, my mother is very kind." As Ling Yun said that, he grabbed Xue Mining's arm and dragged her out of the Hummer. Ning Lingyu and Qin Qiuyue were moving things out of the Hummer's trunk when they heard Ling Yun shout, "Mom, Lingyu, you're back?" Both of them looked up. Qin Qiuyue could not help but smile and shake her head when she saw her son walking out of the People's Clinic with a beautiful girl. Ning Lingyu was completely stunned. Skin him alive? Beat him until he can't even take care of himself? Tang Meng was in a daze as he recalled the promise he had made to Li Qingchuan when he patted his chest. His mind was in a daze. It turned out that the person who accompanied Xue Mining yesterday afternoon was her new boss and future brother-in-law, Ling Yun, those eye-popping brands, such an awesome phone number, such a flashy limited edition Ferrari. In an instant, Tang Meng connected all these events together and understood everything. However, how did boss get to know Shui Mining? The distance between the two of them seemed to be as far as the distance between the Earth and the Moon. Suddenly, Tang Meng remembered a scene where Shui Mining ran with Ling Yun on the field. But, how could she be so fast? Tang Meng could not figure it out. Even he could barely speak to Shui Mining, let alone Ling Yun. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu stopped what they were doing. When Qin Qiuyue saw Ling Yun walking over with Shui Mining, she smiled and asked, "Ling Yun, this is?" Just as Ling Yun was about to introduce himself, Shui Mining spoke first. "Auntie Qin, I'm Shui Mining, Ling Yun's girlfriend." Other than Qin Qiuyue, Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, and even Ling Yun were all dumbfounded after hearing this little demon girl's words. Even though Shui Mining had never blushed or felt shy before, she still took the initiative to hug Ling Yun's arm. Her delicate body was tightly pressed against Ling Yun's body, and even her head was slightly leaning against Ling Yun's shoulder as she whispered shyly to Qin Qiuyue. The main reason why Shui Mining said this was because she saw Tang Meng and knew that this scene would soon be transmitted to Li Qingchuan through Tang Meng. However, there was another reason that even Shui Mining herself did not understand. She only knew that she wanted to say this, and she had to say it, even if it was just an act. Ning Lingyu's delicate body trembled when she heard this. Her pretty face turned slightly pale as she bit her lower lip with her snow-white teeth. No one knew what she was thinking. Ning Lingyu was extremely intelligent. Whatever Tang Meng could think of, Ning Lingyu could also think of it immediately. There was only one voice in her heart, so it's her. This Shui Mining looked to be about a centimeter taller than him, and her figure was comparable to his. Her legs were straight and slender, exuding an astonishing sense of elasticity and sexiness. She didn't have any makeup on, but her skin was as white as snow. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, her nose was straight, and her lips were full and defined. She had a pair of big, black eyes that seemed to speak. Big brother actually has a girlfriend so soon? Then why did he do that with Chao Shanshan yesterday? Looking at Shui Mining holding onto Ling Yun's arm so intimately, Ning Lingyu felt a little bitter in her heart. She threw the shopping bag in her hand into the trunk angrily. Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat. What? Girlfriend? This is going to be a big show, I really don't dare to get involved. When Tang Meng thought about how he would be sandwiched between Ling Yun, Shui Mining, and Li Qingchuan in the future, he felt a headache coming on and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Qin Qiuyue's expression did not change. She quietly sized up Shui Mining before looking at her son with a questioning gaze, as if she was waiting for Ling Yun's confirmation. Mom, I'm not really a girlfriend, I just have a good impression of her. Other than smiling bitterly and nodding his head, what else could Ling Yun do? Seeing that Ling Yun had admitted to it, Qin Qiuyue immediately grabbed Shui Mining's hand affectionately and said, "Hey, Mining, look at Ling Yun, he knew that you were coming but he didn't tell me in advance. I was not prepared at all. But luckily, Ling Yu and I just went to the city to buy a lot of things, they are all ready-made. Auntie will make dumplings for you guys tonight." After saying that, she gestured for Ling Yun to carry the things into the house while she held Shui Mining's hand and went straight into the house. "Mining, how old are you this year?" "Almost 18, Auntie, you can call me Little Ning. What kind of dumplings do you like?" "Auntie will make them for you. Any kind of fillings will do." My favorite is leek fillings, what a coincidence, Ling Yun loves leek fillings too. I just happened to buy a few caddies of leeks, they are so tender. You can even squeeze them out with a pinch. Boss, this. Tang Meng said 3 times in a row, but he did not know where to start. His brain was not enough to process everything. What are you talking about? Hurry up and carry the things. Ling Yun knew that his identity as a shield was already set in stone. Ning Lingyu did not say anything. She looked at Shui Mining being pulled into the clinic by her mother with a complicated expression on her face. She lowered her head and quietly packed up the things in the trunk. "Sister, your house has been really lively these 2 days." Li Hongmei could no longer sit still as she watched the 2 luxury cars stop in front of the people's clinic. She saw Shui Mining and Ling Yun being so intimate. She saw Qin Qiuyue holding Shui Mining's hand intimately as they entered the clinic. Shui Mining's face was completely red. How could she not understand what was going on? Ling Yan's future wife was here. Oh my god. He was driving a Ferrari. Li Hongmei had never eaten pork before, but she had seen a pig run. Li Hongmei had good taste. Therefore, Li Hongmei could not care less about her business. She greeted her husband and went to the backyard of the clinic. Yo, Hongmei, you're here. I let you eat lobster here last night, but you insisted on going back to the shop. You're not allowed to leave today, you have to make dumplings with me, I can't do it alone. Qin Qiuyue still had not let go of Xue Mining's hand as she smiled at Li Hongmei. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Huazi's father is back today, he's looking after the shop. I say, sister, who is this girl? Why does she look so pretty? Huazi was the nickname of Li Hongmei's son. Hearing Li Hongmei's praise, Xue Mining lowered her head in embarrassment, but the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Oh, she's Ning Er, Ling Yan's girlfriend. They're both classmates in Qingshui High. In just a short while, Qin Qiuyue had already asked Xue Mining about many things. Soon, Ling Yan, Tang Meng, and Li Hongmei had moved the things from the car into the backyard. At this time, Qin Qiuyue and Li Hongmei were already busy preparing the dumplings. Xue Mining originally wanted to help, but was stopped by Qin Qiuyue. She said to Xue Mining, how can you start working on your first time here? Auntie Li and I are very fast at making dumplings, you guys just have to wait for dinner. Xue Mining secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was just putting on an act. Making dumplings? Forget about making dumplings, even if she were to pick out the chives, there would be no chives left. Returning to the bedroom, Ning Lingyu removed the SIM card from her phone and replaced it with the SIM card that Ling Yun bought for her. Only then did she walk out of the bedroom. You two chat for a while, I'm going to help my mother make dumplings. Ling Yun looked at his sister's sullen face and was puzzled. What's wrong with her? Why is she still unhappy after shopping the whole day? Could it be that Tang Meng has angered my sister? He could not help but frown at Tang Meng. At this time, Tang Meng was sitting on the broken sofa and smoking. His eyes were fixed on Ling Yun as if he had something to say. What do you want to say? Ling Yun took the initiative to ask when he saw Tang Meng hesitating. Boss, I want to say that you might be in big trouble. Tang Meng puffed out a mouthful of smoke and looked at Ling Yun worriedly. Originally, Tang Meng thought that Ling Yun rented the house to build a love nest with Xianxia. However, today, he realized that the mistress of the house might be Xue Mining, Xianxia with a terrifying background, Xue Mining with a powerful background, and Qingshui City's #1 nouveau riche, Li Qingchuan. Just thinking about it gave Tang Meng a headache. What kind of trouble? Ling Yun knew that he had caused quite a lot of trouble in the past 2 days, but he did not care about it. First of all, the hot scene between you and Xianxia yesterday has been recorded by a classmate who saw it and posted it anonymously on Qingshui High's forum. So what? Ling Yan replied nonchalantly. Actually, it's nothing much. The moment that post was posted, it was immediately pinned to the top. There are less than 2,000 students in Qingshui High, but in just one night, there were more than 50,000 views and 10,000 replies. Tang Meng thought back to last night when he went home and browsed the forum at home. When he saw the popularity of the post, he secretly broke out in cold sweat for Ling Yun. Ling Yun frowned. What does that mean? Tang Meng looked up at Ling Yun and smiled bitterly. What else can it mean? It means that you're popular. Anyway, you'll know when you get to school tomorrow. So what if I'm popular? Does it mean that I'm in trouble? Ling Yun was puzzled. Tang Meng thought to himself that the trouble did not lie here, but in Beijing, which was thousands of miles away. If Li Qingchuan knew about this, wouldn't he rush back as if his boat was on fire? That scene would undoubtedly be like Mars colliding with Earth. Furthermore, based on Xue Mining's behavior just now, it was obvious that she had not seen the post. Xianxia probably did not know that Xue Mining was a guest at Ling Yun's house. If both of them knew about each other. Boss, you better pray for your own good. I, the little gambling god, can only hide as far as I can. There's nothing I can do to help. In the courtyard, Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining, who was about to enter the house, bumped into each other. Even though they had not interacted with each other before, they knew each other and knew each other. One was the undisputed campus belle of Xianxia High, while the other was the most popular and had the most potential to become the campus belle of Xianxia High after Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan graduated. It was impossible not to know each other. Sister Lingyu. Shui Mining greeted Ning Lingyu obediently. Yeah, my brother is in the house. You can go in and play, I'll go help my mom with dinner. Even though Ning Lingyu felt uncomfortable, she could not ignore Shui Mining. After all, Shui Mining was her brother's girlfriend and it was her first time at home. Yeah. Shui Mining smiled and nodded. As they walked past each other, they could not help but praise each other in their hearts. What about you? I told you not to call me Ning Er. Shui Mining retorted fiercely. Even though Shui Mining had turned into a shy and obedient young lady in front of Ling Yun's family, she revealed her true self in front of Tang Meng. Yes, yes, yes. Tang Meng knew that this stubborn lady was not to be trifled with, but he had no choice. After all, her grandfather was a miracle doctor. If anyone in the family was seriously ill, they could just find miracle Dr. Shui. That would be equivalent to having an extra life. Of course, if Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was his biggest protective talisman, he would probably have a little more confidence when facing Shui Mining. Seeing that Tang Meng was being suppressed by Shui Mining, Ling Yun could not help but laugh. He coughed and helped Tang Meng out of his predicament. Hey, let's not idle around. I'm going to move some stuff to school tonight. Come and work. As he spoke, he walked into his bedroom. Tang Meng was very touched by Ling Yun's help. He immediately nodded at Shui Mining and ran to Ling Yun's bedroom. Hey, let's move all the books in the bookshelf and the ones on the study table to the car. That will save us some trouble later. Tang Meng knew what was going on, so he did not ask any questions and started to move the things with Ling Yun. There were two things in the world that tested people the most. One was love, and the other was death. Actually, there was a third, pain. Today, Tian Xiaoguang finally knew what it felt like to be hit by a riot baton, especially when 5 or 6 of them hit him at the same time. During the fight, Ling Yun used Tian Xiaoguang as a human shield to block the attacks from the other 6 city enforcement officers. Tian Xiaoguang's head, shoulders, chest, and arms were all hit hard. Fortunately, the body of the anti-riot baton was wrapped in rubber. Otherwise, Tian Xiaoguang would definitely be beaten to a pulp. After being treated by the hospital, Tian Xiaoguang woke up. However, he would rather have remained unconscious because his entire body was in too much pain. Daozi was not only good at fighting, but he also knew how to behave. Ever since he came to the hospital in the morning, he had not left yet. Brother, I came late and caused you to suffer. It's all my fault. Seeing that Tian Xiaoguang had woken up, Daozi lamented with a pained expression. The reason why Daozi was able to run amok in Linjiang Road for so long was because he had some social skills. Brother Saber, it's not your fault. That kid really has some skills. Hiss, it didn't even take half a minute for all 7 of us to be defeated by him. Tian Xiaoguang gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Li Kuan and Wang Bo, who were also in the ward, lowered their heads in shame. Daozi furrowed his brows and nodded his head. He then said to Tian Xiaoguang, Brother, I've already asked around. The person who beat you up is none other than Ling Yun, the son of Qin Qiuyue from the People's Clinic. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. It's not convenient for us to make a move during the day, so I'll bring some men to destroy the People's Clinic tonight and break both of Ling Yun's legs. When that time comes, you can do whatever you want with him. Daozi said with a calm expression. It was as though breaking someone's legs was nothing to him. Hiss. Brother Saber, does my uncle know that I was beaten up? After all, Tian Xiaoguang was a young man in his 20s. When he was beaten up to the point where he couldn't even get out of bed, the first thing he thought of was his family. Daozi's brows furrowed even tighter. The scar on his face twitched as he raised his hand to touch his head. Xiaoguang, Uncle Tian already knows about you being beaten up. However, he has a meeting today, so he didn't come over. He said that he wants you to rest well. However, Daozi thought to himself, there's a meeting? What kind of meeting is there? Your uncle is also lying in this hospital, on the 3rd floor. At around 10 in the morning, Daozi received a call from Tian Buetao, asking him to come to the hospital. At that time, Daozi was in Tian Xiaoguang's ward. He didn't know why Tian Buetao was in the hospital, so he quickly went up to the third floor alone. The moment he entered Tian Buetao's ward, he was stunned. Tian Buetao's face was swollen like a pumpkin, and he was lying on the bed within 4 drip. With Daozi's rich experience in fighting, he could tell that Tian Buetao's face was beaten up by someone. He thought to himself, this uncle and nephew pair sure have a tacit understanding. Even when they were beaten up, they took it together. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Tian Buetao's bed. After asking in detail, he found out that Tian Buetao was beaten up by Ling Yun as well. He was shocked. After being beaten up by Ling Yun and Tang Meng last night, Tian Buetao didn't dare to go home. After much consideration, he decided to come to the hospital for treatment. He wanted to reduce the swelling on his face before anything else. After all, this was his face. He gave his wife a call and told her that a leader had suddenly arrived at his workplace and that he needed to attend to some business. Thus, he wouldn't be going home. Then, he went to the hospital to settle the paperwork. Hades Tian wasn't someone who liked to be taken advantage of. That night, he came up with a plan to deal with Qin Shuyue's family. First, he would find Daozi and smash them up. This would give Qin Shuyue a taste of his own medicine. Then, he would greet his friends at the health bureau and find a random excuse to seal Qin Shuyue's clinic. Then, when the slums were to be demolished, he would use this as a stepping stone to prevent Qin Shuyue's family from receiving the demolition fees. This way, he didn't believe that Qin Shuyue wouldn't come begging for his help. When that time came, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Tian Buetao had already planned everything out last night. Thus, when he woke up this morning, he gave Daozi a call. However, he didn't expect Daozi to come so quickly. Daozi, how did you get here so quickly? Did you just pick up the call in the hospital? Tian Buetao asked curiously. There weren't any injuries on Daozi's body. Could it be that he got another woman pregnant and came here for an abortion? Daozi's face was filled with awkwardness. This. Let me tell you, when he told Tian Buetao about how Daozi had beaten Tian Xiaoguang to the point that he couldn't get out of bed, Tian Buetao was so angry that his nose became crooked. Well, the uncle and nephew were both beaten up by the same person one after the other. Furthermore, they were both admitted to the same hospital. To Tian Buetao, this wasn't just a huge humiliation. This was as good as Ling Yun squatting on every single one of his family's graves and taking a dump. At that time, he had given Daozi a death wish. That night, he would bring his men to destroy the clinic and break Ling Yun's legs. Then, he would find a place to lock Ling Yun up. Once Tian Xiaoguang could walk again, he would personally deal with him. However, even until now, Tian Buetao still hadn't given up on Qin Shuyue. He instructed Daozi not to harm Qin Shuyue. Of course, Daozi knew about Tian Buetao's cunning mind. However, he didn't say much. All he did was put on an indignant expression and agree. Tian Buetao discussed with Daozi for a while longer. He reminded Daozi not to tell Tian Xiaoguang that he was also in the hospital. Only then did he let him leave. Because of this, when Tian Xiaoguang asked Daozi about Tian Buetao, Daozi used the excuse that Tian Buetao had a meeting. Brother, don't worry. I won't let you suffer. Uncle Tian has already told me that I'll definitely settle this beautifully for you. I'll let you vent your anger. Actually, Daozi wanted to see for himself as well. Where did this brat come from? He didn't care about anything at all. First, he beat up Tian Buetao, my umbrella of protection, in my territory. Now, he even beat up the city enforcement officers who were known as the bandits in uniform. This was simply insane. Ouch. That hurts so much. Brother, don't be careless. That Ling Yun definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. Furthermore, he's very strong. When the time comes, you must bring more people. Even the 7 of us won't be able to deal with him. Tian Xiaoguang reminded Daozi. Dao chuckled coldly, and the scar on his face quivered. His eyes narrowed slightly, giving off an intimidating aura. Can he fight? No matter how good he is, can he beat the 4 great warriors under me? No matter how good he is, can he beat your brother? Have you forgotten your brother's background? Finishing his sentence, he stood up and said, Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely destroy the people's clinic tonight. As long as that Ling Yun is still in Xianxia, I'll break both his legs. You stay here and recuperate. I'll go arrange some people. Dao Zi left the hospital and drove straight back to his residence. He also called over the 4 great King Kongs under him. Dao lit up a cigarette and pondered for a moment. Then, he turned to the 4 burly men opposite him and said, "Gather your brothers and prepare your weapons. Tonight at 9 o'clock, we're going to destroy the people's clinic. This area is going to be demolished soon. We'll definitely have to deal with those disobedient holdouts. Let's just treat it as a rehearsal." The People's Clinic. 8:45 p.m. Ling Yun and his family had just finished their dumplings. Li Hongmei had already returned to her small shop. "Mom, we'll be heading back to school first. If there's anything, give me a call." Ling Yun said goodbye to Qin Qiuyue. "Okay. Bring the clothes I bought for you. Focus on your studies when you get back to school. I hope you can get good results." Qin Qiuyue smiled as she tidied up Ling Yun's clothes. Her eyes were filled with love and anticipation. "Don't worry, Mom. I won't let you down," Ling Yun said calmly as he nodded his head. "That's good." Shui Mining and Tang Meng also said goodbye to Qin Qiuyue politely. Then, Qin Qiuyue sent the 4 of them out of the People's Clinic. In front of Qin Qiuyue and Tang Meng, Shui Mining naturally held on to Ling Yun's arm as if she was afraid that he would run away. Ling Yun had no choice but to get into Shui Mining's car. When he turned around, he saw that Ling Yu had unexpectedly gotten into Tang Meng's car. Tang Meng was so excited that he was almost trembling from head to toe. Ling Yun smiled as he shook his head and waved goodbye to his mother. Just as he was about to get Shui Mining to start the car, he saw the dazzling headlights in front of him. A long line of cars was speeding towards the People's Clinic. Ling Yun squinted his eyes. He touched the 2 boxes of big needles at his waist and thought to himself, "That's right." At this point, he could not care less about shocking the world. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qin Qiuyue, who was still standing at the door. He placed his hands on her shoulders and said, "Mom, someone is here to cause trouble. You should quickly get into Tang Meng's car." As he spoke, he held Qin Qiuyue's arm and walked quickly towards the Hummer. At this point, Tang Meng also noticed that something was amiss. He opened the door and shouted at Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, what happened?" Ling Yun did not have time to reply to him. He brought his mother to the Hummer and pushed Qin Qiuyue into the back seat. Then, he said to Tang Meng, "Someone is here to cause trouble. Remember, no matter what happens, you must stay in the car and not come out. Tang Meng, you must protect my mom and sister, do you hear me?" Qin Qiuyue did not speak. She did not have the time to speak. However, in her calm eyes, there was a hint of admiration. With that, Ling Yun returned to the Ferrari in a flash. He opened the backseat door and slid in like a mudfish. "Little Ning, are you scared?" After Ling Yun closed the car door, the corners of his mouth curled up into a bright smile as he turned around to face Shui Mining. Shui Mining stared at Ling Yun with her big round eyes. Suddenly, she giggled and said, "Big brother Yun, you were so fast just now. Do you know martial arts?" In his heart, Ling Yun thought that this little girl was either born bold or heartless. He smirked and blinked his eyes. "Ning your phone should have a recording function, right? Remember to record the crimes of these sons of B** cheese later, do you hear me?" Just as the 2 of them were talking, the car at the front of the queue stopped. 7 to 8 burly men came out of the car in a single file. All of them were armed with knives and sticks. They did not say a word after getting out of the car. Instead, they rushed towards the entrance of the People's Clinic. As soon as the car stopped, the motorcycles that had been following behind the queue did not slow down. They all rushed to the entrance of the People's Clinic. There were at least 2 people on each motorcycle and they were all holding metal sticks in their hands. The motorcycles did not stop. The roar of the engine was deafening. Suddenly, there were more than 100 people. They quickly surrounded the entrance of the People's Clinic but did not attack. It was as if they were waiting for something. Li Hongmei had just returned home not too long ago. She was watching Qin Qiuyue send her future daughter-in-law off when she suddenly saw such a scene. Her face turned pale with fright and she hurriedly closed the door of her shop. Brother Dao, the lights are on and the door is open, but there's no one in the clinic. What should we do? One of the 4 warriors under Brother Saber, the golden fighter wolf warrior, asked when he saw Brother Saber. Brother Knife saw that the main entrance of the people's clinic was already blocked. He lit a cigarette leisurely and puffed out a mouthful of smoke. Is there a need to ask? They must be in the backyard now. Let's destroy the clinic first. War Wolf chuckled and nodded. He waved his hand behind him and spat out a word, smash. As soon as he finished his sentence, more than 30 youths raised their iron rods and rushed into the people's clinic, which was less than 100 square meters in size. They smashed everything they saw. After a series of horrifying clanging sounds, one of them ran to the door and said to Brother Knife, we're done smashing. Nothing is left intact. Brother Knife loved the sound of destruction. The clanging sounds were like heavenly music to his ears. He was intoxicated by it. He used his pinky to pick his ear and squinted his eyes. Is there anyone coming out from the backyard? No. Brother Knife chuckled. Looks like they're all scared silly. Let's go in and catch them. Before he finished his sentence, there was a commotion at the back of the crowd. Excuse me, please let me through. I have something to do. Thank you. A tall, fat man with a harmless smile on his face squeezed in with all his might. Brother Knife frowned and looked at the 4 warriors beside him. Who brought these people here? Why are they so unruly? The 4 warriors, War Dragon, War Tiger, War Wolf, and War Leopard, looked at the person at the same time. They realized that they did not know who he was and shook their heads. Can't you see we're doing something? Scram if you don't want to die. Someone in the crowd shouted when he saw that the 4 warriors did not know who this fatty was. Ling Yun carefully pushed aside the iron bars and finally squeezed to the entrance of the clinic. She glanced at the place where the sound came from and said pitifully like a bullied wife, I'm just going in to do something. I'll leave after I'm done. F***CKU, where did this idiot come from? How can he not know what's going on? War Tiger was the most hot-tempered. He glared at Ling Yun and wanted to throw him out but was stopped by Brother Knife. Let him in. Let's see what he's up to. Brother Knife said calmly. He vaguely remembered that when Li Kuan and the others described the person who beat them, they seemed to have described a fatty in sports attire. Ling Yin smiled and went back into the clinic. The entire clinic was a mess. Pills were strewn all over the floor, and all the bottles used for transfusions were either smashed or broken. The glass shards were washed away by the translucent liquid, and they glistened under the light. Ling Yin looked around and said to the person who came out to report, You lied about military intelligence. Do you deserve to be beaten? The person was stunned by Ling Yun's words and asked, How did I lie about military intelligence? Ling Yun pointed at the light bulb in the room and said, Look, you said everything was smashed. Isn't there a light bulb here? The person saw that Ling Yun was still in the mood to play with him despite being surrounded by so many people. He was enraged and said, F***CK, how can you look after a light bulb is smashed? You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Yes, I'm here to cause trouble. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yin waved his hand, and a large needle flew out like a bolt of lightning. The light bulb shattered with a bang, and the room was plunged into darkness in an instant. Originally, the lights inside the house were brighter than the lights outside the house, but when the light bulb in the house was broken, although the lights outside the house still shone in, for people's vision, there was still a 10-second blind spot. In other words, when the people outside the house looked into the house, it was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. F***CK. Something happened. Wolf Warrior raised his metal rod and was about to rush into the clinic when he heard a scream from inside the clinic. Then, a figure flew out of the clinic. Of course, he was thrown out by Ling Yun. Others might have a blind spot, but for Ling Yun, who was in the middle of physique tempering stage level 3, this bit of darkness did not affect him at all. The moment the light went out, he grabbed the kid in front of him and threw him out. Bang! This person was smashed into the crowd of people outside the house who couldn't even react in time. I.O. F***CK. 5 or 6 people were knocked to the ground and cried out in pain. If not for Wolf Warrior's quick reflexes, he would have been the first to suffer. However, this was not the end. 1, 3, 5. In less than a minute, the 30 or so people who had barged into the clinic were all thrown out by Ling Yun. They landed almost at the same spot. Some of them tried to get up after falling, only to be knocked down by the next person who was thrown out. In just a short while, a mountain of people had formed outside the clinic. What was even funnier was that some people subconsciously held onto their iron rods tightly when they were thrown out. The iron rods immediately turned into flying weapons. Some pierced into others' chests, some stabbed into others' butts, and some were even more unlucky as they were directly stabbed in the ass by the iron rods. People were thrown out one after another. Hence, the people outside could not even dodge, let alone rush in. After a minute, there were no more people flying out of the clinic. The blind spot of the people outside the clinic had also disappeared. Through the light that shone into the clinic, they could vaguely see the situation inside. It turned out that there was still one person who was not thrown out by Ling Yun. At this moment, Ling Yun was holding on to his left ankle and dragging him to the door like a dead dog. As if nothing had happened, Ling Yun's face was not red, his heart was not racing, and he was not out of breath. His face was still full of smiles and his eyes were still calm. The dimple on his left cheek was reflected by the light from outside the clinic. In the eyes of Shui Mining, who was holding on to her phone and taking pictures, Ling Yun looked extremely handsome and charming. Sorry to trouble you. As you can see, they all have weapons in their hands. I don't have anything in my hands. I can only let you be my weapon for a while. Ling Yun smiled and lowered his head as he discussed with the human weapon that he was carrying. He did not care about Brother Knife and the rest who were spewing fire from outside the door. The unlucky guy's left ankle was tightly held by Ling Yun. His right leg was dangling on the ground and he could only use both his hands to support himself. He was like a dog trying to raise his head. He wanted to die now. F***ck. This is too shocking. Boss is like a god of war. In the Hummer, Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun worriedly as he squeezed into the crowd. There were a few times when he wanted to rush out of the car to fight alongside Ling Yun, but he was stopped by Qin Qiuyue. When he saw the dozens of people who had barged into the house fly out one by one and quickly form a mountain of people outside, he was already dumbfounded. Tang Meng was so excited that he had forgotten that Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu were sitting in the back seat of the car. Ling Yun was dragging a person by his arm and standing majestically in front of the entrance. He was so calm that he didn't even put the hundreds of people in front of him in his eyes. As for Ning Lingyu, she was already in a state of shock. When she saw Ling Yun squeezing into the crowd, she felt her mind go blank and her face turn pale. She bit her lower lip so hard that there was not a trace of blood in it. She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug into her palms, but she did not feel any pain. Now, seeing Ling Yun appear at the door in such a domineering manner, Ning Lingyu swore that she would never forget Ling Yun's unintentional display of "even if there are millions of people in front of me." Of course, that did not include the pile of 40 people who were screaming in pain. Even though no one could see what happened in the clinic, they could clearly see that all 30 people had been thrown out of the clinic. Even though there were all sorts of movements and postures, they were all thrown out. To be able to throw more than 30 people so far away within a minute and still be standing there without any signs of redness or panting, how strong did his arms have to be? Not to mention throwing a living person, even throwing a basketball, throwing 30 basketballs in a minute, would be enough to tire a person out. Was he even a human? Strength was only one of the reasons. Anyone with a brain would know that the scariest thing about Ling Yun was not his strength to throw more than 30 people. There were two other reasons that made people feel despair. First of all, the people standing in the clinic were all living people. They were all youths who were full of energy. How could they be so good-tempered as to allow Ling Yun to throw them out? Therefore, without a doubt, Ling Yun had subdued them in an instant and threw them out as though they were trash. Secondly, it was his accuracy. Terrifying accuracy. Even though the main door of the people's clinic was not narrow, the width of the two doors added together was only 1.8 meters wide, and the height was not even 2 meters. However, Ling Yun had thrown more than 30 people consecutively, and not a single one of them had hit the door frame. How good was his aim? At this moment, everyone understood what Ling Yun meant. Before entering the clinic, he had said with a smile, "Sorry to bother you, I have something to do." He was going in to throw people out. Brother Knife's face was extremely ugly, He could only taste a bitter taste in his mouth as the muscles on his face trembled uncontrollably. Under the dim light, the scar on his face looked like a pitiful earthworm, trembling in fear. It was impossible for him not to be afraid. Before the battle, he was already terrified. At this moment, he had already confirmed that the person in front of him was the one who had beaten up Tian Buetao and Tian Xiaoguang. His name was Ling Yun. Tian Xiaoguang had warned him. Although he didn't take it seriously, he was an extremely cautious person. He had to be 100% confident when he made a move. He had to bring out the aura of a lion hunting a rabbit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought over 100 people just to destroy a small clinic. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have imagined that Ling Yun's prowess had far exceeded his imagination. It was true that there were many of them, but could 10,000 ants do anything to a ferocious lion? Who the hell did Tian Buetao and Tian Xiaoguang offend? Brother Knife cursed in his heart as his mind was filled with hatred and regret, but at this time, he had no choice but to go because his people had already smashed the clinic into pieces. Do you want to apologize and reconcile? Just look at the imposing manner of Ling Yun standing at the door. It was too late. Brother Knife grimaced and forced himself to walk out of the crowd. His smile was uglier than crying. I have the final say. Ling Yun lowered his head and glanced at him. He thought to himself, I already know that you have the final say. He asked lightly, what's your name? Brother Knife. Ling Yun stood on the steps and raised his leg. Bang! He landed a kick on Brother Knife's chest. The kick caused Brother Knife to retreat 3 to 4 steps. He only stopped when he collided with Zhanlang and the rest. Brother Knife, my **s. I'm asking you for your name. Ling Yun frowned. Zhan Long, Zhan Hu, Zhan Lang, and Zhan Bao were all loyal to Knife. Seeing that their boss was kicked by Ling Yun, they picked up their weapons and rushed forward. Were they stupid? Not stupid. Were they afraid? Of course they were. However, in the underworld, even though they were bad, they still had to be loyal. Fighting and killing every day, there were bound to be people they couldn't defeat. They couldn't possibly pee their pants just because they couldn't defeat them. After all, they still had some reputation in the underworld of Xianxia City. They would rather be defeated, injured, or crippled than be scared to death. They still had to keep their dignity. Stop. Seeing that the 4 of them were rushing forward, Knife endured the pain in his chest and tried to stop them. However, it was too late. Seeing that the 4 of them were rushing forward without any regard for their lives, Ling Yun's eyes flashed with a rare look of admiration. However, he didn't show any mercy. His left foot planted firmly on the ground and his right foot kicked out at lightning speed. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 of them were kicked to the ground before their metal poles could even touch Ling Yun's body. The 4 great guardian deities fell to the ground. They struggled to get up, but they found that they could not. The sharp pain coming from their chests made them break out in a cold sweat. Ling Yun snorted and pointed at Brother Knife. Tell me, what's your name? My name is Dao Yong. Most people in the underworld call me Knife. This time, Knife knew why he was kicked. He honestly told Ling Yun his name. Ling Yun nodded. Dao Yong. Let me ask you, do you still want to fight? Fight? Fight my **s. Do you want Ling Yun to play the game of throwing people around? Again? Now that the 4 of them were rushing forward, they were rolling on the ground before they could even touch Ling Yun's body. Knife was also kicked by Ling Yun to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Fight? Knife knew very well that Ling Yun was only playing house with them. It was obvious that he was being merciful. Otherwise, they would have been crippled by now, defeated. Today, they were completely defeated. Not only were they defeated, but Knife had also lost the courage to fight back. He was completely convinced by Ling Yun's beating. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists according to the rules of the underworld. I didn't know that there was an expert here. We admit defeat today. Please be magnanimous and let us brothers off. Being in the underworld was for money. Fighting was also for money. However, being in the underworld wasn't like being on the battlefield. When it was time to act like a coward, one had to act like a coward. Fighting even when they couldn't win was no different from courting death. Knife quickly understood the stakes. He could also tell that Ling Yun didn't seem like he was going to kill them. Hence, he quickly acted like a coward. Ling Yun didn't say anything. He only glanced at the people behind Knife. Knife understood Ling Yun's intention. He turned his head and said, "There's nothing else for you here." Scram. The 100 people had long been scared out of their wits by Ling Yun's godlike performance. Now that they heard Knife asking them to leave, they immediately felt as if they had been pardoned. Ling Yun frowned and said, "Leave 20 of you here. Clean up the house before you leave." The house was even messier than a landfill. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't let his mother clean up. Knife hurriedly left another 20 people behind and ordered them to clean up the house. They could only leave after they were done. These 20 people didn't dare to say anything. They obediently entered the house and relied on the light from outside. They endured the pungent smell of medicine and cleaned up the house seriously. As long as they were obedient, Ling Yun's side would be open to discussion. He flung the human weapon's leg away like he was throwing away rubbish. Then, he smiled at Dao and said, "Now, can we sit down and talk?" Knife was a gangster. How could he not understand what Ling Yun meant by talk? He nodded without hesitation and said, "I understand what you mean. As long as you say a number, I will definitely do it." Ling Yun thought that it was easy to talk with smart people. However, he only smiled and waited for Knife to state his own price. 100,000? Knife hesitated. He repeatedly thought about Ling Yun's bottom line and gave a number. Ling Yun looked up at the sky. He had a feeling that it would rain in the next 2 days. 300,000? Knife gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, "I'll pretend that the fat customer from last night didn't come." Ling Yun looked down at the ground and gently kicked a piece of glass into the distance with his foot. "Just look at the cars you brought here. They're worth at least 2 to 3 million. 300,000? Do you think I'm a kid?" Knife's heart ached. He thought to himself, "You're here to destroy my family, smash my shop, and break my legs." Not only did his legs almost get broken, but the 300,000 he just earned was not even enough to pay for the damage. Knife gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. His lips trembled as he said, 500,000. Ling Yun finally raised his head and looked at him. He said calmly, 600,000 in cash for 5 of your lives. Hurry up and get someone to bring it over. Knife felt his vision darken. His heart shrank violently as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. He had worked hard for 2 months and only earned 600,000, however, he finally had an accurate figure. Moreover, Ling Yun had said 600,000 for 5 lives. 120,000 for 1 life. It was money well spent. He believed that if he did not accept this figure, he and his 4 great warriors would definitely die here. Even if Ling Yun did not kill them and used a little more strength when he beat them up, they would still have to pay more than this amount to go to the hospital. Moreover, he had smashed Ling Yun's clinic into smithereens. Therefore, although his heart ached, he silently accepted Ling Yun's price. He immediately called his casino's treasurer and asked her to bring 600,000 in cash. This is a good way to earn money. Ling Yun was secretly pleased. However, he did not show it on his face. In his heart, he thought that it would be great if a few more people came to smash the clinic. Ling Yun nodded his head and appeared in front of Knife in a flash. He stretched out his index finger and struck a few of Knife's major acupuncture points. "You won't die. Don't be afraid." Ling Yun looked at Knife's pale face and chuckled. "Within a month, your body will be fine. The only thing is that it will hurt for 3 to 4 minutes at midnight every day. Once you get through it, you will be fine." Then, Ling Yun's smile faded and he said calmly, "I don't care why you came to smash my clinic. If anything happens to this clinic in the next month, you will lose your life. Do you understand?" Saber could finally confirm that he had encountered a legendary martial arts master. He nodded his head dejectedly. He could only accept this painful reality. 20 minutes later, a car arrived at the entrance of the People's Clinic. A man and a woman alighted from the car. In each of their hands was a heavy black bag. The bags were squared and had distinct edges. It was obvious that they were filled with bundles of $100 bills. Daozi took the 2 black bags from both of them and handed them to Ling Yun respectfully. "Would you like to take a look at them?" The man who was almost treated as a human weapon by Ling Yun bowed to Ling Yun, who was standing on the steps of the door. His eyes were filled with embarrassment and fear. Ling Yun's eyes were calm, with a tinge of mockery and pity. He looked at the distant night sky as if the people in front of him did not exist. There was a ferocious tiger in his heart. Tonight, he had no choice but to release it in front of his mother, Xianxia, his sister, Tang Meng, and Xue Mining. Daozi kept his fists at Ling Yun and waved his hand. Then, he left quietly with the 2 finance officers and more than 20 thugs. When they arrived, there were more than a dozen cars, more than a dozen motorcycles, and more than 100 people. Their momentum was earth-shattering and domineering. When they left, they were quiet and dejected, not even daring to breathe loudly. The small clinic was indeed destroyed. It was a pity that they had lost $600,000 after destroying something that was worth less than $20,000. Even so, even though Daozi's heart ached, he was still rejoicing. That was because he knew that Ling Yun could take his life with a wave of his hand. Daozi was a man who licked blood from his blade all day long. How could he be so blind? Ling Yun might have a harmless smile on his face, but that was only because he did not take them seriously. If he had done something that Ling Yun was not satisfied with, he would definitely not have let him leave. Even if Ling Yun were to ask for 1 million yuan, he would still obediently gather the money and respectfully offer it to Ling Yun with both hands, much less 600,000 yuan. Daozi got into the car driven by the 2 finance officers and realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to the finance officer, "Go back and tell our brothers that I will skin anyone who dares to breathe a word about what happened tonight. Also, from tomorrow onwards, send people to protect this clinic. Nothing must go wrong for the next month. Let's go." After Daozi left with his men, the doors of the Hummer and Ferrari opened at the same time. The 4 people got out of the cars and Xue Mining and Tang Meng ran towards Ling Yun. "Boss, aren't you a little too fierce?" "I'm dumbfounded." Tang Meng's eyes were even bigger than a cow's eyes, shining with surprise and admiration. "Big brother Yun, you are so handsome," Xue Mining shouted as she tried to burrow into his arms. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly as he raised his hand to block Xue Mining. His gaze, however, was on his mother, Xianxia, who was slowly walking towards him. Tang Meng and Xue Mining were easy to deal with. He just needed to make up a story and they would be able to get away with it. However, how was he going to explain this to his mother and sister? However, Ling Yun soon realized that his worries were unfounded. Xianxia walked over and rebuked him. "Kid, it's fine that you've been strong since you were young, but didn't I tell you not to show off your strength? Strong from a young age?" Not allowed to reveal it, Ling Yun, who was racking her brains to think of a way to deal with her mother's interrogation, was dumbfounded. Tang Meng was stunned. What? So Ling Yun had been strong since he was young? Then why did he endure being bullied by his classmates without fighting back? Xue Mining, who was trying her best to push Ling Yun's arm away, stopped what she was doing. Her eyes rolled around but she did not make a sound. Ling Yun raised his hand and scratched his head. With a face full of embarrassment, he said, Mom, look at how they destroyed our clinic. I can't just let them do whatever they want." Xianxia nodded and smiled. That's true. Don't be so reckless in the future. Look at how scared your sister is. Ning Lingyu, who was standing beside Xianxia, gently bit her lower lip and looked at Ling Yun with a complicated expression. Ling Yun hurriedly nodded his head and picked up the 2 bags from the ground. "Mom, this is their compensation for our losses. You can keep it." A total of 600,000 $100 bills weighed more than 10 kilograms. Even though Ling Yun did not show it on his face, his heart was already bursting with joy. Xianxia did not even bother to look at the 2 bags of money. She waved her hand lightly and smiled. "The things in our clinic, including all the medicine, add up to only $10,000. Mom can still afford this amount of money. I don't need this money, just keep it for yourself." "Wow, so much money. Boss, you're going to be rich." Tang Meng exclaimed excitedly as his eyes lit up when he saw the size of the 2 bags. "Look at your useless face. It's like you've never seen money before." Xue Mining rolled her eyes at Tang Meng and muttered softly. Seeing that his mother's attitude was firm, Ling Yun did not insist. He casually stuffed the 2 bags into Tang Meng's hands. After thinking for a while, he said to his mother, "Mom, our clinic isn't very peaceful these 2 days. Why don't you come with us to the city and find a place to stay for a few days?" Even though Ling Yun had managed to intimidate all of Dao Zi's men tonight, there was no guarantee that there would be a few who wouldn't listen to him. If they came looking for trouble while he was away, wouldn't his mother be at a disadvantage? Shui Mining and Tang Meng seemed to have thought of this problem as well. Shui Mining quickly said, "That's right, Auntie Qin. What if there are people who come looking for trouble when Brother Yun is not at home? Why don't you stay at my house? There are many empty rooms at home." However, Qin Chuyue faintly said, "Silly child, can the monk run away from the temple? This is our home. Mom won't go anywhere. It's almost 10 o'clock. You guys should hurry back to school. You still have classes tomorrow. Mom, there are more than 100 of them here at once. What if they come again? What will you do? Why don't we do as brother said and stay in the city for a night?" Ning Lingyu finally spoke up. She was also very worried about her mother's safety. Qin Chuyue still shook her head and said, "All right, don't worry about me. Just study hard in school. Let's go, I'll send you guys to the car." Seeing that Qin Chuyue had no intention of going to the city, the 4 of them could only return to their cars. The 2 luxury cars started up at the same time, and under Qin Chuyue's watchful gaze, they drove towards the city. Inside the Ferrari. "Brother Yun, you were so cool just now. How did you throw them out one by one?" Ling Yun laughed and said, "I threw them out like a basketball." "Brother Yun, how much money was in those 2 bags?" 600,000. "Brother Yun, why did you ask them for 600,000? They are so afraid of you. Even if you asked them for 1 million, they would definitely give it to you." "Humph, who told them to destroy Auntie Qin's clinic?" "Hee, 600,000 is not a small amount." Ling Yun was satisfied that he had earned 600,000 from something that cost $10,000. "Brother Yun, why do you want to rent a house outside of school? Where did you rent it from?" Ever since she saw Ling Yun's godlike performance, Shui Mining had been calling him Brother Yun. Her voice was sweet and coquettish, making Ling Yun's bones go soft. However, Ling Yun could not stand Shui Mining's questions one after another. He said impatiently, "All right, why do you have so many questions? Focus on driving, you're going to hit an electric pole." At this moment, Ling Yun was wondering why his mother did not ask anything just now and even covered up for him. Could it be that what Tang Meng said was true, that his mother was not immortal? But he did not feel anything at all. Tang Meng drove the Hummer and followed behind the Ferrari at a moderate pace. He had a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. It could be said that out of the 3 of them, Tang Meng, Shui Mining and Ning Lingyu, they were all extremely quick-witted. At this moment, Ling Yun's 2 money bags were placed on the passenger seat beside Tang Meng. As for Ning Lingyu, she was sitting quietly in the back seat of the Hummer. Her pair of bright eyes stared out into the night sky, lost in thought. Tang Meng had been longing for a long time. Finally, he had the chance to be alone with Ning Lingyu. He wanted to start a conversation with Ning Lingyu, but his heart was in turmoil and he did not know where to start. At the same time, Tang Meng could not help but think of Ling Yun's performance over the past 2 days. The scene of people flying out of the People's Clinic kept replaying in his mind. Tang Meng could not help but think of Ling Yun's performance over the past 2 days. From carrying a sandbag and running 11 laps around the field to Ling Yun's attitude towards him and Chao Shanshan on the 2nd floor of the school cafeteria, to Ling Yun beating up Go Junfa and dodging 2 gangs beer bottle, in just 2 to 3 days, Ling Yun had transformed from a docile sheep into a ferocious tiger. Anyone who went against him, without exception, met a tragic end. Was this all because he was strong? Was it just because he was strong? "Tang Meng, can I ask you for a favor?" Ning Lingyu's voice broke the silence in the Hummer. Tang Meng's body froze and he almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. He did not dare to turn around and asked, "Lingyu, what's the matter?" Ning Lingyu bit her lower lip and said hesitantly, My brother gave me a very good phone number yesterday. I don't want to use it, can you help me return it to him?" This was the first time his beloved had asked for a favor. Tang Meng nodded his head without hesitation, "Sure. However, he quickly remembered that Ling Yun had said yesterday that there were 2 good phone numbers left for his mother and sister. He could not help but wonder why Ning Lingyu did not want to use such a good phone number. Lingyu, that phone number is quite good and easy to remember. Why don't you want to use it? Tang Meng asked. No reason. You just need to return this card to him and tell him that I will still use the original one in the future. After Ning Lingyu finished speaking, she became silent again. There were very few cars at night. After the 2 cars entered the city, they sped away and arrived at Xianxia High in no time. At this time, it was already past 10 p.m. Normally, Xianxia High would have just finished its evening self-study session. When the Ferrari and Hummer entered the school grounds, all of the Year 3 classrooms were still lit up. Even the Year 1 and Year 2 classrooms had their lights on. Obviously, like Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, many of the third-year students had returned to school on Sunday afternoon and started their new week of hard work in preparation for the college entrance examinations. The streets and alleys of Xianxia City were almost filled with roses. Xianxia High was no exception. Lush roses climbed all over the fences and low walls of Xianxia High. It was the end of March and the beginning of April. Some of the roses had already bloomed and the whole school was filled with an elegant fragrance. The 2 luxury cars drove straight into the school and stopped directly in front of the female dormitory. Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and Tang Meng got out of the car. Shui Mining did not get out of the Ferrari because she was afraid of being seen by her classmates. Big brother, you are living alone outside the school. You must be careful. Also, you are not allowed to skip classes next week. After thinking for a while, Ning Lingyu seemed to have finally broken free from her complicated state of mind. She smiled sweetly and looked at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes. Ling Yun patted his chest and said seriously, Lingyu, don't worry. Big brother promises you that I will not skip classes until the college entrance examinations. Unless... Ning Lingyu could not help but burst into laughter. She raised her eyebrows and rolled her eyes at him. I knew you would say unless. She rebuked. I knew you would say unless. Suddenly, she came to the side of a low wall and carefully observed it. Then, she raised her hand and plucked a budding pink rose. She stared into Ling Yan's eyes and said, Big brother, thank you for buying me a phone and a laptop. In return, I will give you this rose. You must make sure it blooms. Looking at Ning Lingyu's mischievous yet serious expression, Ling Yan smiled helplessly and took the rose. He put it to his nose and sniffed it. He pretended to be intoxicated and said, It smells so good. Don't worry, Big brother will make sure it blooms. Upon hearing this, Ning Lingyu's slender body trembled slightly. Her face flushed red as she lowered her head and replied, grabbing her things, she turned around and ran back to the female dormitory. Lingyu is so weird. She just gave me a flower and ran away right after. She didn't even say goodbye to me. So rude. Ling Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He then said to Tang Meng, Let's go. Let's send Shui Mining back first. Then, you can follow me back to the rented house. He was about to enter the Hummer. Tang Meng gently pulled his arm and said, Boss, it's not that I don't want you to sit in my car. It's just that I can't afford to offend your girlfriend. Ling Yan frowned and said, What girlfriend? Alright, Ling Yan was speechless and could only return to Shui Mining's car. Let's go. I'll send you home first. Ling Yan said to Shui Mining the moment he got into the car. Hurry up and drive. What are you waiting for? Ling Yan urged as Shui Mining did not move even after waiting for a long time. The little demon girl stared blankly at the short wall. Her pretty face was slightly pale and her eyes were inexplicably complicated. Suddenly, she asked out of nowhere, Big brother Yun, do you know the language of the rose flower? Of course, Ling Yan did not know the flower language. He picked up the pink rose in his hand and sniffed it carefully. So this is a rose. It smells so good. Shui Mining turned her head and looked at Ling Yan's intoxicated expression. After a while, she asked, Do you like this flower? Ling Yan smiled proudly. My sister gave it to me. Of course I like it. Shui Mining nodded her head and suddenly said angrily, All right. She then opened the door and got out of the car. With a twist of her tiny waist, she went to the other side of the short wall. She started plucking the dark red rose that was blooming on the short wall. Very quickly, her hands were full of roses. She ran back to the car and shoved the rose into Ling Yan's hands. "Don't you like it? This is for you." Ling Yan was stunned. He thought to himself, what's going on today? Is giving flowers a trend in Xianxia? However, he also put the rose in front of his nose and sniffed it. This color smells good too. Hey, aren't you afraid of being seen by your classmates? Why are you getting out of the car? I'm willing. Xianxia retorted. She stepped on the accelerator and started the Ferrari. Tang Meng saw that Ling Yan had received flowers from two beauties. He silently cried in his heart. Why didn't anyone give it to me? 55555, If no one wants to give it to me, I'll pluck it myself. Tang Meng ran to the side of the short wall and stretched out both his hands to pluck at the roses on the short wall. Then, mimicking Ling Meng, he placed the roses on the tip of his nose and took a deep whiff. In his heart, he thought to himself, wow, the flowers from Ling Yu are really fragrant. You're not allowed to throw away the flowers I gave you. Or else I'll bite you. Back at the Qingxi Villa district, Xianxia said to Ling Yan fiercely just before they entered the house. Ling Yan sweated profusely as he thought to himself, what's wrong with the beauties in Xianxia? Don't worry, I'll definitely put them in a vase and worship them properly. Is that okay? Ling Yan pretended to sniff the bouquet of roses and smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled, that's more like it. I'll be going to your rented house tomorrow. That's all for now, I'm going in. All of a sudden, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something as she yelled at Tang Meng, who was standing beside the Hummer, help me tell that Li Qingchuan to give up on me, I already have a boyfriend. After saying that, she even waved her little fist in the air. Tang Meng smiled bitterly. He could not afford to offend Ling Yan, Xianxia, or Li Qingchuan, so he was prepared to be bullied. After Xianxia entered her house, Ling Yan held the pink roses that Ling Yu gave him in his right hand and the dark red roses that Xianxia gave him in his left hand. He took turns sniffing them as he returned to Tang Meng's Hummer. Tang Meng started the Hummer again and drove towards the house that Ling Yan had just rented. Boss, do you know martial arts? Tang Meng hesitated for a long time as he drove before asking the question that was on his mind. In Tang Meng's opinion, Ling Yan's performance could not be explained by his strength. In fact, how could Ling Yu and Xianxia not see it? Yes. Ling Yan thought to himself. He could hide it for a while, but he could not hide it forever. Since Tang Meng had already seen it, he might as well admit that he knew martial arts. At least it would be easier for Tang Meng to accept it than admitting that he was a cultivator, right? Seeing that Ling Yan admitted it so readily, Tang Meng slapped his thigh excitedly, I knew it. When I saw you fighting with Tu Gang the other day, I already knew that boss knew some martial arts. I didn't expect it to be true. Ling Yan chuckled and nodded his head to confirm. Boss. Since you know martial arts, you must teach me a thing or two. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you when you fight with others. That would be so boring. Tang Meng's first thought was to learn martial arts from Ling Yan. Ling Yan nodded casually and said, I can teach you. However, I have to look at your bone structure first. Only if it's suitable can I teach you. If it's not suitable, you won't be able to learn it even if I teach you. Hey, boss, don't look down on me. Look at me, with my body. Born to practice martial arts. Tang Meng was very confident. Ling Yan could already tell that Tang Meng's physique and temperament were not suitable for cultivation. However, he did not want to hurt Tang Meng's feelings at this time, so he smiled noncommittally. Sure enough, a simple kung fu was enough to answer all the questions. Tang Meng did not continue to pursue the suspicious points. Boss, how much money are there in these 2 bags? I'm carrying more than 10 caddies. Other than martial arts, which was a term that countless youths yearned for, Tang Meng was most interested in money. Speaking of money. 600,000. Ling Yan was delighted. Now that it was just the two of them, he didn't need to hide anything. Damn. 600,000? That's great. With this money, we can go to the antique market and participate in stone gambling. Tang Meng's eyes lit up when he heard that Ling Yan actually had 600,000. He started to fantasize about the beautiful future. However, the first thing that came to his mind was gambling. Ling Yan shook his head slowly. Let's wait and see. Right now, the most important thing is to save money to buy a house for my mother in the city. Did you see that villa just now? How much would it cost to buy a villa here? Tang Meng stepped on the brakes as he stared at Ling Yan in shock. Boss, are you serious? You really want to buy a villa here? Do you know how expensive the houses here are? How expensive? Boss, let me tell you. The 600,000 you have now can at most buy 10 square meters. Which of the villas here are not at least 200 square meters? Even the cheapest villa in the Xianxia Villa district costs more than 10 million. It's indeed quite expensive. Ling Yan nodded his head and suddenly said, that's why we have to think of a way to earn money. Help me think of a way. How can we earn 10 million in 2 months? Earn 10 million in 2 months? Just with the two of them? Looking at Ling Yan's serious expression, Tang Meng felt like he was about to go crazy. He lit a cigarette and restarted the car. Boss, do you know about futures? With 600,000, if we're lucky, we can earn 10 million in 2 months. What's futures? I don't know. Tang Meng asked again, do you know how to gamble? I know a few underground casinos. If you know how, I can bring you there. However, 9 out of 10 gambles are cheats. If you don't have the confidence to win, don't go there. No confidence. Tang Meng was speechless. These were the only 2 ways he could think of to earn money quickly. He paused for a while and said, that leaves stone gambling. However, I advise you not to go because it's even more unreliable than gambling. At least I know about gambling. However, when it comes to stone gambling, I'm not the only one. Many experts in stone gambling often make mistakes and lose all their money. Tang Meng was just saying, but Ling Yan's eyes lit up. He was already in the middle of physique tempering stage level 3. As long as he absorbed enough spiritual energy tonight and cultivated a little, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. When that time comes, he believed that anything in the antique market with spiritual energy would not escape his eyes. Good treasures might not necessarily contain spiritual energy, but those that do are definitely good treasures. When that time comes, as long as he found a treasure with spiritual energy, the price would definitely not be high because no one would be able to recognize it. He could buy it at a low price and after absorbing the spiritual energy, he could sell it. Wasn't this a great plan to make a fortune? Thinking of this, Ling Yan had an idea. He was no longer worried about money. However, he heard Tang Meng say, Boss, other than martial arts, what other skills do you have? If you have other skills, I can think of something for you. Ling Yan thought to himself, other skills? There are so many other skills. Alchemy, forging weapons, drawing talismans, and setting up formations. As long as I reach the qi cultivation stage, these skills are nothing to me. Oh right. I also know how to treat illnesses. How could I forget about this? Thus, Ling Yan said, I know how to treat illnesses. Treat illnesses? Treat what illnesses? Tang Meng thought to himself, Boss, you think too highly of yourself. Just based on the medical books in the trunk, you dare to say that you know how to treat illnesses? If you could really make money by treating illnesses, then your family wouldn't be so poor, Ling Yan casually said. As long as the person isn't dead, I should be able to treat any illness. After reaching the middle stage of physique tempering stage level 3, Ling Yan could easily infuse spiritual energy into the silver needles. As long as he had 9 silver needles in his hands, there was no illness that he couldn't treat in this world. There really weren't many. Furthermore, this was only the physique tempering stage. If Ling Yan reached the qi cultivation stage and used the 5 elemental god acupuncture and 5 elemental vessel sealing finger, he could confidently say that as long as the person was still breathing, he could treat any illness. Tang Meng laughed. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked at Ling Yan and asked, Can you treat mad cow disease? Mad cow disease? Ling Yan was puzzled. Boss, this time you didn't boast about Xianxia City to the heavens, but you did make them go crazy. Of course it's mad cow disease, hee hee. Tang Meng laughed evilly. Tang Meng thought to himself. As long as the person isn't dead, any illness can be treated? Boss really knows how to boast. Even Shui Mining's grandfather, Shui Xianxia, wouldn't dare to boast like this. This time, his boasting was even more ridiculous than the time when he said he wanted to buy a villa and a sports car. Scram! Ling Yan frowned and scolded Tang Meng. He didn't expect Tang Meng to joke around like last time. If Tang Meng wasn't driving, Ling Yan swore that he would have given him a good kick. I'm not joking with you. As long as you can find me a rich patient who is willing to spend a large sum of money, I can guarantee that I can treat him. Ling Yan said seriously to Tang Meng. Boss, you can't be serious, right? You really know how to treat illnesses? Tang Meng was still doubtful. It was unbelievable, Ling Yan said impatiently. Since you know little Ning, then you should know that her grandfather is an old Chinese doctor, right? Why don't you think about how I know little Ning? Let me tell you honestly, little Ning's grandfather, old man Shui's illness was cured by me. Screech. Tang Meng heard this. His hands trembled violently and the Hummer went straight up the road, scaring him so much that he immediately braked. What? Boss, you said that you cured little Ning's grandfather? Tang Meng was so shocked that his mouth could fit a goose egg. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't care less about his beloved car anymore. His face was full of shock. Ling Yan raised his hand and gave him a smack on the head. He laughed and said, I say, why are you always making a fuss? Isn't it just treating an illness? Do you have to be like this? Of course. Of course. Tang Meng shouted in his heart. If what boss said was true, then even if I drove my Hummer into the river, I wouldn't have to do it. His intuition told him that Ling Yan was telling the truth. Just from Shui Mining's attitude towards Ling Yan, he could tell that Ling Yan was telling the truth. However, he still asked Ling Yan to confirm, Boss, you said that you really cured little Ning's grandfather? Do you know who he is? Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng as if he was looking at an idiot. Of course I know. His grandfather is an old Chinese doctor. His medical skills seem to be passable. Old Chinese doctor? His medical skills are passable? Tang Meng stared blankly at Ling Yan. He thought to himself that boss was really arrogant. How could he say such things about the #1 miracle doctor in China? Looking at Tang Meng's dumbfounded expression, Ling Yan casually took out the leather needle pouch from his body and laid it out. Look, look. These are gold needles and silver needles. They were given to me by little Ning's grandfather for me to treat his illness. Do you believe me now? This time, Tang Meng really believed him. Even though he didn't know why Ling Yan not only knew martial arts but could also treat illnesses, he didn't want to ask. He grabbed Ling Yan's hand and said excitedly, Boss, why didn't you tell me earlier that you had such amazing medical skills? With such medical skills, why did you have to gamble with those ** T-stones? I have a lot of ways to get rich. Finding rich patients? China had a population of 1.4 billion people. There were countless rich patients in the country. Who would want to die? Tang Meng was so excited that his entire body was trembling. On the way back, there were a few times when he almost drove the car into the river. To be continued. To be continued. Back at the rented house, Ling Yan and Tang Meng moved the books, clothes, and other belongings from the car into the living room. Tang Meng then laid down heavily on the sofa and begged shamelessly, Boss, it's already past 11 p.m. Why don't you let me stay here for the night? In Tang Meng's eyes, Ling Yan was definitely a treasure among treasures. He was afraid that he would not be able to see Ling Yan when he woke up the next day. Now, for the sake of Ling Yan, Tang Meng was willing to sell his house, let alone his Hummer. With martial arts, he could single-handedly beat up more than 100 gangsters. With his medical skills, he could even cure the illness of China's #1 miracle doctor, Sai Bianc. On the way back, Tang Meng asked himself countless times, what kind of good luck did he have in his past life to be able to make Ling Yan his boss? No way. From tonight onwards, I will be studying for the college entrance examinations. Don't forget that you have a huge bet tomorrow to scam money from Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan. You'd better go back and think about it. Of course, Ling Yan rejected decisively. What a joke, he had somehow reached the mid-stage of physique tempering stage level 3 today. Until now, he had not even properly stabilized his base. If Tang Mei were to stay here, how was he going to train? Today, Ling Yan had benefited from the unusual movement of the immortal spiritual energy. Without any preparation, he had broken through to physique tempering stage level 3 in an instant. He had even reached the mid-stage of physique tempering stage level 3. However, even though he had reached the realm, the spiritual energy in his body was extremely insufficient. The spiritual energy in the body of a physique tempering stage level 3 was double that of a physique tempering stage level 2. In other words, even if Ling Yan did not practice the stellar condensation technique today, the spiritual energy in his body would only be half of the total amount that his body could store. However, in order to increase the speed of his physique tempering, Ling Yan had been constantly circulating the stellar condensation technique no matter what he did. As a result, the spiritual energy in his body was not even half of that of a physique tempering stage level 3, out of his desire to reach physique tempering stage level 4. Of course, Ling Yan wanted to reach the peak of physique tempering stage level 3 as soon as possible. Hence, he had to go to the riverside tonight and use the Shikyu herb spiritual energy to stabilize his base. Besides that, Ling Yan still wanted to study the magical brush that absorbed a large amount of his immortal spiritual energy. He also wanted to use the brush to draw a spirit-gathering talisman or carve a spirit-gathering formation. If Tang Mei was here, he wouldn't be able to do any of these things. Tang Mei saw that Ling Yan was still thinking about the bet. He couldn't help but say in a daze, "Boss, you have more than 600,000 yuan now, and you have such amazing medical skills. Why are you still thinking about that bet? Even if I win for sure, I'll only earn 1 or 200,000 at most." Ling Yan looked at Tang Mei as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "I say, are you stupid? At most 1 or 200,000? That was money. Not to mention 1 or 200,000, even if it's 1 or 2,000, we'll still earn it." It wasn't Ling Yan's style to leave money that was easy to earn just because it was too little. Ling Yan had always tried his best to earn as much money as possible. He would not let go of any opportunity to earn a single cent. Tang Mei couldn't help but grin. He thought to himself, boss is the boss, if there's a profit to be had. He scratched his head and pondered for a while. He could only stand up and say, "All right then, I'll go back and think about it. I'll hype this up. I don't believe that those two idiots Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa won't pay up." Ling Yan smiled and said, "That's more like it. We need to earn big money, but we also need to accept small amounts. Don't forget, you still owe me 50,000 yuan." Tang Mei's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. He thought that boss had forgotten about this matter, but he didn't expect him to remember it so clearly. "All right then, I'll go back now. Do you need me to pick you up for class tomorrow?" Tang Mei was now afraid that he would not be able to serve Ling Yan well. In his eyes, Ling Yan was now a shining gold mine. Ling Yan shook his head and said, "Why are you driving on a Monday? This place is so close to the school, I can just walk there. It's already 11 o'clock, you should hurry back." Tang Mei was just about to leave. Suddenly, he remembered what Ning Lingyu had told him in the car. He took out the phone number and passed it to Ling Yun. "Boss, this is the number you gave Lingyu. She said she doesn't like to use this and asked me to pass it to you." Ling Yun nodded. Lingyu didn't like it? How could he not like such a good number with 10,000 yuan in it? Ling Yan clearly remembered that when he handed the card to Lingyu last night before he went out to train, she screamed in surprise. She obviously liked it a lot. "How come you don't like it after just one day?" "Forget it," he would ask Lingyu personally when he met her. Ling Yan raised his hand to take the number card. However, he did not manage to take it. Raising his head, he saw Tang Mei's thumb and index finger gripping the card tightly. His face was filled with reluctance and pain. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh. "You're really something. Don't you already have one? Give it to me." Tang Mei's eyes revealed a pitiful look as he said reluctantly, "Boss, my phone has 2 cards and dual standby." Ling Yan couldn't care less. He forcefully snatched the card from Tang Mei's hand and chuckled. "All right, hurry up and leave. I still have to give this card to Lingyu. Even if she doesn't want it, I can still sell it for 10,000 yuan, right?" Tang Mei had no other choice but to leave with a pout. He looked like a child who didn't get his pocket money. This guy. Ling Yan shook his head and laughed as he watched Tang Mei drive off. After Tang Meng's car turned a corner and disappeared, Ling Yin returned to his house. He spent 15 minutes packing up his things before leaving his house. At this time, it was already past 11:30 at night. The area was very secluded, so there were no pedestrians or cars on the road. It was unusually quiet. Looking around, Ling Yin realized that there were really not many people around. He smiled and used his 1,000 miles godly steps for the second time since his rebirth. Of course, this was just the name of the footwork. It was equivalent to the Qigong in China. Based on Ling Yan's current physique tempering stage level 3, it was impossible for him to achieve the true 1,000 miles godly steps. However, using this footwork was still much faster than using his fastest speed. His whole body was like a bolt of lightning as he sped along the road, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. This was purely a footwork because the spiritual energy in his body was still unable to circulate on its own. If Ling Yan had reached physique tempering stage 4, he would be able to circulate the spiritual energy in his body freely. Using the 1,000 miles godly steps would be more than twice as fast as it was now. In less than a minute, Ling Yan arrived at the riverside. This time, Ling Yan had learned his lesson. Last night, he had found a new way to expend his spiritual energy. He felt that this method was much more effective than running while carrying a sandbag. Hence, tonight, he brought a bag of clothes with him. He had even prepared clean underwear and a towel. After arriving, Ling Yin took off all his clothes except for his underwear. Then, he jumped into the river. In order to quickly expend his energy, Ling Yin went against the current. Against the strong resistance of the river, he made a running motion in the water. This was indeed a good way to expend energy. In less than half an hour, the spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body had been completely mobilized and started to circulate on its own to replenish his energy. After another half an hour or so, Ling Yan's spiritual energy was completely depleted. Exhausted, he climbed ashore and walked towards the bushes where he stored his clothes. Enduring the numbness and exhaustion, Ling Yin used a towel to dry his body. Then, he changed into clean underwear and put on all his clothes. This method of expending spiritual energy is much faster than running while carrying a sandbag. However, it seems a little silly. Ling Yin mocked himself as he arrived at the place where the shikyu herb grew. Feeling the spiritual energy released by the shikyu herb, Ling Yin felt refreshed. He sat down cross-legged beside the shikyu herb and started cultivating. Because he had already reached physique tempering stage level 3, the amount of time he took to absorb spiritual energy was twice as long as the previous night. Only when his body was full of spiritual energy did he start to break through to the peak of physique tempering stage level 3. From the middle stage of physique tempering stage level 3 to the peak of physique tempering stage level 3 was only a small realm. There was no need to break through. Hence, compared to the previous night, it was much easier. At around 2:30 am, Ling Yin finally reached the peak of physique tempering stage level 3. Even though there was no new breakthrough, he could already feel the changes in the spiritual energy in his body. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if millions of soldiers had been trained and were sharpening their swords. Once the general gave the order, they would charge forward and kill the enemy. Ling Yin could feel the immense power and the waves of spiritual energy in his body. He knew that even though he still could not mobilize the spiritual energy, if he wanted to use it again, he would not need to expend as much energy as before. Now, he only needed to expend a little energy. For example, he could run 10 kilometers with the 1,000 miles godly steps or run with weights for a period of time. Then, the spiritual energy would be released from the hidden places in his body for him to use. Because he was only a thin layer away from physique tempering stage level 4, he would be able to break through it easily. Once he reached physique tempering stage level 4, there would be a qualitative leap in his cultivation. After reaching physique tempering stage level 4, Ling Yin would be able to sit cross-legged and use the spiritual energy in his body to temper his physical body. At that time, the speed of his physique tempering would be tremendous. It would be a world of difference from the stupid method of constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Ling Yin stood up abruptly. All he could hear was the rhythmic sound of his bones popping. He could feel the immense power and endless explosive power in his body. A charming and confident smile appeared on his face. The peak of physique tempering stage level 3, I have finally reached it. To be continued. To be continued. Ling Yan looked at the 7 to 8 meters wide river in front of him and took a light step forward. Yes, he did not rush, jump. He just took a step forward casually. Ling Yan crossed the distance of 10 meters in a single step and stood steadily on the other side of the river. The pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, what a familiar feeling. Ling Yan turned around and looked at the Shikyu herb on the other side of the river. It was dark, but Ling Yan could see the Shikyu herb clearly. It was even clearer than an ordinary person could see from such a distance in the day. The pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3 allowed one to see in the dark and hear up to a kilometer away. His 5 senses and 6 senses had been raised to a whole new level. Even from where he was, Ling Yan could still clearly feel the spiritual energy of the Shikyu herb floating towards him, nourishing his body. Even though it was slower than cultivating in the cultivation world, it was because of this that every increase in level was very solid. The strength I obtained was even stronger than in the cultivation world. Ling Yan discovered the benefits of cultivating on Earth. Even though it took him such a long time to reach the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, he did not feel too disappointed. Ling Yan looked carefully at the area where the Shikyu herb grew and thought about how to set up a spirit gathering formation around the herb. Just absorbing spiritual energy was not enough to break through to physique tempering stage level 4. Ling Yan's body was filled with spiritual energy and he could use it to break through to physique tempering stage level 4. Unfortunately, it was not that simple. This was like a person who could run a 100-meter sprint within 10 seconds 10 times in a row, but he could not run 9.8 seconds. It was the same logic. Therefore, Ling Yan still had a lot of preparation to break through to physique tempering stage level 4. He needed to accumulate the explosive power needed to break through to physique tempering stage level 4 in one go. Not only did he need the spirit gathering talisman and spirit gathering formation, he also needed the right time and place. If only I had ready-made pills. Ling Yan shook his head and took a light step back to the other side of the river. Picking up his things, Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps and took a few steps. The figure was long gone. Ling Yan reached home quickly. After taking a quick shower, he sat on the sofa in the living room and started studying the brush. This brush was extraordinary. Therefore, ever since Ling Yan obtained it from Luli, he had never let it out of his sight. The brush felt heavy in his hand, but it was as light as a feather in his hand. He rubbed the tip of the brush with the pad of his thumb and felt a sharp pain in his thumb. What the F***ck is this? Why is it sharper than the tip of a knife? Ling Yan was surprised. He muttered to himself. If that's the case, why didn't Luli's family find out? Could it be that this brush became like this after it absorbed my immortal spiritual energy? With that thought in mind, Ling Yan used his physique tempering stage level 3 strength to activate the stellar condensation technique. Then, he pressed the tip of the brush lightly with his thumb. Let's see how sharp you are. There was no doubt about the answer. Ling Yan felt a sudden pain as his thumb was instantly pierced. A drop of blood flowed out, but it did not flow smoothly. Instead, it seeped into the brush's hairs in an instant. From Ling Yan's point of view, that drop of blood did not flow in, but was absorbed by the brush. However, this was not the end. Ling Yan realized that something was wrong and wanted to let go immediately. However, it was too late. The tip of the brush was stuck on his thumb. No matter how hard Ling Yan tried to pull it out, he could not pull it out. Ling Yan could almost feel the blood in his body flowing out from his fingertips and being absorbed by the brush at a crazy rate. F***ckU, I haven't even recovered my immortal spiritual energy. You're going to suck my blood again. Ling Yan's unscrupulous nature began to show. Even though he had already guessed that this was the treasure recognizing him as its owner, he could not help but curse. The snow-white hairs on the tip of the brush quickly turned into a blood-red color, looking alluring and alluring. After a while, even the unknown runes on the stone body of the brush began to turn a devilish red. The unknown runes seemed to have been awakened from a deep slumber as they started to move slowly on the body of the brush. Although Ling Yan was cursing, he was extremely calm. He was very clear that after absorbing his celestial spiritual energy and his precious fresh blood, this brush would definitely be his from now on. Others would not even be able to detect its abnormality, let alone use it. Ling Yan was secretly pleased. However, his expression was slightly gloomy as he stared at the brush that was still absorbing his blood. He wanted to see how much blood it would need to absorb before it was full. At this time, he had already let go of the hand that was holding onto the brush, allowing it to absorb his blood on its own, waiting for it to fall off after it was full. Half an hour later, Ling Yan's gloomy expression began to change to one of shock. The more the brush sucked, the more satisfied it became. Now that Ling Yan was connected to it, he could completely feel the greediness of the brush. Are you King Dan? It's just a lousy brush recognizing its owner. Why is it sucking so much blood for? Now, the entire brush was soaked in blood. The scene looked as if it had just been fished out of a pool of blood. It was extremely creepy. However, since Ling Yan had cultivated to the tribulation stage, he had seen all kinds of monsters. Therefore, he did not take it seriously at all. Indeed, after the brush was completely red, even though it was still absorbing Ling Yan's blood, the demonic red started to fade. After another half an hour, just when Ling Yan's face was slightly pale from the loss of blood, the brush finally stopped its greedy absorption and fell from Ling Yan's thumb. How could Ling Yan let it fall to the ground? With his sharp eyes and agile hands, he caught it in his hands. At this time, the brush had completely returned to its original appearance. The stone barrel was still gray and lusterless, and the hairs at the tip of the brush were still snow-white and flawless. It was as if nothing had happened just now. However, this time, when the brush was in his hands, Ling Yan could clearly feel that there was a blood connection between him and the brush. That was a very strange feeling. It was as if the brush was an extension of his fingers. It could feel his sadness and happiness, and he could also feel its fluctuations. Holding the brush in his hands, Ling Yan didn't even have to deliberately activate it. The spiritual energy in his body had already filled the entire brush. The two of them were like one. As if feeling the dissatisfaction of the brush, Ling Yan smiled slightly. You only want immortal spiritual energy, right? Don't think about it for now. Use normal spiritual energy for now. His tone and expression were as if he was coaxing his own child. Ling Yan was very clear now. This brush was definitely a treasure above the level of a spiritual weapon because it had its own weapon spirit. However, Ling Yan didn't have divine sense now. Before he reached the chi cultivation stage, it was impossible for him to communicate with the weapon spirit of the brush. Therefore, he could only use this method to communicate with it. Now that he touched the tip of the brush with his hand, he felt that the tip of the brush was unusually soft and smooth. It was more than 1,000 times stronger than ordinary weasel bristles. With another thought, the tip of the brush became as sharp as the tip of a sword. It seemed as if there was no defense in the world that could stop it. The brush could be used to draw talismans. The tip of the brush was even sharper than the tip of a needle. It could be used to carve arrays on items like spiritual jade. When facing an enemy, it could change its form. It could become a peerless weapon for attacking. Good treasure, definitely a good treasure. Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed like good people still had good karma. In the future, when I see someone I should save, I'll save them. Ling Yan got up and found a random piece of old newspaper. Using a brush, he drew a spirit-gathering talisman on the paper. He couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, this was just a random drawing. Naturally, it couldn't be used as a spirit-gathering talisman. To make a real talisman, it required weasel bristles, talisman paper, cinnabar, and demon beast blood. Naturally, the old newspaper couldn't be used to make talisman paper. Now, Ling Yan only had a brush. He had to prepare the other items one by one. However, after this magical brush recognized him as its owner, Ling Yan was confident that he could make the lowest level talisman at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3. As long as he had the help of the talisman, Ling Yan's strength would increase tremendously. Whether it was self-defense or healing, he would have another way. Ling Yan stood up and waved the brush in front of his eyes. He chuckled. You really know how to pick people. Alright, from now on, you'll train with me. I guarantee that you won't be at a disadvantage. Then, he put the brush away and returned to his bedroom. He tried to meditate. This was different from sitting beside the Shikyu herb and absorbing its spiritual energy. This was real meditation. Before Ling Yan reached physique tempering stage level 4, he only trained his body. There was no need for meditation. Now that he was at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3, he could already try to use his Skills to activate the spiritual energy in his body. From Physique Tempering Stage 4 to Physique Tempering Stage 6, these 3 levels were considered the middle stage of Physique Tempering Stage. They mainly focused on cultivating the energy in the dantian. As the saying goes, the dantian is a breath of air. Of course, meditation was needed. However, even though he was so close to breaking through, he didn't manage to do so in the end. Ling Yan sat there and practiced repeatedly, but the abundant spiritual energy in his body didn't seem to listen to him. He sat there until dawn, but he still didn't succeed in activating the spiritual energy. Sigh, just a little bit more. At 5:30 a.m., Ling Yan slowly stopped his cultivation. He shook his head helplessly. However, the path of cultivation couldn't be rushed. Hence, he could only do this for now. Looking outside, the sky was already starting to brighten. Ling Yan got off his bed and washed up. Then, he took his things and left the house. He went straight to the river. Since he was at the peak of Physique Tempering Stage Level 3, it was already quite fast for him to use the stellar condensation technique. He couldn't miss such a good time to train. It wasn't until the sun had risen that Ling Yan left the riverside and headed straight for school. He had promised his sister that he wouldn't skip classes unless there was something special. Ling Yan walked to Shuafu Road. He was still 200 meters away from the school gate when he started to feel that something was amiss. It was Monday, and it was the peak time for students to come to school. The moment Ling Yan appeared on Shuafu Road, he caused an uproar. Wow, that's Ling Yan. He was the one who was so intimate with Xianxia on Saturday night. Did you see the picture too? I saw it. That action was so cool. Huh. What's the big deal about the picture? I even saw the video. Tang Meng was right, Ling Yan was indeed popular. To be continued. To be continued. At this moment, there was another person who was also enraged. However, it was just the flames of anger. This person was not Xianxia, but Zhang Ling arrived at the classroom early, just like every Monday. However, when she arrived, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. More than half of the students were already in the classroom. At this moment, the focus of their discussion was undoubtedly Ling Yan and Xianxia. Hey, did you go to our school's Tieba forum last night? Ling Yan and Xianxia, TSK. Of course I did. Hehe, that picture was too popular. I can't believe Xianxia let Ling Yan hug her in that position. Xianxia's dancing skills are definitely not ordinary. If it were me, I would be able to, that's nothing. I even saw the video. The angle was taken from Xianxia's back. Ling Yan's hand was caressing her back the whole time. Sigh, the goddess of our hearts, our school belle has been. I saw one of the pictures. It looked like Xianxia and Ling Yan were kissing. Are you serious? That's impossible, right? I think it's the angle. Hehe, I wonder what those two idiots, Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian, would think after seeing this? Let me tell you, I saw it in the corridor. I didn't leave at that time. The two of them were hugging each other intimately. They almost kissed, but in the end, they didn't. The information age was indeed the information age. A post on the Tieba forum caused an uproar in every classroom in Qingshui High on Monday morning. Everyone was discussing the shocking scene between Ling Yan and Xianxia. Zhang Ling's face turned green. She thought to herself, why do these people love to gossip so much? She had forgotten that she was also a gossipy person. After a while, Zhang Ling could not take it anymore. She took her phone out of the classroom and found a quiet place to call Xianxia. Hello, Xianxia. Where are you now? I'm almost at school. Why are you calling at this time? What happened? Strangely, Xianxia was in a good mood. Xianxia seemed to be in a very good mood. She giggled and said to Zhang Ling. When Zhang Ling saw Xianxia's sluggish reaction, she was so angry that her nose almost went crooked. She snorted and said, I say, Campus Belle Chow. I've been calling you since Saturday night. Why did you turn off your phone? Xianxia giggled, I went back to Beijing this weekend. I didn't want to be disturbed, so I switched off my phone. Zhang Ling sighed helplessly. Xianxia, do you know that you're the talk of the entire school now? On Saturday evening, someone took a photo of you and Ling Yun and posted it on the internet. Zhang Ling thought that Xianxia would explode in anger, but instead, Xianxia giggled. She said nonchalantly, I thought it was something serious. You're talking about that post, right? I've seen the picture. It's not bad. Not bad. Huh. Zhang Ling was completely dumbfounded. Have you seen the pictures? Not bad? Pretty good? Since when did Xianxia become so broad-minded? Zhang Ling said in disbelief. That post has more than 20,000 replies. Have you seen it? The things that those people said, it's simply. The post was made of iron and had a torrent of replies. Everyone was behind their computers. Whatever they wanted to say, it was completely out of their control. With more than 20,000 replies, it was indeed explosive. However, there were all kinds of comments. Most of the comments were made. Naturally, it was serious injuries and slander. Vicious attacks and abuse. There were very few well wishes. Otherwise, Zhang Ling wouldn't be so angry. Xianxia chuckled and said, I've seen the post and the video. The forum is a place for free speech. They can say whatever they want. Zhang Ling said agitatedly, You're really not angry? Xianxia laughed, I'm really not angry. Alright, I'm at the school gate. We'll talk when we meet. She then hung up. Zhang Ling held her phone in a daze as she stood in the corridor outside the classroom. After a while, Zhang Ling muttered, Are all women who are blinded by love like this? This is simply too scary. Actually, according to Ling Yan's performance these 2 days, he's really tempting. If only he could slim down a little more, he would be perfect. Zhang Ling muttered to herself. Zhang Ling mumbled to herself. Just as she finished her sentence, she saw Ling Yan leisurely walking up from the corner of the staircase. Ah? He really lost weight. This? When Zhang Ling saw Ling Yan's figure, she was completely stunned. Zhang Ling's pair of bright eyes widened and her mouth formed an O shape. She stared at Ling Yan in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes, Zhang Ling was right. Ling Yan had indeed lost weight. When Ling Yan's mother, Qin Qiuyue, said that Ling Yan had lost weight, Ling Yan's weight was no more than 200 kilograms. After yesterday and last night's crazy training, Ling Yan's current weight was just over 190 kilograms. Although this weight loss effect was nothing compared to those movie stars, in Zhang Ling's eyes, it was already incredible. From her point of view, the word fat could no longer be used to describe Ling Yan's current physique. With a height of 1.8 meters and a weight of 90 kilograms, it would be more appropriate to use the word fit to describe him. What surprised Zhang Ling the most was Ling Yan's face. Logically speaking, the most difficult part to lose weight was the face, because the face could not receive effective exercise. However, the effect of losing weight on Ling Yan's face was the most obvious. Up until now, the fat on Ling Yan's big round face had disappeared, and he had become much more delicate. Moreover, the contours of Ling Yan's face had also become more defined. His nose bridge was straight. His lips were well defined, and the dimple on his left cheek was clearly visible. Coupled with his jade-like skin, people couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. He's so handsome, really so handsome. Zhang Ling's eyes had already turned into heart shapes, and she almost shouted out loud. Ling Yan's mental fortitude was unparalleled. His hearing was now extremely good. As long as he wanted to hear the students' discussions within 100 meters, he would be able to hear them clearly. However, he turned a deaf ear to them and allowed them to say whatever they wanted. Not only had he reached the peak of physique tempering stage level 3, but he had also obtained the magical brush. He was in a good mood today because he had obtained the magical brush again. Just like that, Ling Yan strolled from the school gate to his classroom amidst everyone's comments and gesticulations. Hey, Zhang Ling, why are you standing here alone? Are you here to welcome me? Ling Yan walked up and saw Zhang Ling standing there staring at him. He couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Ling finally recovered from her shock. She saw that Ling Yan was still acting as if he didn't know anything. She thought to herself, that Missy doesn't matter, but this person in front of me is even stronger. Zhang Ling couldn't be bothered with these two people. She stared at Ling Yan's face with interest. After looking at him for a long time, she said, "Don't be so smug, I'm waiting for Xianxia here." "Oh, waiting for Xianxia? Alright, I won't disturb you then. I'll go in first." Ling Yan's lips curled into a smile that could make Zhang Ling fall into a trance. He lifted his feet and was about to walk into the classroom. "Wait." Zhang Ling hurriedly stopped Ling Yan. "Is there anything else?" Ling Yan stopped in his tracks. Zhang Ling walked up and reached out to touch Ling Yan's arm. She then raised her head and asked, "Ling Yan, can you tell me how you lost weight so quickly? Did you take some weight loss pills?" Ling Yan dodged Zhang Ling's hand and pretended to be confused. "Lost weight quickly? I lost less than 10 kilograms in 7 to 8 days. Is that considered fast?" Since no one knew when he started losing weight, he naturally couldn't say that it was the result of 3 days of weight loss. Actually, it wouldn't matter even if he said that he lost 10 kilograms in 3 days. There were many super obese people who achieved this result. There were many of them. Zhang Ling looked at Ling Yan's obviously shrunken belly and nodded seriously. "Of course it's fast. Even though it's not as fast as the people in the weight loss competition, but you are still a student. You're just a student, and yet you managed to lose 20 kilograms in 7 to 8 days. Isn't that too unbelievable?" Ling Yan smiled proudly and raised his chin. "Of course, don't you know who I am? I'm a super expert in losing weight. Do you think everyone can carry a few dozen kilograms of sandbags around the field like me?" Ling Yan said in his heart. "My big brother's weight loss method is unprecedented. How can you understand it?" Right now, Ling Yan was constantly using the stellar condensation technique to quickly reduce the fat in his body. This time, Zhang Ling didn't refute him. Instead, she bit her lips and stared at the dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek. She blinked and said, "Your dimple is getting deeper and deeper." As soon as Ling Yan saw Zhang Ling's gaze, he knew that she wanted to play the same trick as Shui Mining. However, Ling Yan naturally knew that he would not be able to trick Shui Mining like how he did to Shui Mining. Hence, he hurriedly escaped. "I'm going to the classroom first," Ling Yan said and rushed into the classroom without waiting for Zhang Ling's reply. "TSK, you dare to hug Xianxian's thighs but run away so quickly when you see me." Really, Zhang Ling really wanted to touch the dimple on Ling Yan's face. It couldn't be helped, that dimple was really too attractive. There was some truth to the saying that a man with a dimple would face endless love tribulations. "Zhang Ling, what are you talking about? Who would run away so quickly when they see you?" Chao Shanshan appeared on the stairs with her long hair fluttering in the wind. "Who else could it be?" "You're Ling Yan." Zhang Ling turned her head and teased Chao Shanshan. "Go to hell, who said that Ling Yan is mine?" Chao Shanshan's face instantly turned red as she glared at Zhang Ling and reprimanded her. "Oh, didn't you say that it doesn't matter on the phone? Now that the whole school is saying that, why can't I say it's okay?" Zhang Ling teased her and giggled. Chao Shanshan came upstairs and said to Zhang Ling in a serious tone, "Zhang Ling, don't spout nonsense. It's impossible between me and Ling Yun. That day was just a coincidence." After saying that, a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. Zhang Ling was only focused on joking and did not notice that Chao Shanshan had something on her mind. She continued to say, "Shanshan, do you really think that day was a coincidence? If another woman comes looking for Ling Yun, I don't believe that you won't be jealous." Chao Shanshan quickly calmed down. Seeing that Zhang Ling was trying to provoke her, she smiled and said, "Another woman looking for Ling Yun? Other than his sister Ning Lingyu, I don't believe that any other woman would look for him." After saying that, she immediately retorted to Zhang Ling, "Of course, if you look for Ling Yun, I definitely won't be jealous." To be continued. The more unexpected something was, the faster it would happen. If Chao Shanshan knew how many pretty girls would come to Qingshui High to look for Ling Yun, she would definitely regret saying those words. Not only were there pretty girls, but every single one of them was as pretty as Chao Shanshan. Zhang Ling saw that Chao Shanshan was trying to provoke her. She rolled her eyes and said to Chao Shanshan, "Shanshan, then, I really want Ling Yun. Don't regret it, okay?" Zhang Ling was also 18 years old this year, and it was her birthday. In a month or so, she would be 19 years old. Although Zhang Ling was not as stunning as Chao Shanshan and Ning Lingyu, she was still very pretty. Her skin was fair and supple, and her facial features were beautiful. She had a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a pair of big, lively eyes. She was very pleasing to the eye. Zhang Ling's chest, in particular, trembled with every step she took because she was too well developed. The male students in the class were drooling at the sight of it. Not only was she not ugly, but she was also the prettiest girl in the class. It was just that she was with Xianxia almost every day, so everyone's attention was on Xianxia. Naturally, Zhang Ling was ignored. If it was Zhuang Meina who encountered such a situation, she would naturally try to get as far away from Xianxia as possible. However, Zhang Ling did not care about this at all. She acted as if she did not care at all. After Ling Yan's strong rise in the past few days, his unique charm had attracted the attention of many girls who did not care about his figure but his ability. Compared to Xianxia, Zhang Ling had more contact with Ling Yun. She was one of the girls who had started to secretly have feelings for Ling Yun. Ling Yun's performance in the past 2 days had even attracted the attention of the school belle Xianxia. Zhang Ling, who had admired the strong since she was young, had naturally fallen for Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun was the most to Zhang Ling's taste, she could not compete with Xianxia in front of her. Therefore, she could only secretly be tempted and fight for more opportunities to interact with Ling Yun. Even if she could not get a guy that she liked, as long as there was a chance to interact with him, she would still want to interact with him. If not for this, why would Zhang Ling take the initiative to hug Ling Yan's arm? If that was not the case, why would Zhang Ling pretend to be angry and say that the previous meal did not count after Ling Yan's treat and even reserve the right to the next meal in advance? You don't have to guess a girl's thoughts. Even the best friends have their own little secrets, little thoughts, and little jealousy. TSK, I already knew that you were interested in Ling Yun. I don't want Ling Yun, go ahead and chase him if you can. If you get him, he will be yours. Seeing Zhang Ling's half-joking and half-probing look, Xianxia raised her hand and patted Zhang Ling's body. She tried her best to be magnanimous, but the words that came out of her mouth carried a hint of jealousy. Seeing that Xianxia was about to touch her chest, Zhang Ling did not avoid her. Instead, she giggled and said, "How is it? Eating papaya and drinking milk every day, is it effective?" Xianxia's hand, Zhang was, she, Zhang, she was, she, I say, you, Ling, Chao, you, I, said. Hello, may I know how to get to grade 12 class 6? Just as Xianxia and Zhang Ling were teasing each other in the corridor, Lin Menghan had just walked into Xianxia High. The second-year student, who was hit by a sudden wave of happiness, stared blankly at the beauty in front of him. Before he could say anything, his Adam's apple trembled and he swallowed hard. So beautiful. So beautiful. This was the only thought in the boy's mind. He had completely forgotten to answer Lin Menghan's question. Actually, Lin Menghan's attire today was very simple. She was only wearing a tight-fitting white dress with a round collar. She didn't have any jewelry on her. Her silky black hair fluttered in the wind, and she was carrying a transparent bag with her jade-like hands. But it was this tight-fitting white dress that made Lin Menghan look like a fairy from the heavens. She had a perfect oval-shaped face without any makeup, and a hint of redness could be seen in her fair skin. She had a sharp chin, long eyebrows like willow leaves, a sandalwood mouth, and red lips. Her neck was as white as a swan, and her 2 exquisite collarbones accentuated it, making it even more slender. In addition, she had a pair of big, watery eyes with long eyelashes that gently trembled, enough to steal the soul of any man. This tight-fitting dress accentuated Lin Menghan's slender waist. But the person who made this dress would never have thought that a woman with such a slender waist could have such a huge chest. This was indeed a problem that Lin Menghan had always been vexed about. Her waist was too slender and her chest was too big. Therefore, no matter what she went to buy, it was difficult to find a suitable dress. Today, before she came to Xianxia High, she had been picking and choosing. Finally, she had chosen this white round-necked dress. Even though there were vertical pleats below the neckline of the dress, when she put it on, she realized that the pleats, which were meant to cover up the weaknesses of ordinary women, were immediately pulled tight by her. In an instant, there were no folds at all. Not only did she have a huge chest and a slender waist, but her back was even more perky. Originally, the white dress was meant to be tight-fitting and accentuated her legs. But when she wore it, it created an overly prominent S shape, As for the long legs that almost blinded Ling Yun on the night she fell into the water, there was no need to talk about it. When the wind blew, the hem of the dress fluttered and the dress stuck tightly to her legs, showing off her long and slender legs. It was simply beautiful. Because of this stupefied boy, almost all the students in the school who saw Lin Menghan, regardless of gender, were dumbfounded. They could not help but walk towards her, as if they were going to worship their saintess or goddess. The sound of a bicycle crashing into a flower pond and the sound of two bicycles crashing into each other could be heard. Lin Menghan did not even need to look to know that it was definitely a boy who was too engrossed in looking at her that he did not even know where his bicycle went. Hey, may I know how to get to grade 12 class 6? Lin Menghan was a little embarrassed. She thought to herself, what are these little boys thinking about these days? She seemed to have forgotten that she was only 20 years old. Ah? The boy's mouth was already drooling, but he was oblivious to it as he asked Lin Menghan in a daze. To be honest, his eyes were too busy to keep up. In the past, when he looked at beauties, he would look at the beautiful parts of the girl. If she had a good figure, he would look at her face. If she had a beautiful face, he would look at her face. If she had a chest, he would look at her legs. However, this beauty in front of him, no matter where she was so beautiful that he was completely stunned. Are you a fairy? It was obvious that this guy had watched too many anime. He actually asked this question in a daze. Lin Menghan could not help but feel annoyed and amused at the same time. She frowned slightly and patted the boy's shoulder lightly. I'm asking you, how do I get to grade 12 class 6? The boy suddenly felt his shoulder sink slightly, and a trace of pain could be felt. He couldn't help but grimace. He immediately woke up from his stupor and muttered in his heart, why is he so strong? Ah? Big sister wants to go to grade 12 class 6. I'll bring you there. This guy had long forgotten about the morning self-study session. The strength of a peerless beauty, a smile that could topple a city, or even a country, could not compare. Lin Menghan was just that beautiful. This guy took the lead and led Lin Menghan in the direction of grade 12 class 6 as if he was on steroids. Behind them and around them, there were a few other boys who were equally dumbfounded. It was as if they wanted to see who this beauty was looking for in grade 12 class 6. Lin Menghan walked in the middle of this group of boys who were whistling and purposely making all sorts of strange movements in hopes of attracting her attention. She was quiet and elegant, with a mysterious smile on her face from time to time. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have gotten someone else to return the clothes to him. Lin Menghan thought to herself. 5 to 6 minutes later, this huge group of people entered the school building and quickly arrived at the entrance of grade 12 class 6. All the boys automatically made way for Lin Menghan. Their eyes were shining as they looked at this peerless beauty that could only be seen in online games. What was she doing in grade 12 class 6? At this time, it was almost time for the morning self-study session. The students of grade 12 class 6 had already quietened down after Ling Yun and Xianxia entered. None of them had the guts to talk about Ling Yun and Xianxia right in front of their faces. Suddenly, they heard a flurry of footsteps and a hubbub at the entrance of the classroom. Lin Menghan's peerless figure appeared at the entrance of grade 12 class 6. With a light step, she walked into grade 12 class 6's classroom. Her big, watery eyes scanned the classroom before asking, "Excuse me, is Ling Yun here?" Her voice was like music from the heavens. Wow, so beautiful, wow, look. Goddess. I'm not dreaming, right? The whole of grade 12 class 6 was shocked, waves of exclamations, screams, the sound of books falling from their hands onto the desks and the sound of the boys standing at the back of the classroom. Due to the excitement and shock, almost no one heard Lin Menghan's voice. It was a complete mess, not to mention these people. Even Xianxia was dumbfounded when she saw Lin Menghan. For a moment, she even felt a little ashamed of herself. Excuse me, is Ling Yun here? Lin Menghan could not help but raise her voice as she asked again. I'm here. Ling Yun smiled and stood up. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. What? She's here for Ling Yun? F***ckme, when did Ling Yun get to know such a beautiful goddess? She's practically the goddess of my dreams. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to faint. A guy who loved to look at beautiful women in online games actually had a nosebleed and fainted. Xianxia's face turned pale as she felt her chest tighten. Her heart was filled with an indescribable sourness. Zhang Ling was even more stunned. Xianxia's words from a few minutes ago were still ringing in her ears. She did not expect to be met with retribution. She habitually scrutinized the fairy-like Lin Menghan who was standing at the door. She then turned to look at the number one beauty in school, Xianxia. She secretly compared them in her heart and could only sigh to herself in the end. Zhang Ling had to admit that even if she was biased towards Xianxia, there was no doubt that Lin Menghan's beauty was superior to Xianxia's. Their faces were about the same, but because Lin Menghan had a perfect oval face and Xianxia had an oval face, it was hard to tell who was the winner. But when they compared their bodies, Xianxia, who had not fully grown up yet, looked slightly younger. Ling Yan immediately recognized the woman at the door as the lady that he had saved the other night. He immediately understood why she was here. At least she still had a conscience to return my clothes and wallet. If she had stuffed $10,000 or $20,000 into my wallet, that would have been even better. Ling Yan patted Zhang Dong's shoulder and said, "Hurry up and make way, I'm going out for a while." Seeing Ling Yan stand up, Lin Menghan sized him up with a surprised expression. Her long eyelashes fluttered a little as she nodded at Ling Yan and left. Seeing Lin Menghan leave the room, all the students in the classroom turned to look at Ling Yan with envy and jealousy. Ling Yan is too unbelievable, isn't he? Last Saturday night, he hugged our school's beauty, our class monitor. Now there's an even more beautiful woman knocking on his door? Needless to say, there were some guys who were so shocked by Lin Menghan's beauty that their nerves short-circuited. Ling Yan did not pay much attention to these words, but Xianxia heard it. Her mentality, which had been immune to all kinds of gossip, was completely destroyed in an instant. It was one thing that no woman could compare to her, but now the beauty of the woman at the door of the classroom really surpassed her. How could she feel comfortable in her heart? Humph, I wonder what this arrogant and overbearing fellow has done outside the school these past few days. Unexpectedly. The anger in Xianxia's heart, or rather, the jealousy, was overwhelming. Don't tell me Ling Yan also forced himself on this beauty? But that doesn't seem to be the case. That girl has been smiling at him the whole time. I think that woman is carrying the clothes that Ling Yan was wearing that night. Could it be that Ling Yan really wasn't with Xianxia that night, but with this beauty? Gosh, for a moment, there were all kinds of comments in the classroom, and it was noisy. At this moment, there was a boy's face. The person with the most colorful expression was Wei Tiangan. Wei Tiangan had been having a rough time for the past few days. He was about to go crazy. He finally understood the pain of Ling Yan enduring humiliation in the past, because this was the feeling he was enduring now. Ever since he was stepped on by Ling Yan in the dormitory that night, Wei Tiangan had lost all his glory and face. That was not all. Even when he schemed against Ling Yan behind the scenes, even ruining the reputation of his goddess, Xianxia, and adding fuel to the fire by getting Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian to cause trouble for Ling Yan, he did not expect that. Even Go Junfa was stepped on by Ling Yan, just like what the classmate in the dormitory had said. Ling Yan could even step on Go Junfa. Wei Tiangan was nothing in Ling Yan's eyes. After that, Wei Tiangan was still thinking of ways to deal with Ling Yan. On Saturday night, he received a call from his classmate, asking him to go to the school's Tieba to take a look. Wei Tiangan was sitting in front of his computer surfing the net. He casually opened the Tieba and saw a picture that was enough to drive him crazy. Ling Yan had one arm around Xianxia's slender waist and the other hand was holding onto Xianxia's smooth ankle. Both of their bodies were tightly pressed together. Xianxia's perky breasts were squeezed out of shape by Ling Yan's slender legs. Wei Tiangan almost wanted to throw his computer out of the window when he saw the scene in full view of Ling Yan. In public, both of them were acting so flirtatiously. Wasn't this a public announcement that they had fallen in love with each other and were bathing in the river of love? For the past 2 days, Wei Tiangan had only done one thing: refresh the page. His computer's F5 key was almost worn out by him. He kept refreshing the post. No matter what the reply was, he had to see it. It was better not to see it, but after reading it, he became even more depressed. Many of the posts were directly saying that Xianxia had been F***ed by Ling Yun. There were even people who analyzed the picture and said that Xianxia was definitely not a virgin anymore. A virgin's legs could not be split into a straight line so smoothly. Not only that, there were even posts that made bold assumptions, saying that Ling Yun and Xianxia would soon be living together and flying away together. Wei Tiangong naturally wanted to vomit blood when he saw that, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. He did not believe that Xianxia would really dare to live together with Ling Yun. However, when Wei Tiangong returned to the hostel last night and saw that Ling Yun's bed was empty, he was dumbfounded. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and his heart was like dead ashes. Ling Yun really moved out. Wei Tiangong, who had long lost his rationality, naturally thought that Xianxia and Ling Yun would be flying away together. Of course, not only him, even the little gambling god Tang Meng had always thought that Ling Yun rented the house to do it with Xianxia. This morning, when Wei Tiangong came to the classroom and heard the discussions of his classmates, he was even more agitated. But now, not only did Ling Yun hug Xianxia, this fairy who was even more beautiful than Xianxia actually came to look for him with the clothes that Ling Yun wore that day, defiled the goddess of my heart and then abandoned her? One could imagine the expression on Wei Tiangong's face. Smack. Wei Tiangong's face turned green as he snapped the ballpoint pen in his hand. Ling Yun did not care what the students in the classroom were thinking. He calmly walked out of the door. As expected, there were 20 to 30 boys huddled together outside the door, fighting to see who this beauty was looking for. God. So she's looking for Ling Yun. Just like the people in the classroom, the students outside the door were also in an uproar. Their eyes were all red. Make way, go away, what's there to see? Ling Yun gently pushed the crowd aside and came in front of Lin Menghan. I say, Miss Lin, are you here to return my clothes? Ling Yun was straightforward, he did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What nonsense are you talking about? I already said I'm not a prostitute. Lin Menghan was extremely embarrassed. She seemed to have recalled the scene of Ling Yun hugging her naked in the water that night. Her face flushed red as she argued angrily. Lin Menghan's voice was very soft, so no one heard it. However, Ling Yun's voice was loud and clear, so everyone outside the classroom heard it clearly. Prostitute? Return clothes, what the F***ck is going on? This fairy-like beauty is actually a prostitute? Many of the boys had their dreams shattered, but there were even more who had their eyes lit up. The girls in grade 12 class 6 who had their confidence shattered by Lin Menghan's beauty were all listening attentively. Once they heard Miss, return clothes, they immediately felt a sense of balance in their hearts. TSK, bastard. Xianxia's face turned red at the same time. She could not help but hate Ling Yun as she stomped her feet angrily. Seeing that Lin Menghan had lowered her voice, Ling Yun had no choice but to lower it as well. He raised his chin thoughtfully and replied, oh. Then, he scratched his head and said shyly, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, hee. Now, he had some understanding of what the term prostitute meant in this country. Lin Menghan thought to herself that since she was only here once and no one here knew her, it would not matter even if she was misunderstood by others. Thus, she did not bother too much about it. However, when Ling Yun saved her that night, even though Ling Yun had seen her clearly, she did not take a good look at what he looked like. At that time, she only felt that this guy was very, very fat like a pig. Wherever her body touched him, she could feel that it was all fat. This was the reason why Lin Menghan was shocked when she saw Ling Yun. How did you become so thin? She could not help but take out Ling Yun's student ID and look at Ling Yun's face in the photo. It should be the same person, however, why did he suddenly have a charming dimple on his face? So charming, here. These are your clothes, I've already washed them for you. The money in your wallet was soaked and I've already dried it for you. These are all your documents. Thank you for saving me that night. Lin Menghan said softly as she passed the bag in her hands to Ling Yun. Ling Yun frowned as he heard that. That's it? I was hoping for more money, what's the use of just a few words of thanks? That's it? Ling Yun scratched his head as he looked at Lin Menghan expectantly. Lin Menghan did not know what to do under his gaze. She asked doubtfully, yes, that's it, nothing is missing. Ling Yun shook his head slightly as he frowned. I feel that something's not right, It seems like something is missing, huh? Lin Minghan's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. She thought to herself, I was kind enough to personally return your things to you. Not only did you call me a prostitute over and over again, you even want to accuse me of stealing your things? Who do you think I am? Why would I care about your lousy things? Aren't you going to thank me for breaking my glasses that night? Ling Yin reminded Lin Menghan out of kindness when he saw that Lin Menghan was still clueless. To be continued. To be continued. I broke your glasses? Lin Menghan's expression froze. That night, Lin Menghan was made drunk by the director, producer, and model manager who tricked innocent young girls. She almost couldn't leave the scene. In the end, she finally found an excuse to leave. She didn't expect that halfway through the journey, she would get drunk and ask to get out of the car. She stumbled to the riverside and vomited. Could it be that she had accidentally broken his glasses? Why didn't he say so? However, this guy's eyes were clear and deep. He didn't even narrow his eyes when he looked at her. It didn't seem like he was short-sighted at all. Lin Menghan still didn't realize that Ling Yun was taking the opportunity to ask for a reward. Are you really short-sighted? Lin Menghan looked into Ling Yan's eyes again, seemingly doubtful of his extortion. Ling Yan thought to himself, what does it have to do with you whether I'm short-sighted or not? I saved your life at that time, you should know how to be grateful, beautiful lady. So I was indeed short-sighted, but I've gotten used to it these few days. Actually, I didn't mean it that way, Ling Yin reminded Lin Menghan as he placed his right hand in front of his chest and gently rubbed his thumb and index finger together, making a gesture of counting money. Lin Menghan didn't notice Ling Yan's shameless gesture. Even though she still couldn't recall it, but since Ling Yan said that she broke his glasses, it must have caused Ling Yan some inconvenience. She said apologetically, I understand what you mean. You don't have to say any more, I'll bring you to get a new pair of glasses, Ling Yan was speechless. He stopped what he was doing and was stunned. How could this girl be so naive? A voice roared in Ling Yan's heart, what's a pair of broken glasses? I saved your life. Money, money, I want money, I don't want glasses. As Lin Menghan spoke, she raised her beautiful hand. Give me your phone. Ling Yan thought to himself, are you going to break my phone too? However, he believed in his reaction speed, so he took out his phone from his pocket and passed it to Lin Menghan. Wow, Ling Yan's phone is also an iPhone 5. The surrounding students couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Ling Yan taking out his phone. She picked up Ling Yan's phone and dialed a number. After the call connected, she immediately hung up. Then, she smiled at Ling Yan and said, alright, I dialed my number just now. I'll write down your number when I get back and I'll call you when the time comes. I'll bring you to get your glasses. Ling Yan was stunned. She then passed the iPhone 5 to Ling Yan. Ling Yan was furious. Since when did I ask you to make glasses for me? He was very depressed. Alright, I won't disturb your study anymore. Thank you again for saving me that day. Lin Menghan smiled sweetly at Ling Yan after she was done with her work. Even Ling Yan, who had a strong immune system, couldn't help but be stunned by that smile. Lin Menghan waved at Ling Yan and went downstairs. The students who followed her naturally followed her and whistled as they left. I'm so King stupid. I thought I could get something good out of this. Typical bimbo with big breasts. Ling Yan kept his phone angrily. He looked up and realized that the entire corridor was filled with students. All eyes were focused on him. Obviously, some of the students who had entered the classroom later had seen Lin Menghan's peerless beauty and went back to the classroom to spread the news. Ling Yan ignored the gazes of envy, jealousy, and hatred as he strode into his classroom. Grade 12 Class 6 was in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments. Ling Yan is actually looking for a prostitute? He even left his clothes with her? Why would that prostitute send it to him? CKU, such a beautiful woman is basically a fairy. How could she be a prostitute? But Ling Yan clearly called her, are you sick in the head? Just because he called her a prostitute, does that mean she is? Furthermore, Ling Yan isn't stupid. If she really was a prostitute, how could she stand it when Ling Yan called her that in front of so many people? That's right. I think that fairy must really be a prostitute from a rich family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have that kind of temperament, that's right. Even Xianxia doesn't have that kind of temperament. How could she be a prostitute? No matter what, Ling Yan is getting more and more amazing. We mortals can't catch up to him no matter how hard we try. What? My fairy is gone? No way, I haven't seen enough. Why is she leaving so soon? The gaming addict who fainted after being electrocuted by Lin Menghan rushed out of the classroom with his phone. Ling Yan returned to his seat. Zhang Dong nudged him with his shoulder and said, Ling Yan, you're really something. You're really lucky with the ladies. Tell me, who is this beauty? What's she here for? Looking at Zhang Dong's gossipy face, Ling Yan laughed bitterly. I say, what are you thinking? I only met her once, and I just happened to save her life. She's here to return my clothes, wallet, and documents. Zhang Dong's face was filled with curiosity. F***ck, a hero saving a damsel in distress? Tell me, how did you save her? At this point, Xianxia had also come back to her senses. How could such a woman be a mistress? It must be that idiot Ling Yan who called her mistress. Xianxia's face did not look too good. She lowered her head and flipped through a book in frustration. Zhang Ling bit her lips lightly. Her big eyes darted around as she secretly glanced at Xianxia. She could not help but worry for her. Xianxia was a proud person. She had a pride that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Her family, her beauty, her studies, and even her foreseeable future all determined her pride. In fact, this kind of pride didn't even need to be displayed on her face or in the way she conducted herself. It was a kind of high profile amidst the ordinary. Others could not imitate it. Moreover, the people around her had acknowledged this inexplicable pride of Xianxia. It was hard to be jealous of her. Zhang Ling was a classic example. Some people were born to be the pride of the heavens. This was something that could not be changed even if one wanted to. They had no right to be jealous. They could only follow. But today, Lin Menghan had at least shattered Xianxia's pride in terms of looks. Even Zhang Ling had to admit that if Xianxia's beauty was 100 points out of 100, the girl who appeared at the door would at least be 110 points. Ling Yan, this guy. Zhang Ling did not know what to say. The two of them had just teased each other outside the classroom corridor. This beauty seemed to be going against Xianxia. Not only was Zhang Ling depressed, Xianxia was also depressed. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. Xianxia, are you angry? Zhang Ling asked in a low voice. Why would I be angry? What does it have to do with me if someone else comes looking for him? I'm not angry at all. Xianxia said coldly. However, her slightly pale face and furrowed eyebrows showed that she was not only angry, but very angry. This was a slap to her face. It would be weird if she was not angry. Why don't I help you ask Ling Yan what's going on with that girl? Zhang Ling suggested softly. Xianxia raised her eyebrows, that's his own business. Why are we asking about that? I won't ask. Fine, as long as you're not angry. I don't know what's going on with Ling Yan these few days. It's totally unbelievable. After a pause, Zhang Ling said unhappily, Xianxia, believe it or not, that girl's breasts must have been fortified. Otherwise, how could they be so big and perky? This was obviously jealousy. Zhang Ling just said that she had developed so much from eating papaya and drinking milk. Now that she saw that Lin Menghan was even bigger than her, it would be weird if she was not jealous. Even though Xianxia did not believe Zhang Ling's words, she did not refute it. In her heart, she also selectively believed that Lin Menghan had undergone surgery. So big, so round, so perky. If it was natural, how could other girls live? Also, I think her nose and chin have undergone plastic surgery. Otherwise, there's no way I can't find any flaws. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed, Zhang Ling continued to speak her thoughts. This was what all the girls in grade 12 class 6 were thinking. However, this time, Xianxia shook her head and said calmly, her face has not undergone plastic surgery. It's easier to find flaws with a face that has undergone plastic surgery. Xianxia's voice was soft but her tone was firm. Zhang Ling was stunned. Alright, it's already time for the morning self-study session. Why are we two class committee members whispering to each other? Let's hurry and revise. Xianxia's mind was in a mess. She stopped this boring topic. However, in her heart, she was secretly regretting. Why am I so unlucky? I just boasted that no other girl would come looking for him. But this girl came. I'm so angry. The regret in Xianxia's heart was indescribable. However, she would never have thought that Lin Minghan's arrival was just a prelude. This was just the beginning. The two classes in the morning passed quickly. The second class had just ended. The high school students who were walking out of the classroom were still discussing the exciting scene between Xianxia and Ling Yin last Saturday and Lin Minghan's visit to grade 12 class 6 this morning. Just then, a pure white Maserati, which represented luxury and fashion, slowly drove into Xianxia High School grounds. After the second class, there was a 20-minute break. This was the busiest time in school. When the high school students saw a pure white Maserati driving into the school grounds, they were stunned. They all looked at it respectfully. Morong Feishue stopped the car by the roadside and rolled down the window. She asked a male student who was stunned by the roadside, "Hello, may I know how to get to grade 12 class 6? The dull-looking boy felt as if he had been struck by an electric current. In an instant, his entire body trembled, and he was dumbfounded. What kind of luck do I have today? Why is it that after a fairy left, a stunning urban beauty came? What excited him the most was that these two beauties were both asking him how to get to grade 12 class 6. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. I know. I'll lead the way. This male student was knocked unconscious by happiness twice in the morning. Fortunately, he had some experience this time. After all, he had been shocked by Lin Minghan once. His brain quickly recovered from the electric shock. This fellow left as soon as he said he would. His body was unprecedentedly agile as he led Morong Feishua's car to the grade 12 teaching block. Wow, look, it's a Maserati. It's really a Maserati. Come out and look, there's a Maserati in our teaching block. No one knew who shouted, but the students who were still in the classroom all ran out. Maserati might be far from their lives, but it was undoubtedly something worth looking forward to for these youths who had all sorts of dreams. For a moment, every floor of the school building was filled with young boys and girls. They stared at the luxury car that had just stopped. They didn't even blink as they discussed spiritedly. That's a good car. Do you even need to say that? Even the cheapest Maserati costs more than 2 million. How can it not be good? If only I could have one in the future, you? I think it's fine. You're at the level of driving a tractor at most. F*CK, who are you talking about driving a tractor? I'm just joking. Hey, do you dare to make a bet? People say that the people in a Maserati are usually stunning beauties. I'm guessing that the one in this car it's here. That classroom is grade 12 class 6. The blissful student looked up and saw that every floor of the teaching block was filled with people. He had never experienced such a scene before. He was so excited that he almost fainted. Morong Feishue followed the blissful student's finger and nodded to thank him. She opened the door and stepped out of the car. Wow, such beautiful high heels. Hey, do you know how to look at women? Look at those legs, that's what you call beautiful. Those legs are so white and long. She's wearing skin-colored transparent stockings. So sexy, how is it? Am I right? Just based on those beautiful legs, the girl in the car is definitely not ugly. The guy who encouraged his classmate to make a bet smiled proudly. Morong Feishue got off the car gracefully. As soon as she came down, all the students in the school building exclaimed in surprise, some even forgot to exclaim. They were only focused on watching. They were looking down from above. Lin Minghan wore a snow-white dress while Morong Feishue wore a black office lady outfit with her hair tied up in a bun. She appeared noble and cool. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows were slender, and her nose was slightly raised. Her appearance was peerlessly pretty. Coupled with her pure black office wear, her perfect figure was completely exposed to the eyes of hundreds of high school students. So sexy. Cool and elegant. This temperament. Her breasts are so high, I can see the cleavage, so deep. Morong Feisue had arranged for people to investigate for a day and a half until this morning. Only then did she finally confirm that the person who saved her grandfather's life was a student from grade 12 class 6 of Xianxia High. She was afraid that her grandfather would be anxious, so she immediately told Morong Wencher about it. Morong Wencher was so excited that he almost sat up on his bed. He ordered Morong Feisue to meet Ling Yun at school immediately to express her gratitude for saving his life. Morong Feisue didn't want to come personally. She wanted to take care of Morong Wencher personally in the hospital, but her grandfather insisted that she come personally. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Ling Yun. Morong Feisue had no choice but to drive all the way to Xianxia High. Because she was in a hurry. Morong Feisue didn't change her clothes. She was wearing a white lace bra underneath her office lady outfit. Naturally, she couldn't see anything from the front. That would be infinitely better. However, Morong Feisue had been in the Vanity Fair for so long. What hadn't she experienced? What hadn't she seen? Therefore, she completely ignored the various performances of these high school students. That lucky guy was stunned when he saw Morong Feisue's figure. This one wasn't any worse than the one just now. This figure was simply too perfect. He held back his saliva. His lips trembled as he said excitedly, it's that classroom. Shall I bring you there? Thank you, but it's okay. I can go up myself. Morong Feisue said politely to the lucky guy. She didn't understand why this guy was so excited when he was just showing her the way. At that moment, there were already many students surrounding her car. Morong Feisue frowned slightly. She locked her car and walked elegantly into the school building. In the corridor outside of grade 12 class 6, Xianxia and Zhang Ling looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Morong Feisue walk into her classroom. Both of them had the same terrifying thought at the same time. Could this stunning urban beauty be here for Ling Yun too? After Lin Menghan left, they sat quietly in the classroom for 2 periods. However, after the second period, Xianxia couldn't bear to stay in the classroom anymore. Therefore, she suggested to Zhang Ling that they go to the corridor to get some fresh air. However, before they could say more than 2 sentences, they saw the Maserati stop right under their classroom. The boy next to the car raised his hand twice and pointed in the direction of their classroom, grade 12 class 6. Xianxia had a bad feeling at that moment. She hoped that they weren't here for Ling Yun. Now that she saw the cool beauty in office lady clothes enter the corridor, she couldn't help but make eye contact with Zhang Ling. Both of them could read each other's minds. It can't be. 2 minutes later, Morong Feisue arrived at the door of grade 12 class 6. She stood there elegantly and looked around before asking politely in the direction of Xianxia and Zhang Ling, "Hello, may I know if Ling Yun is in this classroom?" Xianxia's face was no longer slightly pale. Instead, it was completely white. However, her good upbringing allowed her to nod slightly. Other than his sister Ning Lingyu, there wouldn't be any other woman looking for Ling Yun. Xianxia realized that she was wrong. Very, very wrong. She was very wrong. Zhang Ling looked at Xianxia worriedly. Wasn't this a huge blow to Xianxia? Right now, the whole school was saying that Xianxia was Ling Yun's girlfriend. However, Xianxia had neither admitted nor denied it. Therefore, many people subconsciously believed that this matter was already set in stone. However, this morning, there were actually 2 beauties who didn't lose to Xianxia looking for Ling Yun. How could the prideful Xianxia accept this? Ling Yun is in the classroom. I'll go get him for you. Zhang Ling smiled awkwardly at Morong Feisue. Then, she rushed into the classroom. Ling Yun, someone is looking for you outside. Zhang Ling shouted at the back of the classroom the moment she entered. Actually, Ling Yun didn't even need to shout. He had already heard Morong Feisue's voice. Ling Yun walked out quickly after seeing Morong Feisue. When he saw Morong Feisue, he was stunned. I've never seen this woman before? Could it be that he had lost it in his memory again? And, this time, we can't afford to make the same mistake as Xianxia. Ling Yun's lips curled into a bright smile. His dimples were clearly visible. He coughed lightly and smiled at Morong Feisue. Hello, may I know why you're looking for me? Morong Feishue was used to all kinds of situations. Even though she was under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she was still very calm and natural. She sized Ling Yan up carefully and smiled. Do you have time? I would like to invite you out for a moment. Let's talk in private. It will only take about 10 minutes. Because this was her grandfather's savior, Morong Feishue was very polite. Ling Yan looked left and right. There were so many people here. It really wasn't a good place to talk. He smiled and said, I have time. Let's go. Ling Yan's cultivation was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. There was nothing for him to worry about. Moreover, the person in front of him was an absolute beauty. Thus, he went downstairs under the watchful eyes of almost all the students. The two of them walked out of the school building one after another. Soon, they got into the Maserati. Then, the car started and turned around. They drove out of the school. Oh my god, she's here for Ling Yan again? F*CK, isn't this Ling Yan a little too unbelievable? What kind of luck does he have with the ladies? The one that came in the morning was like a fairy. This time, it's another city beauty. Could this be the legendary moment of witnessing a miracle? He left in the Maserati. Sigh. I can even touch that car. Nice car and beautiful woman, Ling Yan is so blessed. Ling Yan left the school in the Maserati. Behind him were all kinds of jealousy. Is he really not good enough for me? Is his background really that important? Is his family's interest really that important? This time, Xianxia didn't say anything. She kept asking herself this question. Now, the whole school was talking about Ling Yan. They were talking about the fairy-like Lin Menghan in the morning. They were talking about the flashy Maserati. They were guessing why Morong Feishue was looking for Ling Yan. They were all envious of Ling Yan's luck with the ladies. Tang Mei was dumbfounded as he thought to himself, Boss, it's a Monday and you're doing something like this? How am I supposed to run my bet if all the attention is on you? Shui Mining was anxious. Even though she didn't see Lin Menghan in the morning, she did see the flashy Maserati. Naturally, she also saw Ling Yan leave in the Maserati, only the boys and girls of grade 12. Class 6 were calm. They couldn't help but be calm. After Ling Yan got rid of that useless wretch, beauties came knocking at his door one after another. If they continued to be in shock, how could they take the college entrance exams? Their brains weren't working well anymore, there was only one thought in their minds. They could only helplessly admit that Ling Yan was too unbelievable, he was too unbelievable. These few days, the limelight of the whole school had been stolen by Ling Yan alone. Sigh. Maybe this is the difference between a normal person and a genius. Zhang Ling looked at Xianxia's unusually calm face and asked worriedly, Xianxia, are you alright? Xianxia's body trembled slightly. Her face was pale as she replied, I'm fine. Zhang Ling sighed to herself. It would be great if you were really fine. To be continued. To be continued. The Maserati slowly drove out of the school. Ling Yan sat in the front passenger seat and turned his head to the left. He stared at Morong Feishue's fair skin as though he was trying to figure out how deep the cleavage was. He had been studying it since he got into the car. His eyes never left Morong Feishue's bottomless cleavage. He was serious and persistent. Morong Feishue coughed twice as a reminder and snorted coldly. Seeing that Ling Yan's gaze had no intention of leaving her chest, her pretty face finally became a little unnatural. How could an 18 or 19-year-old high school student be so perverted? How can you stare at me with such an arrogant and presumptuous gaze? Did he really save my grandpa's life? I think it's just a blind cat running into a dead mouse, right? Maybe my grandpa's injuries weren't that serious. He just fainted from the impact. Morong Feishue's eyes sharpened, and anger flashed across her face. She snorted and stepped on the brakes. Does it look good? She asked. Yes. Ling Yan nodded. You. Morong Feishue turned her head and glared at Ling Yan. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Ling Yan finally retracted his gaze and looked at Morong Feishue with interest. No matter what, this arrogant fatty in front of her was the person who saved her grandfather. Morong Feishue suppressed her anger and snorted. Didn't you save an old man who was hit by a car on Saturday afternoon at around 3 o'clock? Ling Yin immediately understood Murong Feishua's intentions. He nodded and said, that's right, that's right. Aya, you don't know how dangerous it was back then. If I didn't treat her, she would have died. That old man is in big trouble. It's hard to say if he can keep his life. Ling Yin had to emphasize the importance of saving the old man now that he knew that the other party was here to repay a debt of gratitude. This woman's car was comparable to Shui Mining's Ferrari. She must be rich. Murong Feishue was even more disdainful. Not only was this shameless fellow lustful, but he was also greedy. She was now completely disappointed in Ling Yin from the bottom of her heart. The sincere gratitude and politeness at the beginning had also disappeared. She said to Ling Yin in a cold commercial tone, the person you saved is my grandfather. I'm here today to thank you on behalf of my grandfather for saving his life. Tell me, what do you want? Ling Yin could hear the unfriendliness in Murong Feishua's tone, but he didn't mind at all. She said that she was here to express her gratitude, so he naturally wouldn't reject her. Ling Yin had also saved Lin Minghan's life. This morning, Lin Minghan had promised to buy him a pair of spectacles. He had yet to recover from that feeling of loss. Therefore, Ling Yin decided to get his money back from Murong Feishue. Her car was even cooler than Shui Mining's. Who else could he kill if not her? Ling Yin smiled and looked at Murong Feishue with interest. Oh? How arrogant. Ask me what I want. Are you going to give me whatever I want? Murong Feishue was a little intimidated by the sudden change in his gaze. She didn't know why the youth in front of her seemed to have turned into a completely different person. As long as your request isn't too much, I think I can still satisfy you. Murong Feishue only wanted to settle this matter quickly and go back to take care of her grandfather. She didn't have the time to waste with a high school student. Alright, but before that, I want to ask, how much is your grandfather's life worth? Since he was going to make an offer, Ling Yin naturally had to find out the other party's bottom line. You. Murong Feishua's face turned angry. She didn't expect this high school student to be even more straightforward than her. The words he asked were actually so nasty. I'm sorry, my grandfather's life can't be measured with money. Tell me, what do you want? Murong Feishua's tone became even colder. She didn't want to waste another minute with this lecherous and greedy person. He had no medical ethics at all. She had brought a checkbook with her. As long as Ling Yin made an offer, she wouldn't hesitate to write him a check and ask him to get out of the car. From then on, they would have nothing to do with each other. Ling Yin wasn't afraid of that. So what if I'm a beauty? I saved your grandfather's life. Since you're so impolite to me, why should I be polite to you? He smiled indifferently. I want you. He purposely dragged out the word, dream on. Murong Feishua's expression changed drastically. She thought that Ling Yin wanted her. You're dreaming. What are you panicking about? I'm not done yet. This was exactly the effect that Ling Yin wanted. He chuckled and continued, I want you to give me 1 million. Murong Feishue let out a long sigh. This Ling Yin might be immoral and greedy, but his request wasn't too much. Perhaps 1 million was the limit of his imagination. Let's just treat it as a pie falling from the sky hitting your head. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn that much in their lifetime. Murong Feishua's lips curled into a smile as she took out the check. Plus this car you're driving now. What? Murong Feishue froze in the middle of writing the check. She turned her head to look at Ling Yin in shock. What did he mean by asking for too much? This brat was young, but he had guts. Murong Feishua's Maserati was manufactured in Italy. She bought it for transportation in China. The total cost was more than 4 million. Ling Yin actually asked for her beloved car? She had seen guts, but she had never seen one with such guts. It doesn't matter if you don't want to give it to me. Looks like your grandfather's life isn't even worth this broken car of yours. Ling Yin said nonchalantly. Murong Feishue was about to speak, but he didn't want to let her speak. You. Murong Feishue's face turned red, and her body trembled. She couldn't refute him at all. Without a doubt, Ling Yin had grasped Murong Feishua's weakness. Ling Yin couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore. He got out of the car and said without turning his head, let's go. Remember, don't make such big promises if you can't afford it. I don't care about such a broken car. Ling Yan raised his right hand and pointed his middle finger at the sky. He then walked away without turning his head back. Stop right there. Morong Feishue was infuriated by Ling Yan's sudden move. She got out of the car and shouted at Ling Yan. Ling Yan stopped in his tracks but didn't turn back. Is there anything else? Of course, he couldn't turn around. Right now, his face was completely covered with a smile of having succeeded in his scheme. It was really uncomfortable to hold it in. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would completely expose himself. Who asked you to pretend in front of me? Aren't you rich? Aren't you here to repay a favor? I asked you to repay a favor, yet you're still so arrogant. Morong Feishue suppressed her anger and tried her best to speak calmly. 1 million and a Maserati, right? I'll give it all to you. Here's the car key. Ling Yan suddenly turned around, the evil smile on his face had already disappeared, and he returned to his indifferent expression. Morong Feishue threw the car key into Ling Yan's hands and took out a check from the car. She wrote a $1 million check and gave it to Ling Yan as well. This is a $1 million check. You can get the same amount in cash at the bank. I'll go back and settle the transfer procedures. You can go to the Tianqi Pavilion in Qingshui City's antique market to settle the transfer procedures at any time. Ling Yan held the car key in one hand and the check in the other. He was hesitant. This piece of paper could be exchanged for $1 million? He didn't believe it. Morong Feishue seemed to have read Ling Yan's mind. If you don't believe me, we can go to the bank to withdraw the money now. Ling Yan suddenly raised his head and chuckled. Of course I believe you. Oh right, is your grandfather better now? Ling Yan felt that this car was definitely worth more than $1 million. Since Morong Feishue was willing to give him the car, she definitely wouldn't lie to him about the check. Moreover, he didn't expect to get anything in return for saving Morong Wencher that afternoon. Now that a pie had fallen from the sky, even without the $1 million, it was already good enough for him to get such a good car. As for the transfer of ownership, Ling Yan didn't care about it at all. No one had ever taken something that belonged to him. It was just right for his sister, Ning Lingyu. Morong Feishue didn't want to talk to Ling Yan anymore. I've already repaid you for saving my grandfather's life. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. You don't have to worry about my grandfather anymore. Bye-bye. Morong Feishue said coldly. Ling Yan smiled and waved at Morong Feishue. Hey, pretty lady, I don't know how to drive this car. Can you help me drive it to school first? Morong Feishue's pretty face was cold, her gaze sharper than a knife. She looked at Ling Yan as though he was an idiot, but she didn't say the word scram in the end. She raised her hand to hail a taxi and got in without hesitation. She said provincial hospital to the driver and left with boundless anger. Really, don't you know what it means to be a good person to the end? Do you really think that I can't get this car back without you? Ling Yan muttered to Morong Feishue before sitting in the driver's seat of the Maserati with a chuckle. That was King awesome. $1 million and a Maserati came so easily. This was probably a sports car, right? Ling Yan didn't believe that his soul, which had been in the tribulation stage for 2 days, wouldn't be able to drive this stupid thing. However, he couldn't start it even after studying it for half a day. Sigh, life is tough. Alright, I have the strength to push it back. I'll just treat it as training. Then, the passers-by and drivers on Shuefu Road were shocked to see a fat man pushing a flashy Maserati. To be continued. To be continued. What was awesome? With just a few words, he was able to get a Maserati without any effort. This was what you call awesome. What was cool? Having a Maserati but not driving it, pushing it with one's buttocks in the air was cool. There was an unprecedented traffic jam at the entrance of Qingshui High because all the cars on the road had stopped there. All the passers-by were staring at Ling Yan with their mouths agape. Ling Yan was using the most unbelievable method in history to turn the Maserati around. It was said to be the most unbelievable method in history, but Ling Yan's method was actually very simple. He pushed the Maserati all the way to the school gate, lowered his body, and grabbed onto the chassis of the car with both hands, lifting the Maserati up in one swift motion. Ling Yan moved the Maserati 5 steps to the side so that the front of the Maserati was facing the school gate. Then, he gently put it down, and with his buttocks in the air, he pushed the car straight into the school. What an eye-opener today. I've never seen anyone push a Maserati into the school after so many years of guarding the school gate. The gatekeeper of Xianxia High, old man Zhang, was in his 60s. His eyes were wide open as he mumbled to himself with his mouth agape. Ling Yan and Morong Feishui had only been outside the school for 3 to 4 minutes. Only 10 minutes had passed since the break, which was the time when the school was the most crowded. Oh my god, isn't that the Maserati? Yeah, why did Ling Yan push it back? Where's the beauty in the car? Oh my god, he was running around the field with a sandbag last week, and now he's pushing a Maserati? Isn't Ling Yan too cool? Could it be that the beauty gave him the Maserati? But why did he push it back? Idiot, do you even need to ask? Ling Yan definitely doesn't have a driver's license, he doesn't know how to drive. In an instant, the school was in an uproar, especially when they saw Ling Yan leave with Morong Feishui. There were all sorts of guesses. Ling Yan turned a deaf ear to these comments. Very quickly, he pushed the Maserati back to the school building, where he had parked his car. Boss, Ling Yan stood up straight. She saw Tang Meng screaming as he ran towards her. What's up? Ling Yan asked Tang Meng calmly as he dusted off his hands. His face was not red nor was he out of breath. What's wrong with this car? Tang Meng pointed at the Maserati and asked Ling Yan in shock. Ling Yan chuckled. Didn't I say I would get a sports car before the college entrance examinations? Now we have it. Tang Meng was stunned. Why did it sound like a fantasy story? A Maserati. Just because you said so? Wasn't this a little too fast? Ling Yan smiled as he threw the car keys to Tang Meng. I'll leave this car with Ling Yu from now on. Help me lock it up and drive it to my place in the afternoon. Ling Yan ignored the stunned Tang Meng and went straight to the teaching block. In the corridor of the school building, everyone was still talking about Ling Yan's Maserati leaving the campus. Now that they saw Ling Yan pushing the Maserati back, they were all dumbfounded. No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure out what had happened in between. In the classroom of grade 12 class 6. From the corridor, Zhang Ling saw the scene of Ling Yan pushing the Maserati and rushing to the teaching block. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she ran straight into the classroom. Xianxia, the Maserati is back. Ling Yan pushed it back. What? Pushing a Maserati back? Where's the girl? After Ling Yan boarded the car, Xianxia went back to her classroom gloomily. It had only been 5 or 6 minutes since she heard the news from Zhang Ling. She was also stunned for a long time. The girl? I didn't see her. Anyway, she's not in the car. She probably left by herself. Zhang Ling mumbled to herself. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand why Ling Yan would push the Maserati back. Her face was full of suspicion. I saw Ling Yan holding the car keys in his hand. He probably didn't know how to drive, so he pushed it back by himself, Zhang Ling said to Xianxia as she thought of something suspicious. Xianxia racked her brains for a long time. Finally, she thought of the most impossible possibility. She opened her mouth wide and said, could it be that the girl gave the Maserati to Ling Yan? Ah? That's impossible, right? I've seen the price of that car online. It's over $4 million. Gave it to Ling Yan? I think the most she could do is lend it to him. Or maybe the car broke down and Ling Yan pushed it back. To school first. Zhang Ling shook her head like a rattledrum. She did not believe that a girl would be so generous. Gifting a Maserati worth $4 million just like that? Was she crazy? Xianxia laughed bitterly. How could a Maserati break down just like that? How is that possible? Do you think such a good car is made of paper? Also, if the girl lent the car to Ling Yan, she shouldn't have asked him to push it back. She should have driven it back. Zhang Ling agreed with Xianxia's analysis. However, she did not believe that anyone in this world would give a Maserati that was worth 4 million yuan to Ling Yan. He's coming up. I'll ask him when he's here. Humph. Zhang Ling could not be bothered to waste her brain cells. She decided to ask Ling Yun directly. Ling Yun had just entered the classroom. Hey, Ling Yun, why did you push that car back? Where's the beautiful girl who was looking for you? Zhang Ling asked immediately when she saw Ling Yun enter the classroom. Her tone was filled with jealousy. I don't know how to drive. What if I didn't push it back? The girl left. Ling Yun walked to his seat. His right hand was stuffed into his trouser pocket, tightly clutching the check. The girl lent the car to you? What's her relationship with you? Why did she lend such a good car to you? Zhang Ling asked Ling Yun. Once again, she displayed her reporter's spirit of getting to the bottom of the matter. At that moment, all of the students in grade 12 class 6 swarmed into the classroom. The questions that Zhang Ling asked were the ones that they could not think of even if they racked their brains. Therefore, they all perked up their ears to listen to Ling Yun's answer. Chao Shanshan also held her breath, waiting to hear what Ling Yun had to say. Ling Yun was just about to say that the car was not lent to him but given to him. However, he suddenly remembered that he was in the eye of the storm. It was better to keep a low profile. Therefore, he did not answer Zhang Ling. Instead, he picked up a geography book and focused on reading. Anyway, the car and the money were already in his hands. It was up to them to guess. Zhang Ling saw that she had asked 3 questions, but Ling Yun ignored her. She snorted angrily, turned her head and sat back in her seat. Sigh. The classroom was filled with sighs of regret. A few minutes later, the 3rd class of the morning finally began. The campus finally quieted down. Provincial Hospital. Morong Feishue returned to Morong Wensher's ward. She stood at the door of the ward and took a dozen deep breaths to suppress the anger in her heart. Her complexion finally returned to normal. Grandpa, I'm back. Morong Feishue pushed open the door and greeted Morong Wensher. When Morong Wensher saw that his granddaughter was back, he immediately turned his head and asked, How is it, Feishue? Did you see Ling Yun? Morong Feishue was angry at the mention of Ling Yun's name. However, her grandpa was still lying in bed. Therefore, she could only force a smile. Grandpa, I saw him. Don't worry, I've settled everything. Settled everything? How did you settle it? Tell Grandpa. Morong Wensher chuckled. He was very confident in his granddaughter's ability to handle things. In order to repay his kindness, I gave him 1 million yuan. In addition, I also gave him the new Maserati that I bought. What do you think? Morong Feishue thought that she could not hide this from her grandpa. She might as well tell him directly. About 5 million yuan. To us, it is just the price of a slightly better stone. However, to him, it is enough to change his life. However, exchanging 5 million for your grandpa's life seems a little stingy to us. Morong Wensher nodded as he lay on the sickbed. He coughed softly and continued, How about this? Go find him again in a few days. Tell him that when I can walk again, I'll personally visit his family and see if they have any difficulties or requests. If we can help, we'll do our best to help. What? Grandpa, you. Morong Feishue was so anxious that she stomped her feet. She had already given him 5 million yuan. Why was Grandpa still thinking about repaying his kindness? No matter what, she did not want to see this shameless Ling Yun again. Then it's settled. Since he saved my life, this is fate, cough cough. Morong Wensher stopped talking after he finished speaking and closed his eyes to rest. Morong Feishue did not dare to argue with her grandpa. She could only grit her teeth and say, I really don't know how many lifetimes of luck this shameless fellow has accumulated to be able to encounter such a good thing. At this time, Qingshui City's #1 nouveau riche, Li Qingchuan, had just gotten off the plane and was walking out of Qingshui City's airport. Tang Meng was right. When Li Qingchuan heard that Tang Meng would no longer interfere with Shui Mining's matter, he immediately booked a flight that morning and rushed back from Beijing. He dialed Tang Meng's number as he walked. Hey, I say, where are you, kid? Hurry up and pick me up from the airport to take me to #1 middle school. I want to ask Ning Er who the F***ck is so awesome to actually dare to chase after my wife and make you feel helpless. Tang Meng knew that something was wrong when he received Li Qingchuan's call. However, he still picked it up obediently. He could not afford to offend Li Qingchuan. Big brother Chuan, I'm in school. It's really inconvenient now. I have to rush for my college entrance exams. Of course, Tang Meng was not in school. He was sitting in the driver's seat of his Maserati, smoking leisurely. Rush for your college entrance exams? Rush my ass. Get your ass over here. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't show up in 15 minutes, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Qingchuan hung up. Wow. This is going to be fun to watch. Tang Meng shook his head as he stared at his phone. He then started the Maserati. To be continued. To be continued. To ensure quality, the third update will be delivered. Begging for monthly votes. 6 more votes, only 6 more votes. All the best. With a cigarette in his left hand and the steering wheel in his right, Tang Meng sped through the streets of Xianxia City for the first time in his life in a Maserati. At the same time, his brain was working furiously as he tried to figure out how to explain the entire situation to Li Qingchuan. Tang Meng was in a dilemma. On one hand, he was his idol and big brother who had grown up with him naked. On the other hand, he had decided to follow him for the rest of his life. And on the other hand, there was Shui Mining, the little demon girl who looked down on Tang Meng from the bottom of her heart. He could not afford to offend any one of them. If the three of them were to bump into each other, wouldn't it be like Mars and Venus colliding into the Earth? In the end, Tang Meng decided to say what he should and not say what he shouldn't, lest all three of them fail to please him. After leaving the city, Tang Meng no longer had any scruples. He accelerated the car to 150 miles per hour and sped towards the airport. When he was about to reach the airport, Tang Meng saw Li Qingchuan standing at the airport gate from afar. It had to be said that Li Qingchuan was indeed a well-deserved handsome man. Wearing leather shoes, he stood at more than 1.8 meters tall and had a tall, slender body. His eyebrows were slightly raised like 2 sharp swords, his nose was straight, and his mouth was square. His entire face was well-defined, and he had an ape's back and a wasp's waist. He wore a snow-white shirt and an aqua-blue tie. His right hand was raised over his shoulder as he carried his black branded suit. He had been standing there for a while, but there were already many women of all ages gathered at the airport gate. They were all dawdling, unwilling to leave, just to take one more look at Li Qingchuan. However, Li Qingchuan was already used to this kind of attention. He was completely calm and collected. Whenever he saw a slightly prettier girl sneaking glances at him, he would even give them a flirtatious look. Who the F***ck is this? He's even cooler than me, driving a Maserati to the airport? Li Qingchuan saw the blinking Maserati, but he did not notice that the driver was Tang Meng. After a beautiful drift, Tang Meng slammed on the brakes and stopped the Maserati in front of Li Qingchuan. Under Li Qingchuan's astonished gaze, the car window on the right side slowly rolled down. Brother Chuan, get in. F***ck. I was wondering who would be so awesome as to drive a Maserati to the airport to drop someone off. So it's you. Li Qingchuan opened the car door and got into the car. He threw the suit on the back seat and said to Tang Meng. Hee, this is my first time driving a Maserati. It feels so good. Tang Meng said as he turned the steering wheel. The Maserati started up again and sped away. Where did this happen? Li Qingchuan asked casually as he took a cigarette from Tang Meng and tapped the tip of the cigarette against his palm. If I told you that it's my future wife's, would you believe me? Tang Meng smiled proudly as he bragged to Li Qingchuan. This kid seemed to have forgotten that the bulls in Xianxia City had already been blown to the skies by Ling Yun. Huh? You? Can you find a wife who can afford a Maserati? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're still a few hundred years too early. Li Qingchuan said with a smile as he took the lighter from Tang Meng and lit his own cigarette. Xianxia City's #1 nouveau riche was indeed the #1 nouveau riche. Even though he sounded more anxious than anyone else over the phone, when he actually met Tang Meng, his natural and calm demeanor was quite charming. Tang Meng glanced at him and said, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. This is a gift from my future brother-in-law to my future wife. I'll drive it to my heart's content first. Stop the car, let's switch seats." Li Qingchuan did not care about Tang Meng's bragging. He had seen Tang Meng driving so well. He was already itching to drive. Even though Tang Meng was reluctant, he still stopped the car with a pout and obediently sat in the front passenger seat. Li Qingchuan smiled brightly at Tang Meng. Sit tight. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine roared. Tang Meng looked at the speed indicator of the Maserati. In just 6 seconds, it had reached 180 miles per hour. Brother Chuan, slow down. If you break it, you will have to pay for it. We won't be able to afford it. Tang Meng reminded him. Bullsh*T, when have you ever seen me spoil a car? Li Qingchuan smiled confidently as he enjoyed the thrill of speeding through the air. He even had the time to turn around and ask Tang Meng, tell me, who has the guts to hit on your sister-in-law? This nouveau riche was even more ferocious. When Tang Meng mentioned Ning Lingyu, he would add the word future in front of it. Li Qingchuan actually called Shui Mining his wife. Of course, he only dared to be so arrogant behind Shui Mining's back. If he were to really meet Shui Mining, he would probably turn from a tiger into a kitten. Tang Meng thought to himself, who else could it be? Aren't you driving someone else's car? However, he said, Brother Chuan, it's not that I don't want to get involved. It's just that it's not convenient for me to interfere. Please don't make things difficult for me. You're going to see little Ning soon anyway. Wouldn't it be better for you to ask her yourself? Li Qingchuan was in disbelief. He took a puff of his cigarette and frowned. Even you can't interfere? Is it really that difficult? Is there anyone else in Qingshui City who is more arrogant than us brothers? Tang Meng smiled awkwardly. Boss, no matter how strong we are, things like relationships can't be obtained with power or influence, right? Yup, Tang Meng's current strategy was to wear down Li Qingchuan's arrogance as much as possible. Otherwise, based on Ling Yun's temper, he would first give Li Qingchuan a beating. Then, Li Qingchuan would ask his father, Li Yifeng, to use his authority to deal with Ling Yun. Wouldn't Tang Meng be completely dumbfounded? Seems like you've matured quite a bit. You're actually lecturing me now. Li Qingchuan smiled leisurely as if he had seen through Tang Meng's intentions. How's little Ning recently? Is she alright? He changed the topic and asked about Shui Mining. Upon hearing Li Qingchuan's question, Tang Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, didn't you have a congenital heart disease that even miracle Dr. Shui couldn't cure? I know someone who might be able to treat you. Li Qingchuan was born with congenital heart disease. His parents brought him to all the famous hospitals in the country but to no avail. Finally, when Li Qingchuan was 13 years old, miracle Dr. Shui managed to cure his son. Li Qingchuan was born with congenital heart disease. His parents brought him to all the famous hospitals in the country but to no avail. Finally, when Li Qingchuan was 13 years old, miracle Dr. Shui managed to cure his son. It was then that Li Qingchuan met the 10-year-old Shui Mining for the first time. He even swore that he would make her his wife. However, Li Qingchuan's heart disease was born in his mother's womb. Although miracle Dr. Shui managed to save his life, he was still unable to cure it completely. This also became a big stone on the heads of the Li family. Therefore, Li Qingchuan had been living a luxurious life since he was young. He was protected by the Li family like they were the apple of their eye. He had never suffered any grievances since he was young. He only suffered grievances from one person, and that was Shui Mining. I say, you're getting more and more ridiculous. Even Grandpa Shui couldn't cure my illness. Do you really think that any random person you know can cure me? If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll kick you out of the car. Li Qingchuan glared at Tang Meng. It was obvious that he was angry. Tang Meng immediately stopped talking after being glared at by Li Qingchuan. After all, Ling Yun's ability to cure illnesses was something that he had only heard from Ling Yun himself. He was not 100% sure that Ling Yun could really cure miracle Dr. Shui's illness. At this time, the Maserati had already left the airport highway. Li Qingchuan slowed the car down to 120 miles per hour and continued speeding towards the city. Little Ning is doing well. She's still the same as before. Her studies are always at the top of the class. You know, she doesn't really care about her studies, after a while. Tang Meng whispered to Li Qingchuan. Yes, do you know the guy who's pestering little Ning? Li Qingchuan asked. He wanted to know who was pestering Shui Mining the most. I do. Which family's son? He's not a son. He's from Xianxia High. Tang Meng thought to himself. Even though he wasn't a son, the four nouveau riches of Xianxia High, including himself, had all been trampled on by him. A student? Look at how scared you are. F***ck. Li Qingchuan rolled his eyes at Tang Meng and could not help but curse. Let's go, let's meet up with little Ning first. After that, bring me to meet up with that guy. I want to see which deity dares to be so arrogant in Qingshui City. Boss, should we send little Ning a text or something? What for? I've sent her hundreds of text messages in the past few days, but she didn't reply. When I called her, she said that she couldn't get through. Little Ning must have changed her phone number. Tang Meng immediately shivered. He thought to himself, little Ning must have changed her phone number and it's from the same batch as mine. He did not say anything else. However, he was already conserving his energy and preparing himself for a fight. When the Maserati once again drove into Qingshui High, the bell for the third period of the morning had just rung. Ling Yun was, of course, most concerned about the car that he had just gotten. After class, he immediately went out of the classroom. However, when he saw that the Maserati was no longer there, he was instantly infuriated. Needless to say, Tang Meng must have been itching to drive such a good car out for a spin. Alright, I was just worried that no one would pay for my petrol in the future. From now on, it's all on you. Ling Yan thought to himself. Wow, look, that Maserati is driving in again. Why did it stop at our side this time? Isn't that Tang Meng? Why did he come out of the Maserati? Wow, look. That handsome guy looks so bright. He's so mesmerizing. He's even more handsome than Xia Zhenyan. Wow, he's really super handsome, let's go down and take a look. Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan parked the car in front of the school block where Shui Mining's class was located. As soon as they got out of the car, they were immediately noticed by the first and second-year high school girls who had just finished their classes. Li Qingchuan's unique aura of a handsome guy instantly attracted everyone's attention. Let's go, follow me to find little Ning. After Li Qingchuan got out of the car, he looked around at the Qingshui High that he had left 2 years ago. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mesmerizing smile as he walked confidently towards Shui Mining's classroom. To be continued. To be continued. The fourth chapter that guarantees the highest quality is here. During the climax, asking for monthly votes. Only 6 votes away from 4th place. Rush up. Rush up. Tomorrow and the day after, the 4th chapter will be a climax. After the 3rd period, the blissful boy happily danced the horse riding dance, humming "I'm not happy, I'm happy." He arrived at the school entrance with no regard for anyone else. The ancients had a saying, wait for the hare by the tree stump. This guy was obviously waiting for the beauties at the school entrance. The blissful boy was obviously stimulated by his happiness. In just 2 periods, 2 stunning beauties came to the school to ask him for directions. Moreover, they both asked for the same target, grade 12 class 6. Therefore, he waited for the 3rd time with great anticipation. He believed that a miracle would happen again. However, he had forgotten one thing: when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Indeed, someone came. Unfortunately, it was not a beauty this time. Instead, it was more than 30 fierce-looking youths. More than 30 youths, without exception, held baseball bats in their hands. Dressed in black suits, they walked majestically towards the entrance of Qingshui High. Their domineering aura sent chills down the passers-by's spines. The blissful boy was no longer happy. He could no longer care about the horse-riding dance. He turned around and wanted to run. Kid, stop right there. Among the 30 or so youths, a tall and strong guy at the front shouted at him. He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly and he did not dare to take another step. The blissful boy looked at the guy who shouted at him and realized that this guy was a little strange. Not only was his head wrapped in a thick bandage, his right arm was also wrapped in a cast and hung by his neck with a piece of bandage. Big brother, you called me? The blissful boy was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He thought to himself that he was so unlucky. Let me ask you something. Is there a guy in your school called Tang Meng, Ling Yun, the one who calls Ling Yu's brother? The person who came was naturally Tu Gang from Jiangnam Polytechnic University. Last Saturday, Tu Gang celebrated his birthday. He brought a few close friends from his class to Savant's restaurant to drink and have fun. Just as he was bragging that he was now Brother Kuan's man, he did not expect to be trampled to death by Ling Yun and Tang Meng before he could even finish his drink. Not only was he beaten to a pulp, his wrists were broken. He was even trampled on and extorted of nearly 2,000 yuan. How could he swallow this insult? During the fight, he secretly remembered Ling Yun and the others' names through their conversations. That night, he called Brother Kuan to ask for them. Today, he had brought more than 30 hooligans to No. 1 middle school to seek revenge on Ling Yun. The blissful boy almost fainted. So it turns out that the people who came to grade 12 class 6 to look for Ling Yun were not just pretty girls, but also gangsters. Oh my god, there were so many of them. If they really started fighting, even the entire class 6 wouldn't be able to hold them off. I asked you a question. Did you hear me? Tu Gang stretched out his uninjured left arm and picked up blissful boy as if he was picking up a chick. I know. Big brother, the Ling Yun you mentioned is from grade 12 class 6. Please let me down first. I'll bring you over now. At this time, the super handsome Li Qingchuan had already arrived at the entrance of Shui Mining's classroom. It was as spectacular as when Lin Menghan went to grade 12 class 6. He was surrounded by the love-struck girls from grade 1 and grade 2. Each of their eyes had turned into heart shapes as they stole glances at Li Qingchuan. Tang Meng thought to himself, Brother Chuan is indeed Brother Chuan. The title of the number 1 hedonist in Qingshui City is not just for show. This scene is 2F** king crazy. However, the most impressive part about Li Qingchuan was not his ability to attract these girls. The most impressive part was that he was able to talk and laugh even under the gaze of so many people. His actions were natural and his calm demeanor was as if he was the only one in the world. Compared to Ling Yun, who only cared about himself and did not care about what others thought of him, Li Qingchuan's shamelessness was definitely on par with Ling Yun's shamelessness. Li Qingchuan lifted his hand and lightly dusted off the non-existent dust on his shirt. He smiled faintly as he stepped into Shui Mining's classroom. Little Ning, Shui Mining was really in the classroom. She was mad at Ling Yun alone. Alright. I just gave you a rose last night, and it was a deep red one at that. Why are there so many girls looking for you today? No matter how hard Shui Mining thought about it, she couldn't understand where all these beauties had come from. Furthermore, all of them looked so. Not bad. Shui Mining did not see Lin Menghan, but she saw Murong Feishue. Although she had to admit that Murong Feishue was beautiful, it was impossible for her to say it out loud. The most infuriating one was the girl who drove the Maserati. How dare she bring him out? How dare she look down on me? What Shui Mining did not know was that there was someone even more depressed and miserable than her today. That person was the school belle, Xianxia, who had been continuously slapped in the face after her boasting. Just as Shui Mining was thinking about how to get Ling Yun to spill the beans, she heard a familiar voice coming from the door. Shui Mining raised her head and was stunned. Li Qingchuan? How did he appear here? Shui Mining knew that Li Qingchuan would definitely come back for her birthday. However, there was still more than a week before her birthday. Why was he back so early? Shui Mining had completely forgotten that ever since she helped Ling Yun get those super beautiful accounts, her phone number had long been changed to something like 21, 69, and 9. Big brother Qingchuan. Shui Mining bit her lip and stood up. She was a little angry. Seriously, why didn't he tell her that he was coming back, even though Shui Mining kept calling him Li Qingchuan over the phone with a fierce tone? She still had to politely call him Big Brother Qingchuan when she actually saw him. The reason for this was not to be revealed to outsiders. First of all, Shui Mining had a good upbringing. This could be seen from the way she went to Ling Yun's house. She really had the demeanor of a lady from a respectable family. Another reason was that Li Qingchuan had treated Shui Mining too well ever since they met, regardless of whether he loved her or not. The way Li Qingchuan treated Shui Mining was better than how a biological brother would treat his biological sister. Therefore, Shui Mining still had to call him Big Brother Qingchuan. Li Qingchuan smiled as he stood in the sunlight at the door. He waved at Xue Mining. His charming temperament and suave movements had the girls in and out of the classroom smitten and screaming. Xue Mining frowned and stomped her feet. She pouted and left her seat. Soon, she arrived at the door of the classroom. Li Qingchuan reached out to hold Xue Mining's hand out of habit. However, Xue Mining carefully hid her hand behind her back and said, "Big brother Qingchuan, I really have a boyfriend." "I don't believe you." Li Qingchuan scratched his head as he teased Xue Mining with a smile on his face. "It's true, if you don't believe me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tang Meng." Xue Mining naturally saw Tang Meng standing at the door of the classroom. She did not forget to glare fiercely at Tang Meng, scaring him into averting his gaze. However, no matter where he looked, all he could see were envious, jealous, and hateful faces of the younger girls. He could only lower his head and look at his feet. Li Qingchuan was calm when he was surrounded by so many girls. However, the little tyrant could not enjoy it at all. "I've asked Tang Meng. He said that you don't have a boyfriend. You're just playing with me," Li Qingchuan said casually. "He sold Tang Meng out, it's starting." Tang Meng shivered. He wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He thought to himself that he had been shot even though he was lying. "Humph, I don't believe you. If Tang Meng said that I was lying to you, why would you rush back from Beijing?" Xue Mining's big eyes darted around. She did not believe Li Qingchuan's tricks at all. "I came back because I missed you. Look, I didn't even go home after I came back. Didn't I come to look for you first? What do you want to eat for lunch? Do you want lobster or abalone? I'll book a restaurant for you right now." Li Qingchuan smiled faintly. He had to admit that the reason why this guy was able to dominate Qingshui High for 3 years was not just because of his handsome face. Xue Mining's fair and delicate hands were intertwined behind her back. She bit her lip and said, "I really do have a boyfriend. If you really don't believe me, I can bring you to meet him right now, okay?" Li Qingchuan was waiting for Xue Mining to say this. A cunning smile flashed across his eyes. He then said calmly, "Sure. If little Ning really has a boyfriend, I'll treat him to a good meal this afternoon." Li Qingchuan emphasized the words "a good meal." Only Tang Meng, who grew up with him, could tell that he was indeed having a good meal. The problem was, he did not know what to eat. "All right, let's go." Xue Mining raised her delicate chin when she heard Li Qingchuan's words. She took the lead and walked out. All the boys in Xue Mining's class who had a crush on her had their dreams shattered at this moment. They were all depressed and gave up on her. Initially, they were only intimidated by Tang Meng and did not dare to openly like this potential campus belle. However, they still liked her secretly. Now that they saw Li Qingchuan standing at the door and heard Xue Mining admit that she had a boyfriend, all of them were instantly disheartened. Even if Xue Mining was lying and she did not have a boyfriend, the only person who could possibly have a boyfriend was this guy who was even more handsome than a celebrity. They would never have a chance. As there was only a 10-minute break between classes, Xue Mining and her group walked very quickly. Behind them, naturally, were the younger girls who wanted to feast their eyes on the handsome guys. Such a group of people crossing 2 school blocks naturally caused a commotion in the school. Many people knew that there was going to be a good show to watch, so they rushed down from the school block and joined the group. Although Li Qingchuan looked calm and collected, he was actually really angry. He had already decided that no matter who Xue Mining's boyfriend was, he was going to give him a good scare today and show him who he was. At this time, Ling Yun was lying in the corridor, waiting for Tang Meng to drive his car back. Suddenly, he saw Xue Mining leading the way, striding towards his classroom with her 2 slender legs. On her left was a super handsome guy who was almost arrogant, and on her right was Tang Meng who was shaking his head and sighing, and behind them, there was a legion of 50 to 60 screaming girls. "What the F***ck is going on?" Ling Yun was amused as he shook his head and laughed. To be continued. To be continued. Thank you to my loved ones for your votes. I'm 14 votes away from 100, so I'll change everyone's votes. Qingshui High currently had 2 teaching blocks, one facing the south while the other facing the north. They were located on both sides of the school's main road. The west teaching block was filled with classrooms for Year 1 and Year 2 students, while the East teaching block was filled with Year 3 students, except for some Year 2 students. Most of the Grade 3 students would choose to come out to the corridor to breathe in the fresh air and relax after 3 consecutive periods in order to keep their minds clear. Class had just ended, so the campus was bustling with noise. Every floor of the teaching building and the corridors outside the classrooms were densely packed with people. Some were talking loudly, some were thinking quietly, some were looking into the distance, and some were going to the toilet. There were people rubbing shoulders with each other, and almost everywhere was filled with people. On the field, some of the Grade 3 students who had just finished their physical education class were returning to their classrooms. Naturally, the students who had physical education class next would also rush to the field after class ended. Coincidentally, the path leading from the teaching block to the field was directly below Grade 12 Class 6. At this moment, Shui Mining led Li Qingchuan and Tang Ming to the path below Ling Yan's classroom, followed by dozens of starry-eyed girls. Without a doubt, such a large group of people attracted the attention of the entire school and became the focal point of the school. CKME, what's going on? Are the lower grade girls rioting together? Could this be the legendary demonstration? Wow, this is too shocking. This is the first time in the history of Qingshui High. I know the girl leading the group, she's our school's potential belle, isn't that Tang Ming? How did he get involved in this? Wow. That guy leading the group is so handsome. Wait, no. That's Li Qingchuan. It's really Li Qingchuan. Why is he back at Qingshui High? That's my idol, after all. Let's go take a look. The Grade 10 and Grade 2 students might not know Li Qingchuan, but the Grade 3 students. If they did not know Li Qingchuan, then they would have wasted their 3 years in Qingshui High. This was because when Li Qingchuan was in his 3rd year in Qingshui High, the current 3rd-year students were the same. He was in his 1st year of high school at Qingshui High. At that time, Li Qingchuan was in the limelight as the number 1 nouveau riche in Qingshui High. He was the number 1 nouveau riche in Qingshui High, sweeping across the entire school. There was absolutely no one who did not know of him. Those 3rd-year high school girls. Although they were young and inexperienced 2 years ago, they were now fully grown up. Seeing that the number 1 hedonistic son of theirs, whom they yearned for day and night, had returned to school once again, they could no longer care about being reserved. All of them screamed and rushed downstairs, fighting to catch a glimpse of Li Qingchuan's elegance. In a certain class of Year 12, a couple of puppy love were lovey-dovey in the corridor. When the girl saw that Li Qingchuan had arrived, she immediately ran towards him. She abandoned her boyfriend without hesitation and rushed down the teaching building like a moth flying into a flame. Hey, hey! You're my girlfriend, okay? The miserable boy shouted behind her and hurriedly chased after her. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Qingchuan graduated early, I wouldn't even be with you. The 18-year-old girl shouted at her boyfriend as she ran down the stairs. She accidentally bumped into another girl who was rushing down the stairs. She did not even have the time to cry out in pain. This scene was playing out in the classrooms of all the Grade 3 students in Qingshui High at the same time. The charm of the number 1 hedonistic son of Qingshui High was evident. Ling Yan's roommate, Grade 12 Class SIXS number 1 Blabbermouth, Gu Yuanlong, poked his head out and looked at the crazy scene below. He said to Sha Guoxing beside him, "Old Sha, do you believe that the beauty down there is also here for Brother Ling?" Ever since Ling Yan's performance in the dormitory and his rise in school, Gu Yuanlong no longer dared to call Ling Yan a fat pig. He no longer dared to call Ling Yan a fat pig. Regardless of whether Ling Yun was around or not, he changed his way of addressing Ling Yun as Brother Ling. Sha Guoxing turned his head and looked at Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, who were also leaning on the railing and looking down. He smiled lightly and did not say anything else. "Shanshan, look, that's Li Qingchuan. It's really Li Qingchuan, my dream lover. Why is he back? Let's go down and take a look." Zhang Ling only took one look down and her pair of big, lively eyes became dull. Her face was flushed red and her heart was beating fast. Her right hand covered her voluptuous chest as she spoke with a trembling voice. Chao Shanshan naturally knew who Li Qingchuan was. Not only did she know Li Qingchuan, she also knew Shui Mining. She was puzzled to see Li Qingchuan appear in front of her classroom like a god descending from the heavens. It's indeed Li Qingchuan. Isn't he studying in Beijing University? Why is he back at our school on a Monday? Xianxia was not like the other girls who were infatuated with Li Qingchuan. However, when she saw Tang Meng standing together with Li Qingchuan, her expression changed slightly. Tang Meng was obviously very close with Ling Yun for the past 2 days. Now that he was here with Li Qingchuan and Shui Mining, Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling. Her ears were very good and she naturally heard the words of the talkative Gu Yuanlong. Her face turned slightly pale and she did not notice Zhang Ling's suggestion at all. Xianxia, are you going or not? If you don't go, I'm going alone. Zhang Ling looked at Li Qingchuan who had just walked down the stairs. Her heart was beating fast and she was a little anxious. Even though Zhang Ling had started calling Ling Yun a handsome guy, it was mainly because Ling Yun was too flirtatious. It was not because Ling Yun was really that handsome. Even though his face was much more delicate than before, his eyes were much clearer, the dimples on his face were clearly visible, and the aura he exuded was very fresh. It all depended on who he was compared to and what he was compared to. Ling Yun was naturally a notch better in terms of domineering and flirtatious. However, in terms of being sunny and handsome, Ling Yun was a complete loser. Not to mention Ling Yun, even Xia Zhenyan, who was currently the most popular celebrity in Xianxia City, paled in comparison to Li Qingchuan. He was nowhere near as stunning as Li Qingchuan. Zhuang Meina also ran over. Xianxia, I'm going down first. You'll suffer if you don't catch a glimpse of such a handsome guy. Seeing that Zhuang Meina had also rushed into the crowd, Zhang Ling could no longer be bothered with Xianxia. She twisted her waist and rushed towards the staircase. Some people say that women are actually more lustful than men. A real handsome guy is much more attractive to women than a beautiful girl is to men. From the looks of it, there was some truth to this saying. Shui Mining did not expect that her unintentional action would cause such a huge commotion in Xingshui High. She looked at the girls who were running for their lives and dropping their shoes, and her beautiful little face looked a little dazed. She could not help but turn her head to look at Li Qingchuan. Even though he was faced with such a huge crowd, Li Qingchuan still had his hands in his pockets, his head held high and his chest out. He was calm and composed as he smiled. When he saw Shui Mining raise her head to look at him, he immediately raised his eyebrows and gave her a smug look. Did you see it? Did you see the peerless elegance of your brother Qingchuan? Seeing his smug look, Shui Mining could not help but wrinkle her cute nose and make a funny face at Li Qingchuan. Oh my god, isn't this too crazy? This is even crazier than a hurricane and a tsunami. Tang Meng had long been stunned. Looking at the girls who had been studying so hard for the college entrance exams rushing down the stairs to surround him, he muttered to himself. At this moment, Ling Yun and Zhang Dong were standing side by side in the corridor of their classroom, enjoying the exciting scene downstairs. He thought to himself, although this kid's looks are not bad, it's a pity that he only has this little elegance. He can't even compare to 1/10 of his brother's looks. If Tang Meng were to hear this, he would definitely say that Ling Yun was boasting about Xingshui City. Actually, Ling Yun was not boasting. Back when he was in the cultivation world, his title as the #1 genius of cultivation was definitely not as resounding as his title as the #1 handsome man of cultivation. Not to mention the stunning beauties from the mortal world, even the saintesses and princesses from the cultivation world, who didn't give up everything and chase after Ling Yun for tens of millions of miles just to have a chance to be with Ling Yun for one day. Not to mention the stunning beauties from the mortal world who fell in love with Ling Yun at first sight. Who didn't care if Ling Yun was an enemy of their sect or family? Which one of them wasn't willing to give up everything and chase after Ling Yun for tens of millions of miles just for a chance to be with Ling Yun for one day? Therefore, although Ling Yun was hated by millions of cultivation geniuses, it was nothing compared to his fatal attraction to the saintesses and princesses of the various sects. Therefore, the scene of Li Qingchuan attracting the attention of these love-struck female high school students like moths to a flame was not even worth mentioning in Ling Yun's eyes. Li Qingchuan smiled at Shui Mining as he looked at the girls rushing towards them from all directions. He then teased her, "Little Ning, where's your boyfriend? Why don't I see him?" Shui Mining knew that he was gloating and snorted, "I've already seen him, I'll ask him to come down now." Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shui Mining raised her head and waved at Ling Yun, shouting, "Big brother Ling Yun, come down quickly." Shui Mining's sudden shout caused the 200 girls downstairs to raise their heads at the same time and look towards the corridor of grade 12 class 6. Hee, I knew you were here for me. Looks like Shui Mining is going to use me as a shield today. Ling Yan chuckled in his heart, ignoring the exclamations of the surrounding students. There were so many girls shouting Li Qingchuan's name as they rushed past Ling Yan. How could Ling Yan not know that the super handsome guy beside Shui Mining was the one who was relentlessly pursuing Shui Mining over the phone? I'm coming down now. Ling Yan smiled and shouted at Shui Mining before turning around and heading downstairs. To be continued. To be continued. Gosh, this potential beauty is really here to look for Ling Yan? Gu Yuanlong was just guessing, but when he saw Shui Mining raise her head and shout for Ling Yan, he was still in disbelief. This was the third one. Oh my god, 3 beautiful girls had come to look for Ling Yan in one morning. Even though the students of grade 12 class 6 wanted to stay calm, no one could stay calm anymore. At this moment, everyone had the same thought in their minds. How much shock could Ling Yan bring them? Alright, the 3 prettiest girls in Qingshui High and the one with the highest potential downstairs had all been captured by Ling Yan. Needless to say, Ning Lingyu was Ling Yan's half-sister from another father. Last Saturday evening, Ling Yan had already kissed Chao Shanshan's thigh in front of everyone. Now, the whole school was saying that Chao Shanshan had lost her virginity and was officially Ling Yan's girlfriend. The third prettiest girl, Zhuan Meina, had been humiliated and warned by Ling Yan repeatedly, but she did not dare to say a word. Now, it was obvious that Shui Mining, who was going to be the most amazing school beauty in Qingshui High after graduating from grade 12, had come to look for Ling Yan again. That wasn't all. In just a few hours this morning, from the fairy-like Lin Menghan to the Maserati's stunning urban beauty Murong Feishui and the person downstairs, they all came to their class to look for Ling Yan. Ling Yan was trying to capture all the fairies, city beauties, and super school beauties in one fell swoop. It was impossible not to be shocked, and convinced. Flirtatious, really flirtatious, putting flirtatiousness on a small car. Too flirtatious. Chao Shanshan looked at the 200 pairs of eyes downstairs and saw Shui Mining waving at Ling Yan and calling him brother Ling Yan. Her face had already changed and her delicate body was trembling. Now, the whole school was guessing the relationship between her and Ling Yan. She had already been recognized as Ling Yan's girlfriend, and she did not come out to clarify everything. However, Chao Shanshan did not expect this. Just when this explosive news was spreading in the school and everyone knew about it, so many beauties came to look for Ling Yan. Their reasons and methods were all different, but they all came here for the same reason. All of them had the same goal, to find Ling Yan. At this moment, Chao Shanshan's pride was shattered into pieces. One could imagine the bitterness in her heart. Indeed, such a proud girl had been slapped in the face 3 times in a row in the morning. No one would be able to take it. Comparing beauty? Lin Menghan was obviously much better than her. Are you richer than me? Murong Feishui drove a Maserati, and it seemed like she really gave it to Ling Yan. Comparing status? Shui Mining's background was not inferior to hers at all. There was nothing he could do about it. His grandfather was a divine doctor who controlled the life and death of most people in this world. What did Ling Yan do? Why were they all looking for Ling Yan? Looking at the way Shui Mining addressed Ling Yan, it seemed like they were very familiar with each other. What was going on? Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled violently, her face was pale. She stared blankly at the over 200 faces looking up at her. She wanted to return to the classroom, but she realized that she could not take another step. This was because she could already feel the strange gazes coming from all around her. Those gazes seemed to be filled with mockery, sarcasm, surprise, and playfulness. Ling Yan arrived at the bottom of the stairs very quickly. He chuckled as he parted the wall of people and shouted, make way, be careful not to let me take advantage of you." Out of everyone in the school, Ling Yan was probably the only person who could remain as calm as Li Qingchuan under the gaze of almost 1,000 people. Only Ling Yan. Li Qingchuan was calm with a hint of pride, but Ling Yan was even more ferocious. He completely ignored all the gazes around him. Completely ignored. The crowd was thrown off balance by Ling Yan. Many of the 12th year girls gave way to Ling Yan like a cockroach, but there were also quite a few girls who deliberately squeezed forward, allowing Ling Yan's arms to rub against their chests. To be honest, Ling Yan's domineering behavior over the past few days had indeed attracted a lot of female fans. They were so moved that they wanted to go crazy and make Ling Yun their boyfriend, as the saying goes, to each their own, or perhaps they could love both. Although they liked Li Qingchuan's bright personality, it did not mean that they did not like Ling Yun's shameless and domineering ways. Even girls like Chao Shanshan and Xue Mining were starting to have feelings for Ling Yun, let alone ordinary girls like them. Ling Yun did not look away as he barged through the crowd of female students and arrived in front of Xue Mining. He smiled calmly and said, "Little Ning, didn't we just separate last night? Why are you looking for me again?" Li Qingchuan waited for Ling Yun to come in front of him and immediately sized Ling Yun up from head to toe with a hostile gaze. He could not help but feel disdain in his heart. Little Ning's boyfriend is such a damn fatty? That's impossible. However, when he heard Ling Yun address Xue Mining as Little Ning, his smiling expression immediately changed. Furthermore, when he heard that the two of them had just parted last night, the gaze that shot out from Ling Yun's handsome eyes was enough to kill. He snorted heavily. When Xue Mining saw Ling Yun in front of her, she twisted her slender body and stretched out her delicate arms. In an instant, she naturally held on to Ling Yun's arm and pressed her entire body tightly against Ling Yun's. Then, she leaned her little head on Ling Yun's shoulder and smiled intoxicatedly. "You're my boyfriend after all. I haven't seen you for so long, I've missed you." F***ckme, what? This. More than 1,000 people witnessed this unbelievable scene with their eyes wide open. All of them were petrified on the spot, their mouths agape. High school students loved to join in on the fun. Almost 95% of these people had gone to the forum to see the post and made their own replies, expressing their thoughts and opinions. Now that Xue Mining had fallen into Ling Yun's arms so intimately under the watchful eyes of so many people, it would be strange if they were not stunned. This. Who is Ling Yun's real girlfriend? Didn't they say it was Chao Shanshan? Gu Yuanlong was previously shocked. This time, he was completely dumbfounded. He could even feel his balls hurting. He could not help but turn his head to look at Chao Shanshan, who was not far away from him. However, he saw that Chao Shanshan had unknowingly covered her face. What Chao Shanshan wanted to do the most right now was to find a hole to hide in. Since she knew martial arts, her ears were definitely sharp. When Xue Mining said that Ling Yun was her boyfriend in front of so many people, she heard it clearly from upstairs. Furthermore, when she saw Xue Mining snuggling up to Ling Yun so naturally and intimately, Ning Er. How did Ning Er become Ling Yun's girlfriend? She had just had a meal with her last Thursday. Why didn't she say anything about it? Chao Shanshan understood Xue Mining's personality very well. Xue Mining was not good at keeping secrets. This little girl was as passionate as fire and she had very few close friends. If Xue Mining had a boyfriend, she would definitely have told Chao Shanshan at that time. However, it had only been a few days and Xue Mining had suddenly announced that Ling Yun was her boyfriend in front of so many people. This was something that Chao Shanshan had never expected. Zhang Ling's face turned pale when she heard Xue Mining's sudden announcement. She raised her head worriedly and looked at Chao Shanshan, who was in the corridor. This was simply too ironic. Not only was it ironic, it was also a slap in the face. Almost everyone in the school had seen the intimate actions between Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun last week. Everyone had acknowledged that Chao Shanshan was Ling Yun's girlfriend. However, at this time, the person who announced that Ling Yun was her boyfriend was actually Xue Mining. If it was an ordinary girl who made such an announcement, Chao Shanshan would definitely not be affected. Chao Shanshan might even smile and congratulate her. However, Xue Mining was different. Chao Shanshan had said before that Xue Mining's status was not ordinary. Not only in Qingshui City, she was also the pride of the entire China. What's going on? Zhang Ling mumbled to herself. Tang Meng saw Xue Mining's actions and shouted those words. He turned around and walked away without a second thought. He thought to himself, I can't get involved in this anymore. Brother Chuan's face turned green and smoke was about to come out from his head. Li Qingchuan reached out his hand and grabbed Tang Meng's arm. His eyes were spitting fire, but he smiled at Ling Yun. Oh? So you're Little Ning's boyfriend. Looks like you're nothing much. Ling Yun's lips curled into a playful smile. He pulled his right arm out from Xue Mining's grip and wrapped it around her slender waist. He smiled and replied, Indeed, I'm just a little bit stronger than you. You. Li Qingchuan's expression changed. He took a step forward and glared at Ling Yun. Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me so arrogantly? Ling Yun could not be bothered to look at him. He lowered his head slightly and whispered into Xue Mining's ear, Little Ning, who is he? How dare he speak to me so arrogantly? His voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for Li Qingchuan to hear. Xue Mining was tickled by the name. Blushing, she replied, he's Li Qingchuan. Xue Mining and Tang Meng were both worried that Li Qingchuan would attack Ling Yun in a fit of rage. Last night, both of them had witnessed Ling Yun's trapeze act with their own eyes. Tang Meng kept signaling Xue Mining with his eyes. He thought to himself, my dear lady, please don't add fuel to the fire. The situation is getting out of hand. Ling Yun raised his head in realization and looked at Li Qingchuan in disdain. He raised his chin and said, Oh, so you're that little brat who's been chasing after my girlfriend every day and harassing her. I'm warning you, if you ever have any ideas about her again, I'll beat you up. Huh? Li Qingchuan was dumbfounded. Not only Li Qingchuan, even Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Only Ling Yun would be able to pull off the most shameless and powerful counterattack. To be continued. To be continued. End of chapter 113. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.